The great general has gone missing, and the young general has been driven mad with anger. Scholar who is indeed a bit too much. Not only did he accuse the great general of forming private factions, but he also urged the emperor to issue an edict to annul the engagement between the young general and Princess Anning. The great general has been missing for less than half a month. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, officials whispered among themselves. Their gazes fell upon the young man who had fainted in the center of the hall, filled with ridicule and disdain. The young emperor, seated on the throne of supreme authority, looked indifferent and waved his hand. Come, wake the young general. A young eunuch promptly splashed a basin of cold water onto the boy. The boy jolted awake, his eyes still filled with confusion as he looked around. Who am I? Where am I? Two completely unrelated life memories collided in his mind, causing a splitting headache that nearly contorted his face. If Lin Zhenxiu had been safe and sound, he could have protected him for life, but half a month ago, during a routine military exercise, in the end, Lin Zhenxiu suddenly disappeared in the frontier, with no news, and Lin Ji fell from the clouds to the mud, receiving a letter from the emperor, summoning him to the capital to marry Princess Anning at an appointed date. It seemed like an attempt to calm Lin Ji's emotions, but along the way, there were constant assassinations, depleting all of the Lin family's household troops. Barely making it to the court, before the original self could speak, someone accused Lin Zhenxiu of being arrogant and insubordinate in the northern fortress, disregarding the royal commands. Moreover, he was accused of forming private factions and plotting a rebellion. Finally, it was said that as the son of Lin Zhenxiu, he should also be executed by dismemberment. This drove the original self into a fit of anger and passed out. At that moment, Lin Ji suddenly walked up to him and slapped him. Smack! A crisp sound. The previous laughter immediately froze, and the court fell into a dead silence, everyone looking at each other. Hu Yintong was stunned, covering his face in fury. Lin Ji, how dare you? You dare to commit violence in front of the emperor? Your Majesty, you must severely punish this criminal. This is simply outrageous. Even the usually expressionless emperor of the Great Xia, Li Jingzhen, was slightly moved. Lin Ji, what are you doing? How can you behave so wildly in the Hall of Supreme Harmony? Lin Ji took a deep breath and said calmly, reporting to your Majesty, I just couldn't stand scholar who insulting your Majesty, so I couldn't help but strike. If your Majesty thinks I am guilty, you can punish me as you see fit. A model of harmonious relations between ruler and subject. In a few words, Lin Ji had brought the emperor to his side. Then, he fiercely retorted to Hu Yintong. But you immediately accused my father of forming private factions in the northern fortress. Are you implying that the emperor, having read so many battle reports, was deceived by my father? Deception once or twice might be possible, but with dozens or even hundreds of battle reports, if they were falsified, how could the emperor not see through them? But your words clearly insult the emperor for lacking intelligence. At this point, Hu Yintong panicked and cursed, You scoundrel! This is all nonsense. Then, he knelt down to Li Jingzhen and kowtowed repeatedly. Your Majesty, please be clear. I have never harbored any disrespect towards you. I have always been loyal. Lin Ji sneered. My father has gone missing. Are not yet resolved, and I also believe in the loyalty of the great general to the Great Xia. You may withdraw. He didn't say Hu Yintong was wrong, but he also didn't intend to settle accounts with Lin Zhenxiu for now. I obey, your Majesty. Hu Yintong's heart sank, glaring hatefully at Lin Ji before retreating into the crowd. At this moment, Li Jingzhen looked at Lin Ji again, his gaze seemingly piercing into Lin Ji's heart. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with vigilance. This was the emperor. Anyone who could be an emperor was not simple. The young general has traveled a long way to the capital, tired from the journey, and his spirit is naturally sensitive and excited. And scholar whose words were indeed inappropriate, I hope the young general doesn't take it to heart. Li Jingzhen's words seemed to soothe, saying softly, You don't need to worry about the matter of the great general's disappearance. I will give you an explanation. Several officials stepped forward one after another. Your Majesty, I believe this matter still requires further discussion. Your Majesty, since the Grand General's whereabouts are unknown, shouldn't we wait until his trace is found before discussing the marriage of the young general? More than a dozen ministers expressed strong objections and sought to block the decision. Seeing this, Lin Ji's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. When he looked at Emperor Li Jingjin, he felt a chill in his heart. This was a blatant scheme. Insisting on the marriage contract not only allowed for planting spies by Lin Ji's side to investigate all his movements. Moreover, it would stir up public outrage. Lin Ji's life in Chongping, the capital, would likely become difficult. Li Jingjun waved his hand. My decision is final. No more discussion. The young general is the descendant of a distinguished family. He is worthy of Princess Anning. If there's no other business, the court is dismissed. Among them, a carriage full of sword marks and knife scars stood out. Next to it stood only a slender girl, whose appearance was quite delicate and outstanding, with a hint of coquettishness in her eyes. But at the moment, the girl was bowing her head, looking ashamed. The servants of the other luxurious carriages pointed at her direction, laughing loudly. Whose carriage is this? Even beggars would disdain it. And there's no coachman? Wouldn't they want the maid to drive it? Ha ha ha. This is the carriage of the young general. You're going too far. After all, the fate of the Grand General is unknown. It's normal that he can't afford a new carriage. An older coachman even pointed at the girl, speaking lewdly. I think you should leave your master and come with me. I'm also in need of a wife. Surrounding laughter erupted again. The girl clenched and unclenched her hands repeatedly. Shaolian, dismember their limbs for this young master. What are you afraid of? Lin Ji's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he shouted, You still belong to this young master. Act. They dare to insult you. That's insulting this young master. That's insulting my father, who is still the northern garrison general. Even if I dismembered their limbs, who would dare to say a word against it? Seeing such a domineering Lin Ji, Shaolian was stunned. Young master. Since Lin Jinxio's disappearance, the young master had become extremely timid, but now, it was as if he had completely changed. Shaolian nodded in agreement. Yes, young master. After saying that, she turned and slowly walked towards the servants and coachmen. But seeing this, those men's disdainful expressions grew even stronger, shaking their heads. In their eyes, Lin Ji was completely a waste, actually relying on a maid to take action. This would surely be laughed at. In the next moment, Shaolian suddenly accelerated, her green skirt fluttering like a breeze. Pitter-patter. In an instant, Shaolian punched and kicked, and several servants were knocked down, wailing in pain. My hands, my feet. Their limbs were broken by Shaolian, unable to move, lying on the ground wailing. And at this time, Shaolian looked at Hu Yinzong's middle-aged coachman and walked towards him step by step. The middle-aged coachman's face changed dramatically, his voice trembling. You can't touch me? Smack. But Shaolian didn't hesitate, directly slapping him. Then, she stepped on Hu Yinzong's carriage, lifting the middle-aged coachman by the collar with one hand. Smack, smack. Shaolian's face was expressionless. The young master said to give you 100 slaps. At this moment, their masters finally arrived at the northern gate. Seeing this scene, could they be your people, academician Hu? Chapter 3. The princess takes action. Hu Yintong's chest heaved with rage. You? How dare you? Lin Ji, don't think that just because the emperor isn't moving against you now, you can be arrogant in front of me. Lin Ji yawned. What are you talking about, Scholar Hu? The emperor and I are close as king and subject. How could he bear to harm me? On the contrary, I helped you discipline your servant. Shouldn't you thank me? To kill and also to destroy the heart. Hu Yintong was almost suffocating, trembling as he pointed at Lin Ji. Just you wait. He then strode towards his carriage, just as Shaolian finished slapping the driver 100 times. The middle-aged coachman was now disoriented, his face swollen like a pig's head. "Young master, what about this?" Xiaolian's gaze fell on Hu Yintong. Hu Yintong shuddered and took a half-step back. "I am an official of the court." Although not a top talent in his previous life, Linji was still confident that with the knowledge in his head, he could thrive in this world. Even ruling the world wouldn't be difficult. "Since the emperor dislikes me, I don't have to hold back if given the chance." Thoughts flashed through his mind. Linji knew that a blade still hung over his head, and he was treading on thin ice. Only by resolving the current issues could he enjoy the future. And to break the deadlock, he couldn't rely solely on himself. Xiaolian replied, "Yes, there is Minister Yun Feng of the Left Ministry of Justice, who was once a disciple of the general, and Minister Qin Pashan of the Left Lesser Court of the Grand Court of Revision, who was also promoted by the general." She listed several names. Linji was initially hopeful, but eventually, he just sighed. In the capital, the highest positions were undoubtedly the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet and the Prime Minister. Then came the 6 ministries' ministers. After that, the positions of the 6 ministries' vice ministers and the lesser court of the Grand Court of Revision came into play. In other words, Linji had backing, but these backers were not heavyweights. Some were even inferior to the Grand Scholar Hu Yintong. "Young master, should we pay a visit to anyone first?" Linji shook his head and said indifferently, "These people are my father's former subordinates. I came to Chongping, and it should be they who come to see me, not the other way around. Let's go back to the general's mansion first." Soon, the dilapidated carriage returned to the front of the general's mansion. But before Linji could disembark, he heard a voice filled with surprise. "Jigu, you really came back?" Linji lifted the curtain and saw a fat, richly dressed young man who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing this person, memories flashed through Linji's mind. A high price to buy 2 jars of green ant wine. Green ant wine was unique to the northern border, cheap there but expensive in Chongping. Yun Songfeng was genuinely sincere. Linji was moved and was about to take Yun Songfeng inside when a sharp voice rang out. "Ha ha ha, look what I see. Isn't this the fat pig Yun? He's really found Linji, the useless one." Well, a useless waste and a fat pig. It's normal for them to play together. Several richly dressed young men swaggered over. The leader, with a long face, but full of arrogance, showed disdain for Linji. Yun Songfeng's expression stiffened, trembling with anger as he turned and cursed, "Cheng Lu, you can insult me, but you dare insult Jigu. I'll fight you." The long-faced boy was Cheng Lu, the only son of the Minister of Revenue, who laughed loudly. "Want to fight? All right, come on. Haven't had enough of being beaten by us before?" Cheng Lu, and said indifferently, "You're here to cause trouble for me today, aren't you?" Cheng Lu was taken aback, then laughed loudly. "Yes, that's right. To be honest, you're unworthy of Princess Anning. If I were you, I'd submit a letter to cancel the engagement myself." "Linji, do you think you're still that young general of the northern border? You're just a nobody now. Your father is missing, and anyone in Chongping is more capable than you." Those following him burst into mocking laughter. Linji, however, remained calm, nodding and then saying, "Do you know that Yun Songfeng is my brother?" Cheng Lu grinned, tilting his head. "So what if I know? If I had known he was so close to you, I wouldn't just have made him act like a pig to ride, but also stomped his head under my feet." Linji smiled faintly. "Very well." In his eyes, a cold light flickered, and he was about to give an order. "Xiaolian? Why is she here? Could it be to force Linji to cancel the engagement? If so, why did she help Linji?" The group of young men brought by Cheng Lu, all second-generation nobles, recognized the identity of the girl. The girl stepped down from the carriage, her brows slightly cold. Cheng Lu struggled to sit up, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. "Your Highness, Linji is a good-for-nothing who is not worthy of you." Princess Anning, Li Qingyue, turned cold. "No matter what, he is my fiancé. To humiliate Linji like this is to insult the royal family's dignity. Suibo, slap him 3 more times." The robust figure rushed to Cheng Lu's side once again. Slap, slap, slap. The palm, as large as a fan, instantly turned Cheng Lu's face into a bruised and swollen mess, resembling a pig's head. Xiaolian clapped her hands and laughed. Well done. She didn't even glance at Cheng Lu on the ground, leading Sui Bo into the general's mansion. The entrance of the general's mansion was now eerily silent. No one expected this turn of events, especially Cheng Lu, whose eyes were filled with extreme resentment. He had come to humiliate Lin Ji, to give him a taste of his own medicine. Instead, he was stopped by Princess Anning. Lin Ji, today you got lucky. Cheng Lu struggled to stand. Next time, let's see how you dodge. The general's mansion, long uninhabited, only had a few servants for cleaning. The vast mansion appeared somewhat desolate. After the meal was prepared, Lin Ji had just sat down when he heard Yun Songfeng sigh. When Uncle Lin returned, the threshold of the general's mansion was always trampled on. Now that Uncle Lin is missing, it is so desolate. Lin Ji's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, "The world is cold. This is the way of things." But, Yun Songfeng indignantly said, "Even Cheng Lu dares to bully you now, Master Lin." In the past, every year before the festival, Lin Ji would follow Lin Jinqiu to the capital. Cheng Lu would always fawn over him. But today, he revealed his true, ugly face. Lin Ji shook his head, not speaking, but a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Those who humiliated him today were all noted down, to be repaid 100-fold someday. Li Qingyue coldly said, "With the disappearance of the great general, the decline of the Lin family is a fact. Young general, you must learn to accept reality." Lin Ji looked at her, smiled slightly. "Thank you for your advice, Princess. Your Highness mentioned having matters to discuss with me. What are they?" Li Qingyue looked up, her face serene. "Young general, I am bound by an engagement to you." Sui Bo's large hand was about to strike Yun Songfeng's face. Lin Ji's expression darkened, and he called out in a low voice, "Xiaolian." Xiaolian behind him immediately acted, letting out a sharp shout as she knocked Sui Bo's hand back. Sui Bo's expression changed slightly, somewhat surprised. At this moment, Lin Ji spoke calmly, "Princess, this is not how you scare a chicken to warn a monkey. This is not how you make a deal." He wasn't a fool. He could see that Li Qingyue wanted to force Lin Ji to agree to her demands by punishing Yun Songfeng. Li Qingyue glanced at Xiaolian, a smile appearing on her cold face. It seems the great general prepared many cards for the young general. The young general's entourage is formidable. Even a maidservant possesses such skill. Sui Bo was given to her by Li Jingzhen, considered a high-level expert in the palace, yet he was repelled by a little maid. "Let's talk about how you can agree to my demands." Lin Ji nodded. "It's simple. I only have one request. Send all 3,000 of your princess's guard to protect me." "That's impossible." Li Qingyue frowned. "Sending all 3,000 guards? What about me?" Lin Ji said seriously, "Of course, the princess will also stay in the general's mansion. After all, we are going to get married in the future. It's fine for you to move in early. I have no objections, and neither will others." Chapter 5. Living together with the princess. "How dare you?" Sui Bo's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Lin Ji. If not for Xiaolian standing behind Lin Ji, he would have already struck. Li Qingyue's expression also turned icy. "Young general, why must you be so? If you do not wish to accept my conditions, simply refuse. Why must you humiliate me so?" Li Qingyue had only intended to enter into a fake marriage. But Lin Ji's suggestion that she move into the general's residence before the wedding was nothing short of humiliation. If word got out, it would become a laughingstock for the entire world. Li Qingyue stood up to leave. The atmosphere grew tense. Yun Songfeng couldn't help but feel anxious. "Princess, please don't leave. Lin Ji doesn't mean it that way." Lin Ji had already offended so many people. If he also offended Princess Anning, his future in Chongping would be even more difficult. At this moment, Lin Ji smiled. "Princess, you are overreacting. This is actually a two birds with one stone strategy." Li Qingyue paused. her gaze sweeping over Lin Ji, her lips slightly pursed. Explain. I am curious to see how the young general intends to persuade me. Lin Ji poured himself a cup of green ant wine and took a sip. Having been accustomed to high-proof alcohol in his previous life, this green ant wine, at most 15 degrees, was nothing to boast about. I need the princess's personal guards to protect me because there are many who wish me dead, Lin Ji said calmly, but the princess should know that I cannot die. If he were to die, the morale of the northern border army would certainly be shaken. Li Jingjin only wanted to control Lin Ji, and certainly didn't want to see him die. And princess, everyone knows that you are now my fiancé. If you send 3,000 guards to protect me, it will be known to the world, and your reputation will soar. Not only will it protect me, but it will also enhance the princess's reputation. Isn't this a two birds with one stone strategy? Hearing this, Li Qingyue sat back down. The young general is not wrong, but that is not the reason for me to stay in the general's residence before the wedding. Sending guards to protect and enhance reputation is one thing, but moving in before the wedding would be seen as promiscuous. Lin Ji smiled. But what if I said I could cure the princess's illness? The room fell silent. Yun Songfeng was extremely surprised, muttering, "Does the princess have an illness? I didn't know that." Bang! Suibo slammed his fist on the dining table, nearly toppling the entire table, glaring angrily. "What are you talking nonsense about? Young general, I respect the great general and call you that, but if you continue to be disrespectful, don't blame me for being impolite. A mere maidservant won't stop me." Shaolian snorted. "I'd like to see who dares to touch my young master." Li Qingyue's face was frosty as she silently watched Lin Ji, waiting for an explanation. In his previous life, Lin Ji was a corporate worker, but in the hospital, and he was an outstanding general practitioner. From the moment he first saw Li Qingyue, he knew that the famous Princess Anning had an underlying condition. Irregular menstruation. "If I'm not mistaken, princess, you often experience abdominal pain and dizziness during your periods," Lin Ji casually mentioned, and Li Qingyue's expression changed slightly. This matter was only known to her personal maidservant. Even Li Jingzhen was unaware, because the imperial physicians couldn't diagnose the problem. Lin Ji then glanced at Li Qingyue's private area. "There's another symptom, not suitable to discuss in front of so many people, right?" Suibo snorted. "What's there to be embarrassed about? I think the young general is just bluffing." Young general, the great general was never inferior to anyone. Using such underhanded tactics is a disgrace to him. Lin Ji looked deeply at him but said nothing. Li Qingyue's eyes flashed with a gleam. Her slender hand waved. "Suibo, step back." Suibo was stunned. "Your Highness." Li Qingyue coldly said, "Do you want me to repeat myself?" Suibo immediately deflated like a wilted eggplant, retreating. Lin Ji also asked Yun Songfeng could protect him, but this world has martial arts masters, and Lin Ji would still be subject to assassination attempts. But with the princess, it would be even safer. Li Qingyue frowned. But the people. She was still worried about public opinion. Lin Ji smiled faintly. "Princess, don't worry about this. I will claim to be ill, and then the princess will stay to take care of me. This way, the common people will also praise the princess's virtue." Li Qingyue hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the pain during her illness, she frowned tightly. Then, she slowly nodded. "All right, I agree." Lin Ji's face broke into a smile, and he looked out at the sky, saying, "Good. There's no better time than the present. Since it's so late, princess, why not stay and sleep with me?" I mean stay with me." Hearing this, even with her poise, Li Qingyue couldn't help but glare at Lin Ji. "Young general, don't push your luck." Li Qingyue stood up to leave, leaving behind, "Tomorrow, I will petition my father to approve this matter." Outside, Suibo still had a disdainful expression, speaking to Yun Songfeng and Shaolian. "The princess is noble and pure. How could she agree to Lin Ji's request? That Lin Ji is truly disrespectful, daring to say such things. He's courting death." At that moment, Li Qingyue emerged gracefully, saying, "Suibo, let's go back. Prepare." First dispatch 1,000 guards to garrison the general's residence. Tomorrow, we will move in too. Suibo's smug expression instantly froze. Yun Songfeng and Xiao Lian were also shocked, looking at each other in disbelief. Princess Anning had actually agreed? How could this be? Yun Songfeng strode into the hall, unable to help but ask, Linji, how exactly did you persuade the princess? Linji smiled faintly. Women aren't persuaded, they're slept with. Xiaolian, prepare. Starting tomorrow, we'll be living together with the princess. Hashtag Chapter 6, Night Assault on the General's Residence. Watching Linji with confidence, Yun Songfeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder they call you Brother Ji. You even have a way to deal with the princess? Everyone in the imperial city knew that the current princess was aloof and elegant, with eyes that couldn't tolerate any sand. To think that she would agree to such a seemingly absurd request from Brother Ji. But for some reason, Yun Songfeng felt that this time, Linji seemed different after returning from the northern border. He was smarter and more capable than before. Seeing that they were short-handed, Yun Songfeng stayed behind to help clean up the general's residence. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. The maid Xiaolian prepared a few of her specialty dishes. Brother Ji, your maidservants are truly multi-talented. Not only are they agile, but their culinary skills are also quite impressive. Yun Songfeng looked at the table full of dishes that were both visually appealing and aromatic, unable to help but exclaim. Many of these dishes were specialties from the northern border, hitting the spot for him. Hee, Master Yun, my cooking skills aren't that great. Please don't mind. Then I'll give it a try? Yun Songfeng didn't hold back. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Delicious. It's the same taste as before. It's been a long time since I tasted the flavors of the northern border. Yun Songfeng was ecstatic. His words were filled with unstoppable praise. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. After many years, Yun Songfeng was still as honest as he was back then. Brother, if you ever want to eat, feel free to come to the general's residence anytime. Although my family's fortunes have declined, I can still afford a few pieces of meat. Brother Ji, don't worry. As long as you say the word in Chongping City, I, Yun Songfeng, will risk my life to protect you. As he spoke, Yun Songfeng opened a jar of green ant wine. Instantly, the fragrant aroma filled the hall. The two of them drank and chatted, reminiscing about past times. As they were slightly tipsy, Yun Songfeng couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Uncle Lin was once a formidable figure at the border. How many people in the court feared him? To put it bluntly, just mentioning Uncle Lin's name would make anyone in Chongping City respect you, Brother Hao. Unexpectedly, these people turn their faces faster than they turn pages. As soon as Uncle Lin is gone, they start to bully you, even daring to come to the general's residence to cause trouble. Thinking about Chang Lu and others' previous reckless behavior, Yun Songfeng was furious. Unfortunately, his father was only a minister, so he didn't have much say. Otherwise, those second-generation brats wouldn't dare to bully. Linji smiled calmly. Brother, these people are not worth fearing. What we should be wary of are those hidden in the shadows. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Linji now sensed that in Chongping City, there were countless people who wanted his life. How much trouble could a few second-generation brats cause? Brother Ji, is someone really trying to harm you? That's impossible. After all, you are the young general of the northern border. Yun Songfeng was stunned. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Unless it's legitimate, killing the young general of the northern border would also be considered a crime of harming an official of the court. A mere minister of justice, what can he do? The leader of the Black Shadows sneered. If he dares to interfere, kill him along with the rest. Yes. Before the words had finished, several figures jumped down from the wall. They headed straight towards Linji's room. Once inside, they quickly took up positions in the room. After confirming there were no other people, they approached Linji and Yun Songfeng. They even gave them a slight push, but both remained unresponsive. Why would we need to deal with such useless drunks? I really don't understand what the master is thinking. Less nonsense. Hurry up and finish the job, then leave quickly. The leader of the Black Shadows said coldly. In the darkness, a long sword was drawn, reflecting a cold light. Just as the shadow was about to strike, Lin Ji suddenly opened his eyes. Night assault on the general's residence. What a bold move. What? The few of them were slightly stunned. Taking advantage of this moment, a petite figure darted out and knocked the long sword out of the shadow's hand in an instant. What a fast move. The leader of the shadows was shocked and shouted, "Hurry up and attack!" His companions immediately reacted. This petite woman was extremely agile, fighting multiple opponents without falling behind. Meanwhile, Lin Ji pulled Yun Songfeng to the corner, and several torches lit up outside the room. Who dares to cause trouble here? The one speaking was the captain of the princess's personal guards. The masked men were greatly alarmed. Crap! It's a trap? Quick, retreat! They forced Xiaolian back and jumped out of the window. Lin Ji shouted loudly, "Capture these scoundrels! Don't let any of them escape!" Outside, the sound of clashing weapons rang out. The princess's personal guards in the general's residence numbered 1,000, already forming a net. On the way to Chongping City. Who sent you here? Chapter 7. There are many ways to make you talk. Lin Ji sternly interrogated. He ordered his men to remove the masks of the intruders. The assassins, with their fierce expressions, looked like notorious bandits. No one sent us here. The leader, a stubborn man, insisted. No one? You have the audacity to break into the general's mansion? I advise you to tell the truth, or else you will bear the consequences. Lin Ji sneered, clearly not believing their words. We heard that the general's mansion has a lot of gold and silver treasures, and seeing that the courtyard was unguarded, we thought we'd try our luck. People die for wealth, birds die for food. We were just unlucky to be caught by you. Stop stalling. We just wanted some money. Do whatever you want with us. Seeing their defiant attitude, Lin Ji's gaze grew colder, and he said mockingly, "You are quite open about it. Even after being caught, you still refuse to confess?" Yun Songfeng couldn't help but curse. You guys, knowing it's the general's mansion, still dare to cause trouble. Truly reckless. Jigu, let's just kill them all. Not so fast, Lin Ji stopped him. The general's mansion had been unoccupied for years, and even if there were some valuable antiques and porcelain, why kill before searching? I'll give you one last chance. Who sent you here? The men exchanged glances. No one sent us. Very well. Lin Ji stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes gleaming with cold intent. I admire your backbone, but unfortunately, I also want to see if your mouths or your bones are harder. Men, use the torture. Yes. The captain of the guards saluted. He then ordered his men to bring out the rods. Unexpectedly, before they could act, Lin Ji stopped them. What are you doing? Want to cause a fatal accident? The guards were bewildered, looking at each other in confusion. Didn't the young general say to use torture? You, go get some towels, a bucket of water, stools and ropes, Lin Ji instructed. Although the captain of the guards was puzzled, he still had his men follow the orders. After a short while, everything was prepared. Lin Ji had the notorious bandits tied to the stools, unable to move. I'll give you one last chance. No, there is no one. Do whatever you want with us. The leader remained unyielding. Having roamed the Jianghu for so many years, he had seen all kinds of big scenes. Would he really be intimidated by a young man? All right, since you're so stubborn, I'll have to get tough. Lin Ji signaled. Two guards then approached, first throwing the towels over the faces of the bandits, and then starting to pour water over the towels. Splash. With each pouring of water, the bandits' reactions grew more intense, struggling violently on the stools. Even though their faces were covered, one could feel their fear and pain. It was as if they were enduring 1,000 cuts. The captain of the guards and his men watched in horror. Unknown to them, this was water torture. After a while, one finally couldn't take it anymore. I'll talk. Lin Ji sat leisurely, sipping tea. Think carefully. If you say something wrong, it will continue. At this moment, The notorious bandits were filled with fear for this young general. They thought they had seen all kinds of cruel scenes. Even if they were cut with a knife, they wouldn't even blink. But they never expected the others' methods would be so terrifying. Just now, they kept experiencing the feeling of suffocation and drowning, as if lingering at the gates of hell, the fear of imminent death almost suffocating them. It was even more painful than being killed by a knife. "I'll talk. It was Hu Yinsong who sent us." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Even the captain of the princess's guards was at a loss. This matter was extraordinary. It involved the grand scholar of the cabinet. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Absurd. Master Hu is the grand scholar of the cabinet, a respected minister, upright and incorruptible. How could he do such a reckless thing? Young general, what I said is absolutely true." The one who confessed was panic-stricken. At death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. Men, take him to the woodshed. Tomorrow morning, hand him over to the authorities. Lin Ji snorted coldly, waving his hand to give the order. Then he didn't linger any longer and turned to enter the room. Upon hearing this, the captain of the guards immediately had his men handle the situation. With everyone taken away, the noisy courtyard returned to silence. After about a stick of incense's time, Lin Ji slowly opened the door and looked around. "Xiaolian? Are they all gone?" Xiaolian listened carefully. Convinced that there was no one else in the courtyard, she nodded. "Let's go to the woodshed." Lin Ji beckoned. On the way, the three of them tiptoed, acting like thieves. Seeing this, Yun Songfeng was puzzled and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zhigu, this is your own home. Why be so cautious? And we've already finished the interrogation. Why are we going to the woodshed?" "You're so naive." Lin Ji was exasperated. This guy had been in Chongping City for so long, yet he hadn't learned a single bit of cunning. No wonder he was easily bullied by Chenglu and the others. Of course, to find out the real mastermind behind it. "But you said it wasn't Master Hu?" Yun Songfeng was getting more and more confused. He couldn't make sense of the current situation. There were too many eyes and ears, so I denied their words. Think about it. If the 1,000 guards found out about Hu Yinsong's exposure, would they leak the news? Even if we take a step back, if the princess and the emperor knew about this, do you know what the consequences would be? Lin Ji pondered. Hu Yinsong dared to speak boldly in court, and now even sent assassins to kill him without fear. He was probably not just a grand scholar of the cabinet. The forces behind him were also formidable. If Lin Ji didn't act cautiously, he might be in constant danger of losing his life. Chapter 8. Stirring the grass to startle the snake, confrontation in the court. Arriving at the firewood shed, several notorious bandits saw Lin Ji as if they were mice encountering a cat. Each one was filled with fear and anxiety. They had no idea what new tricks this seemingly ordinary young general would come up with to torment them. "There's no need to be so scared. I'm here just to ask who the mastermind behind all this is," Lin Ji said indifferently. "Didn't we just say it? It's really Minister Hu. We're not lying. Please spare us." The leader, no longer as arrogant as before, would rather die than endure that kind of torment again. But they all knew. This young general wouldn't easily kill them. "I want you to recount the entire sequence of events in detail," Lin Ji said expressionlessly. Now, none of them dared to argue, and they recounted everything clearly, including how Hu Yintong had sent people to find them. Finally, Lin Ji pondered inwardly. Indeed, the situation was extraordinary. How could a mere Hu Yintong find these guys within a day? It seemed there was indeed someone else behind him. Thinking this, Lin Ji decided to change his approach. He had originally planned to wait for the right moment, but now, he would make a bold move to scare off the real culprit. He wanted to see who was so despicable. "Songfeng, help me with something. Just tell me what you need, Zhigu. Write down everything they just said, and have the captain of the guards escort them to the Ministry of Justice tomorrow morning." "Ah, Zhigu, didn't you say you wanted to handle this discreetly? Why make such a big deal now?" Yun Songfeng looked puzzled. "You'll understand when the time comes." The bandits knew they were doomed, But being caught by the Ministry of Justice was better than enduring more torment from this guy. They couldn't wait to leave the general's residence. The next day, after finishing his instructions, Lin Ji left with Xiao Yin, heading towards the palace. Meanwhile, in the court was filled with officials. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! Long live! Emperor Li Chengyun listened to the officials' reports. Finally, after hesitating, he slowly said, "Everyone, today I have an announcement to make. Young General Lin Ji has arrived in Chongping City. Considering his extraordinary circumstances, Princess Anning will soon reside in the general's residence. This is to ensure Lin Ji's safety. I've also heard that Lin Ji is exhausted from his long journey and is unwell, so this arrangement is also for better care." What? The hall erupted. The officials were all shocked. They never expected the emperor to make such an announcement. If they were married, there would be no controversy living under the same roof. But now, they were merely engaged. If this became known to the world, wouldn't it be a joke? Not just the officials, even Li Chengyun was puzzled. Just yesterday, Princess Anning had come to his chambers to discuss this matter. Li Chengyun had never seen the princess so resolute. Though he found it inexplicable, he didn't mind. Princess Anning was his most outstanding daughter, but their father-daughter relationship wasn't deep. What Li Chengyun couldn't understand was how Lin Ji had convinced the fiercely independent princess. "Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed." Hu Yintong stepped out from the crowd and vehemently opposed. "I dare to ask your Majesty to reconsider." "Minister Hu, why do you say that?" Li Chengyun remained calm. He had anticipated this reaction from the officials, but that was fine. Li Chengyun didn't particularly like Lin Ji, and if he could subtly stir up conflict between the officials and the young general, it would make it easier for him to take over the northern army in the future. "Your Majesty, the princess and young General Lin are not yet married. If they live in the general's residence, it will surely invite gossip. Even if your Majesty's wisdom considers Lin Ji's safety, and the people praise it, isn't this a slight to the princess? Moreover, this is the emperor's capital. Although Lin Ji encountered an assassination attempt on his way here, who would dare to act recklessly here?" Hu Yintong spoke with righteous indignation. He seemed quite principled. The surrounding officials also echoed, "Yes, please reconsider, Your Majesty. This cannot be allowed. Lin Ji is blessed with good fortune. Since he made it here safely, why does he need the princess to protect him?" At that moment, a loud voice declared, "Who says the emperor's capital is safe?" The officials turned. When they saw it was Lin Ji, they were all astonished. Although Lin Ji inherited his father's title and was a young general, he had no real power and didn't need to attend court. Why was he here today? Li Chengyun also frowned. "Lin Ji, do you know you are breaking the law by coming to court uninvited? This is not a place for you to act recklessly." "Your Majesty, I am here only to report a matter to you." Lin Ji stood tall and unafraid. The officials were even more surprised. The youngest, who had been a carefree second-generation rich kid at the border, what profound insights could he have in court? Hu Yintong sneered. "Lin Ji, this is not the barbarian land of the north. If you break the court's rules, don't blame me for not warning you." But inwardly, he was shocked. Didn't he send someone to assassinate this guy last night? How could he be here unscathed now? Could it be those guys failed? Recalling, Hu Yintong realized he hadn't heard from those bandits all night. Now he was sure they must have failed. Indeed, they were all show and no substance. They boasted about their prowess in the Jianghu, the Jianghu, yet couldn't even handle this useless brat. Then I'd like to ask, what if Minister Hu breaks the rules? Lin Ji sneered. Me? How could I break the court's rules? What if you break the law of the land? Lin Ji spoke firmly. Hu Yintong was startled. Lin Ji, don't spout nonsense here. I, Hu Yintong, am upright and have never done anything immoral. How dare you slander me in front of the emperor? You are truly heinous. Lin Ji, do you know what you're saying? Li Chengyun's face darkened. Who would have thought this guy hasn't had a moment's peace since arriving in Chongping City, and now he's causing trouble in court? Your Majesty, this is not baseless. I have testimony here that proves minister who sent assassins to the general's residence last night. What crime does this constitute in Disya? Chapter 9, Emperor, are you playing dirty with me? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court of officials turned pale. The laws of the Great Xia Empire stipulated that anyone who unlawfully attempted to assassinate a government official would face severe consequences, ranging from imprisonment to execution at Wu Gate. Now, not only did Lin Ji accuse Hu Yintong of the crime, but he also had evidence. This was likely to be an irrefutable case. Hu Yintong was equally panicked. Not only had those men failed in their mission, but they had also left him with a messy situation. Your Majesty, please do not listen to this man's nonsense. I have no grievances with him. Why would I send someone to assassinate him? Hu Yintong hastily explained. Emperor Li Chengyun's expression darkened. From a personal standpoint, he was more inclined to believe Hu Yintong. However, if the evidence was indeed conclusive, he could not afford to be partial in front of the entire court. Minister of Justice, Li Chengyun said slowly. Present, replied the Minister of Justice. Examine the evidence provided by Lin Ji to see if it is credible. The Minister of Justice bowed and then approached Lin Ji to inspect the relevant documents. Other officials around them were also watching the spectacle, whispering among themselves. Who do you think will be embarrassed today? I think it's still Lin Ji. Just one piece of evidence, and he expects Hu to confess? It's impossible. Exactly. He's probably just shooting himself in the foot. As the discussion continued, the Minister of Justice slowly raised his head. Your Majesty, although the evidence is detailed, it is merely a confession from a criminal. It is impossible to confirm the truth of the matter solely based on this. If someone were to fabricate evidence and frame another, it would damage both Lin Ji's and Hu Yintong's reputations. The Minister of Justice's assessment was relatively fair. Hu Yintong looked smug. Lin Ji, I think you're deliberately trying to frame me. Why would I need to frame you to deal with you? Lin Ji snorted coldly. If you still don't believe me, I have a witness. A witness? Yes, one of them is the captain of the princess's personal guards, who witnessed the entire incident last night. Your Majesty can summon the captain to confront him. If I speak a single lie, I am willing to accept any punishment. These words caused the officials to look at each other in shock. If Lin Ji's words were not to be believed, then surely the captain's testimony could not be doubted. After all, he was a member of the Imperial Guard, loyal only to the royal family, with no reason to side with Lin Ji. Emperor Li Chengyun waved his sleeve. Summon the captain of the guards. Moments later, the captain of the guards walked into the court. He knelt and bowed. Your humble subject greets your Majesty. May your Majesty live 10,000 years. Tell us everything that happened at the general's residence yesterday. Yes. The captain then recounted the entire sequence of events. When he mentioned that the bandits had implicated Hu Yintong, whose face turned pale, he was in a state of panic. Emperor Li Chengyun's expression darkened to the extreme. Even if he still wanted to protect Hu Yintong, it was impossible now. Denying the captain's testimony would be equivalent to indirectly denying the royal family's authority. That would be slapping his own face. Hu Yintong, what do you have to say for yourself? Your Majesty, I am innocent. Hu Yintong fell to his knees, trembling. At this point, you still dare to argue. Guards, take him to the prison. With a single order from the emperor, Hu Yintong's heart sank to the bottom. If he were thrown into prison, his career would be over. From then on, there would be no chance for promotion. Seeing that the situation was lost, Hu Yintong, like a drowning man, desperately grasped at straws. He pleaded for help to the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Tianhai, who stood nearby. Minister Zhang, save me. Minister Zhang Tianhai ignored him, bowing instead. Your Majesty, Hu Yintong is a senior scholar of the inner court and under my jurisdiction. To commit such a heinous act is unforgivable. I, too, am culpable. But regardless, Hu Yintong must be severely punished. Hu Yintong's eyes widened. His heart filled with curses. You treacherous Zhang Tianhai, crossing the bridge and tearing it down. If it's going to be bad for me, then today, no one will have it easy. But before he could speak, Emperor Li Chengyun ordered the imperial guards to take him away. Hu Yintong's cries echoed through the court. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Please give me another chance, Your Majesty. Lin Ji snorted coldly. He couldn't help but turn to look at Minister Zhang Tianhai. He had always suspected that there was someone else behind Hu Yintong. Now it seemed highly likely to be the Minister of Personnel. None of the officials were happy about Hu Yintong's arrest. Lin Ji had the upper hand. This outcome was unacceptable to many. The man had such meticulous methods. Even Hu Yintong couldn't turn the tide. It seemed he had come prepared. Emperor Li Chengyun's expression was equally grim. Since Hu Yintong has violated the law, he should be dealt with according to the law. However, Lin Ji, your unauthorized presence in the court also requires an explanation. Lin Ji was taken aback. He didn't expect the emperor to play a trick on him, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Now he was being undermined. Indeed, this court was not a place for ordinary people. As he pondered how to resolve the situation, someone stepped forward. It was Gao Feihu, the Vice Minister of the Grand Court of Justice. Your Majesty, I dare to ask Your Majesty to show mercy to Lin Ji. Gao Feihu, do you know what you're saying? Li Chengyun said coldly. Your Majesty, Lin Ji's unauthorized presence in the court is indeed a mistake, but he was originally stationed at the northern border and may not be familiar with the court's rules. Ignorance is no excuse for wrongdoing. Moreover, today Lin Ji helped Your Majesty purge a corrupt official from the court, which is a meritorious act. By balancing his merits with his faults, it demonstrates Your Majesty's great wisdom and appreciation for talent. It was undeniable. Though Gao Feihu was only the Vice Minister of the Grand Court of Justice, he had been in the court for many years and understood the art of governance well. His words struck a chord with Li Chengyun. He didn't care about Lin Ji, but he certainly cared about his own reputation. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Let this matter rest for today. However, Lin Ji, from now on, you must learn the rules of the Imperial Palace. If you violate them again, I will not be lenient." Dismissed. Lin Ji left the court with the crowd. As he walked out of the palace, someone called out to him, "General Lin, please wait." Lin Ji turned around. It was Gao Feihu, the Vice Minister of the Grand Court of Justice. "So it's Minister Gao. Thank you for speaking up for me in the court earlier." "General Lin, you flatter me. I owe my current position to the kindness of General Lin's father. If I had ignored you in the court today, it would have been an act of ingratitude." Gao Feihu couldn't help but sigh. "It's a shame that I failed to visit you when you arrived in Chongping yesterday. I was remiss." Chapter 10. The princess moves into the general's residence. Gao Feihu was also a man of temperament, and these words came from the heart. If not for his busy official duties yesterday, he would have definitely paid a personal visit. By the way, young general, the political situation in Chongping City is currently turbulent. You must be cautious in your actions. What happened today must not be repeated, or else if you truly anger the emperor, there could be grave consequences. Seeing Gao's hesitation and knowing he genuinely wished to help, Lin Ji smiled and said, "Why not today, rather than another day? Would you join me at the general's residence for a chat, Master Gao?" "That would be excellent." Thus, the two headed to the general's residence. Lin Ji then ordered Xiaolian to prepare a few dishes for drinking. Gao Feihu tasted them briefly. "After staying in Chongping City for so many years, I almost forgot the taste of the northern border. It's truly frustrating, caught up in worldly affairs. Even if I wanted to go, there's no opportunity." "Master Gao, how could the northern border compare to the prosperity of Chongping City?" Lin Ji said casually. Gao Feihu shook his head. "It's not like that. I once followed General Lin to the northern border for a period, and those were the most carefree days of my life. Just reminiscing brings back memories of those moments and my comrades." Here, he paused. "Young general, do you have any news of General Lin now?" Lin Ji shook his head. "I too want to know where my old man is now. Alas, who would have thought that General Lin would suffer such misfortune? To be honest, after learning of his disappearance, I also sent the Grand Court of Judicial Review to investigate. But in the end, we found nothing." Hearing this, Gao Feihu couldn't help but sigh deeply, his eyes filled with worry. I wonder if General Lin is well or not. What will come cannot be avoided. Since things have come to this, all we can do is walk our own path. If we can't even protect ourselves, let alone find my father. Lin Ji said calmly. Gao Feihu couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect the young general to be so calm and insightful, even seemingly unperturbed by a collapsing mountain. Sleepy eyes. What's going on? Can't a guy get some peace in the early morning? Who's causing such a ruckus in the courtyard? But when he saw the scene before him, he was dumbfounded. Countless soldiers were constantly moving various items into the general's residence. Young master, you're awake? Xiaolian came over at this moment. What's happening? Lin Ji pointed at the busy crowd, puzzled. Young master, don't you remember? The emperor has already decreed that the princess can move into the general's residence. These people are here to help the princess move her things. Hearing this, Lin Ji suddenly understood. But then he couldn't help but sigh. Royalty indeed. Look at the commotion. All sorts of luxurious items. Overwhelming. Wow, the emperor's life really isn't something ordinary people can imagine. Then, Lin Ji washed and changed under Xiaolian's service. Afterwards, he leisurely went out for some fresh air. At the gate, he just happened to see a carriage slowly approaching. No need to guess. The one inside must be Princess Anning. Good morning, Princess. Lin Ji greeted casually. Princess Anning coldly glanced at him. She didn't say much. Under the maid's support, she walked into the general's residence. Cold as ice. Lin Ji pouted. Dealing with Princess Anning, who was as aloof and cold as a snow lotus, was indeed not easy. Just as he was thinking, a few familiar figures walked by. It was the same group of profligate sons who had bullied Yun Songfeng, led by Cheng Lu. Oh, isn't this the son of the worthless general? What did you say? Xiaolian's petite figure darted out. Xiaolian, don't be impulsive. Lin Ji quickly stopped her. Although she looked petite and seemingly delicate, only those who truly knew her understood she was like a barrel of gunpowder, easily ignited. But young master, he insulted the general. Xiaolian said with a pout. Heh, Lin Ji, you're really a worthless coward, letting such a little maid stand up for you? Cheng Lu said disdainfully. He also noticed the carriage beside him. After a careful look, he immediately recognized it as a royal carriage. Seeing the guards coming and going, as well as the rumors circulating in the court, Cheng Lu's face turned ashen. Could it be that the princess really moved into the general's residence? Lin Ji grinned. How could anyone disobey the emperor's decree? Hearing this, Cheng Lu was filled with envy and hatred. In Chongping City, who didn't know that Princess Anning was as beautiful as a fairy, unmatched in her elegance? Many noble sons were eager to win her favor. Cheng Lu had long admired her, secretly hoping to become the envied son-in-law of the emperor. But never did he expect. After so many years in Chongping City, he had no chance. Yet now it was this kid who got the opportunity? Cheng Lu thought more and more angrily, gritting his teeth. Damn it! I don't know where you got such good luck. Chapter 11. Shooting yourself in the foot. Have you ever heard a saying? It goes, what's not yours, you can't take by force. Do you really think someone like you is worthy of the princess? For the rest of your life, you're destined to be a toad looking at a swan. You can look but not touch. Lin Ji said calmly. This round of mockery also helped Yun Songfeng to vent his anger. Otherwise, these second-generation rich kids really thought that in the imperial city, no one dared to deal with them. Cheng Lu was pricked at a sore spot and immediately became even more furious. You little brat, what are you babbling about? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? You? Go ahead and try if you have the guts. Lin Ji was dismissive. They whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with fear. Hearing this, Xiaolian remained expressionless and said coldly, I warn you, if you dare to come near our young master again, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, she turned coldly and retreated back. Lin Ji also sneered. With such skills, do you really think you can mix in Chongping City? If you have the guts, come to the northern border and see if you can come out unscathed. If you do, I'll call you Grandpa." Then the master and servant turned around and walked into the general's mansion. Cheng Lu and the others' faces were extremely unsightly. Damn, didn't expect the girl by his side to be so powerful. No wonder that guy dares to confront you. He has a master with him. Brother Lu, what now? Are we really just going to swallow our pride? If we don't get this anger out, I'm afraid even Yun Songfeng won't give us a good look in the future. They clamored noisily. What's there to say? I definitely can't swallow this. No, I must think of a way to let that guy know the consequences of offending me. Cheng Lu gritted his teeth. After a pause, his eyes flickered and he sneered sinisterly, "I've got it." Hearing this, the followers immediately perked up and asked eagerly, "Brother Lu, what did you think of?" "Yeah, Brother Lu, don't keep us in suspense, tell us quickly." Cheng Lu snorted and then said straightforwardly, "Isn't this guy just relying on the Emperor's order to get close to Princess Anning? Then let's make him lose face here." Lose face? Exactly, follow me. Today, I'm going to make sure this guy never raises his head in front of the princess again. Cheng Lu got up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and walked towards the alley next to him. At this moment, inside the general's mansion, Uncle Sui was directing the guards to move things around. Princess Anning was walking around, pointing out adjustments, apparently planning to renovate the general's mansion. Lin Ji, on the other hand, was quite at ease. The princess is indeed particular. "Do you want to turn my general's mansion into a harem?" Li Qingyue turned her head to glance at him. The general's mansion has been uninhabited for many years, and it's in disrepair. Now that someone is going to live here, of course, it needs to be renovated. "Do you want outsiders to laugh at the royal family?" "Makes sense." Lin Ji nodded appreciatively. "Then I'll trouble the princess to spend." Li Qingyue frowned slightly. "Narrow-minded. How is that narrow-minded?" Lin Ji chuckled. "You don't manage the household, so you don't know the value of money. Naturally, we should save where we can. Moreover, the expenses for the renovation are not paid by you, the princess, but by the national treasury. It's free money. Why not take it?" Li Qingyue felt more and more dissatisfied with what she heard. It was completely the demeanor of a commoner. She couldn't understand how the great northern general Lin Zhenxiu could have raised such a carefree son. But then she thought about it. On their first meeting, Lin Ji could tell that she had a hidden illness. This kind of nonsense really made people lower their guard. Li Qingyue suddenly became sober several times. It seems that Lin the young general has been hiding his true abilities for a long time. As the two chatted, suddenly, they heard a slight noise on the roof. Uncle Sui was about to leap up to check, but was stopped by Li Qingyue. "They're not looking for you. Why the rush?" She wanted to see just how much skill Lin Ji really had. Xiao Lian, although also noticing the movement on the roof, cast a questioning glance at Lin Ji. Lin Ji looked up. Although the figure flashed by quickly, he recognized it was Cheng Lu. This guy really doesn't give up, does he? All right, looking for trouble, huh? Then this time, I'll let you fall hard. Then he pretended to continue chatting with the princess, but subtly gestured to Xiao Lian. The few of them quietly retreated to under the roof. Cheng Lu, on the roof, took the opportunity to peek down but found no one below. This puzzled him. At that moment, Xiao Lian threw a pebble up. It hit the tiles under Cheng Lu's feet and shattered. Cheng Lu immediately lost his footing and fell from midair, with the items in his hand clattering on his head. A foul smell of urine hit his face. Li Qingyue immediately covered her nose. The surrounding people also avoided it like a plague. Heavens! It turned out Cheng Lu was holding a urine bag. Chapter 12. Father, you're quite the schemer. Unexpectedly, plans often fail to keep up with changes. Cheng Lu accidentally fell from the eaves, and the urine bag landed right on his head. At this moment, he was in a wretched state, and the smell was extremely unpleasant. "Oh!" Lin Ji grinned and looked down. "Isn't this the young Master Cheng? I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. You should have told us earlier. Our general's residence just got some fresh supplies. Why the rush?" You. Cheng Lu's face turned ashen with anger. Yet he dared not open his mouth, afraid that the yellow liquid would flow into his mouth. Seeing Li Qingyue's disgusted expression, Chenglu felt utterly hopeless and furious. He stood up abruptly, splattering unknown liquids everywhere. Lin Ji quickly dodged. Oh, don't like our general's residence's toilet? Then forget it. Why get so worked up? Lin Ji, this time you got lucky. Chenglu gritted his teeth. In front of the princess, he dared not be too reckless. Even if he felt utterly humiliated, he could only swallow his pride. I've always been lucky. I think the young Master Cheng should stick to flat ground next time. Otherwise, you might not fall onto this soil but into a toilet. Lin Ji said meaningfully. You just wait, our paths will cross again. Chenglu said, and tried to flee in a disheveled state. Unexpectedly, he slipped and fell face first into the mud. The sight was hilariously ridiculous. Even Li Qingyue couldn't help but laugh. She had never seen an official's son in Chongping City suffer so miserably. This young General Lin really had some tricks. Though his methods were a bit shameless, they were indeed varied. I didn't think you'd laugh. Turns out you have a pretty smile. Li Qingyue didn't realize that Lin Ji had just witnessed this scene. She immediately felt awkward and quickly returned to her usual aloof demeanor. Whether I'm beautiful or not is none of your concern. But when will you start on what you promised me? Why does it always end up like this after just a few words? I don't owe you anything. Lin Ji shrugged. Exactly. Let's make him fall hard, never to rise again. Otherwise, this won't quench our hatred. But, Lu Ji, you should go home and wash up. The smell is unbearable. We can't stand it. The young masters covered their noses and moved away. Cheng Lu's face darkened again. He silently headed home. The entire general's residence was bustling all day. By evening, with the tireless efforts of thousands of guards, the place truly looked brand new. Even Yun Songfeng, who came by, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Gigi, this place is completely different. Feels quite like a luxurious mansion." Of course, all thanks to the princess's work. Royalty is indeed different. Lin Ji couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yun Songfeng was amazed. What? Has the princess already moved in? Yes, just today. Why don't you go pay your respects? Lin Ji teased. No, the princess is delicate and always distant. I don't want to make things difficult for myself. But not paying respects to the princess in the general's residence, isn't that disrespectful to the royal family? Yun Songfeng was taken aback. He seemed to fear Princess Anning. Gigi, I remembered I have something at home. My mother is pregnant. I need to go take care of her. I'll talk to you tomorrow. He ran off in a flash. Lin Ji couldn't help but curse under his breath. This brat runs faster than a dog when something happens. Clearly, brothers can't be relied on. That night, Lin Ji and Princess Anning stayed in the West and East Wing respectively. They respected each other naturally. Besides, there was the Master Suibo as a personal guard. Even if Lin Ji had any improper thoughts, he wouldn't be seeking his own death. However, Lin Ji sat by the window for a long time, not sleeping. He gazed at the moonlight outside. Young master, are you troubled? Xiao Yin quietly approached. As Lin Ji's personal maid, even when sleeping, Xiao Yin never strayed more than 10 zhang away. Naturally, she was very aware of Lin Ji's every move. Xiao Yin, do you think coming to Chongping City this time was a wrong choice? What do you mean, young master? Xiao Yin tilted her head, her innocent face full of confusion. Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Yin, your skills are indeed excellent, but you lack cunning. The court is often filled with hidden battles. If we could stay in the northern border, we might not be facing these troubles now. When he transmigrated, he was already in the court. If he had been in the northern border, even if Emperor Li Chengyun issued 12 gold medals summoning him back to Chongping City, he might not have agreed. What a mess. Being chased all the way, having no ability to fight back. If not for Xiao Yin, he would have become a pile of bones in the wilderness by now. Young master, the general's mysterious disappearance must have made the court eye the northern border army covetously. Although I don't understand these big matters, I know that the young master's return is to make those with ill intentions behave themselves, not daring to covet a single bit of the Lin family's possessions, nor harbor any improper thoughts about the northern border army. Oh, you actually understand these things? Linji was quite surprised. Xiaolian smiled sweetly. I don't understand. These are all things the general taught me. The general? My father? Chapter 13. The Lin family's secret technique, Divine Dragon 100 Elephant Skill. Upon hearing such words, Linji suddenly paused and then quickly realized the implications. Could it be that his absent-minded father, who had mysteriously disappeared, had foreseen such a day? Was it for this reason that he had deliberately arranged for Xiaolian to protect him by his side? Wasn't that clearly pushing him into a fire pit? What exactly was this old man up to? Linji felt utterly speechless. Did my father tell you anything else? The general said that if the young master wishes, I can also teach you martial arts. At the time, I asked the general why he didn't teach you himself. The general said it wasn't the right time. Xiaolian blinked, her eyes filled with innocence. To be honest, if not for witnessing it with his own eyes, one would never imagine how terrifying Xiaolian's martial prowess was. Even the highly skilled Imperial Guard, Uncle Sui, could only match her evenly. Linji suddenly grasped the key point. Teach him martial arts? Yes, why hadn't he thought of that? Since the incident of being ambushed last night, Linji understood that relying solely on Xiaolian's protection was not enough. If one day he was lured away and left alone, he would truly be at the mercy of fate. But if Xiaolian taught him martial arts, in critical moments, even if he couldn't win, he could at least escape. It was equivalent to having an additional life-saving skill. So now? Linji blurted out. What now? Is it the right time for you to teach me martial arts now? Xiaolian looked surprised. How did the young master know? The general said that when the young master wants to learn martial arts, I can teach you. Damn it. Linji couldn't help but curse inwardly. This old man had obviously foreseen this. Then what are we waiting for? Master, please accept me as your disciple. Young master, please don't. Xiaolian quickly stopped him. It's an honor for me to teach the young master martial arts. How could I dare to call myself your master? Moreover, my meager skills are nothing special. If the young master truly wishes to learn, I will teach you everything I know. Great, great. How long will it take to master your skills? Linji suddenly asked. It could take anywhere from 5 years to 10 years to master them fully. What? Linji's eyes widened. 5 years? Whether he could survive 5 years was still uncertain. Perhaps he would be killed before mastering the skills. Is there any quick and simple technique, like some kind of grappling, or the cloud step technique, which is fast and easy to learn? Xiaolian shook her head. But then she continued. However, the general left a manual with me, saying that when the young master wants to practice, I should pass this manual to you. What manual? It seems to be a family martial art of the young masters, called the Divine Dragon 100 Elephant Skill. The name sounds impressive. Have you practiced it? Linji blinked. Such a superior technique. How could I have the qualifications? It was left with me by the general, to be given to the young master at the necessary moment. How could I dare to practice it secretly? Linji's mouth twitched slightly. His father was truly prescient, having foreseen everything. He had even prepared the family's secret technique in advance. This made Linji suspect that this return to Chongping City might have been masterminded by his father, Lin Zhenqiu. Old man, am I really your son? Are you setting me up step by step into your plan? However, Linji could not verify these suspicions now, nor did he have the time. Since there was a family martial art, he had to practice it no matter what. In his memory, Linji knew that his father, Lin Zhenqiu, had become the northern garrison general entirely through his own iron-willed methods and true skills. If he could reach Lin Zhenqiu's level, in the future, he would no longer need to worry about encountering any martial world assassins. Immediately, Linji opened the manual. The text within was obscure and difficult to understand. Fortunately, with Xiaolian's guidance, Linji quickly got the hang of it. The following days, the general's residence was exceptionally quiet. Apart from daily helping Princess Anning to regulate her health, Linji spent the rest of his time practicing martial arts. Menstrual irregularities were indeed a difficult condition in the present, unless one was a highly skilled gynecologist who could understand it to some extent. Even the doctors in the palace were helpless. But for Lin Hao, it was a trivial matter. With dietary therapy, supplemented by yin and yang balancing, and proper guidance, with time, it would naturally heal. Unknowingly, 7 days passed. On this day, Princess Anning was admiring flowers and reading in the back garden. Uncle Sui stood behind her. The master and servant rarely communicated. After a while, a servant brought a bowl of herbal medicine. "Your Highness, please take your medicine first," Uncle Sui said softly. This was a prescription from the imperial doctors in the palace. Every month during these days, the princess would feel unwell, so the servants attending to her would always prepare the medicine. Princess Anning glanced at it and suddenly said, "Perhaps I won't need to drink this medicine anymore in the future." "Why?" Uncle Sui was puzzled. Outsiders might not know, but Princess Anning was very clear about her own health condition. In the past, these days of each month were the most difficult for her. Sometimes she would be in so much pain that she couldn't even get out of bed. But now, after a few days of Lin Ji's treatment, she was surprised to find that her health had improved. The pain in her abdomen had gradually disappeared, and even during her monthly ailment, she felt fine. Moreover, her blood circulation was smooth, and she could walk around. Such changes, how could Li Qingyue not be convinced? She had originally approached it with a try-and-see attitude. But she hadn't expected that this seemingly dissolute young general, Lin Ji, actually had a few traits of a renowned physician, and he could cure the illness with a single dose. "Your Highness, do you mean that young General Lin really cured your hidden ailment?" Uncle Sui's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He found it even more incredible. "It seems we have underestimated this young general from the northern border," Princess Anning said meaningfully. For some reason, the more she interacted with Lin Ji, the more she discovered the extraordinary aspects of his character. Appearing carefree and eccentric on the surface, in reality, he was smart, alert, and had a clear perspective. Such a talent was hard to find in the entire Chongping city. However, Princess Anning really didn't like Lin Ji's personality. "In the future, show him some respect when we meet." "Yes, Your Highness." Uncle Sui was secretly surprised. As the princess's personal guard, he knew Princess Anning very well. It was even harder to imagine that the princess would now look upon Lin Ji with favor. It seemed this person was truly extraordinary. However, Princess Anning had not yet truly accepted Lin Ji, and she had little interest in marrying someone like him. Chapter 14. Congratulations, young master, a martial genius. In Lin Ji's room. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed, fully focused on practicing the divine dragon elephant technique. A subtle current of energy was faintly circulating around his body. After a moment, Lin Ji slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. His eyes sparkled with vitality. The entire person seemed reborn, radiating an imposing presence. Although he had only practiced for 7 days, every day, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. This divine dragon elephant technique is truly miraculous. In such a short time, I can already feel my bones and muscles relaxing, my blood flowing freely. That must be because young master is exceptionally talented, able to make such rapid progress in such a short time. Xiaolian praised beside him. "Come on, I know my own limits," Lin Ji chuckled. He hadn't expected to achieve it overnight. He didn't aim to reach Xiaolian's level of skill, just to be able to defend himself against some martial arts masters. As for martial prowess, it was a matter of the long term. Solving the current problems was the most urgent. Seeing some initial success, Lin Ji was eager to try. "Xiaolian, why don't we spar a bit and see what level I've reached now?" This Is it really a good idea? Xiao Yin stammered. What's not good about it? Don't tell me you look down on me? No, no, no. Xiao Yin waved her hands repeatedly. I'm just afraid of hurting the young master. It's okay. I'm not that fragile. Besides, you wouldn't hold back, would you? Lin Ji chuckled. But then he thought about it. Something seemed off. After all, wasn't this still looking down on him? This cheeky girl. Quite cunning. Seeing Lin Ji's insistence, Xiao Yin couldn't refuse. They went to the courtyard. Young master, let's stop when it's enough. Just say the word, and I'll stop immediately. Come on, give it your all. Lin Ji beckoned. He also wanted to use this opportunity to see how big the gap was between him and Xiao Yin. That way, he would have a better idea when dealing with other situations in the future. Then they both exerted their strength, clashing with a palm strike right away. Lin Ji was forced to retreat several steps. What formidable combat power! He had never really sparred with Xiao Yin before, and now he knew how strong this girl really was. Xiao Yin was even more shocked. Just now, she clearly felt Lin Ji's strength. Although not her match, he had definitely reached the level of a master. If it were anyone else, Xiao Yin wouldn't be surprised. But the young master had only practiced for 7 days, and already had such strength. Even she herself had practiced for half a year before reaching the master level. Thinking of this, Xiao Yin didn't dare to be careless and immediately took it seriously. They exchanged over 10 moves back and forth. Lin Ji, lacking combat experience and with a real gap in strength, was caught off guard and forced back again. Young master, are you all right? Xiao Yin stepped forward to help him up. I'm fine, Xiao Yin. I always knew you were strong, but now I see you're truly a master. I couldn't even fight back in front of you. Lin Ji couldn't help but smile bitterly. If word got out that he couldn't handle a little maid, it would be quite embarrassing. But this maid was here to protect him. Anyone who dared to laugh at him would probably end up worse. Young master, you're already very strong. You almost made me lose face just now, and now you're comforting me? Lin Ji laughed. This is true, young master. I've never seen anyone with such extraordinary martial talent like the young master. Right now, the reason you can't beat me is just because your moves are not yet proficient and your combat experience is not sufficient. But purely in terms of strength, young master, you have already reached the master level. Xiao Yin said with admiration. Given time, Lin Ji's achievements would certainly surpass hers. Really? Really? How could Xiao Yin dare to deceive the young master? Ha ha ha, that's good. So I do have some combat power now. Lin Ji immediately felt better. His mood greatly improved. Young master, you're being too modest. The master level, even in the martial world, can be considered a middle-tier position. In other words, now ordinary thugs and ruffians are no match for the young master. If the young master can break through to the grand master level, many experts in the martial world might not be the young master's match. Xiao Yin said seriously. Lin Ji was overjoyed. He hadn't expected his progress to be so fast, which greatly increased his confidence. In the future, if scoundrels like Cheng Lu dared to provoke him again, he wouldn't need Xiao Yin to step in. He could easily handle it himself. Just thinking about it made him feel good. At that moment, Uncle Sui walked over. Young General. The princess asked me to pass on a message to the young general, inviting you to dinner at Changhe Tower today. The princess is inviting me to dinner? Lin Ji was taken aback. Has the sun risen in the west? Can she be that kind? Young General, I'm just here to relay the princess's message. Besides, if the princess really wanted to make things difficult for the young general, why would she use such a lowly method? Uncle Sui's eyes flashed with displeasure. Truly judging a gentleman by a petty man's standards. A noble princess, how could she be so shameless? If the young general doesn't want to go, you can just ignore my words. After saying that, Uncle Sui turned and left. This big guy, he speaks so sharply. Xiao Yin couldn't help but mutter. He's a palace master. It's normal for him to have some temper. Then, young master, are you going? Of course, since the princess is treating, why not take the free meal? Lin Ji said cheerfully. Although he was a young general, his family was in dire straits. He could barely make ends meet. Now that someone was treating him to a big meal, there was no reason not to go. By noon, Linji had tidied up and set out with Xiaolian. On the way, he grumbled in his heart. The princess must have learned her hospitality from somewhere. When inviting guests to dinner, one should take care of the guests. Instead, she took a carriage and went ahead, making Linji walk. Indeed, royals don't understand common courtesy at all. Soon, Linji arrived at Chang'e Tower. To his surprise, Princess Anning had chosen the most luxurious private room. This kind of arrangement, even Linji hadn't expected. "Princess, today you really have good taste. Why did you think of inviting me to dinner?" Linji didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. "It's a form of thanks." Princess Anning frowned, not bothering to explain much.
"Thanks.
"I am clear about my debts and favors," Li Qingyue said coldly. "Since you really helped cure my illness, I have prepared this simple meal to repay your kindness." Obviously, she didn't want to have too much entanglement with Linji. The marriage was arranged by her parents, beyond her control, but Li Qingyue also didn't want to owe any favors. "That's too formal. We'll be a family soon. Why be so clear about it?" Linji laughed. Li Qingyue shot him a glare. Chapter 15. The princess establishes the Wenyu Pavilion. "Young general, we are not yet husband and wife. Please be mindful of your words when we are outside." Linji stuck out his tongue inwardly. She really was unapproachable. He had no other intentions, merely trying to lighten the mood. Since Li Qingyue didn't appreciate it, Linji naturally wouldn't try to warm a cold shoulder. Soon, various delicacies were brought up one after another. The rich aroma greatly stimulated Linji's appetite. He didn't care about anything else and started devouring the food ravenously. Since his transmigration, although Xiaolian cooked in the general's mansion, the northern border cuisine was somewhat unsatisfying. Now, tasting the craftsmanship of the top chefs in Chongping City was indeed a rare experience. At that moment, a young maiden approached tentatively. "Excuse me, are you Princess Anning?" Curious, Linji looked up to examine her. Although she couldn't compare to Li Qingyue's ethereal beauty, she was still quite charming, holding a collection of poems in her hand. "Is there something you need, young lady?" Li Qingyue asked indifferently, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor. The green-clad maiden was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. Could the princess please sign this collection of poems for me?" Linji blinked, doubting his eyes. How could there be fans of celebrities in such a place? Of course, Li Qingyue agreed without hesitation. She then had the shopkeeper bring over ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. The green-clad maiden was ecstatic with the autographed collection of poems, bowing repeatedly in gratitude as if it were a priceless treasure. She even went downstairs to show off to her friends. "Fantastic! I finally have a collection of poems signed by the princess. Wow, you're so lucky. I should have brought a collection of poems with me too. What a miss." "No way. I'm going home to get mine. I absolutely can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Seeing the commotion downstairs, Linji felt a bit dazed. What kind of large-scale fan event was this? Was a mere autograph really worth such excitement? What kind of expression is that? Li Qingyue noticed Linji's disdain. "I just didn't expect you to be so popular among the people," Linji replied casually. "Of course, Her Highness is a heavenly beauty and a leader among the younger generation of this world. Everyone knows of Her Highness's remarkable literary talents," Suebua added meaningfully, seemingly to refute Linji's earlier disdain. "Moreover, Her Highness established the Wenyu Pavilion, dedicated to recruiting scholars and literati from across the world to serve the nation. I didn't realize the princess was quite capable," Linji said in surprise. It seemed quite well organized, reminiscent of the style of Fusu. Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly at the unexpected praise. She had never heard such straightforward compliments before. "It's just a small effort to give scholars and students a chance to showcase their talents." Linji nodded in agreement. This was somewhat like the talent shows he had seen before, allowing ordinary people to display their bright spots to a wider audience. However, such things were essentially for the entertainment of the masses. The princess is quite thoughtful, but serving the nation might not be of much use. Lin Ji said casually as he continued to enjoy the feast. Li Qingyue's gaze immediately turned cold. The budding goodwill instantly dissipated. Young general, every member of the Wenyu Pavilion is a learned individual. If they cannot serve the country, can we expect those who just laze around all day? Lin Ji looked up, blinking. Princess, are you talking about me? Li Qingyue snorted, the implication clear. Lin Ji wiped his mouth and chuckled. Princess, one can know the face but not the heart. Why can't those who laze around also contribute to the world? Do you have the talent to govern? Whether I do or not isn't important, but I know that those so-called literary geniuses of yours might not. Lin Ji said calmly. Governing a country involves both civil and military affairs. Civil affairs can pacify the world through writing, while military affairs can secure the realm through action. This civil doesn't refer to literary talent but to the ways of governing the world, understanding how to manage the people, how to implement policies, and how to truly improve the lives of the people. What good is literary talent? Can a good poem end all wars and eliminate hunger for the people? Literary talent is indeed important, but it is the most basic for those who wish to contribute to the world. In essence, anyone who reads more can write poems. If one doesn't understand the principles in books, what use is there in helping the nation? These words left Li Qingyue speechless. Upon careful consideration, she found them to be quite reasonable. She never expected such words to come from the mouth of the frivolous young general of the northern border. Yet, the Wenyu Pavilion she had founded was deemed insignificant by the other, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. After a long moment, Li Qingyue said reluctantly, clever words and flattering expressions. Say what you will, it doesn't concern me anyway. Lin Ji's carefree attitude puzzled Li Qingyue even more. Was he truly frivolous, or did he have deep thoughts? At that moment, a commotion erupted downstairs. In an instant, a young scholar rushed up. His frail frame looked like it could be blown away by the wind, and he was easily restrained by Suebua. I want to see the princess. I want to see the princess. Suebua, let him go, Li Qingyue gestured. Princess, I heard you are to be married. Is it true? His name was Li Shangren, a member of the Wenyu Pavilion, and hailed as a literary genius by the young scholars of Chongping City. From the moment he saw Princess Anning, he had fallen in love and had been pining for her ever since. Li Shangren, aren't you asking the obvious? This is the emperor's decree, known to all. Li Qingyue said indifferently. Ah. Li Shangren looked heartbroken, almost fainting. Fortunately, Suebua supported him, or he would have fallen to the ground. After a while, Li Shangren regained his composure. His face was filled with grief. Since it is the emperor's decree, I can only offer my blessings to the princess. I just wonder who is so fortunate to receive the emperor's favor and be betrothed to you. The young general of the Lin family, general of the north, Lin Ji. Li Qingyue glanced at Lin Ji casually. Ah! Li Shangren exclaimed again. If the princess were to marry a talented young man, I would sincerely bless her. But the rumors say that Lin Ji is a playboy. Not only does he neglect his duties, but he is also good for nothing. How can the princess marry him? How dare you slander our young master? Shaolian couldn't stand it anymore and shouted indignantly. Li Shangren was taken aback. He turned to look at Lin Ji, who was enjoying the show. You are Lin Ji? Lin Ji blinked, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. You shameless ruffian. What right do you have to deserve the princess? I see you are just lusting after the princess's beauty, with impure intentions. Disgusting. Chapter 16. It turns out that even literary geniuses are just awaso. As the saying goes, enemies meet with eyes blazing, and rivals with the hatred of a father's murder. Upon learning that the man sitting before him was the thief who had stolen his beloved, Li Shangren was extremely agitated, spitting and glaring with reddened eyes, ready to fight. What are you doing? Talk, but don't lay a hand on me. Lin Ji tried to avoid him. He wasn't afraid of a real fight. This little bamboo pole, what kind of combat power could he have? He reckoned that with one punch, he could knock the other half to death. Besides, they had no grudges, so there was no need to cause a life-and-death situation. Indeed a vulgar person who would want to fight with you. Li Shangren suddenly changed his demeanor, putting on an air of arrogance and disdain. Hey? Lin Ji was amused. He didn't pick a fight with him, yet the other was pushing his luck. It's said that those who are loyal to friends are often butchers, while those who are unfaithful are often scholars. Indeed, it seems they've read their books into a dog's belly. With a person like you who lacks ink in their chest, I'm afraid the princess won't have anyone to confide in after marriage. Li Shangren said disdainfully. How could an ordinary citizen dare to resist the emperor's decree? Since things have come to this, he would also make Lin Ji unable to hold his head up in front of the princess to vent his anger. Even if I can't get the princess, I won't let you have an easy time either. Who lacks ink in their chest? You've just read a few more books? What's so great about that? Lin Ji retorted. This is getting more and more out of hand, even personal attacks. What's wrong with not having read books? Does that mean you look down on them? That's why he doesn't like these scholars. They always carry an air of self-assumed superiority. Indeed, the book holds a golden house, and the book holds a beauty. Even if you come from a prominent family, you don't know the principles of being human, you're simply defiling the princess. Lin Ji frowned slightly. He wasn't happy with this kind of talk. What's called defiling? Besides, did he want to get into this marriage? It was all the trouble left by his old man. Then I'd like to see how talented you really are. Ha ha ha. These words hit the nail on Li Shangren's head. He recited poems effortlessly, sneaking the kasha from the palace, planting it in a small courtyard. The wind sways knowing the night rain. The rain passes and butterflies come. The tree is lush with thousands of buds, the flowers fragrant for 10 miles. Elegant as a scroll, embellishing the entire courtyard. Li Qingyue secretly nodded. No wonder he is the first literary talent of Chongping City. In ancient times, there was the story of composing a poem in 7 steps, and today, Li Shangren can do it effortlessly. No wonder all the young talents in the city flock to him. How is it? Do you understand? I guess you don't even know what the meaning of this poem is. Li Shangren was extremely proud, even showing off. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. This is called the first literary talent? Such doggerel, anyone can make, just a little more ornate words? So this is the style of Chongping's literary genius. It seems it's just us. Li Shangren was shocked and furious. Do you think you can? I guess you don't even know a basketful of characters, yet you dare to criticize my poem. It's an insult to literature. Lin Ji wiped his mouth. At the same time, he pulled his clothes to the side. He spoke out loud. You don't see the yellow river's water coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning. You don't see the sad white hair in the bright mirror of the high hall, morning like black silk and evening like snow. When life is joyful, enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. Heaven has given me the talent. It will be used, and when spent, it will return. A poem of bringing in the wine, easy to recite. It directly left Princess Anning and the literary genius in a daze. They never expected that this young general from the border would have such literary talent. Even Princess Anning was secretly savoring it. What a good poem. Truly a good poem. Although Li Shangren could compose poems effortlessly, the poems were inevitably too petty. They were filled with the sourness of scholars. But Lin Ji's poems were grand and bold, with a broad and heroic spirit. An image of a carefree hero with a heart for the world leaped onto the paper. At this moment, Princess Anning couldn't help but reveal a few points of appreciation and surprise in her eyes. Who would have thought that under Lin Ji's dissolute exterior, there was such literary talent? Li Shangren was hit hard. His eyes were full of disbelief. As a literary genius, how could he not appreciate the heroic spirit and exquisite words in this poem? Suddenly, he felt like he was struck by thunder, staggering backward. How could this be? I've never heard or seen this poem before. Lin Ji snorted lightly. As a scholar, you only know how to fight and compete for a moment's anger. What's the difference between doing this and being a street ruffian? Since you say that the book is rich in knowledge, you should use what you've learned to benefit the world and its people. Only indulging in sorrow and grief, what's the use? Li Shangren fell back onto the ground again. His eyes were blank. Although he didn't want to admit it, what the other said was reasonable. A scholar should naturally have a heart for the world. Looking around, throughout history, countless literati and scholars, even enduring the hardships of wandering, pursued their true dreams. In comparison, he, hailed as a literary genius, indeed lacked the realm. Uncle Sui, escort him out. Li Qingyue waved her hand. Uncle Sui nodded. The room regained its quiet. Lin Ji immersed himself in the delicious food again. But he always felt something was off, and when he looked up, he found Princess Anning staring straight at him. What? Do you want to stand up for your follower? I didn't do anything to him. It's all because of his poor mental fortitude, unable to withstand the blow. Young General, I didn't expect you to be so talented, with a heart for the world. It seems I really underestimated you before. Princess Anning still spoke in that cold tone, but this time her eyes clearly carried a few points of recognition and seriousness. Lin Ji waved his hand. It's just a poem, and besides, now I'm just a fallen young general. What opportunity could I have to realize my ambitions? All I want now is to protect my own little life. Being targeted by countless forces for no reason, and now becoming the princess's fiancé. Truly full of dangers. If Lin Ji really had the ability to care about the world, he could do it. But now, even his own life couldn't be protected. What's the point of talking about the world? Li Qingyue hesitated. Finally, she swallowed the words that had come to her lips. But in her heart, she had a new understanding of this young general. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Shangren, in a daze, returned to the academy. He didn't even know how he got back. He only felt his mind was blank and muddled. Li Shangren, I heard you want to see the princess. How was it? Chapter 17. What? Assigning the young general to guard the ferry? Li Shangren was in the academy, listening to the discussions among his classmates. Suddenly, he sighed deeply. There are always people beyond people, and realms beyond realms, he muttered. What are you talking about? What happened to make you look so lost? Everyone says I'm the literary genius of Chongping City, but it's only now that I truly understand what it means that one cannot judge a book by its cover. Are you sick? Why are you spouting nonsense? We're getting more and more confused. You just don't understand. Li Shangren shook his head and turned to walk back to his room, but involuntarily recited the poem Lin Ji had mentioned. You do not see the yellow river's waters rushing from the sky, flowing to the sea and never returning. You do not see the sorrow of white hair in the bright mirror, morning like black silk, evening like snow. Hearing this, the other students around him savored the words and were all struck with astonishment. My goodness, this poem is too good. Exactly, I now feel like a carefree wanderer, not caring about worldly fame and gain. Could Li Shangren really have written such a great poem? Maybe it was written by someone else. Look at him, so beaten down, talking about people beyond people. Who would have thought there was such a great poet in our Chongping City? I wonder who it is. How does this poem go again? Does anyone remember? Yes, we must write it down quickly. If we forget, it would be a huge regret. As the students in the academy continued to study the poem, more and more people became aware of it. Eventually, the entire city of Chongping knew about the masterpiece titled Jiang Jinjiu, and it gained unanimous recognition from all literary scholars. My goodness, this poem is too good. I've never seen anyone write a poem so vivid that just reciting it feels invigorating. Heaven-born talent must be useful. 1,000 in gold will return again. What kind of person can be so confident? I really want to see this master's true face. In an instant, countless people were drawn to this legendary poet, eager to find him. Not flying until soaring to the heavens. Many young ladies from prominent families in the capital had already made this mysterious poet their idol. Lin Ji, however, had no idea he had become the dream of countless talents and beauties in Chongping City. No one would have guessed that this poem came from the rumored carefree and reckless young general of the northern border. In the following period, Lin Ji's life became relatively peaceful due to living with the princess. Even with countless eyes watching the young general of the northern border, no one dared to act rashly with the Anning princess and her 3,000 personal guards around. Lin Ji did not let his guard down. Taking advantage of this lull, he diligently practiced his martial arts. Xiaolian had mentioned that the master level could only handle some middle-ranking martial artists in the Jianghu. If he encountered a true expert, insufficient strength would be hard to deal with. Lin Ji was a forward-looking person. Naturally, he wouldn't wait until the last moment to cram. Preparing for everything was far more important. One day, during the morning court session, the ministers bowed. Li Chengyun sat on the dragon throne, listening to the reports from various officials. Finally, the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Tianhai, stepped out from the crowd. Your Majesty, the young general of the northern border has been in Chongping City for some time, but so far, he has done nothing. If this gets out, it might tarnish the royal family's reputation. What do you mean by this? Li Chengyun asked slowly. If Zhang Tianhai hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about Lin Ji. The young general of the northern border had been extremely quiet lately. Even if he did nothing, Li Chengyun didn't mind, as long as he didn't cause trouble. Your Majesty, the young general will eventually marry the princess and become part of the royal family. As the young general of the northern border, he should contribute to the country and society, not just indulge in eating, drinking, and playing. In time, this will surely cause dissatisfaction among the officials and the people. If the public finds out, they might think the royal family is deliberately shielding him. I believe we should assign him some tasks. Li Chengyun nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. But all positions in Chongping City are filled. If Lin Ji is to do something, where can we assign him? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court fell silent. Everyone knew the young general of the northern border was a hot potato. If they brought Lin Ji into their jurisdiction, it would be suicide. Zhang Tianhai, however, was secretly delighted. The reason he brought this up was not out of concern for the royal family's reputation, but because of the incident with Hu Yintong. Since Hu Yintong was imprisoned, Zhang Tianhai had lost a capable assistant and an informant in the cabinet. He had harbored resentment and wanted to find a way to make things difficult for Lin Ji, but out of fear of being implicated by Hu Yintong, he had remained cautious. Now that he had finally found an opportunity, he was determined to deal with Lin Ji properly. Your Majesty, the ferry outside Chongping City has been abandoned for a long time and has no one to manage it. Why not let the young general of the northern border take charge of the ferry? Li Chengyun pondered for a moment. The ferry outside the city had indeed been neglected for a long time, and waterways were crucial for transportation. Plus, it was under the royal family's nose, a leisurely position that could silence public opinion and settle Lin Ji. It seemed like a good arrangement. Just as he was about to issue the decree, a voice suddenly rose from the crowd of ministers. Your Majesty, I believe this is inappropriate. The speaker was Gao Feihu, the deputy minister of the Grand Court of Revision. Your Majesty, the young general is the son of General Lin Jinxiu, a border-guarding general. How can he be assigned to manage a ferry? If this gets out, wouldn't it be a joke that Your Majesty is underutilizing talent? He genuinely considered Lin Ji's situation. Guarding a ferry was no different from being exiled. The only difference was that he was still under the royal family's nose and could still receive a salary, but in essence, he would be looked down upon. Deputy Minister Gao, what do you mean by underutilizing talent? Has the young general shown us his abilities? Zhang Tianhai coldly asked. Besides, the border-guarding general is his father, Lin Jinxiu. I'm afraid the young general hasn't even been on the battlefield, has he? Assigning him to manage the ferry is also a kind of training. If he has real skills, Your Majesty will naturally reassign him. Gao Feihu was choked with anger. He also guessed Zhang Tianhai's intentions. However, in this court, he couldn't afford to tear his face. Enough, you two, no need to argue, Li Chengyun said slowly. The Minister of Personnel is right. This will be a kind of training for him. Chapter 18. Why flaunt your might in front of me? At noon, the emperor's decree reached the general's residence. Upon learning that he was to be stationed at the ferry, Linji felt indifferent. So be it. He was just looking for a way to make a living. He had no other aspirations at the moment, only to establish himself in Chongping City. After all, he couldn't live in constant fear, could he? Yun Songfeng, however, was quite dissatisfied. How can this be? Why would the emperor assign Brother Ji to guard the ferry? It's not like they assigned it to you. Why are you so upset? Lin Ji chuckled. Brother Ji, you may not know, but although guarding the ferry is an idle post with a monthly salary, it is considered an insignificant position. Many in the court are unwilling to take it. If we must compare, its status is about the same as the one who specializes in raising horses for the emperor in the palace. Me? Isn't that just like being a horse keeper? Lin Ji instantly understood. So it was just a menial job. No wonder the Monkey King was so furious when he discovered the truth in heaven, leading to his great revolt against the heavens. Lin Ji felt uncomfortable all over. But unlike the Monkey King, he didn't have the ability to fly or dive, nor could he storm into the palace and make a scene. Given his current situation and conditions, wasn't that just courting death? Forget it. It is what it is. A menial job is still a job. Lin Ji waved his hand. Yun Songfeng knew there was nothing he could do to change it and could only sigh repeatedly. At that moment, Princess Anning walked over. I heard you're going to guard the ferry? Lin Ji nodded. It's better than wasting your time in the general's residence every day. Take this opportunity to read more books, and don't forget to attend the Green Vine Banquet. Green Vine Banquet? What's that? Lin Ji looked puzzled. Brother Ji, don't you even know about the Green Vine Banquet? It's the grandest banquet in Chongping City, initiated by the emperor himself. Such a big deal? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. Yes, this banquet includes both literary and martial contests, aiming to showcase the talents of all young scholars in the city. If one gains the emperor's favor, future success is guaranteed. Why should I attend? You are my fiancé and the future prince consort. This is a royal event. How could you not attend? Li Qinghue frowned, her tone icy. If my father loses face, he might hold it against you. Think about it yourself. With that, she turned and left. Lin Ji felt inexplicably annoyed. It was truly a series of misfortunes. First, he learned he was being sent to guard the ferry, and now he had to attend some Green Vine Banquet. What did it have to do with him? Did the talents of the young scholars in Chongping City have anything to do with him? Lin Ji had no interest in competing with those passionate young people. He just wanted to keep his life. Feeling frustrated, Lin Ji decided to go for a walk. Fengzi, come with me for a drink. Sure. Brother Ji, I heard there's a tavern in the West City that recently hired 2 songstresses skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. We can have them play a tune. Good wine and beautiful women. What a leisurely life. You know how to enjoy life, Lin Ji grinned. As childhood friends, Yun Songfeng always thought of him when there was something good. The two quickly tidied up and went out. But not long after, Lin Ji noticed something unusual. He glanced back discreetly. What's wrong, Brother Ji? Yun Songfeng also wanted to turn around. Don't turn around. Someone's following us. Lin Ji whispered. Yun Songfeng was startled. Who's so bold? Let me deal with him. Don't be hasty. Lin Ji grabbed him. As the saying goes, catch the thief red-handed. If you rush up like that, why would he admit it? Follow me. The two then turned into a narrow alley. After winding through the alley, they couldn't see anyone else. Meanwhile, not far behind them, a man in a hurry also followed in, constantly looking around, as if searching for something. Strange, I clearly saw those two come in. How could they be gone now? But before he took a few steps forward, he suddenly heard a voice. Looking for someone? Why so anxious? Or maybe you're looking for us. Lin Ji suddenly appeared, blocking the man's path. The man's eyes revealed a hint of panic. He turned to run. Yun Songfeng jumped out. His plump body was quite intimidating at this moment, blocking nearly half the narrow path. What are you doing? Did you build this road? Why can you walk here and I can't? The man, seeing the situation, blurted out defiantly. Fine, then tell me where you're going. To the gambling house, can't I? The man, though nervous, spoke very aggressively. Seemed like a seasoned liar. To the gambling house? Lin Ji sneered. There's only a fish pond ahead, and beyond that, farmland and graveyards. So your gambling house is in the graveyard? Realizing he couldn't explain himself, the man immediately became belligerent. What are you doing? I'm following you. Be smart and come over to get beaten. Otherwise, I won't hold back. With that, the man pulled out a dagger from his bosom. The sharp blade was unsettling. Yun Songfeng was startled. He had never seen such a scene. Just a dagger and you're flaunting your might? Who do you think you're scaring? Don't you know who I am? Lin Ji laughed. Of course I know. Aren't you the son of the Northern Garrison General? So what? If I take care of you today, I'll make a name for myself in Chongping City. With that, the thug swung the dagger at them. Brother Ji, be careful. Yun Songfeng was horrified. Even if it were just Lin Ji, let alone both of them together, they might not be able to handle this thug with a weapon. But what happened next left him dumbfounded. Lin Ji seemed to transform, his movements incredibly agile, dodging the thug's attack. Then, with a reverse hook, he grabbed the thug's wrist. With Lin Ji's strength, the dagger fell to the ground. He then kicked out, sending the thug crashing into the wall with a dull thud. The thug's face was filled with pain. Wow! Yun Songfeng was amazed. Brother Ji, when did you become so skilled? In his memory, Lin Ji, though a young general in the north, never practiced martial arts, always spending time with him eating, drinking, and playing. Unexpectedly, after years apart, his skills had become so nimble. Chapter 19. I'll take your leg as a punishment. Lin Ji clapped his hands and chuckled lightly. These crooked melons and jaded dates are nothing to worry about. Amazing! Yun Songfeng's face was filled with admiration. Brother Ji, when will you teach me? Let me learn a few moves for self-defense? Yes. Yet he still dares to try and take my life? It's equivalent to opposing Princess Anning. Chung Lu is just the son of the Minister of Revenue. How could he have the audacity? What exactly is the reason? The Chunggungzer said that the Green Vine Banquet is imminent. If you're crippled, you won't be able to participate, and then you'll become the laughingstock of all Chongping City. Perhaps His Majesty, in a fit of anger, would dissolve your engagement with the princess. The thug dared not resist any further. He spilled the entire story in detail. So that's how it is, Lin Ji snorted. It turns out the guy was still scheming. He then released the thug. The thug looked like he had survived a disaster, not daring to meet Lin Ji's gaze. How would he know if you succeeded? Lin Ji continued to ask. As long as I send a signal, Chung Lu will know. The thug tremblingly pulled out a firecracker from his huili. Quite advanced, isn't it? Even a signal flare? Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. Now go and send the signal. Ah. The thug was taken aback. Hurry up. Yes, yes, yes. Meanwhile, at a tavern not far away on the street corner, Chung Lu sat by the window, anxiously waiting. Why hasn't it finished yet? That guy isn't running away, is he? Impossible, young master. That thug still wants to stay in Chongping City. He definitely wouldn't dare to offend you. The servant replied beside him. Just then, a faint firework shot into the sky. In the daytime, it was barely visible. Chung Lu's eyes lit up immediately. It's done. Let's go see. Young master, do we still need to go? If the young general finds out, wouldn't it be bad? The servant hesitated. After all, he's the future husband of the princess. Isn't this deliberately picking a fight? What's there to be afraid of? I didn't lay a hand on him. Besides, how could I miss such a rare scene? Chung Lu couldn't help but grind his teeth, thinking of the previous times he had been beaten by Lin Ji. Now that he finally had the chance to see the other guy suffer, if he didn't take the opportunity to gloat and get revenge, he couldn't dispel the hatred in his heart. So, Chung Lu hurried towards the alley, unable to contain his excitement. Arriving at the alley, he saw only the thug. Chung Lu looked around. Where is he? Young Master Chung, the mission failed. The thug looked embarrassed. Failed, and you still called me over. Are you looking to die? It was me who called you. Lin Ji appeared. Chung Lu was shocked. After examining him, finding him unharmed, he was both astonished and furious. Useless trash, couldn't even handle such a small task. Chung Lu, didn't you forget what I told you last time? Heaven has a path you don't take. Hell has no doors you forcefully enter, right? Lin Ji narrowed his eyes. Again and again. Seeking me out? Even a living bodhisattva wouldn't tolerate such behavior. You wanted to break my leg? You're really heartless. What? Do you want to fight? I'm warning you. I've trained. Seeing Lin Ji's aggressive stance, Chung Lu felt inexplicably nervous. He even assumed a fighting stance. Trained? And what if you have? I'm the young general of the northern garrison, and you're just the son of the minister of revenue. Who doesn't know who's going to die here? Stop pretending. Don't think I don't know. You've been a playboy since you were young. Chung Lu decided not to put on an act anymore. Since the thug he sent failed, he would take matters into his own hands. Not only could he break Lin Ji's leg, but it would also be more satisfying. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt his vision go dark. Then a sharp pain in his nose, warm liquid slowly flowing out. You dare hit me? Seeing his own nose bleed, Chung Lu was furious. Just as he was about to retaliate, Lin Ji punched him again. Chung Lu was knocked to the ground. Then came a beating. The servant by the side was dumbfounded. He never expected his young master to be beaten so badly by the young general. What are you standing there for? Fengzi, don't you remember how he bullied you? Take revenge for grievances, settle scores for grudges. Yun Songfeng suddenly came to his senses. He rushed forward and joined in. The two of them punched and kicked, leaving Chung Lu with no chance to fight back. Yun Songfeng became more and more excited. Even panting, he didn't stop. You bastard! You think you're great just because your dad has power? You've been picking on me all along, haven't you? Now that my brother Lin is here, you can't be so arrogant anymore. Ouch, my leg. In the chaos, Chung Lu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left leg. He passed out on the spot. Wait a minute. Lin Ji also noticed something was wrong. Looking at Chung Lu, who was lying on the ground, covered in dirt and bruised, he asked, Brother Lin, are we going to end up killing someone? Yun Songfeng was a bit scared. Don't worry, I know my limits. This guy just got his leg broken and passed out from the pain. It's nothing serious. Lin Ji said, looking at Chung Lu's servant. When your young master wakes up, tell him for me that this time, it's just one leg. If there's a next time, I'll make sure he spends the rest of his life on crutches. The servant was already scared out of his wits. He could only nod repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Fengzi, let's go. Yun Songfeng nodded repeatedly. For the first time in so many years in Chongping City, he felt so proud. Thinking about all the grievances he had suffered over the years, suddenly venting them all out, he felt incredibly relieved. Brother Lin, you're really amazing. If you hadn't come, I don't know how many more times I would have been bullied by these guys. When dealing with such people, you have to be even more ruthless than them. Otherwise, you'll only be bullied by them. Lin Ji said calmly. Chung Lu, it's that guy again. How shameless, actually sending hoodlums to harm Brother Ji. Seems like he didn't learn his lesson before. Yun Songfeng was furious and cursed loudly. Lin Ji couldn't help but frown slightly. Shouldn't it be? That kid clearly knows I'm the future son-in-law of the princess, yet he dares to take my life? It's equivalent to opposing Princess Anning. Chung Lu is just the son of the Minister of Revenue. How bold could he be? What's the reason? Mr. Chang said that the Green Vine Banquet is imminent. If you were crippled, you wouldn't be able to participate, and then you would become the laughingstock of the entire Chongping City. Maybe the emperor would be so angry that he would dissolve your engagement with the princess. The hoodlum no longer dared to resist in the slightest. He spilled the entire story in detail. So that's it? Lin Ji snorted lightly. It turns out the guy was still plotting. Then he let go of the hoodlum. The hoodlum looked like he had survived a disaster, not even daring to look at Linji. How did he know you succeeded? Linji continued to ask. As long as I send a signal, Chenglu will know. The hoodlum tremblingly took out a firecracker from his bosom. Quite advanced. Even have signal flares? Linji couldn't help but laugh. Now go pull the signal. Ah. The hoodlum was stunned. Hurry up. Yes, yes, yes. Meanwhile, at a tavern not far away on the street corner, Chenglu sat by the window, anxiously waiting. Why hasn't it finished yet? That guy wouldn't have run away, would he? Impossible, young master. If that hoodlum still wants to survive in Chomping City, he definitely wouldn't dare to offend you. The servant replied by his side. Just then, a faint firework shot up into the sky, barely visible in the daytime. Chenglu's eyes lit up immediately. It's done. Let's go see. Young master, do we still need to go? If the young general finds out, wouldn't it be bad? The servant hesitated. After all, he is the future husband of the princess. Isn't this deliberately making enemies? What are you afraid of? I didn't even lay a hand on him. Besides, how can I miss such a rare scene? Chenglu thought of the previous times he was dealt with by Linji and couldn't help but clench his teeth in anger. Now that he finally had the chance to see the other party suffer, if he didn't take the opportunity to kick them while they're down, it would be hard to relieve his hatred. Then, Chenglu took 3 steps at a time, unable to contain his excitement, and headed towards the alley. Arriving at the alley, he saw only the hoodlum. Chenglu looked around. Where is he? Mr. Cheng, the mission failed? The hoodlum looked extremely embarrassed. Failed, and you still called me over. Are you looking for death? It was me who called you. Linji appeared out of nowhere. Chenglu was startled. After examining him up and down, finding him unharmed, he was both shocked and furious. Useless trash, even such a small task couldn't be done. Chenglu, didn't you forget what I told you last time? Heaven has a path you don't take. Hell has no door you force yourself into, right? Linji narrowed his eyes. One time after another to find trouble with me? Even a living bodhisattva probably wouldn't tolerate such nonsense. You want to break my leg? You really have a black heart. What? Do you want to fight? I tell you, I've practiced. Seeing the other party's aggressive stance, Chenglu felt inexplicably uneasy. He even took a fighting stance. Practiced? So what? I'm the young general of the northern border, and you're just the son of the minister of revenue. Who doesn't know who's courting death here? Stop pretending here. Don't think I don't know. You've always been a playboy since you were a kid. Chenglu decided not to pretend anymore. Since the person he sent failed, he would take matters into his own hands. Not only could he break Linji's leg, but it would also be more satisfying. But just as he was about to make a move, suddenly he felt his vision go dark. Then his nose stung, and a warm flow slowly trickled out. You dare hit me? Seeing that he was bleeding from the nose, Chenglu was furious. Just about to retaliate, Linji punched again, directly knocking Chenglu to the ground. Then came a beating. The servant beside him was dumbfounded. He never expected that his young master would be beaten so miserably by the young general. What are you standing there for? Fengzi, don't you remember how he bullied you? Get even with your grievances. Get revenge for your grudges. Yun Songfeng suddenly came to his senses. He rushed up and joined in. The two of them punched and kicked, leaving Chenglu with no chance to fight back. Yun Songfeng became more and more spirited. Even panting, he didn't stop. You bastard! You think you're amazing just because your dad has power? You only know how to bully me, right? Now that my brother Ji is here, you can't be so arrogant. Ouch, my leg. In the chaos, Chenglu only felt a sudden sharp pain in his left leg. He fainted on the spot. Wait a minute. Linji also noticed something unusual. Looking at Chenglu lying on the ground, covered in dirt and bruised. Brother Ji, are we going to kill someone? Yun Songfeng was a bit scared. Don't worry, I have control. This guy just got his leg broken and fainted from the pain. Nothing serious. Linji said, looking at Chenglu's servant. When your young master wakes up, tell him for me, This time I only took his leg. If there's a next time, I'll make sure he walks with crutches for the rest of his life." The servant was already terrified. He could only nod repeatedly at this moment. "Yes, yes, yes. Fengzi, let's go." Yun Songfeng nodded repeatedly. He even stood up straight. In Chomping City for so many years, he had never felt so triumphant as he did now. Thinking of all the grievances he had endured over the years, which were all vented in an instant, he felt extremely relieved. "Brother Ji, you're really amazing. If you hadn't come, I don't know how many more times I would have been bullied by these guys." When encountering such people, you have to be even more vicious than them, otherwise, you'll only be bullied. Linji said indifferently. Chapter 20. Linji, dare to fight me? The following few days, Linji took up his post and woke up on time every day to go to the ferry. However, the place had been neglected and poorly managed, and now many people didn't even know someone had taken over. It was extremely chaotic. Linji didn't take it to heart. After all, he was just here to pass the time. So why bother being serious? With his previous life's experience as a marketing manager and his abilities, Linji quickly got familiar with the officials at the Bien River Ferry. He also had a rough idea of the overall situation at the ferry, but he didn't rush into anything immediately. To manage the ferry well, he needed to integrate with the people here. Otherwise, if something happened, no one would even bother to listen to him. This would take some time. One day, Linji returned from the ferry. He was eating when Princess Anning walked over. "Tomorrow is the Green Vine Banquet. I've informed Father that you don't need to guard the ferry tomorrow, so I'll be attending the Green Vine Banquet." "I heard the Green Vine Banquet has both martial arts and literary competitions. Am I supposed to participate in both?" Linji asked tentatively. In Chomping City, there were still many martial arts experts. With Linji's current strength, he wasn't sure if he could handle everyone. "Don't worry, I know you don't know martial arts, so I won't make it difficult for you. I've only entered you in the literary competition. If you can win the top prize, that would be the best, but even if you don't, getting a decent ranking will make Father look at you more favorably." Li Qingyue said calmly, her face expressionless the entire time. Linji nodded. He hadn't expected the princess to actually consider his situation. Fame wasn't important, nor was gaining Emperor Li Chengyun's favor. He was currently biding his time. If it weren't for this mandatory Green Vine Banquet, he would have been too lazy to attend. The next day, Linji had just woken up when Suebua brought over a set of luxurious robes. The princess said that today is a gathering of all the young talents in the city, so she requested that the young general dress appropriately. Linji nodded upon seeing this. He wanted to make a casual joke, but seeing Suebua's stern expression, he decided against it. Shortly after, he changed into the clothes and came out of the room. Princess Anning was already waiting in the courtyard. When she saw Linji in his luxurious robes, exuding an air of nobility, Li Qingyue was momentarily stunned. Clothes make the man, and Linji, who was usually seen in a carefree manner, now looked strikingly different, even making her feel a slight flutter in her heart. Upon closer observation, Linji had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding the demeanor of a handsome young gentleman. "What's wrong? Is something not right?" With Linji's voice, Li Qingyue suddenly snapped back to reality. She felt her heart racing and her cheeks flushing slightly. She quickly covered up. "It's getting late. Let's leave now. If we're late, people will surely gossip." Then the two of them left. This was the first time they had truly been together since living together. The atmosphere was both subtle and awkward as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the venue of the Green Vine Banquet. Although it was a royal event, Emperor Li Chengtian wouldn't be present, and it was presided over by the Grand Secretary Chao Tianyuan and the Minister of Rights. The venue was packed with people. Countless talented scholars and beautiful ladies gathered here. When Princess Anning and Linji appeared, they immediately became the It's said that he has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and is exceptionally skilled. I'm afraid he will be the martial arts champion this time. Him? Can he really win? Isn't the martial arts champion title worth much? Linji casually commented. It was clear that the other party was indeed skilled. But now that he had reached the master level, Linji didn't think much of it. Li Qingyue gave him a complicated look. You don't even know martial arts, yet you're here criticizing Chao Hai? Can you stop speaking so carelessly? Lin Ji shrugged. He didn't explain. Chao Hai did show his dominance among the young talents of Chomping City. No matter which young master from a noble family stepped onto the stage, they basically all lost. His skills were so mediocre that Lin Ji couldn't bear to watch. With such mediocre skills, how dare he come to the Green Vine banquet? To embarrass himself? The martial arts competition is over. The winner, the martial arts champion, Chao Hai, as the officials announced loudly beside them. Many people in the venue applauded and congratulated. Many women were also moved by his charm. Chao Hai stood in the center of the venue, enjoying the praise and admiration from everyone. Inadvertently, he noticed Princess Anning sitting in the upper seat. Just as he was about to greet her and boast about himself, he saw Lin Ji, who was eating fruit next to the princess. His eyebrows furrowed, and his heart burned with anger. Everyone in Chongping City knew that the princess had been betrothed to the northern general by the emperor. Originally, Chao Hai had a chance to be close to her, but because of him, he was completely out of luck. At this moment, Chao Hai suddenly felt that winning the martial arts champion title was meaningless. He then declared loudly, "Wait, the martial arts competition isn't over yet. I want to fight him again." Everyone turned their heads collectively. Isn't that the northern general's son? Ha ha ha, today's going to be interesting. I bet the young General Lin won't dare to accept the challenge. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Lin Ji was equally puzzled. Young General Lin, do you dare not? Chao Hai said arrogantly. Only then did Lin Ji realize that the other party was looking for trouble with him. He then smiled. I'll pass. With your kind of skills, it's not worth wasting my time. Chao Hai's haughty expression instantly froze. The whole venue was in an uproar. No one had expected that a young general who was considered a worthless figure would dare to speak so boldly in front of thousands of people. He even belittled the esteemed Chao Hai. Lin Ji, if you dare, come down. Just blabbering there. What kind of hero are you? If it weren't for the presence of the crowd, Chao Hai would have rushed up to deal with the other party. He couldn't stand it anymore. All right, since you want to be beaten so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Ji stood up. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Li Qingyue. What are you doing? Going down to die? I didn't expect the princess to be so concerned about me. Lin Ji smiled lightly. Don't worry, this level isn't enough to trouble me. After saying that, he walked down with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 21. Bringing humiliation upon oneself? I told you you're not a match. Watching Lin Ji's retreating figure, Li Qingyue was secretly anxious. She couldn't understand where Lin Ji's confidence came from. Clearly, she had just seen how Chao Hai defeated the young talents of Chongping City. Yet now he was going to walk into a trap? In martial arts duels, accidentally killing someone wasn't considered a major offense. What was the difference between Lin Ji going there and committing suicide? Princess, no need to worry. Young master knows his limits, Xiaolian suddenly said beside her. Li Qingyue was stunned. She felt strangely in her heart. Could there be a miracle? At that moment, down in the arena, as soon as Lin Ji entered, a chorus of boos erupted around him. Forget it. Don't embarrass yourself. Otherwise, the Northern Border Army will lose all face. Ha ha ha, he actually dares to fight with Chao Gongzi? I've never seen such an ignorant and arrogant person. Ah, just being scolded a few times? Maybe after today, he won't even have the qualification to marry the princess. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had any faith in Lin Ji. Chao Hai's gaze was icy cold. Kid, I didn't expect you to really have the guts to come down. What's the big deal? Lin Ji showed no fear. Originally, he didn't want to take this guy seriously, but the other party kept pushing their luck. If Lin Ji swallowed his pride in front of so many people today, it would only make more people think he was a pushover, someone to be easily manipulated. Whether it was to defend the dignity of the Northern Border Army or to ensure his own safety, this fight had to happen. You're not my opponent, so why wouldn't I dare? Chao Hai was stunned. Then he gritted his teeth. You really have the nerve to say that. I wonder what kind of person you are to deserve the Emperor's reward and the hand of Princess Anning. Jealous? Even if I'm not worthy, neither are you. You can only watch. Lin Ji sneered. You. Chao Hai was once again furious. Do you remember Cheng Lu? Today, he entrusted me to teach you a lesson. Let's settle old and new grudges together. Before the words were finished, he suddenly launched an attack. Although his figure was fast and fierce, in Lin Ji's eyes, everything was clear. Both sides exchanged a punch, and both stepped back simultaneously. Chao Hai's eyes were filled with surprise. So you know martial arts? Who told you I don't? Lin Ji was disdainful. He hadn't used all his strength, just probing for now. This Chao Hai was indeed good. Young, and already at the Grandmaster level, but Lin Ji could feel that the other was only recently at that level. There was still a gap between their strengths. Plus, the dragon elephant skill he practiced was a superior martial art. Even enemies of equal strength might not be his match, let alone this guy in front of him. All right, then let me see how much skill you have. Chao Hai's gaze was sharp. He rushed forward again. The two figures immediately clashed, fighting intensely, back and forth. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but be astonished. The young general of the northern border is really skilled? Isn't it said that he knows nothing of martial arts? Even Li Qingyue was a bit surprised. She recalled Xiaolian's reminder earlier. Could it be that Lin Ji had never truly revealed his skills from the beginning? Was the purpose of this just to hide his strength? Or was there another intention? For a moment, Li Qingyue couldn't figure it out. But there was one thing she vaguely discovered. Lin Ji was meticulous in his thoughts, with deep schemes far beyond her imagination. On the high platform, Chao Tianyuan also frowned slightly. He had seen Lin Ji a few times in court before, but never took this young general of the northern border seriously. Just a good-for-nothing playboy. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Minister Chao, this young general does have some skills, but in my opinion, it will be extremely difficult for him to defeat your son. The Minister of Rights said meaningfully beside him. There was a hint of flattery in his tone. Chao Tianyuan felt pleased in his heart. But on the surface, he remained calm. Not necessarily. After all, he is Lin Jian's son. Maybe General Lin has already passed on his martial arts? If this young general really had skills, why would the Emperor send him to guard the ferry? After today, the Northern Border Army will become a joke in the entire Chongping city. The Minister of Rights gloated. Just as the two were discussing, a sudden change occurred in the arena. Lin Ji suddenly retreated, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Chao Hai, having failed to make a breakthrough for a long time, was already anxious. Seeing the opponent's flaw, he was secretly delighted. But without hesitation, he followed up with force. What he couldn't have imagined was, Lin Ji seemed to see through his moves, blocking his punch in advance. How is that possible? Lin Ji's mouth curved into a playful smile. Chao Gongzi, with that little brain of yours, you want to be the martial champion? Haven't you heard of the saying, all's fair in war? In the blink of an eye, Lin Ji suddenly changed his posture, transforming from defense to offense in a bizarre way. With Chao Hai's punch route blocked and his eagerness to attack, his chest was wide open. Seeing the opponent kick towards him, he didn't have time to react. With a dull thud, Chao Hai was sent flying backward. Lin Ji didn't stop for a moment, following up with two more punches, completely knocking Chao Hai into a dizzy, disheveled state. For a moment, everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. No one had expected that the seemingly invincible Chao Hai would be easily taken down with just a few punches and kicks by the young general of the northern border. It could even be described as having no chance to fight back. How is this possible? How can this guy be so terrifying? Did I see wrong? Or did he cheat? There must be something wrong. I can't accept it. Humiliating yourself? Lin Ji lifted his foot and dusted off his hands. He looked relaxed and indifferent. Chapter 22. With the young general here, I stand no chance. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present varied. They had not expected that Chao Hai, who was touted as invincible throughout Chongping City, would suffer such a humiliating defeat. All right. Lin Ji patted the dust off his robe. Is the martial contest over? Should we move on to the literary examination now? Can we hurry up and finish this so I can go home for dinner? His demeanor, as if he didn't place anyone present in his eyes, was infuriating. Chao Tianyuan, in particular, was grinding his teeth. The Grand Secretary of the Cabinet had lost all face today and would likely become a laughingstock in the future. Chao Hai slunk back to his father's side. What exactly happened? Father, that guy is really formidable. Chao Hai too was extremely unwilling, but what could he do now that he had already lost? You're utterly useless. Chao Tianyuan suppressed his anger. In front of everyone, he naturally couldn't explode, but he had already deeply engraved Lin Ji's name in his mind. You bastard! How dare you embarrass me in front of so many people? Just you wait. This isn't over. I don't believe, as the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, I can't handle you, a mere young general without a father. Meanwhile, in the audience, Li Shangren also heard Lin Ji's words. Having been previously defeated by Lin Ji, he had hoped to regain his footing through this green vine banquet. But the other's literary talent far surpassed his own. With him participating, there was no chance of winning. Forget it. I'll withdraw from the literary examination of this green vine banquet. What? The surrounding scholars and beauties were shocked. No way, Li Gongzi. You are the most gifted scholar in all of Chongping City. The literary champion this time is surely yours. Why would you suddenly withdraw? Yes. Aren't you disappointing our expectations? Many had high hopes for Li Shangren, expecting him to bring glory to the world's scholars at the Green Vine Banquet. Unexpectedly, he directly announced his withdrawal. This wasn't like Li Shangren's character. With him here, I can't possibly win. Li Shangren pointed at Lin Ji with a pained expression. Him? Even if he excels in martial prowess, his literary talent certainly can't compare to yours. You two aren't going to compete in martial arts. Someone said. Wrong. His literary talent far exceeds mine. I was utterly defeated in front of him before. Li Shangren couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What? The crowd was once again shocked. We didn't know you had lost. Li Shangren couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Don't you remember drinking wine? That poem wasn't written by me. Its true author is the young general of the northern fortress. That day, I met him in the tavern. Initially, I was very unconvinced, but after he recited that poem, I realized that if I competed with him in literary talent, I would have no chance of winning. Forget it. I really have no face to keep the title of the first scholar of Chongping. There's no point in participating in today's literary examination. With that, Li Shangren got up and left. The surrounding scholars and beauties were all stunned. How could it be like this? Recently, the poem, Drinking Wine, had been widely circulated throughout Chongping City. Any literate person knew it. Some even copied it down and recited it every day. Many imagined that the person who could write such a magnificent poem must be a handsome, dashing, and free-spirited master. Who would have thought that the true face of the author would be the notorious Lin Ji? But everyone also knew that Li Shangren was an extremely proud person who never easily admitted defeat. Now, he was directly giving up and leaving. It could only mean that he was completely convinced by Lin Ji, no longer had any desire to compete. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance, nor measure the sea with a peck. Yes, this young General Lin is both scholarly and martial. He is a dragon among men. No wonder he is favored by the emperor. There is indeed a reason. Even in the audience, some had already begun to chant Lin Ji's name. Young General. Young General. He is the ideal husband in my heart. Lin Ji didn't know why these people suddenly admired him so much, but he felt quite good about it. Surrounded by the crowd, the center of attention, he kept nodding and thanking everyone. Wow, the young general is so humble. Completely different from the rumors of him being arrogant and unreasonable. It turns out those were just malicious rumors. The young general is truly an outstanding young talent. The cheers grew louder. Chao Tianyuan, who was in charge of hosting the Green Vine banquet, had an even darker expression. He had never expected that this event, originally meant to build his son's reputation, would see all the limelight stolen by someone else. Judging by the situation, even the literary examination didn't need to be held. The victory had already fallen to the Lin family. Thinking of this, Chao Tianyuan's anger flared even more. He stood up and left without a word. The literary champion, Lin Ji, the host had no choice but to announce. The entire Green Vine banquet could only end in a hurry. Lin Ji returned to Princess Anning's side. At this moment, Li Qingyue's gaze towards him had changed. Young general, I knew you were quite scholarly, but I didn't expect your martial skills to be equally extraordinary. General Lin Jinxiu has been galloping on the frontier for over 10 years. Many thought he had raised a profligate son, but it seems there are no winless sons in a distinguished family. Young general, you've hidden your talents well. Yet her tone grew colder, as if she had been greatly deceived. Isn't that normal? I can't possibly write everything I possess on my face. What's the difference from being a fool? Lin Ji blinked. Clever words and cunning tactics. Li Qingyue slammed the table and turned to leave coldly. Lin Ji was baffled. Why is the princess's temper getting weirder? Isn't her hidden illness cured? Why is she getting more irritable? Could it be premature menopause? That would be really sad for the princess. Xiaolian couldn't help but giggle beside him. Young master, you're so smart. How come you don't understand a woman's heart? What do you mean? The princess was worried about you just now, but you've made her worry for nothing. Anyone would be angry. Lin Ji was getting more confused. Isn't it good to worry for nothing? Do I really have to get into trouble? They say a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It seems it's true. Forget it, forget it. Since she's a princess and a woman, I won't argue with her. Let's go, Xiaolian. Let's go home for dinner. Lin Ji felt quite pleased. After all, being cheered on by the crowd felt truly like being a young general, a world away from the treatment he received before. Chapter 23. Lin Ji dared to play me? At the same time, in the palace, in the study, Emperor Li Jingjin was reviewing memorials. Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights requests an audience. Let him in. Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty live 10,000 years. The Minister of Rights knelt and bowed of the world to showcase their abilities. How dare you cancel the literary examination on your own? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It was not intentional on my part. It was an unavoidable circumstance. What do you mean by that? Li Jingjin was quite surprised. Could it be that someone had caused trouble at the Green Vine banquet? That would truly be daring, akin to insulting the royal family. It's all because of the young general of the northern fortress, Lin Ji. The Minister of Rights then reported the entire situation at the Green Vine banquet in detail. He dared not hide anything. Li Jingjin's brows furrowed as he listened. He never expected that Lin Ji was a versatile talent in both literature and martial arts. Recalling the past, when this young general first arrived in Chomping City, he not only behaved recklessly but also disregarded etiquette. It seemed he was deliberately hiding his true abilities. For a moment, Li Jingjin's thoughts were in turmoil. Could it be that Lin Ji had come to Chomping City for other purposes? After pondering for a while, Li Jingjun felt somewhat uneasy. Summon the commander of the Imperial Guards. Yes. Shortly, the commander of the Imperial Guards entered the study. What instructions does your Majesty have? I suspect Lin Ji has ulterior motives. He is currently guarding the ferry at the city outskirts. Send someone to test his true capabilities. The commander of the Imperial Guards understood immediately. Understood. Over the next few days, Lin Ji's life was unusually peaceful. He followed a two-point routine: the ferry and the general's residence. Fortunately, there wasn't much to do at the ferry, and he usually spent only half a day there before returning. The rest of the time was spent practicing martial arts, cultivating, and enhancing his strength. However, Li Qingyue's attitude towards him became even colder. On this day, Lin Ji was bored at the ferry. There was very little to do here. It was mainly checking incoming boats when they arrived. These tasks could be handled by the underlings. Lin Ji's straightforward and generous nature, combined with his fame from the Green Vine Banquet, quickly made him popular among the ferry guards. Every day was either drinking or chatting. Is guarding the ferry really that good? You've been here for years and haven't left? Lin Ji asked casually while sipping some wine. The nearby guards couldn't help but sigh. Young General, this place seems leisurely, but we're here out of necessity, just to make a living. If there were real opportunities for advancement, who wouldn't want to strive? What do you mean by that? Lin Ji blinked. Young General, you may not know, but in the past, guarding the ferry was indeed a lucrative position. Many people fought to come here. There was a saying, 3 years as a clean prefect, 10,000 snowflakes of silver. It means that serving as a prefect for 3 years could earn 100,000 taels of silver. But young General, if you were bold enough, you could earn at least 200,000 taels in 3 years here. What? Lin Ji was dumbfounded. I've been here for nearly half a month, and I haven't seen a single silver, let alone a hair. You actually call this a lucrative position? Could it be that you've been pocketing the profits behind my back? The guards quickly shook their heads. Young General, we wouldn't dare. The reason this ferry has become a place everyone dislikes is that in recent years, all the boats here have been controlled by major merchant houses. You see these boats scattered, but in reality, they are managed behind the scenes. We are essentially just going through the motions as arranged by the court, and ordinary businessmen who want to do business and transport goods here are heavily taxed by these merchant houses, some as high as 30% or 40%. Lin Ji listened with increasing interest and quickly calculated in his mind. As a sales manager in his previous life, he was well versed in these matters. Commission, even in his world, was quite common. In essence, it was paying for information and security. But usually, a 5% commission was already quite high. 10% could be defined as commercial extortion. Yet, these merchant houses here were even more ruthless. 30% to 40%? Ordinary businessmen not only wouldn't make a profit, but would end up losing money. Would those ordinary businessmen agree? Isn't anyone doing anything about this? There's no choice. It's said that these merchant houses have powerful backers, either high-ranking officials in the court or prominent families in Chongping City. Ordinary businessmen can't afford to offend these powerful figures, so over time, fewer and fewer people come to this ferry. In a few days, it's likely that all business will be monopolized by these merchant houses. The guards sighed, both for the businessmen and for themselves. Lin Ji pondered. It was said that there was no business without deceit, but these officials were even more ruthless than merchants. No wonder those scholars would go to great lengths to enter the officialdom. It truly was a path to wealth. But Lin Ji also felt a sense of injustice. He had come here to suffer and toil, yet all the profits were being taken by others. Who could stand that? After a long silence, Lin Ji slammed the table. From today on, this ferry will be under my control. Young General, hasn't the ferry been under your control since you took office? The others blinked, looking puzzled. I mean, the commissions from the businessmen will also be collected by me. Chapter 24. My rules are the rules. Upon hearing this statement, the officers present were all stunned. Young General, this cannot be said. If you want to set up a flag at this port, you must obtain the consent of those merchant houses, otherwise, they will definitely make things difficult for us. Indeed, we cannot deal with those merchant houses. The officers here were originally those without power or influence in the court. They were just here for a salary to make a living. Doing this would be smashing their only rice bowl. Can't you have some ambition? Lin Ji glanced at them. They are just merchant houses, while we are the official government that manages this place every day. The government being suppressed by a bunch of merchant houses. Don't you feel ashamed? But they are backed by high-ranking officials. We can't afford to offend them. The officers had long faces. Come on, do you really want to be someone else's dogs for the rest of your lives? Dirty and tiring work for you. Money for others? Think about it. You guard the port here, while others enjoy good food and drink, and even take concubines. Don't you want to live like that? Are you really content with this? A few words directly stirred up the officers' blood. They all stood up. Young General is right. Why should we be treated like this? Are we really inferior to them? But young General, just by ourselves, it might still be difficult to confront those merchant houses, right? Some still had concerns. Linji patted his shoulder forcefully. I'm here too. Don't you remember? I'm the future son-in-law of the royal family and the young general of the Northern Border Army. If I can't deal with these few merchant houses, wouldn't my general title be a joke? Everyone felt it made sense. Indeed. Then, young general, what should we do? Of course, we start by setting up a flag, then establish rules, and let those merchant houses see that this place is not for them to act recklessly. From today onwards, ordinary merchants doing business at this dock will no longer need to pay commissions to those merchant houses, only to us, and we will only take 1% of all goods. Everyone nodded. They were also full of fighting spirit. That was money, and these merchants would definitely be willing to cooperate with them. Soon, the port welcomed its first ship. It did not seem to belong to the major merchant houses. The owner of the goods quickly arrived here, just as he was about to have someone unload the goods. Linji walked over with his men. What's on this ship? Young General, we are honest businessmen. These are some silk fabrics. The merchant quickly put on a smiling face. He couldn't afford to offend those merchant houses, nor could he afford to offend the officers in charge here. How much are these goods worth? About 300 taels of silver. The merchant continued to answer. Linji nodded, then waved to his subordinates. Record it for him. Shopkeeper, today you only need to pay 30 taels of silver for this shipment, and you can take everything away, goods and all. What? The merchant was dumbfounded. This was a world of difference from the usual rules. Usually, this shipment would cost at least 90 taels, even up to 100 taels. Now, it only cost 30 taels. I wonder which merchant house's boss is so benevolent. The merchant was thrilled. Seeing this, Linji couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Indeed, kneeling for too long makes you grateful even when you stand up. This does not belong to any merchant house. From today onwards, as long as you need to pay commissions, just recognize one flag, and that is my name, Linji. Moreover, from now on, all ships arriving at this dock will only be charged 1%. No more, no less. Linji was very clear about the importance of rules. At the same time, this 1% commission would not cause the merchants to lose money. It could be considered a win-win situation. You pay for peace of mind, and I take the money to help you resolve troubles. The merchant's face changed upon hearing this. He shook his head repeatedly. Young General, aren't you making things difficult for me? How am I making things difficult for you? Linji frowned. Taking only 1% was difficult? To be honest, young General, if I want to sell this shipment in Chongping City and the surrounding counties, I really need the merchant house's approval, otherwise, they might come looking for trouble. A small commission was fine. If they really confiscated all the goods on this ship, that would be a loss of principle. Don't worry. If anyone dares to come looking for trouble, let them come to me. Today, I want to see what merchant house dares to oppose the court. Upon hearing this, the merchant gradually began to believe. He then wrote his name and goods on the ledger. After paying the commission, he nervously took the goods away. Soon, this news spread among many ordinary merchants. When they found out that paying the young general's commission was much less than paying the merchant house's commission, and they could still do business peacefully, they were extremely excited. Many felt they could barely hold on. Now, Linji's appearance brought them a glimmer of hope. In just 7 days, the number of ships at the port doubled. Everyone followed Linji's rules. Many even expressed gratitude to him. The officers under Linji were all beaming with joy. They had never seen so much money in their lives. The key was that Linji did not pocket this money for himself. Besides what should be handed over to the national treasury, he took a little more, and the rest was evenly distributed. This made both the merchants and officers at the port very happy. The reputation of the young general of the Northern Border Army soared once again in Chongping City. Countless people called him a young hero. Even these rumors reached Li Qingyue's ears. Suibo, is what you said true? Li Qingyue put down the book in her hand. Her cold face showed some surprise. Princess, I absolutely dare not deceive you. Today, I specially sent someone to the market to inquire, and everyone praised the young general unanimously. It seems the outskirt port is indeed managed well by him. Li Qingyue's eyes revealed a hint of approval. No wonder he has been leaving early and returning late recently. Although the port is just an idle position, if it can be done well, it also demonstrates Lin Ji's capabilities. Unknowingly, even Li Qingyue did not realize that she was increasingly recognizing Lin Ji. Suibo, have the kitchen prepare a few more dishes. When the young general returns tonight, we will properly reward him. Yes. Oh, and don't mention this to him. Li Qingyue added. Suibo was stunned. That guy is a typical one who sells his merits and then asks for more. If he finds out, he will definitely come to show off in front of me. Chapter 25. The Unions of Chongping City's Major Merchants. Chongping City. Zuaishan Tower. In the largest private room at the moment, almost all the shopkeepers of the city's major businesses were gathered here. Each dressed in luxurious garments, exuding an air of wealth. The expressions of these shopkeepers were grim. The atmosphere was quite oppressive. Gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard about the recent events in the city. Someone has set up their own banner, not only taking away our business but also deliberately lowering prices to disrupt the market, said Mr. Feng, one of the 4 major merchants, coldly. That's right. I've already inquired, and it's the young general of the northern frontier, Lin Ji, who is now making a name for himself throughout Chongping City. That guy was sent by the emperor to guard the ferry, so he should just stay put. Now he dares to steal our business. That's too much. We can't say that. After all, he's an official of the court and holds the title of young general. We can't confront him head-on, can we? The shopkeepers discussed animatedly. Clearly, they were dissatisfied. This situation had been going on for nearly half a month. The number of boats at the ferry increased daily. Yet, the income of the major merchants was decreasing. At first, they wondered if these merchants were secretly transporting goods. Did they not want to do business in Chongping City anymore? It wasn't until later that they discovered there was another reason. Following the clues, they found out that Lin Ji was the mastermind behind it all. Mr. Feng, you are the most experienced and knowledgeable among us. What should we do about this? If we let that guy continue to act recklessly, won't it completely ruin our rules? From now on, how can our businesses continue to make money in Chongping City? Mr. Feng sat in the leading position. After a moment of silence, his gaze turned cold. Can't this young general of the northern frontier just stay put? Does he have to stir up trouble in Chongping City? Does he really think this is the northern frontier, where he can do whatever he wants? Mr. Feng, do you want to deal with him? But I heard that General Xiao is already engaged to the princess and will soon become a royal son-in-law. If we offend the young general, I'm afraid our businesses will suffer in the future. Mr. Feng sneered. Brothers, you overestimate this young general too much. Even if he becomes a son-in-law of the royal family, what can he do? He's just a member of the royal family with no real power. And we control much of the wealth in Chongping City. Plus, we've been rooted here for years. Can we really be bullied by an outsider? Upon hearing this, everyone became indignant. That's right. We must find a way to reclaim our place. If we let it continue, we might all be squeezed out by those merchants. Mr. Feng, what should we do specifically? Mr. Feng smiled meaningfully. I already have a plan in mind. Lin Ji, you're in this situation and still want to oppose us. Even if you're a young general, you won't get away with it. The ferry. Since setting up the banner, Lin Ji and his people have been getting more and more comfortable every day. Those merchants were indeed clever. They would not only follow the rules and pay commissions. Occasionally, they would also send small gifts. Fine wines, delicious dishes, rare items. Although not particularly valuable, it made the officials feel very comfortable. Young general, you're really capable. Now our ferry is in good shape. If this continues, it will surely become an important shipping hub. Yes, indeed. Only by following the young general can we have meat to eat. The previous managers were nothing. Everyone discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with genuine smiles. Linji didn't pay much attention to this. Anyway, this is a task. As long as everyone can do their job well, there will naturally be benefits for you. You can see that now these merchants are also making money. This is called a win-win situation. Linji was well aware of the previous practices of the major merchants, which were clearly aimed at monopolizing trade. And the consequences of such actions were vicious competition. It prevented other merchants from establishing themselves in Chongping City. Over time, the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. Economic imbalance would naturally have a huge impact on the lives of the people. If one day these merchants colluded to raise prices, how would the people's lives go on? General, you're just in time. These people won't let me unload my goods. They said if I dare to unload, they'll burn all my cargo. Linji looked coldly at the other party. Strong physique, with a hint of martial arts, probably some thug from somewhere. Who are you? Dare to cause trouble at the ferry? Young General, we are from the Feng family's bill business, Mr. Feng of Chongping City. Our shopkeeper said, those who want to do business in this city must pay commissions. Otherwise, they are breaking the rules of the merchants, and they absolutely cannot continue doing business here. Linji couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Chapter 26. Get in your place. So, you're from the Feng family bank? Linji nodded. He couldn't help but scoff. You seem to be a bit unclear on the situation. This is a port, not your family's bank. You don't have the authority to strut around here like you own the place. And what does it have to do with you if someone is unloading goods here? Did they get them from your bank? The two enforcers, seeing the situation, showed an arrogant expression on their faces. Young General, if you insist on siding with these merchants, then don't blame us for not warning you beforehand. Exactly, he's unloading goods here. But if he manages to sell even a single item in Chongping City, I'll not only call him father but also kowtow 3 times in front of you. What do you mean? Linji frowned slightly. He couldn't really do anything outside the port. Young General, the Feng family bank is one of the largest businesses in Chongping City, and they can meddle in almost all trades. After all, they handle banknotes. If merchants want to exchange goods for money or silver for banknotes, they have to go through the Feng family bank. The constable whispered a reminder. So, ordinary people dare not offend the Feng family bank. Simply put, merchants have to look at the Feng family bank's mood. They are essentially the equivalent of modern banks. If you offend the bank, you can't get loans, repay debts, or even have your funds frozen. How can you do business then? I see. Linji nodded. He walked up to the two enforcers. They looked even more arrogant, their noses in the air, showing an insolent and arrogant demeanor. Suddenly, Linji raised his hand and slapped one of them. The blow left the man dizzy and bewildered. You dare hit me? Nonsense. I am the young general of the northern garrison, a position granted by the emperor. What are you two? Dare to put on airs in front of me? Linji's voice was thunderous. Threatening me? In essence, you two are just dogs of the Feng family bank, relying on whose power to act so brazenly. Let me tell you, today this person is unloading goods at my port, and no one can interfere. Unless you can get a decree from the emperor, anyone who dares to obstruct will be arrested for hindering official duties. Young General, are you planning to tear apart our relationship with our master? The man was shocked and angry, but his momentum had clearly weakened. Obviously, he had been hit where it hurt. What's the name of their manager? Feng Yuxiang. Linji nodded. Go back and tell Feng Yuxiang that the port affairs are not to be meddled with. If he dares to send people here to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being merciless. Also, let him get in his place. He is just the owner of a bank, daring to oppose the court. He won't get away with it. Get lost. The two enforcers fled in disgrace. The constables couldn't help but applaud. Young General is mighty. The people from the Feng family bank never looked at us with respect. Today, the young general has really helped us vent our anger. Exactly, who does Feng Yuxiang think he is? Just because he has some money and runs a bank, Does he really think he's someone important? He actually dared to challenge our young general. He deserves to be dealt with. However, the merchant unloading goods wore a worried expression. Cheer up, I got rid of your trouble. Why do you still look like someone in your family has died? Linji patted the merchant's shoulder. The merchant said bitterly, Your kindness, young general, I appreciate it. But the problem is, we are afraid of that phone manager. He said we can't do business in Chongping City, and that's true. Does he dare to be so lawless? Linji raised an eyebrow. It seems there are indeed people from the court behind these merchant houses. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be so blatant. Young general, you may not know, but previously, those merchant houses charged such high commissions that we dared not complain because if we wanted to sell our goods in Chongping City, we had to get their approval. If they didn't approve, not only could we not set up stalls, but they also had many ways to make things difficult for us. I see. Linji pondered. This time, he absolutely could not bow to those merchant houses. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined at the port from now on. No one would ever trust him again. When doing business, it's all about trust. Taking money and not fulfilling promises. People would definitely be unhappy. In the long run, it would only make those merchant houses even more arrogant. Don't worry, just unload your goods. Today, you will definitely be able to sell them in Chongping City. As for those merchant houses, don't worry, I'll handle them for you. The merchant was skeptical but had no choice at this point. He then ordered his men to unload the goods and headed nervously towards Chongping City. Linji immediately sent for Xiaolian. Young master, what orders do you have? Go and protect a cloth merchant for me. What is the relationship between this person and the young master? Xiaolian was a bit surprised. She had never done such a thing before. There's not much of a relationship, but this person is crucial to whether I can establish my authority here. So, today, no matter who tries to cause trouble for him, you must ensure his safety. Yes. Meanwhile, at the Feng family bank, the owner, Feng Yuxiang, was sipping tea in the backyard. These merchant house bosses usually didn't need to do anything. There were many people working hard under them to make money. This was already quite good. But these guys were never satisfied. They wanted to monopolize all trade in Chongping City. Feng Yuxiang's face showed a faint smile. By now, the matter at the port should have been resolved. From now on, this young General Lin would probably have to live cautiously in Chongping City. Wanted to plant a flag at the port? Did he really think his birth in a military family made him so special? But just then, a servant came running in, panicked. Manager, something's wrong? The 2 men we sent were beaten. What? Feng Yuxiang's face suddenly changed. At the same time, the 2 enforcers sent to the port also returned, in a state of disarray. One of them had a bright red handprint on his face. Extremely conspicuous. What happened? Manager, we didn't get the job done. The 2 then recounted everything that happened at the port to Feng Yuxiang. One of them, the one who was hit, stammered, Manager, the young general also asked us to bring you a message. He told you to get in your place and not to provoke the authorities, or else next time. Next time what? Chapter 27. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you, I promise. Next time. He'll let you taste his methods firsthand. You scoundrel. Feng Yuxiang's veins bulged with rage. He kicked over the nearby tea table. He paced back and forth incessantly. This Linji, does he think he's someone? He's just got the title of a young general. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in Chongping City? And he dares to oppose me? Even telling me to reveal my identity? Not to oppose the government? Does he know who I have behind me? Just the government? Even some officials in the court wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Bastard. Dog. It really infuriates me. Manager, what should we do now? If this gets out, our Feng family pawn shop will become a laughingstock, and those doing business in Chongping City might never respect our rules again. You scoundrel. Those from the northern border are truly a bunch of uneducated rabble. They don't even understand the rules of Chongping City. Feng Yuxiang was so angry he was gasping for breath. He felt like he was about to faint. After a long while, he finally regained his composure. Do you remember the man who unloaded the goods? Yes. He will definitely be setting up a stall to sell cloth in Chongping City today. Good. Take a few min and go. If that guy manages to sell even a single piece of cloth today, I'll write my name Feng Yuxiang backwards.
Yes.
The two men immediately went to carry out the order. Feng Yuxiang's anger was still unquenched. Linji, huh? You want to talk about rules with me? Fine. Let me show you who the real rules are in Chongping City. You dare to stir up trouble. Let's see how tough you really are. On the streets of Chongping City, a merchant who had just arrived from the port was sighing heavily. Seeing this, his assistant couldn't help but ask, "Boss, we successfully unloaded the goods, didn't we? Why are you still like this? And didn't the young general say he would ensure our safety? Come on, do you believe everything he says?" The merchant was called Hu Laosan. Originally from the north, he had come to Chongping City to do business after seeing its prosperity. But he hadn't expected to run into this kind of trouble so soon. This time, he had invested all his assets. If these pieces of cloth didn't sell, he would likely go bankrupt. Thinking about offending the Feng family pawn shop, Hu Laosan was deeply troubled. Everyone knew the immense influence of the four major businesses in Chongping City. Although today, thanks to the young general, he managed to unload the goods, it seemed impossible to do business here. I don't think the young general would lie to us, would he? And boss, think about it. Every time we've come to Chongping City to sell things before, we barely made any profit, just enough for the travel and accommodation. If we can really do business here this time, wouldn't we earn more in the future? The assistant said earnestly. You just don't understand the wickedness of people. Hu Laosan shook his head. Now, to take the cloth back was impossible. He only had about 10 taels of silver on him, not even enough to hire a boat. Seeing the situation, Hu Laosan could only resort to desperate measures. Sell as much as possible. Hopefully, enough to save up for the fare home. Otherwise, the two of them might end up sleeping on the streets of Chongping City. After choosing a good spot, the assistant helped lay out the cloth. Hu Laosan began to call out to passers-by. Soon, many people gathered to watch. The quality of the silk cloth was indeed good, and the patterns were novel and eye-catching, attracting many. But just then, a few burly men approached. They wielded short sticks. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hu Laosan recognized one of them as the person who had blocked him at the port. He knew something was wrong. Sure enough. Hu Laosan, do you have a permit for these? How dare you set up a stall to sell cloth here without our Feng family pawn shop's permission? Don't you know the rules of Chongping City? Gentlemen, please, I don't need to sell everything. Just give me some time to save up for my fare home. The rest you can take. The leader of the thugs sneered. Do you have the right to speak here? Bargaining with us. Do you think the Feng family pawn shop is on the same level as your kind of peddlers? Besides, do you really think our boss would even look at your cheap cloth? Men, smash his stall. Tear up all the cloth. Immediately, the thugs swarmed forward. Hu Laosan was completely panicked. He begged incessantly, but the thugs clearly had no intention of letting him off. Feng Yuxiang wanted to use this incident to establish his authority. How could he show mercy? Just as things were at a critical juncture, suddenly, a figure flashed through the crowd. Then, a burly man was sent flying, scaring the nearby vendors. Who dares to be so bold? How dare you hit our men? The leader of the thugs was shocked and furious. He turned around sharply. To his surprise, a young girl stood behind him. He sneered. Little girl, are you tired of living? How dare you interfere in our affairs? Get lost. My young master said, no one is allowed to cause trouble here today. Shaolian pointed at Hu Laosan. He can do business here. And who does your young master think he is? The thug was dismissive. He didn't recognize the girl's identity. I'm in a bad mood now. One more warning, don't push your luck. Scram. But Shaolian stood her ground, unmoved. The leader of the thugs was incensed. After being humiliated by the young general at the port, he couldn't do anything about it. Now, even a little girl didn't put him in her eyes. When had he ever suffered such humiliation in Chongping City? Stupid girl. Ungrateful. The leader raised his short stick. The onlookers gasped. But the next moment, they widened their eyes. Xiao Lian's movements were exceptionally nimble, easily dodging. Then, with a swift kick, she sent the thug flying. He fell unconscious, his eyes rolling back. Wow, this girl is amazing. Which family's daughter is this, so strong? The thugs from the Feng family pawnshop realized something was wrong. They swarmed forward. But despite their numbers, the gap in strength was too great. They were no match for Xiao Lian. In a few swift moves, Xiao Lian easily defeated them. Then she turned to look at everyone. Anyone else want to cause trouble? The townspeople all took a step back. Goodness, where did this monster of a girl come from? Chapter 28. The Feng family's bank becomes a joke. Seeing no one responded, Xiao Lian did not say much either. She turned back to look at Hu Lao-san. You can do business here today. I will leave when you sell all these fabrics. You don't need to worry about me. Just pretend I don't exist. As Xiao Lian spoke, she went to sit quietly beside them and closed her eyes to rest. She was completely different from her previous agile self. Hu Lao-san was still feeling uneasy. He didn't even know what to do. The waiter saw this and asked, "Boss, are we still doing business like this?" In a daze, Hu Lao-san suddenly remembered what Lin Ji had told him at the dock. Could it be that this little girl was sent by the young general? My goodness, the young general really has many capable people under his command. A seemingly delicate young girl has such terrifying strength. Even the thugs from the Feng family's bank were powerless against her. Boss, what are you thinking about? All these people are watching us. The waiter's repeated calls finally brought Hu Lao-san back to reality. He suddenly snapped out of it, feeling like he had grasped a lifeline. This was a gift from heaven. With renewed vigor, he began to shout energetically, "Pass by, don't miss out. High-quality silk fabrics. You won't be at a loss." Since Hu Lao-san's commission was not high, his selling price was also relatively lower than the market price. Plus, these fabrics were indeed quite novel. Immediately, many people were attracted. The surrounding residents also sensed that this street vendor was extraordinary, as he had such agile bodyguards. They felt safe buying from him, not fearing any retribution. So they began to rush to buy. Hu Lao-san secretly breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw this. Seeing Xiao Lian sitting motionless from beginning to end, he felt both grateful and a bit sorry. He then went to a tea house next door and got a bowl of tea. Then he brought it to Xiao Lian. "Miss, you've been sitting here for 1 or 2 hours. Why not have some water? To relieve your fatigue?" Xiao Lian slowly opened her eyes, glanced at the stall. "Have you sold all the fabrics?" "Almost. There are only 2 bolts left. I kept them specially for you and your young master, as a token of my gratitude to General Xiao." Hu Lao-san spoke sincerely. With today's sale, he made a profit of 100 taels of silver. Not only did he recoup all previous losses, but he even had capital for his next business. And all of this was thanks to young General Lin Ji. He didn't have anything valuable on him, and the young general might not even care about the 100 taels. So he could only leave some fabrics to show his sincerity. Xiao Lian glanced at them. "I follow my young master's orders. If you want to thank him, go find him yourself. Since the fabrics are almost sold out, I'll leave first." Before the words were finished, she stood up and left without a word. Hu Lao-san watched, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Finally, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This young general is truly a divine being. Even his people are so noble. I must repay him doubly if I get the chance. Thinking this, he also asked the waiter to help pack up the stall. The two left the street. At the Feng family's bank, Feng Yuxiang was furious. Seeing the beaten and bruised thugs in front of him, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. This is too much. One can endure what is unbearable. Boss, that little girl is too powerful. We never expected her to be so agile. None of us could match her. The thugs said, humiliated. So many of them were beaten by a little girl. From now on, they would be a joke in Chomping City. I don't know where she came from. Where else could she come from? Definitely someone from Lin Ji's side. Feng Yuxiang had once heard. It was said that the young general of the north, Lin Ji, had a little girl by his side who was very skilled. It was because of her that Lin Ji could safely arrive in Chongping City. But Feng Yuxiang just couldn't swallow this grievance. I don't believe it. I've been in Chongping City for decades, and I'm going to be tricked by this brat. But boss, he's clearly targeting our 4 major merchant houses, and he doesn't give any face. If we really go head-to-head, it might not be good for us. The thug said cautiously, afraid of being blamed. Do I not know that? Feng Yuxiang cursed. Want to compete in skill? Fine. Let's see who has a stronger backing. You, Linji, are just a loner now. What's there to be arrogant about? Wait for me. I can't handle you. But the people behind me can. At the general's mansion, Linji hummed a tune and strolled back. Young master, you seem in a good mood today? Xiaolian immediately came up. Hee hee, Xiaolian, you did a good job today. I've already heard about the street incident. Linji patted Xiaolian on the shoulder. This move of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. It's likely that the bosses of the major merchant houses have seen it. That's why Linji knew he had to send Xiaolian to handle it even in a crowded street. The purpose was to tell those merchant house bosses, don't disrespect me. Opposing me, you won't have a good end. Playing dirty, you're not a match. Playing tough, you're even less of a match. No matter how troublesome the tasks from the young master are, Xiaolian will do her best. Seeing Linji happy, Xiaolian was also happy. Just then, Princess Anning passed by the front yard. Seeing the intimate way Linji and Xiaolian were, she couldn't help but frown slightly. No respect for hierarchy, ignoring the law. Linji raised an eyebrow. Princess, you sure respect the rules. Then why do you always have a long face? Humph. Clever talk. The behavior of a profligate. Li Qingyue turned and left directly. This woman, really hard to deal with. Linji complained. If it weren't for the fact that he was already engaged to Li Qingyue, he really wouldn't want to get married. What's the use of being beautiful? Facing an iceberg every day, even the most cheerful person would get depressed. Young master, you can't say that about the princess, Xiaolian said softly. Linji was astonished. Why are you siding with outsiders? I'm your young master. She's at most your future wife, and not even that yet. Xiaolian smiled brightly. Her dimples were very charming. Young master, you don't know. The princess actually cares about you. Sometimes when you come back late, the food in the kitchen that's been warmed isn't done by me. It's the princess who has the cook wait for you to return. And last time, it was also the princess who said to count the expenses of the general's mansion on her. Chapter 29. Late Night Heart to Heart. Really? Are you serious? Linji was quite surprised. Young master, even if I were to deceive anyone, it wouldn't be you. Haven't you noticed the significant changes in our general's residence lately? And I heard that the princess even found the best tailor in town, saying she wanted to make you a couple of new outfits. Is she afraid I'll embarrass her if I go out? Linji blurted out. Although they had been living together for some time, it was more like being roommates. They maintained a polite distance, nodding to each other when they met, but most of the time, Li Qingyue showed her dissatisfaction with him. Young master, perhaps the princess is not as we imagine her to be. Several times, I've seen her late at night, alone in her room, gazing at the moon and sighing. I wonder what troubles her. Xiaolian mused thoughtfully. I don't understand. Being a princess, what could possibly make her unhappy? Who knows? She's always so reserved, unwilling to share anything. Linji looked in the direction Li Qingyue had left, feeling a stir in his heart. He turned and walked towards his room. In the middle of the night, with the moon high in the sky, Li Qingyue sat by the window as usual, holding a scroll of books. Occasionally, she glanced down at the book, then back at the moon, her brows faintly knitted with worry. Still awake? Don't you know staying up late causes dark circles? A sudden voice startled Li Qingyue. She looked up to see Linji's figure by the window, holding a jug of wine. Rogue. Li Qingyue frowned slightly and returned to her desk. Linji didn't mind. He effortlessly flipped into the room. What are you doing? Li Qingyue immediately tensed up. In the dead of night, alone with a man and a woman, what do you think? Linji grinned. Young general, This may be the general's residence, but you can't just act recklessly. Li Qingyue's eyes flashed with fear, though she maintained a facade of calm, worried about any improper actions from Lin Hao. What do you mean? Lin Ji sat down nonchalantly. I saw you were still awake and thought you might want to have a drink or two. A little alcohol can help with sleep, you know? Is that all? Li Qingyue remained vigilant. Come on, princess, though you are indeed beautiful, I'm not exactly a saint either. But you really underestimate me. Moreover, if I had any ill intentions, would you have been able to stay safe in the general's residence for so long? Lin Ji chuckled wryly. Did he really look that bad? No, it must be that Li Qingyue had paranoia. That had to be it. He didn't want to accept the fact that he seemed so untrustworthy. That makes sense. Li Qingyue felt reassured and relaxed slightly. If you wanted company for drinking, you could go to the brothels. There, the women would surely keep you entertained. With a beautiful wife at home, why would I go looking for trouble elsewhere? Am I crazy? Lin Ji retorted. Li Qingyue's eyes widened. Lin Ji, all right, just a joke. No need to take it seriously. By the way, how's your health lately? Has your hidden ailment flared up again? Lin Ji took a sip of wine, feeling refreshed. Li Qingyue was a bit surprised but nodded. Since using the remedy you prescribed, I've been fine, just occasionally having trouble sleeping at night. Of course you can't sleep alone. Ahem. Seeing Li Qingyue's sharp gaze, Lin Ji quickly covered up. What I mean is, staying indoors all day, not going out or exercising, will gradually weaken your body. Naturally, you'll feel sluggish during the day and have trouble sleeping at night. This was modern medical theory, unknown in the current era. In traditional Chinese medicine, it was called imbalance of yin and yang. But I'm a princess. How can I move around freely? And why would I need to practice martial arts? Li Qingyue asked curiously. Who said you have to practice martial arts? Do you know the 5 animals exercise? It's about staying active. Otherwise, your limbs will atrophy, leading to various problems. You should walk around the general's residence, occasionally jump and move. Otherwise, your hidden ailment might flare up again. Hearing this, Li Qingyue immediately became anxious and inquired further. Lin Ji explained some simple exercises, like skipping rope, jogging, and sit-ups, which were easy and wouldn't cause much strain. Li Qingyue listened thoughtfully. Though many things were unfamiliar, she sensed some truth in them. Seeing Lin Ji speak with confidence, she couldn't help but ask, where did you learn all these strange things? Curious? Have a drink, and I'll tell you. You're taking advantage of my situation. Li Qingyue's newly formed goodwill instantly dissipated. I'm not lying. A little alcohol really helps with sleep. Exercise doesn't yield immediate results. It takes time to change. Li Qingyue was skeptical but poured a small cup and drank it in one go. The warmth in her throat spread, making her feel warmer and more comfortable. See, don't always think I'm out to harm you. Lin Ji poured another cup for Li Qingyue. Even though we're not officially married yet, we will be eventually. What benefit would I get from harming you? Who knows? Li Qingyue's eyes sparkled. You're glib and unpredictable. After so long, I still can't figure you out. How would I know what other thoughts you might have? Perhaps the alcohol took effect, as the usually aloof Princess Anning opened up, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, looking exceptionally charming. Come on, as a princess, why are you always so pessimistic? It's like you think everyone is out to get you. Shouldn't your experiences be worse than mine? Li Qingyue smiled wryly. Young general, do you really think there's only one unfortunate person in this world? What? Did the emperor pick you up? Li Qingyue shook her head. So many people envy me for being a princess, yet I envy those common women who can live freely and as they please. But I am merely an accessory to power. Hashtag chapter 30. Misunderstanding escalates. Lin Ji was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected such words to come from the mouth of a high and mighty princess. The world loves wealth and honor. As a princess, Li Qingyue lived a life of luxury, never wanting for food or clothing, never having to worry about livelihood. Did she really harbor such thoughts? Isn't it a bit too much? You're a princess, yet you envy ordinary women? Their daily provisions can't compare to yours. Is that so? Li Qingyue bitterly mocked herself. But they have loving parents who will find them a husband who cherishes them. What kind of talk is this? Lin Ji instinctively wanted to refute, feeling as if he were being indirectly scolded. But seeing Li Qingyue's appearance, he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. Thinking it over, there was nothing wrong with her point. He and the princess had no emotional foundation, their marriage being an arrangement of their parents. In the princess's mind, she probably felt wronged marrying this fallen young general. It's not like your parents don't love you. Have you heard the saying, once you enter a noble house, it's like entering the depths of the sea? Even noble households are like that, let alone the palace. Li Qingyue looked up at the bright moon outside, beautiful and pure, something she yearned for. But some things are unattainable. Although I was born into a noble position, my life in the palace was not good. My father was always busy with state affairs and surrounded by many concubines. He never cared about me. Even as a child, if I made a mistake, I would be reprimanded or beaten. My brothers and sisters, if they had my father's favor, could commit serious mistakes and only be lightly scolded. Do you understand the feeling of living in the palace, always walking on thin ice? Lin Ji blinked, surprised that despite her noble status, Li Qingyue's life was so unhappy, lacking even basic parental love. No wonder she had such a cold personality. If it were him, he probably would have rebelled long ago. Princess, I didn't mean to pry into your wounds. I just heard you sometimes can't sleep at night, so I thought I'd come and check on you. Is that so? Li Qingyue looked up, her smile bitter yet relieved. You're the first person in all these years to care whether I sleep or not. Damn, this is too sad. Lin Ji didn't know how to comfort her. He couldn't say marrying him would change things, not even he believed that. They weren't even friends. As he pondered, Li Qingyue downed the wine in her cup. What are you doing? You said drinking helps you sleep. I want to try. Before she finished, she poured another cup, then another. Soon, the half-pot of fine wine Lin Ji brought was almost gone. Li Qingyue's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glazed and seductive. Princess, you're getting drunk, Lin Ji sighed. But Li Qingyue seemed completely intoxicated, collapsing onto the table, unconscious. Lin Ji shook his head, thinking, not good at drinking and yet trying to get drunk? With life already so bitter, why add to the trouble? Seeing Li Qingyue motionless, Lin Ji helped her to bed, undressing her and covering her with a quilt. As he was about to leave, Li Qingyue suddenly grabbed his hand, murmuring, "Don't go." "What?" "I'm scared, don't go." Seeing Li Qingyue's vulnerable state, Lin Ji felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps this princess wasn't as happy as others thought. "I won't go, I'll stay with you." Lin Ji lay down beside her, watching her long eyelashes, furrowed brows, and beautiful, flushed face, feeling a strange urge to kiss her. But he resisted. Taking advantage of someone wasn't his style. If he were to take advantage, it would be openly. If you were a bit nicer, having such a beautiful wife at home wouldn't be bad. Before he knew it, Lin Ji drifted off to sleep. The next morning, a piercing scream shattered the peace of the general's residence. Everyone rushed to Li Qingyue's room. Suibo arrived quickly. "Princess, what happened?" When he opened the door, he was enraged to see Lin Ji lying in the princess's bed, Li Qingyue in a state of panic. "Lin Ji, you scoundrel! How dare you dishonor the princess?" Suibo roared, launching an attack on Lin Ji. Still half asleep, Lin Ji dodged instinctively, his hand accidentally touching something soft. Turning, he realized he had landed on the princess. Li Qingyue clenched her teeth, her face pale. "Lin Ji! Hey, it's not my fault. Suibo attacked me, it was instinct." "Nonsense. You still dare to argue." Suibo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His duty was to protect the princess. He had thought Lin Ji had been behaving, but now saw him taking advantage. "Today, I'll capture you and hand you over to the emperor." Suibo advanced again, Lin Ji dodging and accidentally pulling off Li Qingyue's quilt. Suibo's face changed, not daring to look. Linji, you scoundrel. Huh. Linji was secretly pleased. Such a simple way to subdue the opponent. Suibo, this is between the princess and me. You have no right to interfere. If you look again, you'll be defiling the princess. You vile man. Call me whatever you want. Linji didn't care. Either leave now, or wait for the guards to arrest you. Suibo was furious but had no choice but to leave. Princess, I'll be outside. If this man dares to offend you again, I'll execute him on the spot to protect your honor. Chapter 31. So it was the Minister of Personnel. Linji ignored Suibai's warning. Who doesn't have a master? He couldn't defeat him, and he had Xiao Lian by his side. As for the princess, even he couldn't figure out what was going on. Turning his head to ask for clarification, he saw her snow-white skin barely covered by a bodice. The allure was subtly revealed. Hey, isn't she still wearing something? Why the panic? Just as Linji was about to ask, he noticed Li Qingyue's tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were dim, her face ashen. This left Linji at a loss. What's wrong with you? Are you cold? Then put on your clothes quickly. As he said this, he was about to help. Li Qingyue pushed him away with a mixture of grief and anger. Slowly, she spat out 2 words. Beast. Hey, what did I do? Am I really a beast? It's just one night. What's the big deal? Linji felt wronged. Shut up. I trusted you so much, and you took advantage of me. The more Li Qingyue spoke, the more heartbroken she became. During this period of interaction, her view of Linji had indeed changed. She even thought that this idle young general was gradually getting on the right track. With his talents in both literature and martial arts, he might really achieve something. But she never expected his true nature to be so filthy. It was a disgrace to the prestige of the general's family. Where did I take advantage of you? Linji was bewildered. Only then did he feel a chill on his body. Looking down, he found he was only wearing boxers. Oh no, did something really happen last night? But that shouldn't be. He hadn't drunk too much, and in his memory, he seemed to have slept through the night without waking up. If something had happened, how could he have felt nothing? As he thought about it, he subconsciously glanced at her. Wait, something was off. Princess, do you remember what happened last night? How dare you mention it? You shameless scoundrel. The more Li Qingyue thought about it, the angrier she became. She had been so cautious for so long. Finally, she trusted him once. And then this happened. As the saying goes, it's not the cultured rogue you should fear, but the patient wolf. How true it was. I think you don't remember, do you? Linji recounted everything that happened last night in detail. Li Qingyue listened, half believing. Really? I swear by heaven and earth, I'm also wondering why my clothes suddenly disappeared. Li Qingyue calmed down a bit. Then she remembered that she and Linji had been practically naked. She quickly grabbed the blanket to cover herself. Maybe you felt hot at night and took off your clothes yourself. I only helped you with your outer clothes. Linji probed. Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed. She vaguely remembered feeling a bit hot last night, but the drunkenness hadn't worn off. Could it really have been her doing? Seeing Linji's innocent expression, Li Qingyue could only believe that he hadn't overstepped. You must not tell anyone about today's incident. You should tell Suibai that. He's the only witness here. I trust Suibai, but not you. Li Qingyue said coldly. Linji shrugged. Then he walked towards the bed. If she didn't trust him, so be it. Would he lose a piece of flesh? What are you doing? Li Qingyue immediately became alert. Of course, I'm getting my clothes. You can't expect me to go out like this, can you? Everyone would know. As he said this, a flash of inspiration struck him. He grinned. Or maybe the princess doesn't want me to leave? Nonsense. How could I be like those loose women? What's the big deal? You're my wife. I'm your husband. Even if it's not official yet, it's just a matter of time. Seeing Li Qingyue cowering in the corner, Linji's playful spirit rose. He suddenly leaned in and kissed her. What are you doing? Consider it payment for last night's heart-to-heart. We're even. With that, he dressed and turned to leave. Li Qingyue watched his back, seething. But after a moment, she suddenly chuckled. What a scoundrel! Her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. Meanwhile, in the residence of Minister of Personnel Zhang Tianhai, since there was no morning court today, he got up quite leisurely. He even had the leisure to stroll in the backyard and enjoy tea with his birds. At that moment, a servant hurried over. Master, Manager Feng Yuxiang of Feng's Bank is here to see you. Feng's Bank? Zhang Tianhai was momentarily stunned. He had known Feng Yuxiang for so many years, and the latter had never visited him so early. What could be the reason this time? Have him wait in the side hall. I'll be there shortly. Yes, master. A short while later, Zhang Tianhai, having tidied up, went to the side hall. When he saw Feng Yuxiang, he was quite surprised. What's wrong with you? You look haggard, no color in your face. Didn't you sleep last night? Master, I couldn't sleep last night. What happened? Zhang Tianhai sensed that something extraordinary must have occurred. Otherwise, how could someone like Feng Yuxiang be unable to sleep? Do you know the young general of the northern garrison, Linji? That guy? Zhang Tianhai frowned. Last time, it was because of this brat that his trusted aide, Hu Yintong, was directly thrown into prison. Even the chance of a comeback was gone. When the latter asked for his help, Zhang Tianhai, seeing the situation was unfavorable, had to sacrifice the pawn to save the chess. He had always harbored resentment about this, but later, Linji became too dazzling in Chongping City. Even if Zhang Tianhai wanted to move against him, it was not easy. However, Linji was part of the officialdom, and Feng Yuxiang was on a completely different path. What kind of trouble could these two have gotten into? Master Zhang, you don't know. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. Feng Yuxiang tearfully recounted everything Linji had done at the port recently. In the end, he lamented bitterly. Master Zhang, you know that Feng's Bank is essentially earning money for you. Now this guy has cut off our financial path. Isn't it equivalent to cutting off your financial path? He doesn't give us face, and the few major merchants in Chongping City can only accept it. But this also indirectly slaps the faces of Master Zhang and the other great officials. If this gets out, isn't Master Zhang being played by a wet behind-the-ears brat? Chapter 32. Outstanding performance, gradually winning the people's heart. Feng Yuxiang, this merchant-turned-official, was indeed skilled in the art of persuasion, with a silver tongue that could sway the hearts of many. He exaggerated Lin Ji's actions to an extreme degree. Zhang Tianhai's eyes flickered with anger, his voice growing colder. Can't this kid just behave himself? Every time he has to cause so much trouble. This is under the nose of the emperor. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants? Sending him to manage the ferry was meant to keep him busy. Unexpectedly, he did find something to occupy himself with. Sir Zhang, now Lin Ji claims to represent the government and warns our merchant houses not to oppose him, or else the consequences will be dire. What should we do? If this continues, I'm afraid our major merchant houses will no longer be able to make money from the ferry, and we might not even be able to protect ourselves. This only made Zhang Tianhai even angrier. Just because of this, you're scared of him? I really don't know what you've been doing in Chongping City all these years. Feng Yuxiang sighed inwardly, feeling helpless after being reprimanded. Sir Zhang, we didn't want it this way, but what can we do? This guy is unyielding, and I'm afraid only you can handle him. This flattery was quite pleasing to Zhang Tianhai. Truly useless. So, what do you want me to do for you? Seeing Zhang Tianhai soften, Feng Yuxiang was secretly delighted and quickly leaned in. Sir Zhang, all officials in the world are under your Ministry of Personnel, right? Why don't you issue a transfer order to send Linji as far away as possible? If not, let him guard the city gates. In any case, he can't stay at the ferry. Zhang Tianhai glared at him. Do you know what nonsense you're spouting? Who is Linji? He's at least a young general, and you want a young general to guard the city gates? Are you trying to embarrass us? Moreover, Lin Ji being sent to guard the ferry was an imperial decree from the emperor himself. You want me to issue a transfer order? Are you trying to get my head chopped off? Feng Yuxiang's face fell. Then what should we do? No wonder he was so distressed. Originally, his only purpose this time was to play the victim. As long as he seemed pitiful enough, Zhang Tianhai would definitely not stand by. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Zhang Tianhai furrowed his brows and slowly said, "Although I can't issue a transfer order, we can find a way to make him leave the ferry on his own. By then, even if the emperor blames us, it won't be our fault." That sounded like a good plan. But the question was, how do we do that? Feng Yuxiang looked puzzled. Back then, he had tried similar methods, but what was the result? He was still beaten back by Lin Ji. "I really don't know how you became the manager of the Feng family bank, not understanding such a simple principle." Zhang Tianhai glared at him. "Come closer." The two whispered to each other. Feng Yuxiang suddenly understood and couldn't help but praise repeatedly. "Indeed, Sir Zhang, you are amazing. Such a clever plan. I truly couldn't have thought of it." "Nonsense. Do you think one can become the Minister of Personnel without a bit of intelligence?" Zhang Tianhai was full of pride. "Remember what I said. This matter must be coordinated with the other major merchant houses, and it must be done in secret, without leaving any clues. Otherwise, if the plan is exposed, you'll all be in deep trouble, understand?" Feng Yuxiang nodded repeatedly. "Sir Zhang, you can rest assured. I guarantee to handle this matter perfectly. I'll make sure Lin Ji can never be arrogant again." The following days, everything remained calm. Lin Ji's life at the ferry became increasingly comfortable. Since suppressing the arrogance of the Feng family bank, the title of young general became even more renowned throughout Chongping City, especially among small business merchants who were extremely grateful to him. If not for Lin Ji reducing the commission, these small merchants would soon go bankrupt. Because of such actions, merchants from nearby areas also heard the news and flocked to the ferry. As a result, the ferry was crowded every day. The local people also respected them even more. With such a good superior, they could earn a bit more every day. Where else could they find such a good job? One day, the clerk handed the ledger to Lin Ji for review. "Young general, take a look. The income from our ferry these days is far more than the entire previous year. At this rate, our performance will soon be noticed by the court, and perhaps the young general will be promoted." Everyone excitedly discussed. "Promotion is not important, and besides, I'm already a young general, so I can't be assigned to the court as a civil official, can I?" Lin Ji joked casually. He had seen the faces of the officials in the court and felt a deep aversion. If the emperor really assigned him to the court, he would probably offend someone every day. If something really went wrong, it would only harm both himself and others. Therefore, Lin Ji also wanted to use this time at the ferry to truly enrich himself, at least to help him stand firm in Chongping City, so that he wouldn't be helpless if something happened. Moreover, from Princess Anning's words, he learned that her relationship with Emperor Li Jingzhen was not particularly close. In this way, he could not rely solely on the princess. Perhaps in the future, he would even have to protect the princess. But, no matter what, he was full of hope, firmly believing that with his abilities, he could definitely help himself and those around him out of their predicament. By then, if anyone dared to provoke him again, they would be kicking against the pricks. As Lin Ji pondered, he unexpectedly noticed some unusual aspects in the ledger. In his previous life as a sales manager, although not an accountant, he had some knowledge. This ledger was clearly problematic. Chapter 33. When something seems off, there must be a devil. What's going on? Why are the accounts from 3 days ago and 4 days ago incorrect? Take a closer look, Lin Ji said sternly, handing the ledger back to the official. The official, seemingly unaware, looked puzzled. "Young general, this ledger is correct. Look, all the numbers are accurate." "Take another look," Lin Ji urged patiently. The official scrutinized it twice more, but still looked confused. "Young general, I really can't see any problem with the accounts. Look closely. Normally, daily accounts should increase from small to large, and this is a common practice for all accounts. But the amounts at the beginning of these 2 days are unusually large, and they even decrease later. If these accounts weren't recorded by you, then someone must have falsified them or tampered with them." Lin Ji spoke with conviction. Even if they embezzled a small portion of the profits, accounting was mandatory. Corruption could be a big or small matter. But given his current situation, if he were truly exposed, countless people in the court would take the opportunity to kick him while he was down. There would be no chance for him to recover. Is it serious? What are you standing around for? Call everyone over. Linji gestured. The official, hearing this, became flustered. He then called over all his colleagues. But after asking around, they found that some people didn't even know about the accounts from 3 or 4 days ago. They didn't even know who recorded them. This is strange. Everyone says they didn't record them? Could these accounts have written themselves? Linji narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. If it wasn't one of his subordinates, then there was only one possibility. Someone was secretly meddling. But apart from his own people, how could anyone tamper with the accounts? Wait a minute, an older official suddenly said, pointing at a skinny young man in the corner. I remember you took sick leave those 2 days, didn't you? The young man nodded, admitting, yes, my mother needed urgent treatment, and there was no one else at home to take care of her, so I had to ask General Xiao for 2 days off. You can't possibly suspect me because of that. No, the older official shook his head. I remember someone came the next day, saying they were here to help you out for a couple of days. What? That's impossible. At that time, our doc wasn't exactly popular. Even if I wanted to find someone to replace me, no one would agree. Besides, I never said anything like that. Upon hearing this, everyone realized. Linji also figured it out. It must have been this replacement person. If what the skinny young man said was true, and he hadn't asked for help, then there was only one possibility. Someone took advantage of the situation. Knowing such actions were hard to prove, they deliberately made such claims and tampered with their ledger. How despicable! Who could it be, so cunning and deceitful? Everyone was outraged, and the discussions were incessant. Who else could it be? I think it's likely one of the major merchants in the city. No one else would do something so underhanded, Linji said meaningfully, his eyes cold. Forgive and forbear. He had already given the Feng family bank a warning, but they still dared to cause trouble. Although he wasn't sure who sent them, his intuition told him this matter was definitely related to the Feng family bank. That moment, a squad of soldiers suddenly approached. The leader bluntly asked, "Who is young General Linji?" "It's me. What's the matter?" Linji stood up. "Young General, we received a report that you are suspected of favoritism, corruption, and malfeasance. Please come with us to the Ministry of Personnel for an investigation." "Impossible. Our young general would never do such things." "Yes, it must be someone framing him. How can you take the young general away without distinguishing right from wrong?" Everyone was outraged, defending Linji. The leading soldier remained unfazed. He slowly said, "Young general, we both serve the court. I think you understand the court's rules. There's no need to make things difficult for us, or it will end badly for everyone." Linji nodded upon hearing this. "All right, I'll go with you." "No, young general. This matter is too suspicious. We just found something wrong, and then someone comes to arrest you. It's probably a deliberate act. If the young general goes, he might be in grave danger." Everyone looked worried. Linji patted their shoulders. "It's okay. I have nothing to fear." Seeing the soldiers weren't paying attention, he quickly lowered his voice and said to the oldest official, "No matter what, make sure the accounts are in order. If there's a shortage, you can cover it first, and I'll pay you back later. Also, if anyone comes here to cause trouble after I'm gone, go to the general's mansion and find someone named Xiaolian. Just say it's my order, and she'll know what to do." "Yes, General." After giving his instructions, Linji calmly followed the soldiers. The officials were equally worried. How shameless. Someone is actually framing such a good man like the young general. Isn't that normal? The major merchants in the city, each with their backing, and General Xiao's actions have clearly challenged them. The older official couldn't help but sigh. Anyway, let's follow the young general's instructions for now. As for the rest, we can only hope the young general is blessed with good fortune. Everyone nodded. For now, following the young general's orders was the only course of action they could think of. Chapter 34. Did he just walk into a trap? The Ministry of Personnel. The main hall. Surrounded by officials armed to the teeth, the atmosphere was one of utmost solemnity. Lin Ji stood in the center, remarkably composed. Ever since he realized someone had tampered with the ledgers, he knew trouble would come knocking. What he didn't expect was how quickly the ministry officials acted. It was hard to believe they hadn't planned this in advance. At that moment, Minister Zhang Tianhai emerged slowly. His expression feigned surprise upon seeing Lin Ji. "Isn't this the young general? Come, give the young general a seat. How can we have the young general standing here?" Sarcasm dripped from his words. Lin Ji accepted the seat without hesitation. "I wonder what brings the young general to our humble ministry today?" Zhang Tianhai took his seat at the head of the hall, the hierarchy immediately apparent. "Minister Zhang, if I'm here today, I suppose I have you to thank?" Lin Ji asked calmly, meeting the minister's gaze directly. Though they hadn't met in a long time, neither was a stranger to the other. Ever since Hu Yintong's arrest, Lin Ji had kept an eye on Zhang Tianhai. Could it be that this man was also involved in his recent troubles with the merchants and the docks? "Me?" Zhang Tianhai looked genuinely puzzled. He then turned to his assistant minister. "What is the meaning of this? Why was the young general brought here?" "Your Excellency, someone has accused the young general of corruption and embezzlement. We had no choice but to invite him here for an investigation." The assistant minister was quite the actor. It was clear Zhang Tianhai had orchestrated the whole thing, yet he played the innocent bystander. Life was a stage, and everyone had their roles. Zhang Tianhai feigned enlightenment. "Absurd. The young general is the son of General Lin, the northern defender. A noble lineage. How could the young general ever engage in such shameful acts?" "Indeed, Your Excellency, we find it hard to believe as well. That's why we invited the young general here to clear his name. If he can prove his innocence, we will find the one who made the false accusations and hold them accountable. How dare they slander a loyal officer of the court?" Watching the two play their parts, Lin Ji couldn't help but smirk inwardly. They were all seasoned foxes, playing their games of deception. Did they really think a simple good cop, bad cop routine would fool him? He had played these games long before these two were even on the scene. "Minister Zhang, since we are here, further talk is useless. What method does the minister propose to prove my innocence?" Zhang Tianhai pretended to ponder deeply. After a moment, as if making a monumental decision, "Young general, let's say someone accuses you of corruption. The best way to refute that is with solid evidence. Please hand over the ledgers from the docks for this period. We will investigate and return them promptly, without affecting the docks operations." Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. "Minister Zhang, so all this was just a roundabout way to get the ledgers? If you want them, ask your men. They took the ledgers when they brought me here." The captain of the guards immediately presented the ledgers. Zhang Tianhai pretended to examine them, then turned to the problematic pages. Young general, these 2 pages seem a bit off, don't you think?" Lin Ji had been watching the minister's every move. Now, he was certain Zhang Tianhai was behind this. There was no direct conflict between them. If it was about Hu Yintong, they wouldn't have waited so long. There was only one possibility. Zhang Tianhai needed a quick resolution, because Lin Ji had touched on the minister's interests. Recently, the only direct conflict Lin Ji had was with a few major merchants in Chongping City. It seemed likely that Zhang Tianhai was the mastermind behind those merchants. With this realization, Lin Ji grew even more composed. "Minister Zhang, you say there's a problem? These ledgers were meticulously recorded by my men. There can be no errors." Zhang Tianhai's heart leaped with joy at these words. That was exactly the reaction he wanted. Now, boldly claiming there were no issues at the ministry. Once the investigation revealed the truth, it would be an irrefutable case. Even if Lin Ji could talk circles around anyone, he would be left speechless. "In that case, we will have to ask the young general for a favor. Let our men check the silver in the docks warehouse. If it matches, we will certainly not wrong the young general." Zhang Tianhai said slowly. Lin Ji nodded. "Minister Zhang makes sense, but if someone were to tamper with things halfway, we would never know. How about I accompany the minister there? We can check the silver in person, ensuring no misunderstandings. Zhang Tianhai was taken aback that Lin Ji was willingly walking into the trap. It was baffling what kind of people praised the young general in Chomping City. Such foolishness was laughable. Very well, since the young general is so confident, I naturally cannot refuse. Zhang Tianhai waved a hand. He then led his officials and Lin Ji to the docks. At the docks, the officials looked surprised to see the group. The older official subtly signaled that the task was done. Lin Ji felt a bit more assured. Zhang Tianhai then ordered the officials to check the warehouse. After a while, the officials emerged. Zhang Tianhai looked smug, eager to hear the news he wanted. He looked at Lin Ji with a gleeful expression. Have you finished the investigation? Yes, Your Excellency. Then tell the young general your findings. Is there a problem with the ledgers? Reporting to the minister, the inventory matches the ledgers. The official hesitated. What? The ledgers are correct? Zhang Tianhai turned to the official, dumbfounded. Chapter 35. Tit for tat, biting back. Say it again. Are there really no issues with the accounts? Zhang Tianhai's eyes widened. He was filled with disbelief. How could this be? Minister, we checked the accounts in the warehouse 3 times thoroughly, and there were no discrepancies. These 2 pages of accounts are also correct. It seems you're disappointed, Zhang. Our port has always been fair and lawful, never engaging in any illegal activities. If Minister Zhang doesn't believe it, you can ask the merchants who have been to this port in the past 2 days to testify and see what they say. Lin Ji said with a meaningful look. Zhang Tianhai turned to glare at Lin Ji. He was so angry he was grinding his teeth. He had gone to great lengths to find a way to deal with this guy. But in the end, he gained nothing. Now, he was easily defused by the other party. Lin Ji, you. Zhang Tianhai stepped right up to Lin Ji. His eyes were filled with ferocity. What? Is Minister Zhang losing his temper? Or are you disappointed that you haven't been able to bring me to justice? Lin Ji asked with a meaningful tone. All right, you're something else. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous with the accounts, not even a single mistake. Zhang Tianhai didn't understand where this guy suddenly got so much money from. But there was no doubt. Now this loophole had been filled. He had no excuse to find fault. Isn't that normal? From the beginning, I said we operate fairly at the port, collecting fees and tallying them up to be submitted to the national treasury. Lin Ji said indifferently. The money he allocated to his subordinates and himself was negligible. At most, it was used as a subsidy for daily expenses. It also served to maintain the normal operation of their department. Interesting, I underestimated you. But young general, let me be blunt, don't you ever fall into my hands, or I'll show you what true impartiality is. I also hope the young general can always abide by the law and be an honest and incorruptible official, which would be a blessing for our court. Zhang Tianhai spoke nobly, but his molars were almost grinding to pieces. Of course, I also hope to receive Minister Zhang's supervision. Also, if you plan to use such tactics in the future, please find someone more skilled. Lin Ji said in a low voice, audible only to the 2 of them. After all, such petty tricks to frame someone are too foolish. All right, you're amazing. You're noble. Zhang Tianhai gave a thumbs up, but there was no exaggeration in his words. But we'll meet again, just you wait. With that, he was about to take his subordinates back to the Ministry of Personnel. But at that moment, suddenly, a port officer said, Young General, I remember, it was this guy who tampered with things. He pointed at a Ministry of Personnel staff member behind Zhang Tianhai. The latter seemed to realize his actions had been exposed. He felt inexplicably guilty, and Zhang Tianhai showed no concern, even swaggering. His expression seemed to say, even if you know it was my subordinate, what can you do? If you admit it, it means the silver in the warehouse doesn't match your accounts. Then you must be guilty of embezzlement. Lin Ji's mind raced. Minister Zhang, wait. Is there something else, young general? This person previously impersonated one of our port officers, deliberately infiltrating, and even almost burned down the ship docked here. So now, if Minister Zhang still wants to protect him, it will certainly not sit well with everyone. I didn't. The officer quickly explained. Zhang Tianhai also looked puzzled. When did he ever send someone to cause trouble at the port? He just tampered with the accounts a bit. Haha, I witnessed it myself. Not only that, all my brothers at the port can testify. Do you still want to deny it now? The crowd at the port suddenly understood. The young general is indeed clever, using their own tactics against them. Let's see who has the higher hand. Zhang Tianhai's face turned ugly. Facing the accusations from the crowd, how could he ignore it? If this matter spreads, his reputation as the Minister of Personnel might be tarnished. Reputation is crucial for onlookers. Once damaged, it's like a stain, and it might be impossible to erase for a lifetime. At this moment, Zhang Tianhai understood the other party's intention. Heck, using my own methods against me? Huh? Since he could sell out Hu Yintong without hesitation, now a mere staff member of the Ministry of Personnel was nothing to him. How dare you do these things behind our backs? You're audacious. Don't you know who the young general is? My lord, I really didn't. The subordinate's face was ashen. He had no idea how things had turned out like this. How did he suddenly become the scapegoat? Still trying to argue. Come, arrest him. Zhang Tianhai didn't hesitate. As long as he took the man back, whatever happened next was their business. Could Linji intervene? Young general, it's my fault that such a scoundrel appeared in our ministry. Don't worry, I'll deal with him properly when I get back, and he won't trouble the people or the young general again. Linji knew the other party was playing dumb, but he didn't press further, just smiled meaningfully. I believe Minister Zhang will be fair and lawful, and I'll be waiting for the announcement in Chongping City. To warn all officials and ordinary citizens. I'll be waiting to see the announcement. This statement again forced Zhang Tianhai into a no-win situation. If the Ministry of Personnel posted an announcement, it would be proclaiming to the world, "You're really something." Zhang Tianhai ground his teeth. Undoubtedly, this time he had to sacrifice another pawn to save the board. Hee, same to you. I hope Minister Zhang can give us a fair result. Otherwise, if such a small matter becomes known to the whole city or even the emperor, it might not be good for Minister Zhang. Chapter 36. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Good. Zhang Tianhai nodded through gritted teeth. Let's go. With that, he slunk away. Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young general, it's fortunate you had foresight. Otherwise, we might really have been in trouble this time, the older officer said, still visibly shaken. Zhang Tianhai, the Minister of Personnel, held immense power in the court. This time, he deliberately came to make things difficult for them. It was already quite an achievement for Linji to come out unscathed. Otherwise, if they had been caught in a trap, the consequences would have been disastrous. In this imperial city, who can truly stay out of it? Linji said meaningfully. Although today's incident wasn't particularly severe, it served as a reminder. He couldn't afford to be careless. Otherwise, he could be exploited at any moment. Then he remembered something. By the way, I didn't expect your families to be so well off that you could fill the entire deficit in such a short time. Check the figures later, and I'll pay you back the difference. No need, no need. The officers quickly waved their hands. This isn't something we could have done. Didn't you say, young general, that if we encountered trouble, we should go to the general's mansion? We couldn't come up with the money, so we had to seek help from the general's mansion. To our surprise, the princess was willing to lend the money. That's how we managed to gather so much silver in such a short time. Linji's eyes showed surprise. He hadn't expected to come out of this unscathed thanks to Princess Li Qingyue's help. This woman, always cold and distant, but in critical moments, she could trust him unconditionally. Linji was gradually realizing Li Qingyue's virtues. First, she was trustworthy. Second, she was also quite straightforward. A bit like a heroine. All right, since this matter is settled, let's not mention it again. But from now on, everyone must be more cautious. Linji said seriously. This matter was actually unrelated to everyone else. It might have started with him. But now that everyone was on the same boat, there could be no division. If the boat capsized, no one could stay dry. Understood, young general. Don't worry, we'll be more careful in the future and won't let these people catch us off guard again. Everyone nodded. Meanwhile, at the Feng family pawn shop, when Feng Yuxiang learned that even Zhang Tianhai had failed, he couldn't help but show shock in his eyes. No way. How could even Minister Zhang have fallen? Master, this is the news I just heard. It's said that Minister Zhang went to the docks but came back empty-handed. The servant whispered, Master, what kind of person is this northern garrison young general that he's not even afraid of Minister Zhang? If this continues, our Feng family pawnshop's reputation will only weaken, and we'll have even less power in Chongping City than before. The Feng family pawnshop, along with the other 3 major businesses, formed the 4 major families that controlled the economy of Chongping City. They not only possessed extraordinary wealth, but also had extensive connections. This made it extremely difficult for ordinary people to rise in Chongping City. Relying on the 4 major businesses, people could only have food and clothing. But to get rich was almost impossible, because most of the profits had already been taken by them. Now, Lin Ji's emergence had shaken the status of the 4 major families. Feng Yuxiang had asked Zhang Tianhai for help, but even Zhang Tianhai couldn't handle it? Was there really no one who could deal with Lin Ji? Don't worry, I'll visit Minister Zhang again tomorrow to see if we can come up with another plan. At the general's mansion, when Lin Ji finished dealing with all the matters and returned, it was almost dark. Just in time, the vice minister of the Grand Court of Revision, Gao Feihu, came to visit. They happened to have dinner together. How have you been, young general? I've heard some rumors about you in the court. Gao Feihu asked thoughtfully. Oh, are you here to question me? Lin Ji couldn't help but tease him. No, young general, I mean no such thing. Gao Feihu quickly explained. Although I'm just a vice minister of the Grand Court of Revision and don't have much say in the court, I still believe that if you encounter trouble, I can lend a hand. Lin Ji nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, something did happen to me at the docks today. He then briefly recounted the conflict with Zhang Tianhai. Gao Feihu's eyes grew serious upon hearing this. So that's it. No wonder there was so much talk about it in the court today. Am I causing a big stir? I've been quite low-key, Lin Ji chuckled. Young general, since you don't attend court, there are some things you might not be aware of. Although this happened after the court session, the court is full of ears and eyes. The news that you were taken to the Ministry of Personnel spread like wildfire. Now, many people in the court are watching you. I wanted to come see you earlier, but I had urgent matters and couldn't leave. I understand. In this game, most are forced to act. It's commendable that you came to the general's mansion tonight. Lin Ji nodded. In essence, even if Gao Feihu didn't come to see him, or even forgot past favors and ignored him, it would be understandable. At most, he would be labeled ungrateful. But Gao Feihu could withstand the pressure from the court and still interact with him. It showed that he cherished this favor in his heart. So Lin Ji also believed that Gao Feihu was someone he could trust. However, the court was full of undercurrents. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to involve Gao Feihu. What good would it do if they both sank? Young general, how did you get into a conflict with Zhang Tianhai? Gao Feihu probed. It's a long story. Someone just doesn't like me, Lin Ji said with a cold gleam in his eyes. He then briefly explained the situation between the docks and the major businesses. Gao Feihu understood. Chapter 37. I, Lin Ji, am going to shake up these merchant houses. So that's the reason. I was wondering why Zhang Tianhai and the young general, who have no past grievances or recent conflicts, would set such a trap. It seems the young general has indeed stirred up public anger. Public anger? Is it that serious? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. Young general, you may not be aware, but the 4 major merchant houses in the imperial city can be considered as 4 great families. Some of them indeed started from trade, but others have deep family connections that allow them to hold a significant position in the imperial city. These people have various connections, some of whom are even related to the royal family. In short, the four major merchant houses have deep roots in Chongping City, with complex relationships. If the young general really intends to confront them, it may not be an easy task. Gao Feihu pondered, his gaze solemn. I am well aware of that, Linji said slowly. But since I arrived in Chongping City, there has been no turning back. My back is to a bottomless abyss. If I choose to live in cowardice, those eyes watching from the shadows will only become more restless and even step over me, acting recklessly. No matter how powerful these merchant houses are this time, I will never compromise. Hearing this, Gao Feihu felt a bit dazed, seeing a shadow of Lin Zhenxiu and Lin Ji. Once upon a time, the northern garrison general was also full of vigor and would not tolerate any misconduct. It was this indomitable spirit and broad-mindedness that made him the renowned northern garrison general. Now, the young general also possessed such spirit. If General Lin knew, he would surely be pleased. Well, if the young general has truly made up your mind, I, Gao Feihu, am willing to support you to the fullest extent, even if it costs me my official hat. Lin Ji was touched by these words. Having someone support him like this was not too lonely. Uncle Gao, I will handle this matter alone. I cannot involve you further. If I can establish my footing in the imperial city, then no one will dare to challenge me in the future. But could you tell me about the backgrounds of the major merchant houses in Chongping City? Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. Lin Ji's understanding of the Feng family merchant house was limited to a few encounters, and he was not even clear about the relationship between Feng Yuxiang and Zhang Tianhai. How could he make a judgment without understanding the situation? He might easily be outmaneuvered. Young general, are you really planning to confront all the merchant houses in Chongping City? Gao Feihu was quite shocked and found it inconceivable. Even some officials in the court could not handle the four major merchant houses. Lin Ji's approach seemed too hasty. It has come to this point. They see me as a thorn in their eyes. If I don't find a way to deal with it, I won't stand a chance. By then, you might only be able to drink my funeral wine. Lin Ji said self-deprecatingly. Gao Feihu nodded, understanding the current situation. Young general, as far as I know, the Feng family merchant house is connected to Zhang Tianhai, which I believe you are already aware of. And the royal merchant house can lead the four major merchant houses because Zhang Tianhai holds the most power among them. If the young general truly wants to deal with the four major merchant houses, you cannot bypass Zhang Tianhai. The position of Minister of Personnel might seem insignificant to those who don't understand. They might think it can't compare to the members of the Grand Secretariat, or that the Ministers of War and Justice in the 6 ministries are more powerful. But the reality is different. The Minister of Personnel oversees the appointment and transfer of all officials in the court. In other words, anyone wanting to enter the civil service must pass the Ministry of Personnel's examination. Only with the ministry's approval can one become an official. As a result, many people choose to curry favor with the ministry's officials. In terms of connections and power, Zhang Tianhai is no less than any important figure in the court. His influence is beyond imagination. Lin Ji listened quietly. The situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Dealing with Zhang Tianhai would not be a task for a day, and taking on the merchant houses first was the most direct approach. Conquer the weak first, then defeat the strong. The business world is like a battlefield. Lin Ji intended to solidify his position in Chongping City through his battles with these merchant houses. Even if others wanted to move against him, he would at least have money and people around him. In any case, if the young general truly wants to take action, you must think carefully. Otherwise, if things get out of control, even if I risk my official hat, I may not be able to protect the young general. Don't worry, Lin Ji smiled. How could I drag you down? The two exchanged a smile and downed their drinks. Before they knew it, it was already evening. Gao Feihu left the general's residence slightly tipsy. Lin Ji, also a bit drunk, walked towards his room. On the way, he happened to pass by Li Qingyue's room. She was still sitting by the window reading, with a small pot of wine on the table. Oh, it seems my previous suggestion worked. The princess now has a pot of wine on the table every night. Lin Ji teased through the window. Why are you so drunk again? Li Qingyue frowned. An old friend came home, so I had a few more drinks. Thank you for today. What? I heard from the port that it was you who helped make up the shortage of silver in my warehouse. Don't worry, I'll pay you back. You don't need to pay back the silver. Li Qingyue waved it off. This amount of silver is insignificant to the royal family. But can you be more careful? Knowing the turbulent situation in Chongping City, why are you still so careless? Today, it was just a shortage of silver in the warehouse. What if there's a major problem at the port tomorrow? Princess Anning's tone remained calm throughout. Lin Ji tilted his head and suddenly reached out to cup Li Qingyue's face. What are you doing? Li Qingyue's heart raced, but she maintained a calm exterior, though her ears turned red. She had never had such intimate contact with a man before and couldn't handle it. Hee, are you concerned about me? I just don't want to be implicated by these things and end up with a bad reputation, Li Qingyue insisted. You're just stubborn, Lin Ji shook his head. Chapter 38. Lin Ji, this guy can't be tolerated. Lin Ji wasn't a fool. What Li Qingyue said wasn't important. It was what she did that mattered. Today's actions, if not for the support of Princess Anning, would have made it difficult for him to extricate himself so easily. He would remember this debt of gratitude. No matter what the future held for them, he would repay it. Lin Ji had always been someone who repaid his debts. Li Qingyue watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but ask, what do you plan to do next? What do you mean? Are you just going to let this go? Li Qingyue was quite surprised. In the time they had known each other, she had come to understand Lin Ji. He was not one to suffer a loss. Even in the court, in front of the emperor, he could argue his point. Now, he was swallowing his pride? It was inconceivable. What else can I do? Lin Ji chuckled lightly. Although Li Qingyue had helped him, he didn't want to involve the princess in these swirls of chaos. Since learning about Li Qingyue's past experiences, the once lofty princess now seemed to him just an ordinary girl. No, even more pitiful than an ordinary girl. Apart from material comfort, she had nothing else. Dragging her into the fire would be truly cruel. That's not like you. Li Qingyue frowned slightly. Although I don't know exactly what you've done, since the Ministry of Personnel is causing trouble for you, it means they've set their sights on you. She was well aware that to become a power in the court, it took more than just strength. Background and tactics were equally important. One general's success is built on a myriad of bones. Scholars can be even more ruthless. With a Longquan sword, one can kill without spilling blood. No, I must go tell my father. We absolutely cannot let this situation continue. Wait. Lin Ji quickly stopped her. How can such a small matter bother the emperor? I can handle it myself. Besides, you know me. Daily, their numbers increasing day by day. Even the port officials were once too busy to handle the influx. Such a situation had never occurred before. But no one complained. Because now they had money to earn, and dignity. They weren't treated like dogs, being called upon at will. The port had its own rules. No matter the business, no matter the manager, they all had to listen to the port officials. And all these changes were due to one person. Lin Ji, the once mocked and despised young general of the northern garrison, was now truly a hero in the eyes of all the port officials. As for the business owners, seeing their businesses gradually slipping away, they were like ants on a hot pan, restless and uneasy. One day, the managers of several major business houses couldn't take it anymore and came to Feng's bank. Mr. Feng, you must come up with a solution. How can we continue like this? Yes, since Lin Ji has established his own flag at the port, the number of merchants we handle is decreasing. If this continues, we'll really have to drink the northwest wind. Originally, these business houses had their own trades. Feng's handled banking. The other three dealt in cloth, jewelry, and gold and silver. Later, with the opening of Chongping port, as more foreign merchants arrived, these business houses found it more profitable to directly take commissions from the merchants rather than run their own businesses. In essence, These business houses relied on the merchants for their livelihood. If no one took commissions, half of the 4 major business houses would collapse. Not to mention other consequences. Feng Yuxiang looked expressionlessly at the crowd. He understood the situation all too well. Feng's bank made money from lending, mortgages, and other services. But now the merchants didn't need loans. So where would the bank make money? What's all the fuss about? Haven't you received the news? We can't act rashly during this period. That guy is different from our previous opponents. The crowd was stunned. They found it inconceivable. Mr. Feng, aren't you overthinking it? How can we use such a method? It's not stopping the merchants from doing business, it's helping them. Don't you understand? Feng Yuxiang smiled meaningfully. If we buy out all the goods the merchants are selling, then there will be none of those goods in the market. Where will the people buy them? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. One person seemed to catch on. Mr. Feng, are you planning to monopolize the market? Exactly. Although we can't confront Linji head-on now, when many goods in Chongping City can't circulate, the prices will naturally rise. And the port's capacity is limited, with only so many ships it can handle each day, plus these merchants need time to restock. Won't this give us time to raise the prices and then sell? Then, how can we not make money? Feng Yuxiang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Hashtag Chapter 39. Vicious competition, frenzied suppression. No wonder Feng Yuxiang was able to become the head of the Feng family's bank. If he didn't have this ability, he probably wouldn't be able to hold this position. Everyone listened and suddenly understood, their eyes gleaming with excitement. So that's it, Mr. Feng. Your method is truly excellent. When we sell these things at high prices, if the common people can't bear it and come to argue with us, we can throw all the blame on the port and those merchants. This way, we can not only make a profit from the price difference, but also force those merchants out of Chongping City. Exactly. This is an absolutely brilliant plan. Seeing this, Feng Yuxiang also stood up. Everyone, it's time to defend our own market. We must also tell those foreign merchants and Lin Ji that they are not qualified to establish themselves in Chongping City. Upon hearing this, someone immediately agreed, that's right. Do these guys really think they can make money just by setting up stalls and stocking up here? Is there a lack of wealthy people in Chongping City? What's truly lacking is the capital for those people to settle down. Well said. Feng Yuxiang nodded slightly and raised an eyebrow. Moreover, after all the prices are raised, those merchants who travel far and wide will surely buy in bulk. Then, when we lower the prices, those merchants' goods will not sell. Although we will also suffer some losses, they will be completely bankrupt. Feng Yuxiang's face was full of cunning. He had thoroughly mastered the tactics of the business world. No wonder those foreign merchants found it so difficult to establish themselves here. In terms of tactics, connections, and financial resources, they simply couldn't compete with these major businesses. Everyone became even more excited upon hearing this. Haha. I can't wait to see those people's bitter and resentful faces. It's too satisfying. Yes, let them see our tactics this time. Even without the support of those big officials, we can make these guys suffer like hell. At this moment, the common people and those merchants outside were still unaware that a storm was about to hit. After the major businesses confirmed their methods, a silent commercial war began to unfold. First, all the merchants who came to Chongping City to do business had their goods snapped up. Initially, they were extremely excited, thinking that Chongping City truly lived up to its reputation, full of opportunities. Many, seeing the business opportunities, were afraid of missing out on profit, immediately sent people to find boats to return and restock. Meanwhile, many goods in Chongping City were in short supply on the market. The common people, in order to get these basic goods, had already raised the prices to double or even triple the usual. The major businesses released all the goods they had previously acquired. In an instant, the common people rushed to buy, not knowing if today's prices would hold until tomorrow. Led by Feng Yuxiang, these local merchants made a fortune. Their profits were even comparable to the commissions they used to collect at the port, but it was hard on the local people. If they were some silk fabrics, cosmetics, or jewelry, it would be fine. These were not necessities for ordinary people. The problem was that with the increase in prices of these goods, even the most basic necessities like grain, oil, salt, and iron were constantly rising in price. Many common people were groaning in pain. When those merchants, after great effort, put their goods back on the market, piling up like mountains, they all unilaterally cut prices. Some even below cost price. The common people rushed to buy again. Although this time the major businesses were ostensibly in a loss. In fact, according to the figures recorded in their ledgers, they not only didn't lose but even made a small profit. Merchants bear such a burden. At the port, Linji was sitting under a shed, cracking sunflower seeds, his eyes thoughtful. There was no unified department at the port, even if there was a port office. To put it bluntly, it was just a few earthen houses, not even a real unit. And staying inside all day was not as refreshing as being outside. Seeing the dwindling number of people at the port, Linji felt very strange. Ever since the previous period when the port's popularity was built up, merchants came and went in droves every day. But how long has it been now? Why did it suddenly return to its former state? The surrounding officers were also bored to death. It's really strange. Why did the number of people doing business in Chongping City suddenly decrease so much? Linji couldn't help but ask. The other officers also shook their heads in confusion. Go and find out what the situation is in the market recently. Linji always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. So he ordered 2 people to go out and investigate. The 2 officers nodded upon whether it's basic daily necessities or some toys and ornaments. It's very easy to sell in a place like Chongping City. With so many dignitaries and wealthy people, it's not like these merchants would go hungry, right? I don't know. No wonder I heard that business has been tough recently. It's because of this reason. Someone exclaimed, looking incredulous. Young General, I heard that the market in the city has become extremely bizarre recently. Just a few days ago, the merchants' goods were sold out as soon as they hit the market. For this reason, many people went to buy large quantities of goods, but unexpectedly, no one is interested now. Even if they do sell, it's basically at a loss. Linji pondered upon hearing this. Recalling his previous life as a sales manager, he was very familiar with the tactics in the business world, and the current situation seemed somewhat familiar. After thinking carefully, Linji vaguely thought of something and suddenly asked, was there a sudden price increase for all goods in the city before this? How did the young general know? The 2 officers who had been gathering information looked surprised. They hadn't expected Linji to be so prescient. So that's it. After all, that's how it is. These guys are really shameless. Linji suddenly understood. His face showed a profound smile. The others, however, were puzzled, not understanding what Linji was talking about. Young general, what exactly are you saying? We're getting more and more confused. In short, it's a form of vicious competition. Vicious competition? The others were even more puzzled. They were commoners by birth, always busy with their livelihood since childhood, and hadn't read many books. They only knew a few characters. This was understandable. In this era, reading was a very time-consuming and energy-draining endeavor, and ordinary people's children generally wouldn't choose this path. Moreover, the ultimate goal of reading was often to pass the imperial examinations. Even if the wealthy and noble families didn't need to be officials today, what they learned wasn't in vain. Unlike ordinary people, if they chose to study, it would cost a lot of money, and if they didn't pass the examinations, they would end up with nothing. How many people would be willing to gamble on such a thing? Therefore, many ordinary children only learned some basic characters. Being able to meet the most basic requirements was enough. As for other things, they didn't insist on them, let alone the concept of vicious competition, which didn't even exist now. How could these officers understand what Linji was saying? What I mean is, if I collect all the rice in the market into my hands, then there will be no rice in the market, right? Everyone nodded upon hearing this. And now the common people need rice, so I definitely have to sell it, right? Everyone nodded again. But now only I have rice. Fastest way to break the deadlock. It's actually extremely unscrupulous, completely hurting ordinary people and their own peers. In the long run, the common people will have no trust in these merchants, and those merchants will have no way to establish themselves here, even to the point of family destruction, and eventually have to slink back. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed instantly. This is too sinister. Who could have come up with such a vicious plan? I say these guys are really shameless. I thought our Chongping city had finally managed to normalize the market, but I didn't expect such a mess to happen again. Exactly. If I find out who is behind this, I must teach them a severe lesson. It's too shameless. No wonder my old mother always says that things in the world are getting more expensive. In an instant, everyone was indignant, their eyes full of anger. So it's because of this behind the scenes. Hearing everyone's discussions, Linji couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Haven't you realized? In all of Chongping City, how many people have the capital and ability to collect all the goods in the market? And after this situation worsens, who are the ultimate beneficiaries? Think about it carefully. Don't you already know who is behind this without even needing to fight? Hashtag chapter 41. I want to establish my own trading company, but at this very moment, upon learning that the entire affair was orchestrated by several major trading companies, the crowd's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of worry. Young General, these people really don't know when to stop. After suffering such a big loss from us last time, they still dare to provoke us now. They truly don't place the young general in their eyes at all. Linji waved his hand. You may never understand the sense of superiority these major trading company owners have in their hearts. In their eyes, I am merely a martial artist with no relatives in the imperial city. That's why they are so arrogant and unrestrained. Linji could understand. If it were him, he wouldn't just stand by and watch someone plant a flag at the port and gradually take away the cake they speak of. It's probably due to his identity as the young general of the northern garrison. That has made those major trading companies somewhat wary. They dare not act rashly. Otherwise, those people might have already banded together to dismantle his stall. Young general, if it really comes to that, those merchants are too pitiful. To think they traveled all the way here to do a little business, only to end up in ruins. Even losing their way home, those major trading company owners are truly despicable. They only know how to use such underhanded tactics. Someone said indignantly. Linji did not take it to heart. This was just the beginning of commerce taking shape. In the era he originally lived in, commerce developed at a high speed. Competition in various industries was extremely fierce. In order to gain more benefits and earn more money, these people would stop at nothing. Some would use all kinds of underhanded tactics to target competitors. Just a price war? What's the big deal? Linji had personally seen someone directly smear others, buying cyber troops to create a public opinion uproar online, leaving the victims with no way to defend themselves, not only facing everyone's condemnation, but also unable to continue their business. But now, the tactics used by the major trading companies in front of him were child's play. Malicious price cutting? To put it bluntly, it could only deal with small merchants coming and going. But if a single trading company dared to stand up, it could bankrupt those few companies. How much money do they have? How low can they push the prices? Common folks aren't fools. They will definitely buy the cheaper option. At that time, it would be a loss from the start, and then they would have to spend money to replenish stock, continuing to lose, if not to drive the opponent to the brink. Who would use such a shameless tactic? Young General, this matter must be addressed. Otherwise, if it continues like this, our port will lose its popularity. That's still a minor issue. Think about it. If these four major trading companies really succeed this time, our future will be extremely difficult. Expenses will only grow larger. There won't even be a chance to save money. The crowd discussed among themselves. Some were worried, others hopeful. Those with a long-term view naturally knew what this meant. However, some didn't think too much about it, feeling it had no direct relation to themselves. Linji was different. Through his very mature business mindset, he sensed a significant hidden danger. Firstly, as other officers mentioned, once the four major trading companies control the entire Chongping city market, They can act with impunity, even causing trouble at the port. Ordinary folks, wanting to buy anything, would likely have to look at their faces. Malicious competition, although seemingly harming the interests of competitors. But ultimately, the consumers will pay the price. Because once these malicious competitors have crushed their opponents, they will definitely seek to recoup previous losses. Then, without a doubt, it will be the common people bearing the brunt of the loss. If these trading companies raise prices too much, ordinary people will also feel immense pressure. With wages not rising, but prices skyrocketing. Who can bear that? Especially since it's the four major trading companies doing this. After the last incident, Linji had undoubtedly made enemies with them. With this ebb and flow, when the four major trading companies regain control of Chongqing City's market, the first to be targeted will undoubtedly be him. With just these few officers by his side, and the princess of the general's residence? Although Li Qingyue indeed has 3,000 personal guards, just try making a move. If Linji dares to lead these 3,000 guards to cause trouble with the major trading companies, the nature of the matter will completely change. At that time, those who have been watching him might take the opportunity to kick him while he's down, directly putting Linji in a deadly situation. This is what is known as the butterfly effect. Without sufficient vigilance, one might be misled by minor issues, leading to results that gradually spread and eventually form an irreversible situation. But how exactly to help those ordinary merchants? Linji's mind was constantly pondering this. His enemies were not only the powerful officials in the court, but now also local gentry and tycoons. He could not afford to be careless. After a moment of silence, Linji suddenly said, "The only way to break this deadlock is to establish our own trading company." What? The officers were all astonished upon hearing this. Establish their own trading company? Don't joke around. What does this have to do with them? Young general, what does establishing a trading company have to do with solving the city's problems? And I've heard it's very troublesome to set up a trading company in the city. Does the young general plan to leave his official post for business? It's best not to do this. Everyone urged. The job at the port may not be very prestigious, but at least it's a secure job, not leading to great wealth, but also not starving. But with the current situation in Chongqing City, ordinary merchants would be caught in the turmoil. Linji's feud with the major trading companies was well known. When they find out Linji has established a trading company, they will surely think of ways to target him. Linji smiled lightly at this. Exactly. I want to go head-to-head with those trading companies. Think about it, as officers, we cannot openly engage in making money. Otherwise, it will surely end up at the Ministry of Personnel like last time. But if we establish our own trading company, it means all our extra income can be justified. Even if the court investigates later, we will have an explanation. This was one layer of Linji's concern. Always sneaking around for some commissions was not a long-term solution. If he wanted to truly establish himself in Chongqing City, he had to find ways to make more money. Chapter 42. The official establishment of the Lin Trading Company. According to the rules of the Great Xia, establishing a trading company requires filing with the Ministry of Works. After all, a trading company is different from an ordinary merchant. After making up his mind, Linji immediately sent someone to find Yun Tsongfeng. Yun Tsongfeng, upon receiving the news, rushed to the dock at the earliest opportunity. "Brother Ji, did you need something from me?" "Yes, I want you to help me. Can you find someone you know in the Ministry of Works to expedite the process for me? I want to establish a trading company." This matter. Yun Tsongfeng pondered. "Brother Ji, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you know my father is only the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, not exactly a high-ranking official. I'm afraid the Ministry of Works won't give me any face. But don't worry. I'll go back and ask my father. I'll beg him to help no matter what. After all, we're all colleagues, and the Ministry of Works will have to give my father some face." Yun Tsongfeng said very seriously. Linji had originally thought the other party would refuse. To his surprise, the attitude was so firm. Indeed, his childhood friend was worth knowing. "Tsongfeng, this matter is troublesome for you. I will personally visit uncle to thank him." "What are you saying?" Brother Ji, do we need to distinguish between you and me? Your business is my business. But why do you suddenly want to establish a trading company? Isn't it because we're short of money? Lin Ji chuckled. True. Now that the entire general's mansion needs to cover expenses, it's impossible to keep relying on the princess's payment. Brother Ji, I'll go back and find my father right now. There should be news tomorrow. Yun Songfeng said and dashed off. On the other side, in the Ministry of Personnel, the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Tianhai, quickly got wind of this news. He actually wants to establish a trading company? Does he really think he can compete with us? Since the last incident, Zhang Tianhai had been quietly observing Lin Ji's every move. He was looking for another opportunity. Your Excellency, I've heard that the young general and Yun Songfeng, the son of the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, are childhood friends. Perhaps we can use this relationship to our advantage. You make a good point. Zhang Tianhai smiled meaningfully. He already had a plan in mind. The next day, Lin Ji successfully obtained the document from the Ministry of Works through his father's connections. Just as he was about to go to the dock to inform Lin Ji of this good news, he unexpectedly ran into two young gentlemen he knew on the street. These two were also from wealthy families, with considerable family wealth. Oh, isn't this young Master Yun? What a pleasant day to stroll the streets. One of them, named Li Ming, greeted enthusiastically. Yun Songfeng returned the smile. Yes, I have some business today, so I had to come out. Usually, Yun Songfeng, because his father's position in the court was not high, and he had spent a long time in the northern border, had very few friends in Chongping City. Those young nobles with high positions looked down on him. Cheng Lu, the only son of the Minister of Revenue, was a representative. It was these wealthy young men who treated him politely. Yun Songfeng also treated them with courtesy. Young Master Yun, it's been a while since we last met. Today, meeting here is fate. Why don't we all go out and have some fun together, just to get to know each other better? Li Ming said with a smile, extremely enthusiastic. This was not uncommon in Chongping City. Many famous families and wealthy young men would go out every day to make all kinds of friends. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. They all knew that to thrive, they needed to make friends with high-ranking officials. No, I have urgent matters to attend to. You two go ahead. When the time is right, I'll treat you to a meal. Yun Songfeng declined. He just wanted to deliver the document to Lin Ji as soon as possible. Young Master Yun, you're really a busy man. If you have something to do, tell us, and we'll have our subordinates handle it. That way, you can rest assured, right? This wouldn't be good, would it? Yun Songfeng hesitated. He wasn't too familiar with these two young men, but seeing their enthusiastic invitations, repeatedly refusing seemed impolite. Wouldn't that make it even harder for him to get along in Chongping City? No problem. If young Master Yun isn't at ease, you can have your subordinates handle it. We rarely have free time, and today, we must invite you to join us. Seeing no way to decline, Yun Songfeng reluctantly agreed. He then had his servant take the document to the dock, and repeatedly instructed that the document must be personally handed to Lin Ji. Otherwise, if the document were lost, it would be very troublesome to go to the Ministry of Works to reapply. After arranging everything, Yun Songfeng followed Li Ming and his companion. Soon, they arrived at a famous casino in Chongping City. I thought we were going to eat. Why did we come to such a place? Lin Ji looked puzzled. Young Master Yun, it's still a while before mealtime. We might as well play a few rounds first, and then my two brothers will personally treat you to a meal at Zui Xianlu. After all, it's better than just idling around, isn't it? Li Ming persuaded sincerely. His sincere demeanor seemed to treat Yun Songfeng like his best brother. Yun Songfeng was very surprised. But this feeling was really good. In Chongping City, few peers were willing to treat him with such sincerity. He felt very comfortable in his heart, thinking that since he was already here, the matter with Lin Ji should be fine. So he nodded. All right, but my father said I'm not allowed to participate in these things, so I'll only play a couple of rounds. Please don't blame me for being a spoilsport. No problem, we're just killing time. How could we possibly think that of young Master Yun? So, half-heartedly, Yun Songfeng entered the casino. When he was in the northern border, he occasionally followed Lin Ji to some entertainment venues. But Yun Songfeng was not that kind of person. It was just because his relationship with Lin Ji was very deep, and wherever he could follow Lin Ji, Yun Songfeng didn't mind. Under Li Ming's arrangement, the three of them went to the most crowded table in the casino. At this moment, there were many people around. A dealer stood in front. The game was very simple and easy to understand. It was a game of dice, betting on big or small. At first, Yun Songfeng didn't take it seriously. Whether betting or anything else, he was very casual. But he didn't notice that his luck was extremely good. No matter how he bet, he always won. Li Ming and his companion cheered wildly. Young Master Yun, your luck is too strong. Chapter 43, Yun Songfeng, red-eyed from losing. With luck like yours, you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you don't win a few hundred taels today. Hearing the compliments and discussions, Yun Songfeng felt an unprecedented sense of ease in his heart. Ha ha ha, if I really do win that much today, I'll treat you both to a feast at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Yun Songfeng said enthusiastically, becoming more proactive in his gambling. Li Ming and his companion exchanged a subtle glance, their eyes revealing a playful glint. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Ji was busy at the dock. A servant from the Yun household hurried over. Young General, why are you alone? Where's your young master? Lin Ji asked, somewhat surprised. Young General, my young master was stopped by two acquaintances on the way and invited to drink, so he sent me here to deliver the documents to you personally. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. Yun Songfeng, this lad, actually went off to drink? That's a bit too unreliable. But then again, it's human nature. He then took the documents and opened them to check. There was the seal of the Ministry of Works, and it confirmed that from today onwards, there would be a merchant house called Lin's Trading House in Chomping City. Yun Songfeng's efficiency was quite impressive. He managed to get this done in just one day. For Lin Ji, this meant he could finally start putting his skills to use. As a sales manager, he didn't believe he couldn't make a name for himself in the current state of the Great Xia. He then handed some extra money to the servant. Go back and tell your young master that if he has time in the next couple of days, come to the dock. I have something to discuss with him. Take this money to buy some wine. It's for your trouble. Thank you, young general. The servant gratefully accepted. He then turned and left. However, what Lin Ji didn't expect was that about half an hour later, the servant returned, his expression extremely anxious. Young general, it's bad. My young master is in trouble. What happened? Lin Ji's first thought was that Yun Songfeng must have gotten into trouble after drinking too much. Alcohol can be unpredictable. Many people tend to do inexplicable things and get into trouble after drinking. My young master owes 3,000 taels of silver at the gambling house. If this continues, something terrible might happen. The servant was full of helplessness. 3,000 taels? Lin Ji was quite surprised. That was an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. Even for Yun Songfeng, whose father was merely the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, his annual salary was at most 100 taels. 3,000 taels? That would mean working without eating or drinking for 30 years. What exactly happened? Didn't you say he went out to drink with someone? How did he end up at the gambling house and even get into such a huge debt? Lin Ji couldn't help but frown. In his impression, Yun Songfeng was definitely not the type to indulge in gambling. But today's events were too strange. I don't know either, young general. After I returned, I inquired along the way and only then found out my young master had gone to the gambling house. When I got there, I saw that he was already red-eyed from losing. No matter what anyone says, he won't listen. The servant was both anxious and helpless. This amount of money, if they couldn't pay, it would be a problem. If they could, it would be an even bigger problem. A mere left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, being able to produce 3,000 taels of silver at once, would be directly telling others about embezzlement and dereliction of duty. If they couldn't pay, This matter would surely spread to the court, causing significant repercussions. Lin Ji pondered for a moment, feeling that this situation was too abnormal. After giving instructions to his subordinates, he followed the servant to the gambling house. At this moment, inside the gambling house, Yun Songfeng's state had become somewhat frenzied. His eyes were bloodshot, looking quite frightening. People around were murmuring, but the staff of the gambling house remained expressionless, like butchers ready to slaughter a sheep at any moment. Li Ming and his companion, on the other hand, watched like they were enjoying a good show, making no move to stop it. "Mr. Yun, you've lost another 1,000 taels," the gambling house manager said with a meaningful tone. Yun Songfeng was plunged into despair, looking extremely dejected and pained. He couldn't understand what had happened. Originally, he had been winning every bet, but suddenly, the tide turned drastically. Yun Songfeng kept losing and kept borrowing. By the time he snapped out of it, he had already borrowed a total of 1,500 taels. Thinking of this, Yun Songfeng could only grit his teeth and continue gambling, hoping to turn the tables and clear his debt before stopping. But to his utter disbelief, it seemed like a bottomless abyss. Lose, borrow, lose again. "Mr. Yun, according to our gambling house's rules, anyone who borrows up to 3,000 taels must settle the account. I wonder how Mr. Yun intends to pay this sum?" The gambling house manager said with a knowing look. "Please, don't be in a hurry. Lend me another 200 taels. As soon as I turn it around, I'll pay it back immediately." Yun Songfeng was now in a panic, not knowing what to do. After all, the amount was simply too large. The manager snorted coldly. "Mr. Yun, you're a respectable man. You wouldn't be thinking of defaulting, would you?" Yun Songfeng was stunned. He turned to Li Ming, pleading, "Mr. Li, please speak up for me. I really just need another 200 taels. I will definitely turn it around. Just now, you saw my luck. Who could have thought it would turn so bad later? But as soon as my luck returns, I will surely turn the tables." It's said that gambling bewitches the mind. Sometimes, once a person gets caught up in it, they can't extricate themselves. Especially someone like Yun Songfeng, who rarely indulged in such activities, even more so. To his surprise, the previously confident Li Ming now looked helpless. "Mr. Yun, I didn't expect you to lose so much. You want me to plead for you, but how can I plead for you? This is 3,000 taels of silver, and if you can't pay it back, won't I be finished too?" Chapter 44. Brother Ji, save me. Upon hearing this statement, Yun Songfeng was momentarily at a loss. The steward's eyes narrowed even further at the sight. "Young Master Yun, you wouldn't really be trying to default on your debt, would you? There are so many witnesses and evidence here, not to mention the written agreement. If you truly intend to do so, I wouldn't mind taking this matter to the authorities." No, absolutely not." Yun Songfeng hastily waved his hands, yet he was at a loss as to what to do. He couldn't understand how the situation had suddenly escalated like this. "Young Master Yun, I'll give you some face. If you can produce the 3,000 taels of silver today, you can walk out of this door unscathed. If not, then don't blame me for being impolite." Yun Songfeng was completely panicked, utterly at a loss. "Come, let young Master Yun stretch his muscles. Let's see how he plans to pay us this sum." The steward stood up directly, and the thugs behind him immediately surged forward, their momentum extraordinary. Yun Songfeng's face turned pale with fright, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hold on. How dare you abuse private punishment and engage in mass brawls in broad daylight? Do you not place the laws of the Great Xia in your eyes? Who dares to speak so boldly here? What business is it of yours?" the steward said arrogantly. A figure emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing him, Yun Songfeng immediately rushed forward, grasping at a lifeline. "Brother Ji, you must help me." "You rascal, I don't even know what to say about you," said the person who appeared, none other than Lin Ji, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Earlier, upon arrival, he had not immediately revealed himself, but had instead quietly observed from the sidelines, sensing that something was very wrong with the whole situation. At this moment, Lin Ji could no longer stand by. Otherwise, Yun Songfeng would surely suffer physical harm. Who are you? Daring to meddle in our... Of course, the main reason was that they had learned that this young general dared to confront the 4 great merchant guilds. Many common folk had suffered injustices at the hands of these guilds, but dared not speak out. Now that someone was standing up for them, they naturally welcomed it. So it's the young general? But why is the young general, who should be guarding the port, here in my gambling house? The steward asked with a meaningful tone. Could it be that the young general also intends to default today? Even if this matter were to reach the authorities, I would be in the right. Killing requires compensation, and debts must be repaid. It is only natural. Do you really think you can protect each other and bully us common folk? Lin Ji couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, these ruffians all had the same demeanor. What good could a gambling house owner be? They immediately smeared him with dirt and pinned a huge crime on him. Who said I don't acknowledge the debt? Today, I'm here to pay it off for him. Oh, the steward grinned. I didn't expect the young general to be so wealthy, but according to the rumors in the streets, the recent expenses of the general's residence have been covered by Princess Anning. How could a man of the young general's modest means come up with thousands of taels of silver? Perhaps the young general should first consider how to earn more money at the port, ha ha ha. The mockery was evident. Yun Songfeng was furious upon hearing this. You can't insult Brother Ji. Calling him Brother Ji every other word? Haven't you seen that your so-called brother is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, barely managing to save himself? The steward said disdainfully. I give you face by calling you the young general. Don't think you're still that so-called son of a general. In Chongping City, to have face, you must have your own abilities. You have neither money nor power. What right do you have to act so grandly in front of me, thinking yourself some chivalrous hero out to right wrongs? No matter what method you use, if today's 3,000 taels of silver is short by even a single coin, neither of you will leave. I don't care if you're the young general or the old general. The other party spoke extremely arrogantly, clearly not placing them in their eyes. Yun Songfeng's face was ashen. The 3,000 taels of silver indeed lay before him, leaving him with no room for argument. Brother Ji, maybe I should handle this alone. I don't want to involve you. Yun Songfeng said with great determination, almost in a tone of despair. What nonsense. We've grown up together since childhood. It's not like we'd flee when trouble comes, Lin Ji said calmly. Today, I'll help you win back all 3,000 taels of silver. What? The people around couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. The steward looked as if he had heard something absurd. Did I hear wrong? The young general said he wants to win back 3,000 taels? But you don't even have the capital. Why should I believe you? No need. I only need 100 taels of silver, Lin Ji said, taking out a 100 taels silver note from his bosom. This was basically all his current wealth, transferred from the commissions at the port. Haha, 100 taels to win 3,000? I've never heard anything so absurd. And if the young general loses? Chapter 45. 10 bets, 9 deceptions, all traps. Rest assured, if I truly lose, I'll use the general's mansion as collateral. You can use it however you like, and I won't utter a word of complaint, Lin Ji said resolutely. Yun Songfeng's face changed drastically upon hearing this. No way. How can you do this? That general's mansion was left to you by General Lin. And if you lose it, where will you live then? It would mean ending up on the streets. If that were to happen, Yun Songfeng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and unease. Don't worry, no one who wants to take the general's mansion has appeared yet. At least not as far as I can see, Lin Ji said, patting Yun Songfeng's shoulder. Or are you not trusting me enough? Yun Songfeng was slightly taken aback by this. Indeed, Lin Ji was the only one who stood up to help him in critical moments. At this point, there was no other choice but to trust, even if it meant sharing the same fate. After all, knowing Lin Ji in this lifetime was worth it. All right, young general, you are indeed a straightforward person. Since that's the case, let's make a contract. The manager said with a gleeful expression. I can value your general's mansion at 1,000 taels of silver. If the young general loses up to 1,100 taels, don't blame us for being ignorant. Enough with the nonsense, Linji said indifferently, waving his hand. Let's begin. The manager immediately gave a signal to the dealer beside him. The dealer nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Young general, place your bet, big or small. Big. Open it. Wait. Linji looked up. I'll bet 50 taels on big, and another 50 taels on 3 sixes. A triple. This statement left everyone stunned. Anyone who frequented the gambling house knew that 3 sixes were extremely rare. Once rolled, the house would default to a total win. Unless someone bet on 3 sixes, no one could win. So why was the young general so confident? I think the young general has already given up. How could 3 sixes appear right away? Exactly. I guess these two will really suffer a big loss today. Too bad. The young general just started gaining a bit of reputation in Chomping City. It seems it will all be ruined today. The onlookers were either watching with amusement or shaking their heads in disapproval. Clearly, they didn't have much faith in Linji. The manager was even more mocking. Young general, is this your first time gambling? You dare to bet on 3 sixes? If it really comes up, I'll eat these 3 dice. Oh, really? Linji glanced at him. In that case, let's bet big. If I win this time, I can only win a maximum of 800 taels of silver. That means I can win back the 3,000 taels you owe me within 2 or 3 rounds. Why don't we make it a 1-round showdown? How do you determine the winner? The manager was intrigued. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with us, and the general's mansion is yours. If you want money, you can sell anything of mine, and I won't say a word. Linji paused here, his gaze suddenly turning sharp. But if you lose, you owe me 8,000 taels with interest. What? Everyone in the room gasped. They couldn't believe Linji, who was already at a disadvantage, would bet so heavily. 8,000 taels sounded tempting. But it was obvious that Lin Hao couldn't get it. He might end up bankrupt. The manager couldn't help but laugh heartily, unable to hide his joy. Good, good, good. 8,000 taels it is, all depending on the young general's mood. Even if Linji asked for 10,000 taels, the manager would agree without hesitation. Because he was certain to win this round. What is a gambling house? A gambling house is where there are always tricks. And the one playing tricks can only be the house. Why did Yun Songfeng lose so badly before? Was it really just bad luck? If it weren't for the dealer's interference, how could Yun Songfeng have lost so miserably? Since cheating was possible, it meant the manager and his team were invincible. No matter who, under any circumstances, made a bet with them, they would never win. The manager gave the dealer a covert signal for confirmation. The dealer nodded slightly, meaning everything was in place. The manager felt fully confident. Young general, since the words have been spoken, you won't change your mind now, right? Of course not. Then shall we open the dice? Open it. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently on the dealer's dice cup. This was a life and death bet for both sides. Winning would mean a full pot. Losing would mean instant bankruptcy for either side, with unimaginable consequences. Open. When the dice were revealed in front of everyone, everyone widened their eyes. Ha ha ha, young general, you lost, betting on 3 sixes? I've never seen anyone as foolish as you. What? How can it really be 3 sixes? He couldn't understand why the final roll was 3 sixes. Manager, it can't be 3 sixes. I'm sure of it. The dealer said in a low voice, only audible to them. So what do we do now? It's clearly 3 sixes, don't tell me it's fake. The manager was on the verge of collapse. 8,000 taels. The entire gambling house was only worth that much. But now it was all given to someone else, leaving him truly penniless. Gambling is 10 bets, 9 deceptions. With your little tricks, do you really think you can fool me? Chapter 46. If you don't follow the rules, don't blame me for getting physical. Linji looked at the two of them with profound meaning. In his previous life as a sales manager, did he not attend many banquets? Dice games were one of the table cultures, and all kinds of cunning and deceitful people who deliberately tried to get others drunk were endless. Over time, Linji naturally developed a set of methods to deal with these people, and he became extremely proficient in dice games. The dealer's technique on the opposite side couldn't even compare to that of an 18-year-old girl. As for how to control the number of dice, this all depended on the Shenlong Bai Xianggong his father, Lin Zhenxiu, had passed down to him. Well, what else do you have to say now? Something's not right. You must have cheated. How dare you cheat? The steward realized. Although he didn't know exactly how this guy had done it, but there was no way such a thing could happen in the world. Claiming 3 6s was just 3 6s? Impossible. Cheating? You have the nerve to accuse me. I've been standing here for a while, and wasn't it you who cheated against my brother? Linji said coldly. Yun Songfeng was furious upon hearing this. What? You scoundrels actually dared to cheat me. He had originally just thought it was bad luck. Now it seemed like someone was deliberately causing trouble. Nonsense. The steward was furious with embarrassment. How dare you tamper with things in our establishment, even if you are the young general? Come, seize him and beat him severely. Since things had come to this, soft tactics wouldn't work, so it was time for the hard approach. There was no way he could come up with 8,000 taels. Yun Songfeng panicked immediately. Although he was broad and stout, his combat ability was negligible. How could he compare to these strong thugs? But the next moment, Linji flipped the table and advanced instead of retreating, charging forward first. The thugs hadn't even reacted yet. They saw a whip kick coming towards them. A dull thud. 2 thugs were instantly knocked down. They were seeing stars and foaming at the mouth. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. My goodness! Isn't the young general said to be unruly and uneducated since childhood? How could he have such good skills? The steward of the gambling house was also stunned. But now the arrow was on the string. There was no turning back, and there was no room for retreat. Hurry up! Can't you handle one person? The thugs gritted their teeth and surrounded him. But how could these ruffians be a match for Lin Ji, who had cultivated the Shenlong Bai Xianggong? The gambling house was in chaos, with tables and chairs overturned and figures flying. The thugs, who had been fierce just moments ago, were all knocked down within the time it took to drink a cup of tea. They were all in disarray, groaning in pain. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Goodness! Is this the strength of the young general? That's terrifying. Who said the young general was useless? With these skills, how many people in Chongping City can compare? Don't you remember the son of the Prime Minister, Chao Tian, who was known as the #1 martial champion in Chongping City, and yet he still lost to the young general? Reminded, many suddenly recalled. That incident had been widely discussed among the city's elite and scholars. But those who came to this gambling house were mostly gamblers, who couldn't even remember their families, let alone such things. Ha ha ha, it seems the gambling house has really run into a tough nut this time. How dare they mess with the young general? Don't they know their place? The steward's face turned even more ghastly. He never expected things to get so complicated. The worst part was that neither soft nor hard tactics could work on the opponent. There was only one way out now. 36 strategies. Running away is the best. Seeing the crowd in chaos, the steward quietly retreated to the gate of the inner courtyard, then turned and tried to run. But how could such a small trick escape Lin Ji's eyes? He flashed his figure. Lin Ji appeared in front of the steward like a ghost. The speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see it. The steward was dumbfounded. The matter hasn't been resolved yet. Why the hurry? Before the words were finished, Lin Ji grabbed the steward's collar and threw him back into the gambling house. The steward was in agony. Before he could even get up, he felt a rock pressing on his chest, almost suffocating him. Looking up, Lin Ji was stepping on his chest. Was this guy a monster? What kind of feet were these, so heavy? Young general, spare me, spare me. I was blind. Please, General Shao, spare me this time. I will never dare again. In the world of thugs, if you make a mistake, you have to admit it, take the beating, and stand firm. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Linji smiled meaningfully, but that smile made people inexplicably nervous. Young general, whatever you say, I'll agree to it. At this moment, the steward had no trace of the previous arrogance. He was almost kneeling and begging for mercy. Today's matter, I can let it go, but the 8,000 taels you mentioned earlier, not a single one less. What? The steward's eyes widened, full of shock and disbelief. He never expected the other party to be so insistent on this matter. But the problem was that he couldn't possibly come up with so much money. Young general, can we discuss this? How about 3,000 taels, all of it? Just consider it making a friend? Linji shook his head. I have no interest in making friends with someone like you. Just now, you said 8,000 taels loudly, and so many people heard it. Do you still want to renege? If you want to renege, you can. Anyway, my brother's debt is cancelled, and the rest, you compensate however much you have here. Even a small mosquito is meat. Linji was currently in need of money. On one hand, he needed to open up the expenses of the general's mansion, and on the other hand, he needed it for the maintenance and operation of his newly opened business. A single coin can stump a hero. Linji was very clear that if he wanted to stand firm in Chongping City, he had to make money first. Without money, even if his identity as the young general was of any use, he couldn't let the brothers following him go hungry, could he? Who would be willing to follow him then? The steward's face turned completely pale. At this moment, he understood that no matter what he said, it would be useless. The only thing he could do was to try to stabilize the other party first. He could always run away after Linji left. After all, the world was vast, and even if the young general was powerful, where could he find him? Young general, I can't come up with so much money in a short time. How about a slight extension? Don't worry, within 3 days, I'll definitely gather 5,000 taels and personally deliver it to the general's mansion. Linji couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Are you taking me for a fool? Or do you really think you're that clever? Chapter 47. I'm a reasonable person. Pay up and leave. Linji couldn't care less about what the manager was saying. What kind of people were in a gambling den? All were lowlifes from the pugilistic world. Good people wouldn't come here looking for trouble. The manager must have swindled, cheated, and harmed many people. Now he wanted to use those tricks on Linji. Linji had seen all sorts of characters, from gods to ghosts. Could he be fooled by such a scoundrel? You can't produce 5,000 taels now, so how can you produce them in 3 days? Linji scoffed. In short, I have one thing to say. If you don't pay up today, don't even think about walking out that door. The manager was almost bursting with anger. Who would have thought the situation would become so troublesome? What was most troublesome was that he had no idea how to resolve it. Was he really going to mortgage the gambling den? The real boss behind the scenes would skin him alive. At this thought, the manager decided to grit his teeth. Since things had come to this point, he didn't believe Linji would really do anything to him. Young general, I've said everything I need to say. I really can't produce so much money now. No money, just my life. If you think my life is worth 5,000 taels, just take it. The manager closed his eyes, looking like a dead pig not afraid of scalding water. Linji couldn't help but laugh at the sight. What? Giving up? Huh? Playing the scoundrel with me, huh? All right, since that's what you said, I'll fulfill your wish. As Linji spoke, he exerted force with his wrist. There was a crisp snap. The manager's arm immediately broke. The piercing pain shot straight to his head. The manager let out a pig-like scream. Ah! The people around couldn't help but step back. Was this the true means of the young general? It seemed he was a ruthless man. Such a person was truly not to be trifled with. The other enforcers in the gambling den were also shocked, yet felt a strange sense of relief. Compared to being tortured like this, just getting beaten up was much easier. What's with the screaming? Linji looked indifferent. After all, your life is mine now, isn't it? I can do whatever I want with it. Then his gaze shifted to the manager's other hand. At this moment, the manager's heart was filled with fear. He couldn't understand why this man was so ruthless. He was like a devil from hell. No, the devils of hell at least didn't come to the human world. Lin Ji was even more terrifying than a devil. Seeing the other man about to act, the manager no longer dared to act as before. He shook his head repeatedly. All right, all right, all right. I'll pay. I'll pay. That's more like it. Lin Ji smiled lightly. The manager didn't dare hesitate anymore, immediately ordering his subordinates to fetch all the silver from the back courtyard. Apart from the 1,500 taels lent to Yun Songfeng, the rest added up to just over 3,000 taels. Young general, you see, I'm not lying to you. We really only have this much money here. The manager's face was filled with despair. A gambling den wasn't a treasury, and most of the money he earned was handed over. Having 3,000 taels stored here was already quite outrageous. There was no way to produce 5,000 taels. Why can't you understand human speech? Lin Ji put the silver notes on the table. 5,000 taels, not a single tael less. How many times do I have to repeat it? Seeing Lin Ji's impatient expression, the manager shivered in fear. He was afraid he'd lose his other arm. But young general, I really can't do it. Even if you kill me now, I only have this much. I see your gambling den is quite nice. If you were to mortgage it at a bank, you could probably get over 1,000 taels, right? Lin Ji looked around, thoughtfully. The manager shivered. No, absolutely not. Young general, this is our livelihood. If we mortgage this place, what will we do with so many people? Not my problem. I just want the money. Lin Ji's expression was blank. Gambling dens like this should have been abolished long ago. They were purely harmful. Countless people had lost their families because of such places. Lin Ji even suspected that gambling dens could exist openly in many dynasties because some officials used them as a means to amass wealth. Besides this, was there any other reason? Hurry up, I'll only give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. If I don't see the money by then, you'll spend the rest of your life lying in bed. Lin Ji said with a smile. But that smile was incredibly frightening. The manager feared Lin Ji's methods more than death. They truly made one wish for death. He nodded without hesitation, his voice trembling as he spoke to his subordinates. Quickly take the gambling den's deed and go to the bank to exchange for money. Hurry. The subordinates never expected things to turn out this way, but at this point, they couldn't say anything more. Nodding without hesitation and rushing to the back courtyard to fetch the deed and leave. The onlookers around still hadn't left. They just wanted to know the final outcome. This was also the first time everyone truly witnessed the young general's methods. It couldn't be described as just impressive. It was completely ruthless. Every action, every word, even a glance could instill fear in one's bones. There was no thought of resisting. The next period of time, the manager felt like every day was a year. Seeing the incense almost burned out, he was extremely anxious. At the last moment, his subordinate returned, panting, holding a stack of silver notes. The manager immediately rushed up and counted them. Then he respectfully handed them to Lin Ji. Young general, here are 1,700 taels. Adding to the previous ones, it's exactly 5,000 taels. Please take a look. No need. But if you dare to deceive me, you should know your fate. And don't even think about running. I can catch you before you leave Chongping City. You can try if you don't believe me. Lin Ji took the silver notes with a flourish, stood up, and patted Yun Songfeng beside him. Let's go. We should head back. The crowd watched until the two figures completely disappeared outside the door. Then they couldn't help but start discussing. Wow, the young general is truly mighty. To be able to retrieve 5,000 taels from the gambling den, it's simply unbelievable. Nonsense. Look at how the young general dealt with them. Do you think the gambling den fellows dare to disobey? Looks like in Chongping City, you can't afford to offend anyone but the young general. Offending others is fatal, but offending him is worse than death. In the city streets, Lin Ji walked quickly. Yun Songfeng trotted beside him, his eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 48. You're not worthy to play mind games with me. Brother Ji, you were incredibly cool just now. Look at those guys. They were scared out of their wits. They were so arrogant in front of me earlier. This is called karma. Yun Songfeng was exhilarated. Initially, he thought he was truly done for. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji arrived at the critical moment to rescue him from dire straits. Not only did he clear all the debts, but he even made an extra 5,000 taels of silver. In Yun Songfeng's understanding, no one had ever managed to pull off such a business deal. Lin Ji sighed, looking at Yun Songfeng's carefree demeanor. After staying in Chongping City for so long, didn't you learn anything from your old man? Even in such an environment, why are you still so naive? Yun Songfeng was slightly taken aback, seemingly not understanding Lin Ji's meaning. Don't easily trust others in the future, and those people were clearly setting you up. Didn't you see through it? Yun Songfeng awkwardly scratched his head. I did think about it in between, but I didn't think it was possible in front of so many people, and later, I lost so badly that I didn't have the mind to think about these things. Remember, such situations may still occur in the future. You need to learn to discern and be cautious, but never harbor malicious intentions. Yes, Brother Ji, I'll keep your teachings in mind. Yun Songfeng nodded obediently, then felt a bit indignant. Speaking of which, this isn't entirely my fault. If it weren't for Li Ming and those two guys, insisting on dragging me to the gambling house to play a few rounds, or if I had left when I was winning, things wouldn't have escalated like this. Lin Ji was utterly speechless. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. Anyway, you'll learn your lesson after suffering a couple more times. With that, he continued walking forward. Yun Songfeng finally sensed something was off. Brother Ji, where are we going? The ferry and the general's mansion aren't in this direction, are they? Correct. I need to find two people, Lin Ji said meaningfully. The account hadn't been settled yet. How could he just return like this? Yun Songfeng didn't understand but didn't ask further. He just followed. The two of them twisted and turned, eventually arriving at an inn. Lin Ji went straight upstairs and without any warning, pushed open the door of a private room. The people inside were startled. Who is it? Yun Songfeng was also taken aback because inside were Li Ming and his companion. Li Ming chuckled dryly upon seeing them. Oh, Yun Gongzi, Lin Xiaojiang, you're here so soon? Li Ming, why are you here? Yun Songfeng was utterly confused, not even knowing when these two had left. I thought of preparing some good wine and dishes here first, so we could come here to dispel the bad luck after dealing with the other matters. Li Ming stammered, trying to cover up his awkwardness and guilt. Lin Ji couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Who asked you to do this? The three of them looked puzzled. Yun Songfeng thought Lin Ji hadn't heard clearly. Brother Ji, he said he was here to prepare a feast for us in advance. Lin Ji glanced at him expressionlessly. Truly, some people can't be taught. It seems I need to give this guy some extra knowledge later. Otherwise, with Yun Songfeng's brain, he's bound to be used by others at any time. Thinking this, Lin Ji stepped forward and kicked the table over with a single foot. What are you eating? Do you really think I don't know? You two, want to play mind games with me? You're still 10 years too early. Who told you to set up Yun Songfeng? Upon hearing this, Yun Songfeng's face changed dramatically. Brother Ji, what's going on? Don't you understand? From the very beginning, when they met you on the street, they had ill intentions. Then, using the excuse of inviting you to drink, they lured you to the gambling house and, together with the manager, set up a scam. Haven't you thought about it? After all, your father is the left vice minister of justice. Even if that manager had the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to scam you in a place like Chongping City. Unless someone instructed him to do so. Lin Ji said expressionlessly, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing the two of them as if ready to see through them at any moment. Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. He never expected Lin Ji to be so clever. The key was that the manager didn't know much either, only that he had to cooperate with them. Do you have any evidence? I tell you, don't think you can slander others just because you're a young general. Just because you're an official, doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. My family has people in the court too. Li Ming retorted stubbornly. Before he finished, Lin Ji slapped him across the face, the sound exceptionally loud. Li Ming's face swelled up, turning red and large, making him look deformed. "How dare you hit me?" Li Ming roared, his voice hoarse from the blow. "I don't want to waste words with you. Now, I'll ask you one question, you answer one. If you don't answer, the consequences are on you." Lin Ji waved his hand. With his current strength, even if he encountered second or third-rate masters in the martial world, he could easily handle them. Let alone these pampered sons of wealthy families, who were powerless and dared to act recklessly just because of their family's influence. That wouldn't work with Lin Ji. Do you understand? Who do you think you are? Li Ming tried to retort, but halfway through, he was hit by another slap, his vision going black. His companion, watching from the side, was too scared to make a sound, cowering in the corner, trembling. Now, Li Ming's face was symmetrically swollen, truly looking like a pig's head. "Who sent you to do this?" "Lin Ji, you're too much." Slap. "What's their purpose?" "You dare to." Slap. "Who are they targeting?" "I." Slap. 3 consecutive slaps left Li Ming unrecognizable to his own mother. Bruised and battered, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "I haven't even asked why you hit me." Li Ming sobbed, covering his face. By the second slap, he couldn't take it anymore, and just as he was about to answer, another slap came. "Consider it a buy two, get one free." Lin Ji shrugged. "Now, can you talk?" Li Ming nodded frantically, his eyes filled with fear. Now, he dared not be arrogant in the slightest. If this continued, he might really get beaten into a fool. The key was that he was genuinely frightened by Lin Ji's methods. Simple and brutal, extremely terrifying. It seemed that in this man's eyes, there was no such thing as compromise. Whatever he wanted to do, whatever he wanted to get, no one could stop him. Hashtag Chapter 49. Brotherhood unites, its power can break metal. It was the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Tianhai, who ordered us to do this, one of the men confessed. "What?" Yun Songfeng, who had overheard, immediately burst into a tirade. "Li Ming, even now, you still dare to spew nonsense? I have no grievances with the Minister of Personnel. Why would he want to harm me? Even my father hasn't offended him. The minister's target isn't you, it's..." Li Ming hesitated, afraid to continue. "It's me, right?" Lin Ji asked. Li Ming remained silent, tacitly admitting. "Ah." Yun Songfeng was bewildered. "Brother Ji, what's going on? Why would the minister target you? And wasn't it me he was after?" "It's complicated. You might not understand right away," Lin Ji said slowly. After receiving Li Ming's admission, he pondered and could guess the general situation. Presumably, due to previous incidents, Zhang Tianhai harbored deep resentment towards him. However, Zhang also knew that acting rashly at this moment would not be beneficial to him, as it could stir up unwanted attention. Thus, Zhang devised a devious plan to target those close to Lin Ji. In Chomping City, those connected to Lin Ji were either longtime friends or people who had been helped by Lin Zhenqiu. Zhang Tianhai knew that if these people were in trouble, Lin Ji would not stand idly by. Most of them were officials in the court, and any action against them would cause a stir. Only Yun Songfeng, the son of the left assistant minister of justice, was the perfect target. "Zhang Tianhai, you old fox, you just won't let things rest, will you? Last time I gave you a way out, and yet you persist?" Lin Ji narrowed his eyes. Having witnessed the political struggles in the whirlpool of Chongping City, he realized that to survive here, one had to be even more ruthless and cunning than these people. It was the same law of survival as in the business world. The weak are prey to the strong, the fittest survive. However, Lin Ji was not yet fully established and did not want to cause too much commotion. But Zhang Tianhai was pushing his luck. As he pondered, Li Ming knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, "Young general, I've told you everything. Can you spare me?" "Spare you?" Lin Ji grinned. "What if you don't learn your lesson?" "I won't, I swear. If I ever see you on the road again, I'll just go around." Li Ming shook his head repeatedly. He no longer dared to show any arrogance. That would be suicide. "Fengzi, this guy almost got you homeless and ruined your family. What do you think we should do with him? We have to beat him up to vent our anger, Yun Songfeng said indignantly. He had actually believed they wanted to invite him for a drink. The thought of their malicious intent made him furious. All right, then beat them until you're satisfied, Linji waved his hand. Yun Songfeng, who had always been bullied in Chomping City, finally had a chance to feel triumphant. He stepped forward and started punching Li Ming with his plump fists, each blow feeling incredibly satisfying. He kept cursing, "You bastards! Scum! Trying to ruin me! Will you dare again? I'll beat you to death! I won't dare! Please, spare me!" Li Ming cried out in agony. The scene was no different from slaughtering a pig. Yun Songfeng, though fierce in appearance, had no martial arts training. His punches, while energetic, were less powerful than Lin Ji's slaps. Soon, he was out of breath, but seeing Li Ming's disheveled and dirty state, he felt immensely satisfied. "Get out of here!" Yun Songfeng shouted. "If it weren't for Brother Ji's mercy today, you two would be like those at the gambling house, losing an arm each." He kicked Li Ming one more time for good measure. Li Ming and his companion were overjoyed to escape. They scrambled out of the room, even rolling down the stairs, causing the entire tavern to burst into laughter. Yun Songfeng couldn't help but laugh along. "Ha ha ha, Brother Ji. Look at their pathetic state. Just like rats running from a street. Serves them right." Lin Ji couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. But ultimately, Yun Songfeng's predicament was due to him. He wouldn't ignore it. Whether he would be so lucky next time was uncertain. Lin Ji spoke with a heavy heart. "Fengzi, from now on, don't come looking for me." "Why?" Yun Songfeng's smile faded. "Brother Ji, I know today's trouble was my fault. Don't worry, it won't happen again." "It's not that," Lin Ji shook his head. "You heard it. They targeted you because of me. Staying by my side puts you and your father in danger. We've grown up together, and I know you've never had any ill intentions towards me, but I don't want to drag you into these whirlpools. It could cost you your life." Yun Songfeng was stunned. After a long silence, he made a firm decision. "Brother Ji, don't worry. No matter what happens, I won't hold you back again. I won't abandon you. Can't you understand? You might die if this continues." Lin Ji frowned. "I know," Yun Songfeng said earnestly. "But before you came, I was often bullied, and no one respected me. Now, no matter what happens, you come to help me. A true brother stands by his side in times of need. I can't betray you now. I know I can't help much, but I can run errands. You've been so good to me. How could I abandon you?" Lin Ji was deeply moved. In Chomping City, many high-ranking officials and generals were outstanding individuals, yet few truly understood the meaning of loyalty and filial piety. They were far inferior to someone like Yun Songfeng, who seemed ordinary but possessed genuine loyalty. Lin Ji felt genuinely happy to have such a friend. He patted Yun Songfeng's shoulder. "All right, don't worry. From now on, as long as I have something to eat, you'll have something to drink." Chapter 50. Lin Ji, you are too much. At the same time, news about the casino being turned upside down by Lin Ji spread like wildfire. That was the largest casino in Chomping City, and like the trading company, it had powerful backing. The nearby residents were also buzzing with discussion. "Have you heard? The casino has been seized by the bank, and it probably won't be able to reopen from now on. Is that true? Who is so powerful? This is helping us common folks get rid of a scourge. That casino has caused countless families to be torn apart. It should have been shut down long ago. I heard it was the young general who did it. No doubt about it, the young general really has the skills." Unknowingly, Lin Ji himself didn't realize that his standing among the people of Chomping City had risen even higher, especially because of the previous trading company incident. Many people were able to buy cheaper goods, and the merchants were also able to make money. This was a good thing for many. Now, by helping the common folk eliminate a scourge, Lin Ji's past rumors had already been dispelled on their own. Many now even believed that the young General Lin was fully deserving of Princess Anning. This versatile talent, looking across the entire Chomping City, there were very few. On the other side, after learning about this news, Minister of Personnel Zhang Tianhai couldn't help but curse loudly. Are you all useless? Can't even handle such a small matter. And those two guys you found, what kind of trash are they? Couldn't even handle this small matter? Useless. Zhang Tianhai slapped his palms. He really wanted to give these few guys in front of him a thorough beating. They were completely incapable of accomplishing anything. Master, this time it was those two rich young men who did it. It has nothing to do with us. It shouldn't matter much. A subordinate cautiously said. Do you really think Linji is an idiot? Wouldn't he notice something's wrong? Zhang Tianhai was so angry that he felt blood rushing to his head. Even though he had to admit that Linji was the most cunning young man he had ever seen. How could he remain unscathed in Chomping City until today? But they haven't made any other moves? The subordinate blinked. Zhang Tianhai was so angry that he couldn't speak. He couldn't explain it to these fools. I see you two are useless too. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Tianhai slowly said, Send someone to deliver a message to the Grand Secretary Chao Tianyuan. Tell him the casino has been raided. In Chomping City, not many people knew that the real owner behind the largest casino was none other than the famous Grand Secretary Chao Tianyuan. This time, he didn't believe Linji could still escape unscathed. The subordinate nodded upon hearing. Understood, master. Soon, the news reached Chao Tianyuan's ears. Because of the Green Vine Banquet incident, Chao Tianyuan was already very displeased with Linji. Unexpectedly, this guy even wanted to cut off his financial resources. He's utterly audacious. Does he really think he's a big shot in the imperial city? He's completely unrestrained, without any regard. Chao Tianyuan was so angry that his veins bulged. He directly cursed in the courtyard. Just then, Chao Hai passed by, looking bewildered. Father, who made you so angry? Who else? Of course, it's Linji. Chao Tianyuan's eyes were filled with anger. He just couldn't understand, as a general's son, with not much foundation in the imperial city, why did he dare to act so recklessly? Linji? It's that guy again. Chao Hai, upon mentioning this, was immediately filled with anger. The humiliation at the Green Vine Banquet, he had always remembered it. Later, he practiced martial arts every day at home, all for the day when he could let Linji taste his skills. Perhaps then he could gain the emperor's favor. He might even have the chance to marry Princess Anning. Now, although Princess Anning lived in the general's mansion, as long as they weren't married, he still had a chance. The son of the Grand Secretary, was he worse than the son of the Northern Garrison General? Father, I volunteer to take care of that Linji. I will definitely let you vent your anger. What do you know? Chao Tianyuan gave him a displeased glance. All you do is practice martial arts, don't know how to read more books. If it were that simple, how could the court be like a whirlpool? As the Grand Secretary, he was as cunning as an old fox. This news was given to him by Zhang Tianhai. And recently, the feud between Zhang Tianhai and Linji had been a hot topic throughout Chomping City. Although they had a common enemy, he wouldn't be used as a pawn by Zhang Tianhai. Chao Hai, tonight you take a team and burn down the dock. Chao Tianyuan said, self a way out. Send someone to inform Minister Zhang Tianhai. Tell him there will be a good show at the dock tonight. He must not miss it. If your men are caught, no matter what, they must insist they are Zhang Tianhai's men. Chao Hai suddenly understood. Father, your meaning is to let Minister Zhang take the blame, right? This is an unavoidable measure, remember. No matter in any situation, you must learn to find a way out for yourself, so that even if you fail, you have a chance to start over. At the dock, after obtaining the official document, Linji also began to arrange for the officers under his command to prepare. Everyone was extremely excited. Young General, we didn't expect we would have our own trading company. If we don't do public service work in the future, young General, you must take us in. That's right. We've also climbed onto the high branch of the young General. Otherwise, how could we have such a comfortable life? Indeed, it's still the young General who has the skills, coming here for just a few months, and the entire dock has undergone earth-shaking changes. Even if we've been here for years, we still wouldn't have achieved anything. ###Chapter 51. the ferry suddenly catches fire. Everyone was full of praise for Lin Ji. They were even more in awe of the young general's abilities. There is always someone stronger. It is truly a waste of talent to assign someone like the young general to oversee the ferry. Yet, even so, a gem will always shine. Young General Lin Ji proved to everyone with actual actions that even with a mess, he could bring it back to life. If you ever don't want to work for the government in the future, my business is always open to you. And you'll all be the founding members, Lin Ji joked. Haha, we'll follow the young general from now on, and we'll never go hungry again. The crowd was enthusiastic and full of energy. Lin Ji was equally confident. If they could secure 30% of the market in Chongping City, they would have a firm foothold. Then, no matter what outsiders tried to do, they could handle it. Lin Ji deeply understood the importance of money, which is true in any era. Without money, one would be at a standstill. Everyone nodded in agreement and then packed up to go home. Late at night, the ferry was quiet and deserted. The night watchman dozed off. Suddenly, flames shot up to the sky. The watchman woke up with a start, seeing the surrounding inferno and panicking. Oh my, what's happening? How did it come to this? In the general's residence, Lin Ji was deep asleep. In his drowsiness, he vaguely heard someone urging him. Young general, something terrible has happened. Lin Ji slowly woke up. At first, he thought it was an illusion. But when he heard persistent knocking on the door, he realized it was real. What's going on? Disturbing me at this late hour? Lin Ji got up, wearing his clothes, and opened the door. He found that the one reporting was a servant from his residence. Young general, word came from the ferry that it's on fire. You should get up and take a look. What? Lin Ji's sleepiness vanished instantly. He didn't have time to ask questions, quickly putting on his clothes and shoes. Where's the messenger? In the front hall. The two hurried to the front hall. There stood a watchman, disheveled and dirty all over. Young general. Seeing Lin Ji, the watchman almost cried. What happened? Lin Ji's brow furrowed. He never expected such an abrupt situation. Young general, it's all my fault. We should send someone to put out the fire at the ferry. I don't know what happened. I just dozed off during my shift, and when I woke up, the house behind me was already on fire. I scrambled out and immediately came to report to the young general. The watchman's eyes were filled with panic. He was exhausted, gasping for breath, as if he might faint at any moment. Lin Ji frowned slightly. Although the ferry wasn't much, it was still a government property. If word got out, not only would it be mocked by the citizens, but the government might also hold them accountable. Who could predict the extent of the damage? Lin Ji's expression darkened. Notify the guards still awake in the general's residence. Have them follow me to put out the fire. But young general, these guards are from the princess's side. Will they listen to us? The servant hesitated. Normally in the general's residence, these guards were arrogant. After all, they were from the palace. Naturally, they felt superior to others. The people in the general's residence didn't mind. Most of them were recruited later and naturally didn't dare to provoke these people. Now, with the emergency, if these guards didn't cooperate, it would only worsen the situation, wasting precious time. What are you still blabbering about? Lin Ji growled. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately. I'll take responsibility for any issues. With Lin Ji's decisiveness, many guards in the general's residence quickly prepared. A large group left the residence and headed towards the ferry. The sight was extraordinary, even somewhat frightening. Anyone would be nervous seeing such a scene in the middle of the night. Naturally, their departure also alarmed Princess Anning. Princess Anning, wrapped in clothes, came to the window. Seeing the flickering torches outside, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Suibo, what's happening? Why such a commotion outside? Your Highness, there's a guest at our residence. Suibo appeared silently at the door. As a qualified personal guard, he could appear anywhere around the princess at any time. Suibo was once a warrior handpicked from the entire Great Xia army. Not only was he extraordinary in strength, but he was also loyal. So late, how could there still be a guest? Princess Anning became more and more puzzled. She found the situation rather inexplicable. It seems there's a fire at the ferry. The young general has taken people to rescue. Hearing this, Princess Anning frowned slightly. Is that so? Yes. Do you know who did it? I don't know. Should I go investigate, Your Highness? The princess hesitated for a moment. Then she slowly shook her head. No need. There's not much to investigate about this matter. I believe the young general can handle it himself. Whoever it is, for whatever reason, if they resort to such tricks on the ferry, it means they've been pushed to a corner. And Li Qingyue has great confidence in Lin Ji. He has overcome so many difficulties before. This ferry incident will be no different. Suibo, if you have time, keep an eye on Lin Ji for me. If he runs into trouble, help if you can. This? Suibo hesitated. Just say it. I don't think I'll be needed. The young general's attendant, Shaolian, is also extraordinary in skill. Moreover, Suibo occasionally saw Lin Ji practicing martial arts in his room. He must have made significant progress by now, considering he could even defeat Chao Tinyuan's son. Then just keep an eye on him for me. Princess Anning turned back into her room and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Ji, leading over 100 guards, marched towards the ferry. They didn't stop for a moment, moving swiftly. If not for the crowd, Lin Ji would have used his light skills to fly there. Every second counts in putting out a fire. Chapter 52. No ferry, how arrogant can you be? Everyone hurried along as fast as they could. Upon reaching the ferry, everyone gasped in shock. From a distance, they saw the entire area engulfed in roaring flames. The blazing fire illuminated the entire ferry. Oh my goodness! How did it come to this? Even the princess's personal guards looked grave. It was unclear how much had already been burned. But if the fire continued to spread, not only would the entire ferry be completely destroyed, but also the surrounding residences of the common folk would be affected, with unimaginable consequences. Everyone, hurry and fetch water to extinguish the fire, but remember to ensure your own safety at all costs. With the order given, Lin Ji charged straight into the fire. Seeing this, others followed suit. These personal guards of the princess were indeed arrogant on a daily basis, looking down on anyone. After all, their status was extraordinary. But now, saving the fire took precedence over everything else. Everyone immediately got to work. It was only at this moment that Lin Ji suddenly realized how precious ambulances were in his original world. Now, to stop this blaze, they could only scoop water one basin at a time. It was unclear how long this would take to extinguish the fire. Even Lin Ji began to silently swear in his heart. When he got the chance, he must develop basic engineering and establish a new technological framework. Otherwise, without these, it was too troublesome. They worked for several hours. As the fire gradually weakened, eventually, the entire ferry returned to calm. But it had become a complete ruin. Many things had been consumed by the inferno, impossible to find. Lin Ji looked at the desolate scene before him, his eyes filled with anger. The ferry burned, everything destroyed, including goods stored by merchants, even many other important items like ledgers. At this moment, officials from the ferry rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing the ruins, they were all stunned. How did it come to this? Who was on night duty tonight? Why did this happen? Did all our hard work over the years just get destroyed by this fire? Everyone was in an uproar. The officer on night duty here, hearing this, couldn't help but burst into tears. He knelt down before Lin Ji. Sob. Young general, I'm sorry. I was careless at night, didn't notice these details, so the ferry ended up like this. It's my fault, my responsibility. No matter how you punish me, I have no complaints. Stand up, Lin Ji said expressionlessly. The officer was slightly stunned. It seemed he didn't quite understand. This isn't your fault. Someone must have had ulterior motives. Lin Ji suppressed his anger, his gaze scanning the surroundings. The sudden fire at the ferry was very strange. He had been at the ferry for a long time. He knew very well what kind of situation the ferry was in. especially the night watchmen. They usually only lit a kerosene lamp or candle in their room. That is to say, if there really was a fire, the officer's room would have burned first. If it caught fire, how could he still be alive to escape and report to the general's mansion? Moreover, Linji had a hunch that this matter was extraordinary. It could be that someone was meddling. Otherwise, how could the ferry catch fire for no reason? Soon, he discovered something unusual. There seemed to be someone hiding in the distance. Linji turned to his two nearest guards. "You two, quietly search the area for suspicious individuals. No matter what, capture them." The guards nodded. Then they silently set off. Meanwhile, not far from the ferry, on a high ground, Zhang Tianhai stood with two attendants, quite leisurely. It was less than half an hour before dawn, but it was still pitch black. Seeing the distant fire gradually extinguish, Zhang Tianhai's face showed a satisfied expression. "So this is the good show that Minister Chao invited me to see tonight. Sir, it seems this ferry incident won't be easily brushed off. Perhaps this young general will really fall hard this time." The subordinate beside him slowly said. To see Linji reduced to nothing again, it really made them feel extremely gratified. This is what he deserves. Who told him to be so arrogant, to provoke us? Now he knows our methods, knows he can't afford to offend us. Zhang Tianhai said meaningfully. Such a person should suffer more, otherwise, he always thinks he's so great. But sir, since Linji's ferry burned down, if this reaches the court and the emperor hears of it, I wonder how he will punish him. Don't worry, even if the emperor doesn't blame him, from now on, Linji and Chongping City will no longer be as smooth as before. Zhang Tianhai's face showed satisfaction, as if avenging a great grudge. The ferry position itself was a sinecure. That is, anyone could do it. There was no difficulty at all. Yet under such circumstances, Linji had destroyed the entire ferry. Now it had become a complete ruin. Doesn't this mean he couldn't even handle such a trivial matter? Perhaps from now on, even Emperor Li Jingzhen would no longer have any expectations for Linji. This moment, in the distance, there was a flicker of firelight. It seemed like someone was in conflict. "Sir, what's going on over there?" Zhang Tianhai stretched his neck to look. Then his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. "Looks like Minister Chao's men were caught. This is getting interesting." Zhang Tianhai had originally wanted Chao Tianyuan to be a vanguard, just to help him probe the situation. Didn't expect Chao Tianyuan to be so ruthless, directly burning down the entire ferry. Not only that, now he was caught. With both the criminal and the evidence, it was hard to argue. It was getting more and more interesting. Zhang Tianhai didn't care. After all, it had nothing to do with him. To catch the culprit, it wouldn't fall on him. Satisfied with the show, Zhang Tianhai was about to leave when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Zhang Tianhai, it was Minister Zhang who made us do it?" Chapter 53, Caught in Chao Tianyuan's scheme. This time, however, it had nothing to do with him. Instead, he got to watch a good show for no reason at all. Not bad, not bad. It's getting late now. We should go back and prepare. We must bring this matter up in front of the civil and military officials at tomorrow's early court session, Zhang Tianhai said meaningfully. He had already thought about what to say and how to subtly shift all the blame onto Linji. As long as these people didn't admit to being Chao Tianyuan's men, Linji couldn't do anything about it. Even if someone had the same purpose and attitude as him, he could claim that the young general was twisting the truth and framing him. In court, things aren't always black and white. Mostly, it's about interests. As long as the interests are aligned, everything can be changed. But just then, he faintly heard someone calling his name. Zhang Tianhai. It's Zhang Tianhai. Zhang Tianhai turned around in confusion. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Wait, who just called me? Sir, it seemed to come from the direction where they were capturing someone. Zhang Tianhai instantly realized. Chao Tianyuan. You old fox, you're playing dirty with me? Now he understood why Chao Tianyuan had let him watch this show. It was clear that if something went wrong, he would be the one to take the blame. And those arsonists, once caught, immediately pointed the finger at him. Clearly, Chao Tianyuan had already told them what to do beforehand. In an instant, Zhang Tianhai was extremely flustered. He knew that if he stayed any longer, the situation would only get more complicated. Quick, let's go. Don't let anyone see us. Zhang Tianhai said urgently. His two subordinates nodded. But just as they were about to leave the dock area, they suddenly heard someone shout from behind. What are you doing? Why are you sneaking around here? Zhang Tianhai, already guilty, just wanted to escape. At the sound of this, he turned to run. But Zhang Tianhai, used to a life of luxury, was not fit and had little physical activity. How could he outrun the well-trained guards of the princess? In almost an instant, the guards rushed up and pinned them down. Let me go, let me go. Zhang Tianhai struggled and cursed. How dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am? The princess's guards looked closely and were stunned. Who would have thought the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Tianhai, would be found in such a place at such a time? Recalling Lin Ji's previous instructions, one of them quietly retreated and went to report. The others hurriedly helped Zhang Tianhai up. Sorry, sir, we didn't recognize you, please forgive us. Zhang Tianhai was furious. As the Minister of Personnel, he was a high-ranking official in court. When had he ever been pinned to the ground like this? Just thinking about it made him feel utterly humiliated. But at this moment, he didn't want to argue with these people. Look at what you've done. No wonder you can only be ordinary guards in the princess's service. Yes, Minister Zhang is right. But why is Minister Zhang here at this late hour at the dock? A guard probed. Although their status was indeed inferior to Zhang Tianhai's, the guards only obeyed the princess and the young General Lin Ji. No matter how high your position, what does it matter to me? Zhang Tianhai was very flustered by this question. What are you doing? Are you interrogating me now? Why are you here? The guards' purpose wasn't really to investigate Zhang Tianhai. They had no evidence to prove he had done anything wrong. Moreover, the Minister of Personnel was no joke. As the head of one of the 6 ministries, Zhang Tianhai's status and power far exceeded that of the guards. Minister Zhang, there's no need to be so agitated. An accident happened at the dock today. The entire dock was burned down by scoundrels. We're just looking around for suspicious individuals. What? Zhang Tianhai jumped up. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm the suspicious one? Do you have any evidence? Otherwise, be careful I sue you for slander at the Grand Court of Justice. Do you know what the crime is for slandering a government official? The guards weren't fools. Although they had no evidence, Zhang Tianhai's reaction of trying to cover up had already proved something. But they had no authority to arrest him. All they had to do now was to detain him until the young General Lin Ji arrived to handle the situation. Minister Zhang, we never said that. It's just that today things are not safe here. And we're worried that the scoundrels might still be lurking nearby, endangering your life. So we hope to escort you. Zhang Tianhai was eager to leave and didn't want to get entangled with them any further. Then let me go. Wouldn't I be safe if I leave here? Minister Zhang, we are responsible for your life. Today, a fire has already happened here. If we can't protect you, we would be at fault. The guards racked their brains, secretly anxious. Why hasn't the young general arrived yet? If this goes on, they won't be able to detain him for long. I don't need your protection. There's no one around me now. Zhang Tianhai was furious. His heart was racing with panic. If he couldn't get rid of these people, he wouldn't be able to leave openly. It would only cause more trouble. Just then, Lin Ji arrived with his men. Minister Zhang, what a surprise to run into you here. Young General Lin, you're just in time. Your men won't let me leave. Zhang Tianhai said stubbornly. They even claim there are scoundrels at the dock. Now I haven't seen any scoundrels, but I see your guards treating me, the Minister of Personnel, with utter disrespect. Hee. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. Playing word games with me? Sorry, I can play too. Minister Zhang, it's not that I don't want to, but these guards are under the princess's command. When we heard about the fire at the dock, it happened suddenly. We came to check. The princess was worried about my safety and whether the people of the capital were harmed, so she sent the guards to help. As for them, they are under the princess's command, and I can't order them around. Lin Ji said meaningfully. All right, now that you're here, Can I leave? Zhang Tianhai prepared to slip away. But before he could take 2 steps, Lin Ji blocked his path. Wait a minute. What is it? What else do you want? Zhang Tianhai said pretentiously. People are like this. The more guilty they are, the more unsure they feel. No matter how hard they try to appear strong, they can still be seen through by sharp-eyed people. Chapter 54. Zhang Tianhai has fallen this time. Because when people lie, they often subconsciously make certain gestures. Minister Zhang, we just caught 2 arsonists, but they only confessed that they were arranged by you, Lin Ji said slowly. His gaze remained fixed on the other person, paying attention to every detail. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianhai jumped up in a panic. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I would never do such a thing. They are framing me. Minister Zhang, there's no need to get so excited. I understand you, Lin Ji said with profound meaning. I also believe that Minister Zhang would never do such a thing. Instead of them stubbornly insisting, why don't you come with us to expose their schemes on the spot and clear your name? Seeing that the situation had escalated to this point, Zhang Tianhai knew that leaving unscathed was impossible. His only hope was to pin all the blame on the few subordinates involved. And after all, this matter had nothing to do with him. He had only ever incited Chao Tianyuan. But he hadn't expected the Prime Minister to be so cunning. In the end, he threw the blame back on himself. Indeed, an old fox is an old fox. He had underestimated him. Soon, under Lin Ji's lead, they arrived at the dock. The surroundings were in ruins, and the air was filled with the smell of burning, making it hard to breathe. Several people were forced to kneel on the ground, not allowed any movement. Seeing this, Zhang Tianhai felt reassured. He spoke boldly, Is it you lot framing me? My lord, we had no choice but to implicate you. The captured subordinates pleaded, as if grasping at a lifeline, hoping Zhang Tianhai could help them. Minister Zhang, you see, I didn't lie to you, Lin Ji said with profound meaning. When he learned about the dock being burned, he was truly furious. No matter who it was, using such despicable means was unforgivable. Fortunately, it was discovered early. Otherwise, the officers stationed at the dock might have been burned alive, and all of Lin Ji's previous efforts would have been in vain. He really wanted to skin and bone the person responsible. After capturing the culprits, when he heard the name Zhang Tianhai, he was already seething with anger. He wanted to ride to Zhang Tianhai's house and beat him up, but what surprised him was that he found traces of Zhang Tianhai near the dock. This made Lin Ji feel something was off. If it was indeed Zhang Tianhai, why would he come to this desolate dock at night? If not, could he possibly be here to help? It was due to these contradictions that Lin Ji believed there must be deeper relationships and reasons involved. As for who exactly, Lin Ji didn't know for now. But this matter was undoubtedly connected to Zhang Tianhai. How dare you? Who sent you? Why tarnish my reputation? Zhang Tianhai frantically explained, urging continuously. Zhang Tianhai was desperate for Lin Ji to quickly execute these men. Outsiders might not know, but he did. These men were clearly subordinates of Prime Minister Chao Tianyuan. He never expected Chao Tianyuan, the old fox, to pull this trick. Originally, Zhang Tianhai thought he had covered his tracks perfectly. First, he hadn't participated, only watched the show. Second, Chao Tianyuan's men wouldn't be easily caught. So Zhang Tianhai hadn't thought deeply about it. But to his utter surprise, Lin Ji arrived with his personal guards, coming on strong. He just wanted to extricate himself. General Lin, you can't believe their one-sided words. They say it's me, but does that make it so? I had no reason to do this. Zhang Tianhai still put on an arrogant front, but there was clear worry and fear. But Minister Zhang, they wouldn't just frame you for no reason, would they? Lin Ji said with profound meaning, then leaned close to Zhang Tianhai's ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear. What they say doesn't matter. I just need to confirm this matter is connected to you. That's enough. Lin Ji suddenly stepped back. Zhang Tianhai felt a strong sense of unease. Men, Zhang Tianhai is suspected of orchestrating the arson at the dock. Immediately escort him to the Grand Court of Justice. Make sure they conduct a thorough interrogation. We absolutely cannot let this matter be swept under the rug. Two personal guards immediately grabbed Zhang Tianhai by both arms. Zhang Tianhai panicked and struggled violently. Release me. Linji, how dare you convict me like this? I am the Minister of Personnel. What right do you have to arrest me? Minister Zhang, the innocent are innocent, the guilty are guilty. Although I feel they might be framing you, this matter still needs a result and explanation. Linji said expressionlessly. So I hope Minister Zhang can clarify the situation at the Grand Court of Justice. If you are truly innocent, there will naturally be no loss. Nonsense. Zhang Tianhai kicked wildly with both legs, unable to touch the ground under the grip of the two towering guards. The sight was hilariously ridiculous, making people both angry and amused. Serves him right. Who asked him to use such despicable means against us? Exactly. He shouldn't be let out. He should suffer a few more days. Someone like him becoming Minister of Personnel is a laughingstock. The onlookers murmured, still indignant. The damage to the dock was too severe. Linji had to start everything anew. No matter who ordered this, Linji wouldn't let Zhang Tianhai off easily. The other person involved, Linji, wasn't in a hurry. The accounts would be settled one by one. Now was the best opportunity to confront Zhang Tianhai, the old fox. As for the others, there was no rush. Sooner or later, they would trip up. It all depended on who could hold their ground without leaving any incriminating evidence. The dock had now returned to calm. The officers formerly stationed there, seeing the devastation, couldn't help but sigh. Hashtag Chapter 55. Li Jing's accusation. Oh my, what are we going to do now, young general? We've lost everything. Many also knew that this place was now under Linji's management, and they were gleeful upon hearing this news. Haha, this guy wasn't so arrogant in Chongping City, was he? It seemed like no one dared to provoke him. I wonder how he'll justify himself this time. Who knows, that guy is always cunning. Maybe he's already figured out a way to deal with it at home. What's there to be afraid of? Even if he can talk his way out of anything, the situation is what it is. Can he really turn black into white? The officials of the court were all discussing, waiting to watch a good show. Chao Tianyuan couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. He hadn't intended to frame Zhang Tianhai. It was just a way out for himself. But now, his true target was Linji. Burning the ferry was just a means, not the end. How could Chao Tianyuan let his son fight against Linji alone? If he could use this opportunity to further suppress Linji, Chao Tianyuan could be sure. From now on, Linji would never be able to rise again in the entire capital. Who would believe someone who couldn't even manage a ferry? Just then, a eunuch shouted loudly, "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." The officials of the court all knelt down. Long live the Emperor! Long live! Long live! Li Jing slowly walked to the dragon throne and sat down. Then he raised his hand. "My dear ministers, please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "My dear ministers, if you have any matters to report, please do so early," Li Jing said with authority. The morning court was more like a summary meeting for reporting work. In the modern era, it would be equivalent to a regular meeting. The main officials of various departments would first report regularly, then discuss and make decisions on key issues. But what Li Jing didn't expect was, today's morning court was destined to be extraordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone shout, "Your Majesty, a major incident occurred in the city yesterday." "What do you mean by that?" "As far as I know, there was an anomaly near the outskirts outside the imperial city yesterday, which was the ferry catching fire." "What?" Li Jing frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected to hear such bad news as soon as he woke up. Who was in charge here? Why did it suddenly catch fire? "This ferry was where Your Majesty previously ordered young General Lin to manage," the minister continued. Li Jing heard this. He couldn't help but frown, his eyes showing displeasure. "This Linji," he boasted in front of me, claiming he could manage the entire ferry, yet it's only been a few months. And such a big incident has happened. What is he doing? The significance of the ferry to Chongping City. Li Jing was very clear. But before this, the ferry's revenue was really low, which led to the officials' indifference. But the truth, Li Jing didn't know it all. Now seeing that such a small position, Lin Ji couldn't even handle it. This was too embarrassing. It was a disgrace to the reputation of the Northern General and the dignity of the Northern Army. Your Majesty, this matter may have other intricacies, and as far as I know, since young General Lin took charge of the ferry, he has been diligent every day. He was even able to manage the ferry in an orderly manner. Now that such a thing has happened, no one expected it, and there may be hidden reasons. I hope Your Majesty will make a clear judgment. Gao Feihu, the Deputy Minister of the Grand Court of Revision, also stepped out of the ranks to argue his case. Although Lin Ji was quite famous in Chongping City, even deeply liked by the common people, but those were just ordinary people. In this court, there were very few people on Lin Ji's side, and many hoped to see Lin Ji fail. Even though Gao Feihu knew his words carried little weight, he had to try his best. Otherwise, there would be no one willing to help Lin Ji. Once everyone's words converged, there would be no way to defend himself. It would truly turn black and white. Deputy Minister Gao, what you said is not right. At this time, a student under Chao Tianyuan's command stood up and spoke eloquently. Young General Lin has no grudges with many people in the imperial city, and we also know that since he came to Chongping City, he has indeed been quite diligent in his duties. But mistakes are mistakes, and diligence has nothing to do with it. It's not that although young General Lin is diligent, he hasn't made any achievements, and now he wants to offset his merits with his demerits, right? Even so, where are young General Lin's merits? It must be said, these scholars who have risen to prominence, their mouths are really powerful. Even the Deputy Minister of the Grand Court of Revision, Gao Feihu, was momentarily rendered speechless. Most importantly, he was not facing just one person, but countless officials of the entire court. Li Jing felt that both sides made sense. He was just thinking of arranging for someone to inform Lin Ji to come, but unexpectedly found that the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Tianhai, was not present at the morning court today. What's going on? Where is the Minister of Personnel? Li Jing asked. All the ministers looked at each other. How would they know such a thing? And Chao Tianyuan naturally guessed. But at this moment, he absolutely could not stand out to say anything. Just when everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, the palace guards entered the Taiji Hall. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Northern Young General requests an audience. This statement set off 1,000 waves. The officials of the court in the hall couldn't help but discuss among themselves. This guy actually dares to come voluntarily? Humph, I guess he also knows he can't escape responsibility, so he wants to come to admit his mistake and seek the Emperor's forgiveness. I just want this guy to completely leave Chongping City, never to come back and affect us. Since he came to Chongping City, I haven't had a single peaceful day. Li Jing looked at Lin Ji, who was walking in quickly. He also showed displeasure in his eyes. Bold Lin Ji, do you know your crime? Chapter 56. The entire court attacks en masse. Your Majesty, what crime have I committed? Lin Ji spoke without any trace of humility or arrogance. His voice was calm and composed. Though he was looking up at Li Jingjin, who sat above, his aura was not in the least diminished. Li Jingjin felt another wave of dissatisfaction. This was blatant disregard for him. And yet, Lin Ji dared to be so righteous. I ask you, did a fire break out at the city outskirts pier early? Li Jingjin's brow furrowed with displeasure at this. Zhang Tianhai was the Minister of Personnel, a loyal subject under his command and a man of significant standing in court. Such a scandal was not only embarrassing, but also made Li Jingjin doubt the credibility of Lin Ji's words. You claim Zhang Tianhai ordered the burning of the pier, but what would be the purpose of that? You two have no enmity, so why burn the pier? Is it just to vent personal grievances? The matter is long and complicated, Lin Ji said, waiting for Li Jingjin to ask this question. That's because Minister Zhang oversees one of Chongping City's 4 major merchant houses, the Fengjia Bank. Moreover, many officials in court are the backers of these merchant houses. Relying on their positions in court, they act wantonly among the common people, constantly exploiting them. Zhang Tianhai harbors resentment towards me for this reason, and thus ordered the arson at the pier to frame me. With these words, more than half of the officials in court were utterly shocked. They never expected Lin Ji to openly tear down this veil of shame in front of Li Jingzhen. According to the laws of Great Xia, officials are strictly forbidden from corruption and malfeasance. Yet among these civil and military officials, a tacit understanding had long been formed. No one would question the other. In essence, no matter how fierce the debates in court were over official matters, such incidents would never be mentioned. Because once the emperor knew, he would order a strict investigation, which would implicate many. Countless officials in the capital might fall, and many more would suffer. Now, they absolutely could not allow Lin Ji to continue. Your Majesty, young General Lin is clearly slandering with no basis. In an instant, all eyes turned to Lin Ji, with a barrage of accusations and condemnations. Your Majesty, Minister Zhang is a righteous man. He could never collude with merchant houses to engage in corruption. It's clear that young General Lin is framing him. He's deliberately stirring up trouble. Exactly, young General Lin. You keep accusing Minister Zhang of corruption. But do you have any evidence? This is the court, and speaking nonsense is a serious offense. You want to gloss over your dereliction of duty at the pier with this flimsy excuse, which is impossible. The civil and military officials were very united. Gao Feihu, the deputy minister of the Grand Court of Justice, couldn't help but inwardly sigh at this scene. He hadn't expected Lin Ji to bring this up in public. Gao Feihu had once discussed with Lin Ji. Regarding the matter of merchant houses, Gao Feihu believed that one shouldn't be too hasty. After all, most of the merchant houses in Chongping City were backed by officials, even some nobles and princes. How could one not face a storm of attacks by shaking the interests of these people? If Emperor Li Jingzhen truly believed their words, wouldn't Lin Ji be digging his own grave? The key was that Gao Feihu himself didn't hold a high position. Even if he wanted to help, he was powerless. Lin Ji stood firm against the accusations of the entire court, his face showing no sign of change. Undoubtedly, there was more to the pier fire incident. But he had no way to investigate it in detail now, and Zhang Tianhai was clearly out to get him. If he didn't take this opportunity to truly make Zhang Tianhai submit, it would surely leave a hidden danger. Cutting the grass without uprooting, it would only lead to regrowth. Lin Ji was taking a risky move. If successful, it would serve as a warning to others, ensuring no one dared to act rashly in the capital. If it failed, it would mean total defeat, and he would have to start over. Silence! Li Jingzhen roared. Is this a marketplace? The officials immediately quieted down. Li Jingzhen's face was equally grim. Lin Ji, the pier fire is already your negligence. Now, if you want to shift the blame by slandering a court official, do you know the consequences? Your Majesty, Lin Ji raised his head, looking directly at Li Jingzhen without any trace of guilt. Since I dared to speak such words in court today, I have sufficient confidence. Does your Majesty know why commerce in Chongping City has been stagnant for years? Li Jingzhen was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? Around Chongping City, there are roughly 3 piers. I oversee just one of them. Before my appointment, any ships wishing to dock and unload goods at this pier had to pay a 30 to 40% commission to the local merchant houses. If your Majesty has some understanding of commerce, you would know that no business can profit so much at once. Over time, naturally, merchants were unwilling to come. Lin Ji spoke with conviction. But what gives these merchant houses the audacity to demand such high commissions in a place like Chongping City? If not for the support from behind, they would never dare to act so recklessly. Li Jingzhen's brow furrowed deeply. In recent years, although Great Xia seemed peaceful, various issues and flaws had been increasing. No matter how many adjustments he made, they were hard to eradicate. Especially the commercial stagnation in the capital, which was a long-standing problem. Could it be that what Lin Ji said was not baseless? Chapter 57. There's no turning back once the arrow is loosed. So, you're convinced that Zhang Tianhai is guilty of corruption and dereliction of duty? Do you have any evidence? Li Jingzhen suppressed the anger in his heart. This matter was no small affair. Although he had no particular fondness for Linji, he could not take the fate of the court lightly. Your Majesty, just send someone to search Zhang Tianhai's residence, and the truth will come to light on its own. Why would I need to explain further? Li Jingzhen nodded in agreement. He then immediately arranged for the imperial guards to lead the staff of the Ministry of Justice and the Grand Court of Justice to Zhang Tianhai's residence. No one else was to take any action. During the wait, many in the court felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. In front of Li Jingzhen, no one dared to whisper. If Zhang Tianhai was found to be truly guilty, the entire imperial city could be thrown into chaos. A single move could set off a chain reaction. As the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Tianhai, even if he had been corrupt all these years, could he really have done it alone? Impossible. The saying goes, officials protect each other. The ramifications of this would naturally be extraordinary. Li Jingzhen's face was now extremely sullen. His heart was filled with anger and disbelief. He had never imagined that a trusted minister of many years was actually a major corrupt official. With a wave of his hand, inform the guards to search Zhang Tianhai's residence. No one is to leave before that. Yes. A few short hours later, the guards who had gone to search returned with news. Your Majesty, my men discovered tens of thousands of taels of gold, countless rare treasures, pearls, agates, jade, and more, in the minister's residence. Li Jingzhen was furious, his eyes wide with rage. In recent years, the situation in the Great Xia had not been good. On the surface, it seemed prosperous and wealthy. But in reality, the national treasury was gradually depleting. People in various regions often faced difficulties in their lives. Li Jingzhen had always wanted to change this, but he was powerless to do so. Now, seeing his trusted minister so corrupt, he was filled with rage. He slammed the table and stood up. Absurd. This is what you call an honest official? A role model? Look at what he has done. All the officials stood in silence, no one daring to respond. A common man's anger can lead to bloodshed. The emperor's anger can lead to the deaths of millions. Your Majesty, what I said is not false. Linji continued. This matter is also extraordinary. If your Majesty wishes to get to the bottom of it, you can continue the investigation. No need. Li Jingzhen raised his hand. His expression was extremely grave. His gaze towards Linji was also quite unfriendly. He indeed hated corrupt officials. But Zhang Tianhai was one of the 6 ministers. Not only did he represent the decision-makers of the country's important departments, but he also symbolized the royal dignity. Now that Zhang Tianhai was corrupt, it was also a loss of face for the royal family. Even if Li Jingzhen wanted to deal with it, he didn't want to do it in front of so many people. This matter ends here. I will investigate Zhang Tianhai's case thoroughly. No one is to plead for leniency. Dismissed. Seeing Li Jingzhen leave in anger, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They all turned to look at Linji. Today, we almost capsized in the gutter. Who would have thought this young man almost dragged us all down with him? It seems we really can't underestimate the young general. He gave us a big surprise this time. We must find a way to reciprocate. Don't rush. The wind is still blowing over Minister Zhang's case. This is not the time to stir up trouble. They all spoke with obvious disgust. If not for Lin Ji's status as the young general, how could they have tolerated this? As they left the court, Gao Feihu took the opportunity to walk over. Young general, that was a close call just now. You almost caused a big disaster. Not at all. I think the emperor was quite fair and just. Lin Ji was indifferent. Young general, the struggle within the court is like a whirlpool. It seems calm on the surface, but there are undercurrents, and Zhang Tianhai is the Minister of Personnel, with complex relationships and deep connections. Even if the young general exposed him in front of everyone, it's not easy to bring him down. Gao Feihu had seen too much. Even with ironclad evidence, some could still turn the tide and be acquitted in court. Though it sounded cruel, it was the reality. For many common people, the court was indeed a place where officials protected each other. In this era, To obtain the deserved benefits and rights often required more. Even things that ordinary people could not accept. Gao Shaoqin. Lin Ji stopped. A trace of impatience flashed across his face. I know you're saying this for my good, but have you ever thought that if I don't do this, how can I change my situation? Gao Feihu was slightly taken aback. True, I am the young general of the northern garrison, but in this imperial city, it's just a title. You should have seen how they are treating me. They can burn the ferry today and send someone to raid the general's mansion tomorrow. Lin Ji's expression was unreadable. A gentleman can endure what the common man cannot. He absolutely would not let the same thing happen again. Gao Feihu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, fate it is. Young general, since you are already caught in the whirlpool of the court, it may be difficult to escape in the short term. I just hope that the young general will be more careful in the future. Lin Ji smiled lightly. You can rest assured on that. Self-preservation is still within my capabilities. In the Yangju Hall, rebellious. Truly rebellious. Li Jingzhen stormed in after the court session. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't help but curse loudly. Your Majesty, what happened? Why are you so angry? Today in court, that Lin Ji fellow didn't give me any face in front of all the ministers. That was not all. Lin Ji even publicly exposed Zhang Tianhai. What face did he have left? Your Majesty, the young general is young and speaks bluntly. Why bother with him? The Empress consoled gently by his side. Her every move exuded wealth and elegance. I don't need to argue with him, but now because of his words, I am left in a difficult position. Now Zhang Tianhai has been thrown into prison. Li Jingzhen had heard about the actions of the officials in the court, but he turned a blind eye. The problems in the Great Xia were very complex. It was difficult to solve them in a short time. These officials were only corrupt in terms of wealth, not to the point of rebellion. Li Jingzhen didn't need to pay too much attention. But Lin Ji's antics in court today had completely steered the situation in an uncontrollable direction. Now, Li Jingzhen was in a dilemma whether to investigate or not. How could his mood be good? So that's the case, Your Majesty. There are many officials in the court who have been enriching themselves. Why not take this opportunity and let the young General Lin help? The Empress suggested. Chapter 58. Imperial Envoy, Investigate Corruption. Li Jingzhen turned to look at the Empress. His eyes filled with surprise. What do you mean by that? Your Majesty, I am merely the mistress of the harem and dare not discuss matters of the court. The Empress lowered her head, clearly not wanting to get involved too deeply. Speak freely. I command you to speak. What do you have to fear? Your Majesty, among the officials of the court, there must be some who have done things they cannot show. The Empress spoke confidently. But now, with the current unrest and the people's hearts scattered, the officials in the court still only think of themselves. Since we have already started, why not let the young general handle all matters? If he succeeds, it will restore the court's order. If not, the officials will naturally not blame Your Majesty. Li Jingzhen suddenly understood. This was pushing Lin Ji to the forefront. If the task was accomplished well, he would be seen as wise. If not, all the blame would fall on Lin Ji alone. Ha ha ha, the Empress is indeed wise to come up with such a good plan. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the praise. The Empress's eyes were seductive. It is an honor for me to help alleviate Your Majesty's worries. I hereby decree, from today, the young general of the northern garrison, Lin Ji, is appointed as the imperial envoy. He is to investigate and purge the corruption in the court. Yes. At this moment, no one knew that a storm was about to sweep through the court. The entire Great Xia would be plunged into turmoil. At the young general's residence, Lin Ji hummed a tune as he returned. Although the process was arduous, the outcome was favorable. As soon as he entered, Suebua came up to him. Young general, the princess has urgent matters to discuss. Please go to the back garden. Lin Ji didn't think much of it and quickly made his way to the back garden. There sat Li Qingyue in the courtyard, her silhouette graceful. If one could have such a beauty in life, what more could one ask for? Just as Lin Ji was lost in thought, the princess turned around. Young general, do you know the trouble you've brought upon yourself with your actions in court today? A few unexpected emotions. Indeed, today I became the target of everyone in court, but someone must speak for justice. If everyone pretends not to see, they will eventually suffer the consequences. Li Qingyue's eyes showed more appreciation. She hadn't expected Lin Ji to say such things. The usually carefree young general, when serious, was actually quite handsome. But you are cutting off your own retreat. What fear is there? A man born in this world cannot be content to live under others. Since someone must bear the burden, why can't it be me? You make it sound easy. Even though Li Qingyue saw clearly, being a woman, she could not interfere in politics and had no voice. What is there to fear? Lin Ji answered with ease. I want them to know that not everyone is afraid of them. Just then, someone shouted from outside. The imperial decree has arrived. Both were taken aback. They quickly went out to receive it. By the will of the emperor, the decree states, the young general of the northern garrison, Lin Ji, has shown courage and integrity in court. I appoint Lin Ji as the envoy of rectifying the court. Investigate the Zhang Tianhai case and use it to restore the court's order. May the minister work diligently and live up to the trust. I accept the decree. Lin Ji raised his hands. Congratulations, young general. You must now serve the emperor diligently. The eunuch who delivered the decree smiled and left after some brief pleasantries. He knew associating with the general's residence now would be a place of trouble. Li Qingyue was dumbfounded beside him. She hadn't expected her father to personally decree Lin Ji as the envoy. Could it be that the emperor truly favored the young general? I'd like to see who dares to play tricks on me now. Lin Ji was full of confidence. Hearing this, the princess's eyes moved, and she didn't know what more to say. She couldn't quite put her feelings into words, only that the man in front of her continued to surprise her. Many things that seemed impossible. Lin Ji always managed to turn into something new. Now, even she began to look forward to how he planned to clean up the court. The next day, Lin Ji took office. With the decree bestowed by Li Jingzhen, as the envoy, Lin Ji could go anywhere in the capital. His first task was to investigate Zhang Tianhai, including all businesses under his name. The Ministry of Justice and the Grand Court of Revision would also assist in the investigation. When Lin Ji arrived at the Feng family's bank with his entourage, Feng Yuxiang was taken aback by the sight. Are you the manager, Feng? Lin Ji strode forward. Although we've never met, I believe the manager knows me well. Feng Yuxiang had heard of Zhang Tianhai's imprisonment. Seeing the young general of the northern garrison, Lin Ji, come in such force, he knew the matter was extraordinary. Young general, I am an honest businessman, never committing any crimes. Why have you brought so many people here? I suspect you have improper dealings with the important minister, the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Tianhai. Lin Ji got straight to the point. Chapter 59. Not a single one will escape. Since taking charge of the ferry, Lin Ji has clashed with the merchants in the city several times. He has a thorough understanding of them. Originally, he intended to dismantle the backing of Zhang Tianhai and then deal with these merchants more effectively. However, the arrival of Li Jingzhen, the imperial envoy, made his task even smoother. Young General Lin, what does it have to do with me that Governor Zhang is in jail? Feng Yuxiang knew that there was no turning back now. There was no way he would admit it. What can an imperial envoy do? Can he force a confession through torture? Is this trumped-up charge perhaps a personal vendetta from the young general? Now you want to settle personal scores in public. The accusation was not small. The truth will be clear with a thorough investigation. Lin Ji didn't waste words. He directly ordered his subordinates to search. Feng Yuxiang was both shocked and angry but didn't dare to directly confront Lin Ji, so he could only glare furiously from the side. Half an hour later, the officers who searched the ticket office came to Lin Ji. Young General, after checking all the accounts in the ticket office, we found no problems. There were also no financial dealings with Governor Zhang. Feng Yuxiang was smug. He said triumphantly, Young general, you made a big fuss coming here, accusing my Feng family's ticket office of wrongdoing. But now there is no evidence, no issues. Wandered around the warehouse. A jade horse in the corner caught his attention. Manager Feng, this looks quite valuable, doesn't it? Of course, a pair of these jade horses is even more valuable, worth up to 3,000 taels. Feng Yuxiang wanted to show off his wealth to Lin Ji. His words were filled with superiority. A pair? Then why is there only one here? Lin Ji examined it closely. The jade horse was extremely exquisite, made from blood jade, with a dark red color. Its limbs were in a running posture. It was lifelike, vivid. Feng Yuxiang was stunned. He seemed to realize he had said the wrong thing. He quickly corrected himself. I heard it from someone else. I bought this from a merchant who said there were two, so there must be two. Lin Ji put the jade horse back in its place meaningfully. Manager Feng, such a shrewd person like you, even your own son and wife must be on guard against, right? Would you really believe someone else so easily? Young general, business is about sincerity. Feng Yuxiang still tried to evade the issue. Ridiculous. Lin Ji slammed the table in anger. He startled Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang, do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Let me tell you, I've seen an identical jade horse in Zhang Tianhai's residence. You split a pair of jade horses, giving one to Zhang Tianhai, and you still dare to deny it. Lin Ji's voice was thunderous, like an impartial judge. Feng Yuxiang turned pale with fright. No, it can't be. It must be a coincidence. A coincidence? Didn't you just say this item is rare in the world? Lin Ji snorted coldly. Could it be that such a rare treasure just happens to be owned by both you and Zhang Tianhai? Feng Yuxiang was struck like lightning. He stood there in a daze. He never dreamed that just trying to boast would trap himself. Your Excellency, please listen to my explanation. This matter really? Save your words. You can say them in court. Come. Arrest Feng Yuxiang and take him to the Grand Court of Justice. Await trial. Seal off the Feng family's ticket office. Yes. Your Excellency? Feng Yuxiang kept shouting, but it was of no use now. He was dragged out by the officers. As the crowd left, many people had gathered outside the Feng family's ticket office. What's going on? How could the invincible Feng family's ticket office be sealed off? Isn't this a great thing? The Feng family's ticket office has done so many bad things. They should have been punished long ago. Now the retribution has come. Young General is mighty. Young General is powerful. This is finally a justice for us. With the fall of the Feng family's ticket office, all the merchants in Chongping City were in chaos. Everyone was on edge. In one night, 3 out of the 4 major merchants in Chongping City closed down. The last one fled the city overnight. The common people and small merchants rejoiced. They praised Lin Ji greatly. But in the eyes of the officials, this was terrifying. After checking the merchants, wouldn't it be their turn next? For this reason, dozens of officials led by the Grand Secretary Chao Tianyuan jointly submitted a memorial, praising Lin Ji's proper handling while also discussing how the officials should self-examine. In their words, they hoped Li Jingjin would not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, they would all be implicated. It was unclear whether Li Jingjin believed it or felt the intended deterrent effect had been achieved, but he did cancel Lin Ji's envoy position. Now, most of the merchants in the imperial city had disappeared. The newly emerging Lin's business had already gained the admiration and anticipation of countless people before it even officially opened. Lin Ji also knew that he could at most deal with these merchants now. To deal with the high-ranking officials in the court, the timing was not right. He wasn't foolish enough to go that far. Chapter 60, The New Thing Hot Pot. Before they knew it, autumn had arrived. The weather in Chongping City, located in the north, was gradually turning cooler, with the cool breeze arriving swiftly. On this day, Princess Li Qingyue was at home, burning incense and reading, when she faintly caught a peculiar scent. This sensation was very special, something she had never encountered before, but which inexplicably aroused a strong appetite in her. Suibo, she called to her personal guard. What's happening outside? Everything is as usual, Your Highness. I mean, Have you smelled something? Suebo nodded. I have heard that the young general is cooking hot pot in the garden. Hot pot. Li Qingyue couldn't help but raise her head, her gaze somewhat surprised. Yes, Suebo nodded. Under the stimulation of that aroma, even a disciplined man like him couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The young general says it's very delicious. He cooked it once a couple of days ago. Li Qingyue frowned slightly. This guy was always neglecting his duties, indulging in food and fun here. Thinking this, she got up and walked to the garden. To her surprise, everyone in the general's mansion was gathered around, sitting together. In the middle was a large pot, with spicy broth bubbling incessantly. Around it were various slices of meat and vegetables. Everyone was enjoying themselves, deeply immersed in the meal. Young general! With a shout, Linji finally noticed Li Qingyue and waved casually, Princess, come and have a seat. Try a few bites? Come here. Li Qingyue frowned. Linji blinked, confused. What's wrong? You are a young general. How can you sit and eat with these servants? What kind of etiquette is that? What's the big deal? Eating doesn't need so many rules. Linji was indifferent. Good things should be shared with everyone. Moreover, he was conducting a data survey, which required a sufficient number of people. Respect is respect, humility is humility. Do you behave like this in the northern border? Li Qingyue said unhappily. Rules should be respected. Otherwise, it would be disregarding decorum, and such behavior would be criticized. Of course, in the northern border, I can do whatever I want, even more freely. After saying this, Linji pulled Li Qingyue. Just in time you're here. Why not come and try it together? No. This spicy stuff doesn't look very good. Although she said so, Li Qingyue couldn't help but glance at the hot pot a few more times, filled with curiosity and tentative interest, even swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Linji, seeing her pretentious behavior, couldn't help but secretly laugh. Why couldn't people just be straightforward? Why care so much about these formalities? Come on, eating a few bites won't make you lose any flesh. Linji dragged her along. Li Qingyue looked unhappy but followed him. Arriving at the table, Li Qingyue looked at the slightly messy table with disdain. How could royalty ever eat like this? Just as she was about to complain, Linji directly stuffed a slice of meat into her mouth with his chopsticks. What are you doing? This is so delicious? Li Qingyue widened her eyes, full of surprise. Not looking like much, but the meat slice was extremely tasty upon entering her mouth, even making her feel warm all over. Especially the spiciness, just right, stimulating every part of her body. Can I lie to you? Linji chuckled. He then waved to Suebo on the side. Why don't you try some too? Suebo didn't answer but turned to look at Li Qingyue. There was a hierarchy to follow. Without the princess's command, how could he dare to sit at the same table as his master? Li Qingyue didn't say anything, so Suebo didn't dare to move. Linji saw this and directly pulled him to his other side. Sit down. It's rare to have a hot pot together. You can't spoil the fun, can you? But the princess didn't say she agrees, but she didn't refuse either, which is tantamount to tacit approval. Besides, I'm your future son-in-law. If I agree, what are you afraid of? Linji spoke confidently. Seeing this, Suebo nodded, tentatively trying, and seeing that the princess indeed didn't blame him, he let go of his inhibitions. In fact, he had long wanted to taste it. Just out of respect for his position, he couldn't lower his face. Now that he tasted the deliciousness of the hot pot, Suebo couldn't describe it with words. At his age, having traveled far and wide, what hadn't he seen? But something this delicious was truly unheard of. The seemingly chaotic method of cooking was exceptionally delicious to eat, making people unable to stop, completely unable to put down their chopsticks. Linji watched everyone enjoy the feast, his heart also feeling very comfortable. At this moment, if he could light a cigarette and have a bottle of beer, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, neither was available in the Great Xia. Before they knew it, the meal was coming to an end. Linji went to the side to get some fresh air. Where did you get this from? Li Qingyue came up behind him. While enjoying the delicious food, the princess didn't stop thinking. From the beginning, Lin Ji was a joke in everyone's eyes, to now barely standing his ground in the royal city. The surprises he brought were truly unexpected. Li Qingyue was becoming more and more interested in this young general of the northern border. How many secrets did Lin Ji still hide? How did he become such a figure? Li Qingyue wanted to explore, but felt it was unfathomable. A specialty from the northern border, Lin Ji said. Nonsense, I asked Shaolian. There's no such thing in the northern border, Li Qingyue retorted. Heh? You've investigated quite thoroughly, Lin Ji teased. Then he said seriously, actually, I made this for my business. Business? Yes. Through dealing with the original 4 major business houses in Chongping City, Lin Ji gradually understood their operating models. Usually, it involved market maintenance and personal product operations. The Lin business house, although supported by the common people, could not earn much from them. The focus should be on those corrupt officials and bureaucrats. After much thought, Lin Ji inadvertently thought of the hot pot. Not only was it very simple, but the profit was also very considerable. It would even bring a lot of convenience to the common people. Li Qingyue nodded in approval after hearing this. So you invited everyone to eat hot pot to see if this thing could be popular, right? Smart. Lin Ji blurted out. No wonder you are the princess of the great Xia. According to the princess's opinion, can this thing sell well? Li Qingyue rarely heard such straightforward praise and couldn't help but blush slightly. Then she shook her head. I don't know. I have no experience in business, but if you need, I can have the people of Onsu Pavilion come to support you. That won't be necessary. I'm very confident, Lin Ji said with a raised eyebrow. Li Qingyue was a bit dazed. For some reason, seeing Lin Ji's confident demeanor, she suddenly felt as if she was seeing a formidable general who commanded awe throughout the land. There was an indescribable charm. This was Lin Ji's true self, wasn't it? Chapter 61. The opening of Lin's Hot Pot Restaurant. 2 days later, Lin's Hot Pot Restaurant officially opened its doors. Lin Ji had started preparing 10 days in advance. On the day of the opening, the well-wishers mostly consisted of small merchants and vendors from Chongping City. Among the officials, only Yun Songfeng and Gao Feihu were present. Seeing the bustling scene, Yun Songfeng was full of excitement. Brother Ji, I didn't expect you to switch to business. Look at how many people have come to support you today. Business will definitely be good in the future. Young General, what exactly does your shop sell? Gao Feihu asked curiously, looking at the peculiar tables in the hall. The seats were almost all occupied, but the center of the tables was hollowed out, with stoves installed underneath, quite different from the usual setup in taverns. You'll find out soon, Lin Ji said, blinking. At that moment, Sui Bo walked over from a distance. Yun Songfeng and Gao Feihu had met him a few times and recognized him immediately. Huh? Why is the princess's personal guard here too? Simultaneously, Sui Bo quickly approached Lin Ji, smiling and bowing slightly. Young General, my master said she should have come to congratulate you personally, but with so many people around, it's inconvenient for her to show up. So she sent me with a gift instead. With that, he lifted the red cloth to reveal a pure gold abacus. My master wishes you abundant wealth and booming business, Sui Bo said. Lin Ji chuckled inwardly. It seemed Li Qingyue paid attention to such formalities. Yun Songfeng, beside him, was envious. Brother Ji, the princess's gift is really something. That gold abacus must be worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. It seems the young general and the princess have reconciled and are even getting along better now, Gao Feihu said with a meaningful smile. Lin Ji's current situation was precarious. If the princess truly supported him, he wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Since it's a kind gesture from the princess, I'll accept it, Lin Ji said without hesitation. He had only heard of gold abacuses before and was seeing one for the first time. It was indeed a valuable item. He then invited Sui Bo to sit in the shop, but the latter declined, saying he had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't stay long. Lin Ji didn't press further and jokingly said Sui Bo could have a taste at the general's residence kitchen if he wanted. As the auspicious time approached, Lin Ji walked into the shop. The hot pot restaurant was already packed with people. Upon seeing Linji, they quieted down. I'll say a few words briefly, Linji began. Today marks the opening of Lin's hot pot. Thank you all for coming on my account. So, today's expenses are all on the house. Enjoy yourselves. The crowd erupted in applause. The young general is indeed generous. Linji raised his hand to quiet them. There's one more thing. As you may have heard, I've established the Lin Trading Company at the port. Everyone nodded. Recently, the court ordered a crackdown on corrupt officials, and the major trading companies in Chongping City have ceased operations. So, from today, I'll strive to run the Lin Trading Company. Moreover, anyone shipping goods through the port I manage will only pay a 5% commission, mostly for court taxes. If you trust me, let's work together towards prosperity. These words stirred the crowd even more. The young general is bringing us hope. We'll definitely follow you. Exactly, without the young general, we wouldn't have the chance to sit here. We'd probably be left with nothing by the major trading companies. The young general is our true benefactor. We'll do our best to help in any way. Linji nodded in satisfaction. This was the first step in establishing his footing in Chongping City. With enough support and funds, anything would be easier. Yun Songfeng and Gao Feihu, sitting in a corner, were also moved by the scene. Brother Ji has had a tough time lately, but things are finally looking up. Gao Feihu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The reality might not be as we think. Yun Songfeng looked surprised. Gao, don't you believe in Brother Ji's abilities? Songfeng, you're still young and haven't delved into the court's intricacies, so you don't understand many things, Gao Feihu sighed. A tall tree catches much wind. Linji, as the young general of the northern garrison, was a cause of concern for many in the court. But since General Lin Junxiu disappeared, countless people had secretly rejoiced. Linji's arrival in Chongping City was fraught with danger. Now that he was gaining prominence, the outcome was uncertain. After the brief speech, the kitchen started bringing out the hot pot bases. The crowd in the hall was curious. What is this? What new trick is the young general playing? I've never seen a tavern set up like this. Clearly, everyone was surprised by the novelty. As dishes were brought out and the hot pot broth began to boil, the rich aroma filled the air. It smells so good. I'm already salivating just thinking about it. I wonder what it tastes like. It said you cook the dishes in the pot and then dip them in sauce. Let's hurry. I can't wait. Soon, everyone started tasting, and their faces lit up with praise. Wow, this is amazing. Absolutely delicious. I've never had anything so good in my life. The young general is truly talented to come up with such a delicacy. From now on, the young general's hot pot restaurant will surely become the biggest tavern in Chongping City. Chapter 62. The populace's favorite in Chongping City. The following days saw the Lin family hot pot restaurant gain immense popularity, becoming a household name throughout Chongping City. Countless people flocked to it, and initially, even the high-ranking officials in the court were dismissive of it. However, after personally tasting the hot pot at the Lin family restaurant, they found themselves utterly hooked. The restaurant was bustling from morning till evening, a phenomenon never before seen in Chongping City. Due to the overwhelming business, even Shaolian occasionally had to lend a hand. Naturally, such a commotion reached the ears of Chao Tianyuan, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. Sir, Linji truly has some skills, the Cabinet Secretary reported, detailing the information he had gathered. The flavor of the hot pot is very unique, especially the beef, which is incredibly smooth. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he spoke. Noticing Chao Tianyuan's peculiar look, the Cabinet Secretary realized his mistake. Sir, I only... Enough! Chao Tianyuan waved impatiently. With your kind of mentality, what kind of future can you have? A mere dish has you entranced. Though the Cabinet Secretary didn't respond, he muttered to himself, thinking that such a heavenly delicacy, if he were to taste it, would likely leave him in awe. I never thought Linji's luck would be so strong. After the incident at the dock, not only did he come out unscathed, but Zhang Tianhai ended up as the scapegoat. Chao Tianyuan's gaze was cold. Sir, Linji has become a notable figure in the city. Dealing with him might not be easy. The cabinet secretary voiced his concerns. Hemph, I don't believe he's invincible. He's just a man from a fallen family. Chao Tianyuan's eyes were icy. Go to the Ministry of Justice and select a few death row inmates, preferably those with exceptional skills. Sir, your meaning is... The cabinet secretary seemed to understand. These people are already condemned to death. Giving them a chance to redeem themselves, I doubt anyone would refuse. Meanwhile, the dock, which had been ravaged by fire, was now rebuilt. Due to Linji's previous achievements in handling the business affairs, the court had allocated additional funds. Young General, we can finally get back to work. The dock officials were all excited. During this period, they had been preparing, and many of the businesses in Chongping City had disappeared. With their hard work, the Lin family business was likely to become the largest in the future, ensuring a comfortable life. All right, tidy up here, and we'll officially start work tomorrow. Linji nodded in satisfaction. There were quite a few goods that had been held up at the dock. Fortunately, the merchants were very understanding, never causing any trouble, a testament to the great help Linji had previously provided them. At the same time, a petite figure was bustling among the crowd, Xiaolian. Linji had been overwhelmed with too many tasks: the dock, the hot pot restaurant, and the general's residence. One person could hardly manage it all. Not only Xiaolian, but even Yun Songfeng had been coming over to help for several days. With these people around, Linji felt that his situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Everything seemed full of hope. At this moment, Xiaolian, drenched in sweat, ran over. Young master, everything in the warehouse is almost sorted out. There shouldn't be any problems. Why don't I go back to the hot pot restaurant to see if there's anything I can help with? Wait, Linji waved his hand. Today is a rare chance to relax. Why don't you accompany me for a stroll in the market? Xiaolian nodded without hesitation, not thinking much of it. The two then took a brief rest before heading to the market. Along the way, various vendors greeted Linji enthusiastically. Young General here? Young General, these are fresh jujubes from my home. Why don't you try them? Young General, this is a silk scarf embroidered by my daughter, specially brought here for you. Seeing the warmth of the people, Linji felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected to be rewarded for his kindness, but knowing his efforts had paid off was a good feeling. After politely declining everyone's offers, Linji led Xiaolian leisurely through the streets. Xiaolian, have you had a good look around Chongping City since you've been here? Linji casually asked. I'm more concerned about young master's safety, Xiaolian nodded, her eyes curiously wandering around. After leaving the northern border, the journey had been fraught with danger. Arriving in the imperial city was no easier, with various factions eyeing them and constant scheming in the court. Xiaolian's primary task was to protect her young master. As for other things, she could endure even if she wanted to. Seeing this, Linji couldn't help but smile inwardly. Xiaolian was, after all, an ordinary girl, in the prime of her youth and beauty. Yet, she spent her days with him, doing rough and tiring work, which was indeed a bit of a pity. Noticing her gaze lingering on a jewelry stall by the roadside, Linji walked over and selected a delicate hairpin. Boss, how much is this? He asked the vendor. Young General, it's you. If you want it, it's free of charge. The vendor was overjoyed, as if gifting to Linji was an honor. That's not right. You're running a small business, and this hairpin must not be cheap, Linji said, taking out 3 taels of silver from his waist. Is this enough? No. If not for the young general, I wouldn't have the chance to set up a stall here. Even if this hairpin is precious, as long as the young general likes it, please take it. The vendor repeatedly declined, his gratitude evident. Many small vendors in Chongping City were like this. Previously, even after selling all their goods, they could only make enough for meals, some even unable to trade in the city and had to go to the countryside. Now, the bustling street vendors in Chongping City were largely due to Linji. Then I'll take it as this hairpin is worth 3 taels of silver. If I'm selling it at a loss, don't blame me, Linji said, placing the silver down. Chapter 63. Sharing Weal and Woe, like siblings. Seeing the situation, the shopkeeper had no choice but to express his gratitude repeatedly. Linji then selected a few more pieces of jewelry, adding up to a total of more than 10 taels of silver. The shopkeeper was also a straightforward person and didn't haggle at all. After paying, Linji curiously examined the jewelry. Xiaolian couldn't help but ask, "Young master, are you planning to give these to the princess?" "What? Do you like them too?" Linji asked playfully.
No.
Xiaolian hesitated. "It's just that the princess was born into royalty, and the jewelry she uses is either extremely valuable or luxurious. I'm afraid these might not meet her standards." What if Li Qingyue ridiculed him again? That would be embarrassing for Linji. Xiaolian genuinely liked these pieces of jewelry, but she was more concerned about her young master. Indeed, someone as high and mighty as the princess would probably look down on these. "I wonder if you would feel the same?" Linji asked, leaning in closer. "Me?" Xiaolian's face turned slightly red. "I was born into a humble background, and these pieces of jewelry are a luxury I can only dream of." He didn't think he had done anything wrong. "If you don't like them, we can go back and exchange them. If you think these are not good enough, we can buy better ones." No. Xiaolian quickly wiped away her tears. "I'm just happy. I didn't expect the young master to be so considerate of me. I treat you as my sister, so taking care of you is only natural. And you've been so hardworking these days, it's only right to reward you today. If there's anything else you want to buy, just tell me," Linji said, patting his chest. Although he was also broke, he could still afford this much. He believed that people were more important than cold, hard money. Despite Xiaolian's repeated refusals, Linji was very determined. They wandered around Chomping City, not only buying jewelry for Xiaolian, but also some cosmetics and a piece of fine fabric to make a new dress. Afterward, Xiaolian was elated, skipping and jumping around. Linji couldn't help but smile. "Didn't you say you didn't want them?" he teased. "Now you're as lively as a bird." "Hee, but you still bought them for me, young master. How could I not be happy?" Xiaolian said, tilting her head. In the setting sun, her delicate face was exceptionally beautiful, exuding a charm unique to young girls. It was a completely different feeling from Li Qingyue. Linji even felt this was more comfortable. He also wanted Li Qingyue to learn from this. Always wearing a long face, even if he had cured her hidden illness, it would likely recur if she kept it up. As they chatted casually on their way back to the general's mansion, they occasionally reminisced about their time in the northern border. Xiaolian sighed with emotion. "Young master, back then in the northern border, you were always eating, drinking, and playing, not caring about others. I never expected such a big change after coming to Chongping City. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have doubted they were two different people. The old Lin Hao would never have been so kind to her. Was I that bad back then?" Linji couldn't help but laugh bitterly. No wonder everyone saw him as a joke when he first arrived in Chomping City. Xiaolian nodded, then quickly waved her hands. "Young master, that's not what I meant. I meant that you've become even better now. Maybe it's because of different experiences. Back then, I hadn't experienced life and death," Linji joked casually. Through Xiaolian's description, Linji also learned how many people his father had offended in the northern border. As the northern border general, although he protected the northern border of the Great Xia, Lin Jinxiu's arrogance and stubbornness often led him to ignore many orders from the court. For this reason, including Princely Jingjin, many people harbored grievances. It was probably also out of fear of Lin Jinxiu's military power that these people dared not act recklessly. Now that Lin Jinxiu and the northern border army had disappeared without a trace, Li Jingjin's conservative choice was to marry his daughter, Princess Anning, to Lin Ji. On one hand, it seemed he didn't care about Princess Anning, and on the other, he was trying to stabilize Lin Ji. If one day Lin Jinxiu returned, it might shake the entire court. There was also the possibility that Lin Jinxiu's body would be discovered. Then, no one would need to fear the northern border army anymore, and Lin Ji's situation would be even more perilous. "Young master, have you ever thought about returning to the northern border?" Xiaolian asked curiously. "I don't know," Lin Ji shook his head. "Going back now, without military power and insufficient strength, Even with his father's old subordinates supporting him, the soldiers in the army wouldn't be convinced. Staying in Chongping City also meant being surrounded by enemies. The fate of a young general was indeed not easy. Then, young master, have you thought about going back to find the general? Xiaolian asked again. Of course, Linji replied without hesitation. Once he established himself in the imperial capital, he planned to immediately go back to find Lin Zhenqiu. Only with the backing of the Northern Border Army could he have a voice in the court. Otherwise, at any time, others would always have ulterior motives towards him. Zhang Tianhai was an example. Just a mere minister of personnel, without military power and not particularly high in status, dared to challenge him, even nearly landing him in jail. Linji didn't want to see such a situation again. As they talked, two figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Hey, little lady, you're quite pretty. Come and play with us. The two men were tall and fierce-looking, one with a scar on his face. They didn't look like ordinary people. Xiaolian frowned upon hearing this. Before she could speak, she heard Linji coldly say, "Get lost. Boy, you've got quite a temper." Chapter 64. Only through actual combat can strength be improved. The two burly men seemed to completely disregard Linji. Their momentum was fierce and aggressive. Linji's eyes remained calm, even tinged with disdain. I'll give you two a chance. Leave now and I'll spare your lives. Ha 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 ha. The two men laughed loudly. Kid, I've met many like you, but none have ended well. I remember the last one who dared to speak like that was thrown into a dog's den by us brothers. Not even a bone was left. Master, let me handle this, Xiaolian said, flexing her hands. She had seen too many such situations to be afraid. After all, she had escorted Linji through countless trials to Chongping City. Her skills and strength were beyond what outsiders could imagine. No need, Linji waved his hand. It's my turn now. You've protected me before, but now it's my time to step up. He had honed his dragon elephant skill to near perfection. There was no need to worry about these two men. Judging by their appearance, they were indeed skilled, but Linji was at the great master level, considered a second-tier expert in the martial world. Why should he fear them? Kid, trying to play the hero, huh? The man sneered. You've got some guts, but not enough. You won't stand a chance. You two? Think you're something special? Linji scoffed. In truth, he chose to step in to test his own strength. Since starting martial arts, he had only fought Chao Hai. That guy claimed to be the martial champion of Chongping City. But so what? The real experts in Chongping City didn't even attend the Green Vine banquet. The experts in the palace and the military were countless. Those who self-proclaimed experts usually had limited vision, not truly being so. Oh, you don't even think twice about two of us? What about four? The man narrowed his eyes, radiating a menacing aura. At the same time, two more fierce and robust men appeared behind Linji. Xiaolian instinctively took a step back. To outsiders, it looked like fear, but it was actually a defensive stance, ready to strike at any moment. Although Xiaolian was just a maid, her combat experience was extraordinary. Even ordinary soldiers in the military couldn't compare. Seeing this, the man seized the opportunity to say, "Little sister, following your master is useless. Look at him. He's so weak. He can't even take a punch from me. Why not join us brothers? Enjoy good food and drink." "Shut up. Don't insult my master." Xiaolian snapped. These people had no right to boast here. "Little sister, why are you so stubborn?" the man said, walking up confidently. He passed by Linji in an instant. In that moment, Linji's figure flashed, and he instantly threw a punch. The man was sent flying, shocking everyone present. Even Xiaolian's eyes widened in surprise. When did Master's strength reach this level? That punch, even she might have found it difficult to handle. But what followed was even more surprising. The man was still standing unharmed. He slowly raised his head, his gaze radiating terrifying menace. "Kid, you're not bad. To achieve this, we underestimated you." Linji blinked, still in his punching stance. He had thought these men were just thugs, so he hadn't used his full strength, only about 50%. Yet the opponent seemed unharmed. There was only one explanation. These men were extraordinary. Not first-tier experts, but definitely above second-tier. So the Northern Garrison's young general is indeed famous, quite skilled. Another man said meaningfully, drawing a finely crafted dagger from his waist. Clearly, it was expensive. You know me? Linji was taken aback. Then he realized. These men were prepared. Who sent you? Oh, the young general is quite clever, but knowing won't do you any good. So just die quietly. Before the words even fell, the man charged with his dagger. The man blocking their retreat attacked simultaneously. Seeing the situation was dire, Shaolin no longer hesitated. She immediately dropped her things and turned to block. Linji faced the two men alone. As soon as they clashed, Linji felt unprecedented pressure. The strength these two displayed was truly terrifying. Were these the real experts? Linji inwardly sighed. He now realized the gap between himself and these men. But Linji was not afraid. Facing strong enemies, fear was for cowards. Only by continuously seeking opportunities and finding breakthroughs could one truly act. He focused intently, not daring to be careless. The battle was extremely intense. Linji, fighting 2 against 1, faced immense pressure but did not fall behind. He also noticed a problem. Although these two were powerful, their foundations were not solid. The dragon elephant skill was mystical and unique to the Lin family. Most importantly, it helped users better perceive the opponent's chi flow. At the same time, Linji was curious. What kind of person could find 4 such powerful experts? On the other side, Shaolin, with her rich combat experience and formidable strength, fought the two men to a draw. But she was extremely anxious. From the fight, she saw these men were extraordinary. Linji had only been practicing the dragon elephant skill for a few months. He had just laid a solid foundation. If he faced one, it might be manageable. But 2 was uncertain. So she had one thought: quickly resolve these 2 and help master. But Shaolin didn't expect these 2 to be equally troublesome. As time ticked by, the battle grew more intense. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. The 2 men fighting Linji were also shocked. They never expected the Northern Garrison's young general to be so extraordinary. It was completely different from the information they received. If the source wasn't wrong, there was only one possibility. Chapter 65. The young general's fury is unbearable for ordinary people. Seeing that they couldn't defeat him for a long time, the 2 men immediately retreated and quickly devised a plan. Brother, if we continue like this, the outcome is uncertain. We need to find a way to end this quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. One of them whispered. You're right. This guy's strength doesn't seem exceptionally high, but his foundation is very solid. He must have practiced for at least 10 years. To defeat him, we must use a surprise tactic. The 2 men spoke in hushed tones. This battle was a matter of life and death for them. If they couldn't defeat Linji, even if they managed to return, their fate would be death. Discussing your plans right in front of me? You really don't take me seriously? Linji said coldly. In his mind, he was contemplating the situation. These 2 men had rich combat experience, but their strength was also very unstable. This provided Linji with many opportunities. To him, powerful enemies were not the most terrifying. What was truly frightening were those without any flaws. Such people were impossible to counter. So now, Linji only needed to do one thing: endure. As long as he could hold out until these 2 men revealed their weaknesses, it would be his chance to counterattack. Boy, don't think that just because we can't defeat you now, you can be complacent, one of the men sneered. If we can't handle you, then we've wasted our time in the martial world. In the blink of an eye, the man moved like lightning, attacking Linji like a ghost. Linji immediately focused all his attention to counter. However, to his surprise, almost simultaneously, the man with the dagger attacked from the side, forming a pincer movement. Linji was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected their attack patterns to change so quickly. He could only choose to block one of them while creating distance. This time, they wouldn't give Linji any breathing room. Their attacks came like a torrential storm, putting Lin Ji under unprecedented pressure. This was his first true life-and-death struggle, completely different from sparring with Chow Hai at the Qingting banquet. Every step felt like walking on a tightrope. One misstep could lead to total loss of control and even his life. Seeing that he was about to be overwhelmed, Lin Ji unleashed an unprecedented burst of potential. At the same time, his dragon elephant skill was running at full throttle. The two sides once again fell into a stalemate, which left the two men baffled. They had encountered many masters in the martial world, but never had they felt like they were facing an indestructible iron wall, especially not from a young general. No matter how they changed their tactics, they made no progress. Gradually, they became impatient. Choosing to strike here was because it was a sparsely populated area. But after such a long time, they still hadn't defeated their target. If someone passed by now, it could complicate matters. During a shift in their positions, the man with the dagger suddenly executed a very cunning move. Seemingly retreating, he actually launched a sneak attack from the side. Lin Ji was caught off guard and could only muster his internal energy to block, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. This momentary gap allowed the other man to seize the opportunity, launching a full-force attack. Lin Ji widened his eyes, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He never imagined he would be in such a predicament. Was he really going to meet his end here? He felt a pang of regret. Just then, in his youth, Lin Ji suddenly saw a slender figure flash by. Xiaolian, with her petite frame, stood firmly in front of Lin Ji. There was a dull thud, and Xiaolian was thrown heavily against the wall, blood seeping from her mouth, her face pale. Xiaolian! Lin Ji cried out, rushing over. Why are you so foolish? Young master, my duty is to protect you. I will not allow any harm to come to you, no matter what happens, Xiaolian said with a bitter smile. Young master, I still have a little strength left. You must find a way to escape. These four men are too powerful. There was no way she could defeat them for their actions. His terrifying aura surged like a tide, making even these battle-hardened assassins feel a chill down their spines. What's going on? This aura doesn't seem like something he's capable of. Could it be that he was hiding his strength before? Who cares? We already know his strength. These four of us are more than enough to handle him. Before the words were even finished, the man with the dagger charged forward. This time, Lin Ji didn't hesitate, directly grabbing the attacker. His dragon elephant skill had reached its peak. The assassin's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't imagine that his sneak attack would be caught by Lin Ji. This reaction speed was not just a small improvement. You dare to fight even when you're on the brink of death. I see you really don't understand that some people are not to be provoked, Lin Ji said expressionlessly. Heh, stop pretending, the assassin said, trying to remain composed. All your actions are futile resistance. Is that so? Then let's see who will pay the price. Lin Ji's wrist twitched, and there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The assassin's wrist was snapped, his face contorted in pain. On my hand. Third brother, the leader of the assassins exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. Chapter 66. The doomed need not stay long. At this moment, none of the four assassins present had anticipated the current situation. Since that girl was injured, Lin Ji had completely transformed into a different person. Now, he seemed like a demon from hell, exuding an aura of death. What's going on? This Lin Ji was completely different from the one they had known before. How could someone who had never been to a battlefield or killed anyone exude such a terrifying presence? But now that things had reached this point, they had even less room to retreat. Unless they could truly eliminate Lin Ji, everything would remain unsettled. Now, it's time to really start the show. Lin Ji kicked the assassin in front of him. The assassin's dagger fell to the ground, and he crumpled into a corner, unable to even muster the strength to stand up. The remaining three did not dare hesitate. They immediately charged forward. However, what they did not expect was that even though two people had been enough to overwhelm Lin Ji, now with three, they gained no advantage. Not only that, Lin Ji seemed like a different person, not only fierce, but also as fast as lightning. Another intense struggle ensued. Just as the three were trying to find a weakness, Lin Ji directly withstood an attack from one of them, then turned and delivered a flying kick. The kick sent the man spitting blood, knocking him unconscious to the ground. As the saying goes, a defeated army crumbles like a mountain, with two of them already injured. The remaining two felt unprecedented pressure. The situation instantly reversed. Lin Ji effortlessly made them fall in disarray. At this moment, their faces showed shock and their former confidence. They never imagined the final outcome would be like this. It was a complete defeat. This man was terrifyingly strong. Where did his skills come from? They had been through countless battles in the martial world, never imagining someone could win in such a way. I'm sorry we disturbed you. Please spare us. Seeing the situation was dire, the leader immediately begged for mercy. Lin Ji did not answer. Instead, he pressed forward step by step. Tell me, who sent you here? No one. The four exchanged glances, unanimously agreeing on their response. We just took a fancy to the girl by your side. Lin Ji directly kicked the neck of the assassin who had previously ambushed him. The man's eyes widened before he died, seeming unable to believe his fate. My patience is limited. If you don't want to speak, I don't mind killing all of you here. Wow. The remaining three felt a chill down their spines. This method was too cruel, even more so than theirs. What's the point of doing this? If you kill all four of us, you still won't get the information you want. The leader's voice became hoarse. He no longer had the arrogance from before. His eyes filled with fear. This was pure intimidation through strength and means. Right, killing you won't help me, but not killing you is useless to me either. As soon as Lin Ji finished, he raised his hand and struck another man's skull. The remaining two gasped in fear. They were truly subdued by Lin Ji's methods. If they were vicious criminals, this young general of the northern fortress was a true madman. Even vicious people have weaknesses, but once a madman starts, they won't stop unless they achieve their goal. I'll talk. The leader could no longer endure. The Grand Secretary, Chao Tianyuan, sent us. Chao Tianyuan is a high-ranking minister of the court. What connection does he have with you? People from the Jianghu? Don't try to bullshit me. Don't think you can fool me with this. Lin Ji denied. This is true. I absolutely didn't lie to you. We four were originally pirates, later captured and imprisoned as death row inmates. Lord Chao said that if we could complete this task, he would spare our lives. So now that we've failed, there's no need to live? Lin Ji's voice was exceptionally calm, showing no ripple. And this was the most terrifying part. You just said you would spare me. The leader's expression changed visibly, seeming to realize the danger. Correct, but you four are pirates, guilty of countless crimes. Such people deserve to die. Lin Ji picked up a dagger from the ground. He smoothly slashed across the necks of the two. With the appearance of red, the two fell straight to the ground. Seeing the four completely lifeless, Lin Ji let out a long sigh. In fact, from the beginning, he had been struggling to hold on, worried about unexpected accidents. But now that these four had been dealt with, the crisis was completely resolved. Lin Ji sat down beside them, gasping heavily. Excessive use of the dragon elephant skill was a huge burden for him, and now he felt like his entire body was drained. Master, are you all right? Xiaolian struggled over. Lin Ji gently stroked her head. I said I would protect you, and I will definitely keep my word. Let's go home. Then he helped Xiaolian up, and the two slowly walked towards the direction of the general's mansion. General's mansion. When Li Qingyue learned of Lin Ji's ambush, she immediately came to check. Seeing Xiaolian lying on the bed, Li Qingyue's eyes were filled with astonishment. What happened? We encountered bad people on the road, and Xiaolian was unlucky, so she got hurt. Lin Ji casually brushed it off. About the incident on the road, he hadn't thought of telling anyone, because this time, the opponent involved was the Grand Secretary, Chao Tianyuan. That was a truly influential figure in the court. Lin Ji would only act if he was completely sure. Otherwise, he would never act rashly. Chao Tianyuan was different from Zhang Tianhai. This man had already sent death row inmates to kill him, which meant he had murderous intent. If it were before, Linji might have told Princess Anning, but now he was very clear about the situation in the court. Li Qingyue, though a princess, had no real power. Once involved in such a vortex, there would be many dangers. Linji felt it was unnecessary. Chapter 67. Biding our time, concealing our brilliance. Do you think I'll believe that? Li Qingyue asked emotionlessly. Despite her cold tone, her concern was evident. How strong Xiaolian is, I'm not sure. Even Uncle Sui praised her as a promising young talent. Now that Xiaolian is seriously injured, yet you are unscathed? Is that reasonable? Linji felt a stir in his heart, but it also strengthened his resolve. No matter what, he shouldn't involve the princess. What's the big deal? Do all things in the world need a reason? Besides, Xiaolian was protecting me, which is why she got hurt. If we can't safely escape, what's the point of her injury? Li Qingyue was rendered speechless by this. Young general, although we are not close, we are engaged. Is there anything I can't know? Or have you never trusted me? This matter is unrelated, Linji said indifferently. Princess, you'd better not get involved in this, as it won't benefit you. After speaking, Linji directly arranged for his subordinates to take care of Xiaolian, then turned and left. Li Qingyue furrowed her brows. She then summoned Uncle Sui. Your Highness, what instructions do you have? It seems things won't be peaceful in Chomping City for a while. Xiaolian is injured, so go protect the young general. Just stay hidden and don't let him know. Also, check what he's really up to. Does your Highness suspect the young general of ulterior motives? Uncle Sui probed. Li Qingyue shook her head. I don't know, but I always feel like he's hiding a lot of extraordinary things from me. If I don't figure it out, I can't feel at ease. Of course, if he really does something heinous, you can handle it on my behalf. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Tianyuan hummed a tune while admiring the dancers, his face full of comfort. He was ready to await good news. But just then, a subordinate rushed in. Master, something's wrong. What is it? Chao Tianyuan frowned. The 4 men we sent are all dead. What? Chao Tianyuan's eyes were filled with shock. He never expected such a result. How could they all be dead? Didn't I tell you to find 4 experts? Are those the kind of guys you found? Master, these 4 men committed heinous crimes in the Jianghu. The court sent over 106 doors guards to capture them. Logically, these men's strength is extraordinary. How did they die? I really didn't expect it. The subordinate was also helpless. Who could have foreseen this outcome? When he got the news, he was almost shocked out of his wits. So it was Linji who did it? Probably. At the time, only young General Lin and his servant were there. Chao Tianyuan's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. I see. Linji, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, to have such formidable strength. But you wait, our grudges are growing deeper. One day, I will make you pay with blood. In the general's mansion, Gao Feihu visited late at night. Led by the steward, he arrived at Linji's study. As soon as he entered, he was shocked by the scene. The entire study was in disarray. On the wall was written in bold letters, Chao Tianyuan, young general. What exactly happened? Gao Feihu asked in astonishment. Highness, I'm sorry to call you here late at night, but this matter is extraordinary, and I must get an answer as soon as possible. Linji slowly turned around, his face expressionless. Gao Feihu was slightly stunned. He had only seen this feeling in one person before, General Lin Zhenxiu of the Northern Garrison. Indeed, like father, like son. Linji's aura was even more imposing. Young general, what happened to cause such a situation? Linji then recounted everything that happened in the city today. Highness, I haven't told anyone else about this, except you. So I hope you can help me strategize. This time, the target was no ordinary person. The Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, a position second only to the Emperor. In Chomping City and the court, his power was immense. Linji knew he didn't have the strength to confront him directly. A head-on clash would be like an egg hitting a rock. Not only would it not cause any damage to the other party, but it would also make him lose everything he currently had. Lin Ji was a man who couldn't afford to lose. Or rather, he had no fallback options. He had to consider everything thoroughly. Young General, this matter is extraordinary. If you want to oppose Lord Chao, you'll need to make a lot of preparations. Gao Feihu took a deep breath. Perhaps only Lin Ji in the entire court would dare to say such words. I'm well aware of that, which is why I called you here to discuss this. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Now, I've established a business in the city and can gradually take control of the economic lifeline, making the emperor increasingly important to me. However, economy is at most an accessory to power. No matter how much money I have, I can't escape being manipulated by others. Gao Feihu nodded upon hearing this. This insight was very profound. Compared to the previous 4 major merchants, their wealth was considerable, even comparable to some regions of the Great Xia. But in Chongping City, no one dared to act recklessly, because they all knew that with a single word from the emperor, no matter how rich they were, it could all vanish in an instant. That's why these people would spare no expense to curry favor with the powerful in the court, because only these people could ensure their safety. However, if I want to deal with Chao Tianyuan, I need military force and more power. Lin Ji said emotionlessly. Li Qingyue could provide some help, but it was limited. If that's the case, it seems the young general will have to visit the barracks. Only by gaining the support of those generals can the young general truly establish a foothold in Chongping City. Likewise, even Chao Tianyuan wouldn't dare to act rashly. Gao Feihu spoke with conviction. After all, his own abilities were limited. Even if he wanted to help wholeheartedly, he was truly powerless. You make a very good point, Lin Ji said with a smile. Chapter 68. If all else fails, return to the northern frontier? Gao Feihu's words completely awakened Lin Ji. Having money was enough for ordinary people to live a prosperous life. But he was different. The title of young general of the northern frontier brought Lin Ji a different kind of halo, but also carried risks. Chao Tianyuan's actions made Lin Ji realize that staying in the imperial capital was not as easy as it seemed. Only by truly establishing his own power would those who were secretly watching him become wary. The northern frontier army had now disappeared. Lin Ji couldn't rely on them, so he had to think of other ways. Young general, as far as I know, there is a garrison to the northwest of the imperial capital. They are called the Yu family army. Lin Ji's eyes flashed with surprise. It couldn't be the one he was thinking of. What is the background of this Yu family army? The current commander of the Yu family army is Yu Yan, who also comes from a noble family. His ancestors followed the founding emperor to establish the kingdom, and this Yu family army also has a resounding name. The Divine Strategy Army? The Divine Strategy Army? Lin Ji was taken aback. He had heard of this army's name. 100 years ago, they were a force to be reckoned with, shaking the world. Later, as the world settled into peace, the previous emperor feared that the Divine Strategy Army's achievements would overshadow the throne, so he disbanded them. The remnants who stayed with their old master, Yu Yan's grandfather, now command the Yu family army. They guard the key fortress northwest of Chongping City. Why did you suddenly bring this up to me? Lin Ji was puzzled. Young general, as far as I know, the Yu family army has always been loyal to the court, but because they were originally the Divine Strategy Army, both the emperor and the ministers in the court have always been wary. Unless there is a real war, they are usually deliberately ignored. Gao Feihu said solemnly. If the young general truly wants a foothold in the court, the Yu family army is undoubtedly the best choice. But there is one thing. Once the young general makes his decision, he may be targeted even more by others in the court. I see. Lin Ji nodded thoughtfully. I'll find an opportunity to meet this General Yu. If it really comes to that, there is an opportunity right now. Gao Feihu lowered his voice. His eyes were full of mystery. Could it be that they really want a rebel? Lin Ji couldn't help but tease, seeing his expression. Not exactly. Gao Feihu was a bit embarrassed. You see, soon it will be the time when commanders from all over the country come to Chongping City to report their duties. Every year at this time, it is the most lively period for all military officers in the imperial capital. How so? Linji was curious. By custom, military officers from the camps near the imperial capital will welcome those from other regions. Young General, you are an exception, as you only inherited General Lin's title, not his official position. Gao Feihu explained seriously. Although it's called a welcome, it's actually a martial arts competition. There is no reward for the winner, but it is enough to prove their strength. As far as I know, the Yu family army has been defeated by the commanders of Chongping City for 5 consecutive years. If they lose again this year, they may never be able to hold their heads high. Lin Ji understood. This was what was known as training and drills. It was just that the Yu family army was really unlucky, losing for 5 consecutive years. It seems the Yu family army isn't that great if they can't even beat the commanders and soldiers in the camps of Chongping City. Lin Ji, although not very knowledgeable, could roughly guess that the soldiers guarding the imperial capital and those at the border were worlds apart. The Northern Frontier Army guarded the north, where enemy incursions were always possible, so every soldier was highly alert, long accustomed to high-intensity training. The training load of the soldiers in Chongping City, on the other hand, was barely beginner level compared to the Northern Frontier, not worth mentioning. Young General, the reasons behind this are quite complicated. Gao Feihu shook his head. As far as I know, it seems that the commander of the Yu family army, Yu Yin, has no interest in getting involved in court politics, so he deliberately loses in every drill. It may be a reluctant move, but at least it doesn't invite suspicion and targeting from the court. However, the Yu family army is composed of iron-willed men, and over time, everyone has a bitter heart. Lin Ji's mind flashed with inspiration upon hearing this. I've thought of a good plan. It's also a way to get close to Yu Yin. Gao Feihu didn't ask further. Instead, he nodded calmly. Since the young general has already thought of a strategy, if you need any help, just say the word, and I will do my best. All right, thanks for today. Lin Ji and Gao Feihu exchanged a few more pleasantries. Seeing that it was getting late, he saw Gao Feihu off. Returning, he went to Xiao Lian's room. Young master. Xiao Lian struggled to sit up. Her complexion had improved somewhat, but she still looked weak. Lin Ji immediately went over and supported her. Just lie down and rest. But how can I lie here when the young master is here? Xiao Lian replied. It's okay. There's no need to stand on ceremony between us. Lin Ji smiled gently. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? If there's anything you want to eat, just say so, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. I'm fine. Xiao Lian mustered a smile. Her eyes were filled with gratitude and tenderness. Young master, this time it was my failure to protect you, putting the young master in danger of losing his life. But rest assured, young master, it will never happen again. What are you talking about? Lin Ji comforted her. If it weren't for you risking your life to save me, I might be the one lying here now, and those people wouldn't have let me go. Maybe your young master would have become a corpse by now. Xiao Lian was amused. Then her eyes showed a hint of worry. Young master, even the Prime Minister of the Grand Secretariat is targeting you now. The imperial capital is becoming more and more dangerous. Why don't we find a way to leave and return to the northern frontier? This time, the young master came just to fulfill the marriage contract. There's no need to take such risks. Lin Ji shook his head. If it were before, he indeed thought of running away. But after today's talk with Gao Feihu, he understood that avoidance was useless. The more you try to avoid trouble, the more others will think you are easy to bully. The Yu family army was a clear example. Lin Ji couldn't let the Northern Frontier Army suffer the same fate. Hashtag Chapter 69. Great uses for little sugarcane. Not only that. Currently, the northern border is in utter chaos due to the disappearance of Lin Zhenxiu and the Northern Border Army. Even if Lin Ji returns, the local generals might not necessarily give him face anymore. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The vicissitudes of life are no more than that. Rather than facing that even more chaotic and dark environment, it's better to first establish a foothold in Chongping City. Xiao Lian, I promise you. One day we can move freely in Chomping City without anyone daring to harm us. Linji genuinely promised. Xiaolian was deeply moved by these words. Young master, I only hope you can be safe. I don't have any other thoughts. Don't worry, that day will come. They chatted for a while longer, and Linji didn't intrude too much. After arranging for someone to take care of her, he quietly left the room. As the moon rose above the treetops, Linji returned to his own room, passing by Li Qingyue's. The princess was still as usual, leaning by the window with a book in her hands and a pot of wine on the table. Haven't you slept yet? Linji casually greeted. Li Qingyue nodded. Would you like a drink? No, I've had too much to do today. I want to rest early. Linji waved his hand and turned to leave. Li Qingyue hesitated, but eventually swallowed her words. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but throw the book on the table. This guy. From a young age, apart from her brother Li Jingzhen, no man had ever refused her request. To her surprise, Linji was so straightforward. Could it be that he has no interest in me at all? Li Qingyue's heart stirred with ripples. Initially, when she first met Linji, she thought he was a frivolous young man. But after spending so much time together, Linji had always treated her with respect, never overstepping any boundaries. Even during the incident when they slept together, it was because she was drunk, and throughout, he never took advantage of her. As she pondered, Li Qingyue couldn't help but smile. This guy, can you really hold out until the wedding? As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her thoughts were inappropriate. Her face turned red. Li Qingyue, what are you thinking? Are you talking nonsense again? In the following days, Linji almost devoted all his time to the establishment of the Lin Trading Company. As its reputation grew, the people of Chomping City trusted the Lin Trading Company more and more. Especially the company's policy of benefiting the people attracted countless praises. In everyone's eyes, Linji had become a true young talent. Not only was he outstanding in business, but he also genuinely worked for the people. This was far better than those self-proclaimed scholars who were always boastful and pretentious. One day, the port officials were busy when a cart drawn by a buffalo slowly approached from a distance. The driver was an old man. Sir, this is the port. It's not for casual visitors. If you want to transport goods, you have to register first. The older official immediately called out. Nowadays, the port handled a lot of goods daily, and the staff was insufficient. Therefore, they had to restrict the entry of ordinary citizens. Everyone understood this. Unexpectedly, the old man stopped the cart and said with certainty, "This is what the young general ordered me to deliver." The young general? Two officials immediately came forward to check. Then they couldn't help but laugh. Sir, are you joking with us? With this cart of sugarcane, if we use a cargo ship, we might not even recoup the cost. Why even make up an excuse about the young general? Exactly, if the young general really wanted sugarcane, why would he need so much? This cart of sugarcane could probably last for 10 days or half a month. The old man got anxious upon hearing this. I'm telling the truth. Why would I lie to you? Are you trying to extort money? The older official had seen some tricks in his time. He knew some schemes from the underworld. Forced buying and selling were not uncommon in Chomping City, especially when the few major trading companies controlled the entire market. Oh, you people really don't believe me at all. Do I look that much like a bad person? The old man hurriedly explained. If you don't believe me, go find the young general. The official's patience was gradually running out. They didn't want to be too hard on him. Sir, we're really busy right now. We don't have time to play around with you. Besides, the young general is not someone you can just ask to see. We have a lot of things to handle here, so please go back. Otherwise, we might really have to ask you to leave. At that moment, Linji walked over. What's going on? Young general, this old man insists that it's you who asked him to come, and he brought a cart of sugarcane. That's right, Linji blurted out. Then he smiled and asked, Sir, are these the best sugarcane you could pick? Of course. The old man immediately patted his chest. He tried to straighten his back as much as possible. The young general's orders, How could I dare to neglect? This cart of sugarcane is the best in our village. And now that it's autumn in a while, the sugarcane will be harvested. I had to beg our village head to get this cart of sugarcane. All right. Linji nodded in satisfaction. You too. Take this old man to the back warehouse to collect his reward. As for this cart of sugarcane, calculate it at the highest market price. Everyone was surprised upon hearing this. Although they didn't understand, they still followed the orders. The old man was overjoyed. He sold this cart of sugarcane for twice the price, making a good profit after deducting the cost. Seeing Linji fiddling with the sugarcane by the cart, the older official couldn't help but approach curiously and ask, "Young general, what do you need so much sugarcane for?" "To sell, of course." Linji blurted out. "Sell? How much can sugarcane be worth?" The young general is now doing this kind of business, and the income might not even cover the round-trip costs. No, wait. As he said, even a small mosquito is still meat. This business mindset. I'm impressed. Chapter 70. Refined white sugar, shocking the imperial city. Young general, this cart of sugarcane feels like a pure waste of time. With not much profit to be made, the older official earnestly remarked. Who said I was going to sell the sugarcane? Linji blinked. Am I crazy? Spending so much money on sugarcane, even if I double the market price, I won't recoup the costs. The group looked puzzled, unable to fathom what Linji was planning. Linji beckoned them to move the cart of sugarcane to the backyard. Upon arriving, they discovered several peculiar tools already set up there, their purposes unknown. Young general, are these tools for processing the sugarcane? Exactly. Today, we'll be experimenting with how to make sugar, Linji said with a profound smile. Since his arrival in this world, he noticed that due to technological limitations, people lived in a relatively simple environment, lacking in many aspects. Even basic items like sugar were very coarse, with the sugar sold in the market having a slightly bitter taste, unlike the white sugar he was accustomed to. With the Lin family's business relying solely on the hot pot, it wasn't enough. Diversifying and enhancing their product offerings was essential for rapid growth and strength. Thus, Linji decided to produce white sugar, confident it would cause a significant impact in the market. Young general, there are so many matters to handle at the port. Why waste time on making sugar? The official sighed, guessing Linji aimed to find a new revenue stream for the business. However, they doubted the profitability of sugar, which barely supported most vendors. Do you know what sweet sugar tastes like? Linji asked profoundly. Sweet sugar? The officials looked at each other. We haven't, but we've had sweet preserved fruits and fruits. Linji picked up a sugarcane. From this, we can extract juice and, through certain methods, produce sweet sugar. It will be a huge hit in the market. The officials, though skeptical, followed Linji's instructions to process the sugarcane. Soon, the sugarcane was turned into juice, which was filtered and boiled to produce white syrup. Linji sampled it and was satisfied, finding it to be the white sugar he remembered. Curious, the officials watched the sugar-making process, which was different from what they knew. Young general, can this method really produce sweet sugar? Someone asked. Of course, try it yourselves, Linji generously offered. The officials tasted it, finding it incredibly delicious, unlike any sugar they had known. This is amazing. Young general, you've truly created something unique and outstanding, they exclaimed, now admiring Linji. How do you think this will fare in the market? Linji asked with a knowing smile. It will surely make a fortune. Young general, you are truly talented. We could never have thought of such a clever method. Linji, unconcerned, explained how to solidify the syrup. Handle the sales with the Lin family's name, and keep the prices uniform. No price gouging, understood? Understood, they agreed. 2 days later, a new delicacy appeared in Chongping City, spreading rapidly through the streets. The Lin family's business boomed, with white sugar selling out quickly. People praised it, finding it incredibly delicious and affordable. The city's love for Linji grew, contrasting sharply with their disdain for the previous 4 great merchants, who had ruthlessly exploited the common folk. Linji's intervention had changed the situation, indirectly leading to the white sugar's success. Chapter 71. A good thing for you to try. On this day, Li Qingyue, who was staying at the general's mansion, also heard about the fame of white sugar. As a pioneer in the study of poetry, Li Qingyue has always been open-minded towards new things. Therefore, upon hearing that white sugar had appeared in Chomping City, she became quite curious. However, what she didn't expect was that after sending her maidservant to the market to purchase it for 3 consecutive days, she came back empty-handed each time. The reason was always the same. Sold out? What? Li Qingyue looked up in surprise. Having lived in the imperial city for so many years, she had never seen any item so valuable that it was snapped up every day. How desperate were the citizens of this city for white sugar, even to the point of such fervor. Did you find out who made this stuff? Li Qingyue, being the wise princess she was indeed smarter than most. At her age, she could handle any situation calmly, which was closely related to her family background. The maidservant shook her head. Most of the vendors on the streets are small traders. They buy the white sugar and sell it at the market. We don't know where it comes from, let alone how to find out how it's made. Hearing this, Li Qingyue had a general idea. She hadn't expected to encounter such a genius who, at a young age, already knew how to make a fortune in the market. Such tactics were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After reading numerous books, Li Qingyue had only learned about such extraordinary individuals, but she had never actually met one. The way white sugar was sold, to some extent, broke the monopoly of the market. The cost of this product was very low. Logically, the initiator wouldn't sell all the white sugar at the same price to everyone who wanted to do this business. If a business house was established based on this product, it would surely gain greater fame and help promote the product. Why, then, was it so popular in the imperial city without anyone knowing its origin? Anyway, you must find out about the white sugar for me, Li Qingyue said meaningfully. If it was an extraordinary person, getting to know them might be crucial. Yes, princess. I will take care of it immediately, the maidservant nodded. Just then, Linji walked in. Young general. The maidservant bowed. Going out? The princess asked me to buy some white sugar from the market and find out more about it. What's there to find out? Linji joked casually, placing a jar on the table. If the princess wants to eat it, just tell me. I can guarantee an ample supply. You? Li Qingyue was surprised. Young general, can you stop exaggerating? Everyone knows white sugar is in high demand in Chomping City. I've sent someone out for 3 days, but we've always been too late. Sold out. You say you can supply enough? In her opinion, this was Linji's usual bragging. Although their relationship had grown closer, Li Qingyue knew Linji better. The young general of the northern fortress indeed had exceptional talents, but his flaws were also obvious, frivolous and unrestrained. Li Qingyue initially felt uneasy, being a royal princess who needed to be cautious in every word and deed, but she had grown accustomed to it over time. What exaggeration! Am I the kind of person who talks nonsense? Linji blurted out. Train? Li Qingyue tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. The more she interacted with Linji, the more she felt he was a mystery, always doing and saying things that were hard to predict. That's not important, Linji waved it off. Explaining trains to them would be too difficult. My point is, I have no reason to lie to you about such a small matter. This stuff was made by me. If I can't get it, then who can? Li Qingyue was astonished. You're the one who made the white sugar? Of course. Do you think anyone can just come up with such a good thing? Linji smiled calmly. The process of making white sugar wasn't complicated, but it was a bit challenging for the technology level of the Great Xia. It might take a few hundred years for white sugar to truly enter ordinary households. With that, he opened the jar, revealing the white sugar he had made earlier. The grains were crystal clear, looking like exquisite handicrafts. So this is white sugar? Li Qingyue picked it up curiously. They say it's very delicious? Try it and see, Linji said, sitting down with a playful smile. Today, he had come specifically to bring this good thing to Li Qingyue. It was funny that even though he had made the white sugar, the sales in the market were so good that every time he asked the officials at the port to save a small box for him, it was bought at a high price. Today, he had managed to get a fresh batch just for Li Qingyue to try. After all, the princess had helped him a lot before, and Linji didn't know how to repay her. She was a noble lady, well off, and had seen all kinds of treasures. Giving her daily necessities would be meaningless. It was these things that had never appeared in the Great Xia that Li Qingyue might be more interested in. Sure enough, after tasting a bit, Li Qingyue's face lit up with surprise. It's truly very delicious. See, I told you, I wasn't lying, Linji said proudly. I'll make sure there's always some in the general's mansion. But this stuff is usually not eaten alone. It can be used in water or as a seasoning. If you like it, just ask the kitchen to prepare it for you anytime. Li Qingyue's eyes sparkled with joy. Then she asked meaningfully, Young General, you're suddenly being so nice to me. Do you want something from me? I don't like that, Linji leaned back. Do you think I'm the kind of person who only comes to you when I need something? You never know. The young general is a busy man, Li Qingyue teased with a smile. Chapter 72. The Booming White Sugar Trade. Linji blinked in surprise, his eyes wide. The intense gaze made Li Qingyue feel extremely uncomfortable. What is it? She asked. Did I say something wrong? Or is there something wrong with me? No, Linji shook his head. It seems like this is the first time I've seen you smile. So that's it, Li Qingyue reverted to her usual aloof demeanor. Does it matter whether I smile or not? I thought you never smiled, Linji continued. How could that be? There can't be anyone in this world who doesn't smile, Li Qingyue replied with a profound meaning. True, I was just worrying for no reason. After all, you're a princess. What troubles could you possibly have? Even if the emperor wasn't kind to you before, now that you've moved to the general's residence, no one dares to give you a hard time. What could possibly be bothering you? Linji nodded. But you should smile more. Always wearing a long face can make you age prematurely. Stop spouting nonsense. Li Qingyue shot him a displeased look. No woman likes to hear such words. I'm serious. Linji shook his head earnestly. If a beauty like you ages prematurely, it would be a pity. I don't want to face an old lady before I even get married. You. Li Qingyue's eyebrows shot up in anger. Seeing this, Linji quickly stood up and dashed away. Watching his retreating figure, Li Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle. What a rascal. Then she tasted a small piece of white sugar, her face lighting up with a charming smile, truly as beautiful as the full moon in the sky. Somehow, she had grown accustomed to bickering with Linji. Living in the general's residence was indeed more relaxed and carefree than in the palace. After a moment of silence, she slowly stood up. Suibo, a figure appeared. Princess. Pack up, we're going back to the palace in a couple of days. The palace? Suibo was quite surprised. It was the first time since moving to the general's residence that the princess mentioned going back. Suibo had some understanding of Li Qingyue's situation in the palace, but had never inquired due to their master-servant relationship. Seeing this unusual move, he couldn't help but ask, why does the princess suddenly want to go back? It's been a while since I saw father. I might as well visit him while I have the chance, Li Qingyue said, looking thoughtfully at the jar on the table. As the white sugar business grew, the people of Chongping City were almost daily trying to get their hands on it. With supply falling short of demand, the price of white sugar skyrocketed. From its initial bargain price, it had nearly risen to 1 tael of silver per jar. The profit had increased by dozens, or even hundreds of times. The officials at the dock watched the silver flowing in and couldn't stop grinning. This wasn't just the tax on goods, but the income of the Lin Trading Company. Apart from the necessary taxes, there were hardly any other expenses. This meant they were truly on the path to becoming wealthy, earning a fortune. Adding to the booming hot pot business, everyone seemed to see the hope of achieving financial freedom, something they never dared to dream of before. Young General, we've made 500 taels today. So much? Does that mean we can get a share too? The officials were ecstatic. This was the promise Linji had made to them. No matter how much the Lin Trading Company earned, they would get 1%, a reward for the veterans. In modern terms, this was called initial shares. Though not much, if the Lin Trading Company ever made a fortune, The monthly earnings of these people would be unimaginable for ordinary folks. While everyone was immersed in joy, Linji suddenly spoke up. This can't continue. Huh? Young general, what are you saying? Yeah. Isn't making 500 taels a day enough? Everyone was astonished. The young general's ambitions seemed too high. Even the most successful business in Chomping City, the phone bank, only made 2,000 to 3,000 taels a day. And that was after decades of hard work. The Lin Trading Company had been established for less than a month. Achieving such results was already a miracle. No, what I mean is, it can't go on like this, Linji pondered. You should know the cost of producing a jar of white sugar. Now this stuff has been inflated to an outrageous price. If someone else wants to enter this business, they'll easily go bankrupt. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Who would have thought that a jar of white sugar priced at 1 tael had a cost where even the jar was more valuable than the sugar? But what Linji said made sense. When the price of an item far exceeds its intrinsic value, it will inevitably lead to inflation over time. If it's just a single commodity, after a long period of soaring prices, a crash is bound to happen. At that time, all retail businessmen in this trade would lose their shirts. Young general, what does this have to do with us? No matter what, we definitely won't lose money, the older officials asked, puzzled. It seems you really don't understand, Linji sighed. As a sales manager in his previous life, he knew very well that one cannot only focus on immediate and personal interests, because that's not sustainable. Moreover, the reason he overthrew the 4 major trading companies was to establish a new commercial order in Chomping City. If the Lin Trading Company ended up monopolizing the market, after Linji left Chomping City, wouldn't that be like creating a new phone bank himself? This was definitely not what he wanted to see. And originally, we intended to sell these to ordinary people. Now, only the nobles and wealthy in the capital can afford them. Isn't that good? The crowd was again confused. Making money from the rich is always better than from ordinary folks, and those rich people won't miss a few taels. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. Selling a little white sugar is called making money from the rich? To truly make money from the rich, you have to earn several hundred taels from one person at a time. Everyone gasped. My goodness! The young general's ambitions were indeed huge. So what we need to do now is truly change the market in Chomping City. Just then, someone came to report. Young general, there are many merchants gathered outside the dock. They say General Shao notified them to come here. So soon, Linji stood up. Let them all in. Chapter 73. Benefiting the People, Long-Term Vision. The grand hall of the official office at the ferry. It was packed to the brim. Merchants of all sizes and street vendors from Chomping City had gathered here. The ferry officials stood by, their faces filled with incredulity. They simply couldn't understand why such a situation had arisen. What was even more puzzling was that these people had indeed been summoned by young General Lin Ji. Everyone, today I have called you here for a matter that I hope we can work on together, Lin Ji began. As you all know, white sugar and hot pot have become extremely popular in Chomping City, with very lucrative profits. And after these new products have been on the market for a while, their prices have been skyrocketing. The merchants nodded in agreement. They had witnessed this firsthand. From the initial price of just 100 coins for a jar of white sugar, it had now risen to 1 tael of silver per jar. The price had increased tenfold. The profits were exorbitant. Many vendors had made a fortune by reselling white sugar. However, they soon discovered a problem. Now, only the affluent families in the city could afford white sugar. But the city only had so many people. In the long run, the price of white sugar was bound to drop. Then, how much money could they still make? No one knew. So today, I called you here to propose that we jointly establish a sugar factory and set up a trade association, so that we can all profit together, Linji said earnestly. The ferry officials were stunned. Was this really happening? Just moments ago, they had heard the young general speak of even greater fortunes. The profits from white sugar and hot pot were already very high. Giving it away to others like this? That would be too much of a loss. Young general. An older official immediately wanted to inquire, but Linji cut him off. Don't be hasty, listen to me. To establish this trade association, I can provide all the technical support, and you will need to control the cost yourselves. Our association will only collect 10% of your total profits. If in the early stages none of you are profitable, the association will not charge any additional fees. This way, we can all make money together. Do you have any objections? The merchants present were already ecstatic at the prospect of being able to produce white sugar. A 10% profit cut? And only after making money? This was far better than the previous 4 major trade houses. Indeed, the difference between people is sometimes greater than the difference between people and pigs. The young general was truly doing business with them. Unlike the 4 major trade houses, which were clearly exploiting and squeezing them, akin to sucking blood. Young general, it is an honor to work with you. How could we possibly have any objections? That's right. If the young general is willing to lead us in opening a sugar factory, we can sell sugar to more places, perhaps making even more money than here in Chomping City. Linji smiled contentedly at the sight. Then he nodded. All right, today you all officially join the association. I will inform you of the chosen sugar factory location tomorrow, and we can start construction together. Rest assured, there will be no initial investment required from you. All expenses for building the sugar factory will be borne by me. It will only be in the later stages that I will need your full support, so that we can expand our business and enjoy a steady flow of wealth. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. Every merchant was brimming with enthusiasm. They never dreamed that such a good opportunity would fall into their laps. Many praised Linji profusely. Young general, I never expected you to be so open-minded, willing to let us ordinary folks share in the profits. In the past, we never had such treatment, only being exploited by the 4 major trade houses. Exactly, it's truly the young general who stands out. You are the true hero in our hearts. Linji didn't dwell on these praises, but he felt a warm satisfaction. You don't have to go that far. As long as you do your jobs well, that's the best thanks to me. I hope you will continue to support me in the future. After discussing the specifics of the sugar factory and trade association, the merchants dispersed to attend to their own affairs. The older official rushed forward at the first opportunity. Young general, you're being foolish. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I did? Linji raised an eyebrow. A slight smile played on his lips. No, young general, if you let them join the association, I think that's fine. But why reveal the secret recipe for making white sugar to them? What if they want to go independent later? Then we won't have any money to make. Yes. Others nodded in agreement. They had wanted to speak up earlier, but with so many people in the hall, they had to consider Linji's dignity. Now, however, they couldn't hold back any longer. Continuing like this would only complicate matters further. Linji chuckled lightly. So, you still haven't grasped the implications of this. I ask you, if our ferry were to produce white sugar, how much could we make in a day at most? According to current production and speed, if we are busy, we can only produce 300 jars, and on normal days, we might reach 600 jars. Someone answered. It was clear they were very attentive to this matter. These officials usually earned only a few coins a month. Now, the daily income from white sugar alone could cover several months of their wages. Right, even producing a few hundred jars of white sugar is straining you. And if we build a sugar factory, will you have any free time? Linji's vision was far-reaching. The current small workshop model of operation was untenable. If they wanted to build a pure commercial empire, they had to understand the importance of benefiting the people. While this might reveal the secret recipe for making white sugar, you must know that this is only our first step towards wealth. In the future, neither the association nor the trade house will rely primarily on white sugar as their main product. You said you want to make money from the rich, but with these things, you can't make 100 taels from them at once. Only by continuously expanding and improving can we truly establish ourselves in Chomping City. Hearing this, everyone was enlightened. This was the true intent of the young general. Chapter 74. I request Father Emperor to transfer Lin Ji. The Imperial Palace. Yangju Hall. Emperor Li Jingzhen was resting in his private chambers. A palace guard entered and knelt in obeisance. Your Majesty, the princess requests an audience. The princess? Li Jingzhen looked up. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It had been several months since Princess Anning left the palace. During this time, Li Qingyue had barely returned to the palace. Li Jingzhen had paid no attention to this. It seemed he didn't care at all. Now hearing of her return, he was somewhat taken aback. What has Princess Anning come back for? Your Majesty, this subordinate is not clear. Very well, let her in. Li Jingzhen waved his hand. A moment later, Princess Anning entered, dressed in splendid attire. Your daughter pays respects to Father Emperor. May Father Emperor live 10,000 years. Rise. Li Jingzhen didn't even lift his head. The estrangement between them seemed not like that of a father and daughter at all. It was even less than that between Li Jingzhen and his most trusted ministers. Anning, did you return to the palace suddenly for something important? Li Qingyue's mouth twitched imperceptibly at these words. Indeed, Li Jingzhen's attitude towards her was still the same as before. This was why Li Qingyue didn't want to return to the palace. In the general's mansion, Lin Ji treated her with great respect. All the servants in the mansion also showed her utmost reverence. There, Li Qingyue truly felt like a princess. Returning to the palace, she was merely a daughter of Li Jingzhen. She couldn't feel any fatherly love at all. Even so, Li Qingyue had no choice but to come. Father Emperor, many new and interesting things have appeared in the capital recently. Your daughter found them quite enjoyable in the general's mansion and thought they would be good to bring into the palace for Father Emperor to experience, to relieve the fatigue of managing myriad affairs. Only then did Li Jingzhen slowly lift his head. It's rare for you to have such filial intentions. Then leave the things you brought here. Is there anything else? If not, you may leave. His words seemed to have the intention of dismissing her. Anyone seeing this scene would be stunned. Who could have imagined that the admired Princess Anning would be so humble before the emperor? Without any dignity, summoned and dismissed at will. Li Qingyue also felt quite displeased. But Li Jingzhen was her father, and no matter what, she didn't dare to be disrespectful. Why are you still standing? Do you want me to personally see you out? Li Jingzhen frowned. His tone was full of displeasure. Father Emperor, this food is extremely delicious. Please try it. Li Qingyue mustered up her courage. Is that so? Is there anything in this world that I haven't tasted? Li Jingzhen laughed. But that laugh was clearly filled with sarcasm and mockery. As if Princess Anning had told a great joke. Father Emperor, this item appeared in the capital only half a month ago. I'm afraid you really haven't tasted it. These words piqued Li Jingzhen's curiosity. Although he had no paternal love for Li Qingyue, he was willing to see something new. Seeing this, Li Qingyue was secretly delighted. She immediately ordered someone to present the white sugar. When Li Jingzhen saw the simple little pottery jar, he said sarcastically, Anning, have you gone crazy living in the general's mansion? What's so special about this thing? Even I haven't tasted it? Li Qingyue then stepped forward to open it. Li Jingzhen's anger flared up for no reason. After all, it was just sugar. As the emperor, could he not afford sugar? Princess Anning's words were clearly mocking his short-sightedness. Li Qingyue also sensed Li Jingzhen's change. Immediately said, Father Emperor, this is extremely sweet. You'll know its deliciousness upon tasting. Li Jingzhen scooped a spoonful with suspicion, licked it with his tongue. Then his face showed a look of surprise. He tasted a few more spoonfuls, then couldn't help but exclaim, Wonderful, wonderful. I truly didn't expect this sugar to be so delicious. Your daughter would never deceive Father Emperor. It is indeed a delicious item. That's why I specially brought it into the palace. Very good, very good. Li Jingzhen's previous gloom was swept away. His eyes also showed rare approval. Anning, this time you really brought something good. I've never heard of or seen this before. Where did you find it? Reporting to Father Emperor, this was made by the young general of the north, Lin Ji. Moreover, there is another delicious dish in the capital called hot pot. Li Qingyue clearly understood Lin Ji's situation in the court. But unfortunately, even with her abilities, she still couldn't change it. So this time, she took the opportunity to visit Li Jingjin in the palace, hoping to help Lin Ji plead his case. Not to be appointed to a high position, even just a minor official in one of the 6 ministries, would be better than managing the port. Li Jingjin's face darkened immediately after hearing these words. Anning, it turns out you came to visit me this time. Actually to plead for Lin Ji? Father Emperor, please calm your anger. Li Qingyue immediately knelt down. Your daughter only doesn't want such a pillar of talent to be neglected. If Lin Ji can contribute to our great Xia, wouldn't that be better? Nonsense. Li Jingjun was furious, slamming the table. Anning, are you implying that I am blind? That I actually appointed Lin Ji to guard the port? Now it's a waste of talent, causing others to gossip? Your daughter absolutely has no such intention. Li Qingyue was frightened, her face pale and trembling. She hadn't expected Li Jingjin's reaction to be so intense. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The two of them stood in a stalemate for a long time. Li Jingjin finally took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Anning, you don't know much about court affairs, so it's understandable that you're pleading for Lin Ji now. But I hope you remember, Lin Ji can at most be a son-in-law of our great Xia. Chapter 75. Anning, know your place. Li Jingjin spoke with absolute certainty. There was no room for compromise. Ever since Lin Ji arrived in Chongping City, Li Jingjun had harbored no goodwill towards him. This man was the son of Lin Zhenqiu. What kind of person was Lin Zhenqiu? The general of the Northern Border Army, commanding 200,000 troops. Over the years, Li Jingjin had long been wary of Lin Zhenqiu. The reason he had made a promise of marriage with Lin Zhenqiu back then was merely to win him over and control him. But in recent years, Lin Zhenqiu had become increasingly unrestrained in the north, even ignoring Li Jingjin's orders several times. Now that Lin Zhenqiu had disappeared, along with the 100,000 Northern Army, this was undoubtedly a good thing for Li Jingjin. He would rather support a new general to take control of the north than allow the Lin family to regain their position in the court. Lin Ji had been pursued all the way from the border to Chongping City. Now, this man had also demonstrated extraordinary strength. Naturally, Li Jingjun believed that everything Lin Ji had shown before was just to hide his true abilities. Given this, he would never consider promoting Lin Ji, no matter how outstanding the young general was. Anning, as a princess, every action and word you take should be for the sake of the royal family. As the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. But it's not you marrying into the Lin family, it's Lin Ji marrying into our royal family. Li Jingjin's face showed no emotion. His voice was extremely cold. Indeed, a grown daughter is hard to keep at home. Li Qingyue was now pleading for Lin Ji's favor with him? Couldn't she see through this? Li Qingyue bit her silver teeth, her face looking a bit distressed. She simply couldn't understand why Li Jingjin had such a distaste for the Lin family, almost to the point of seeing them as a thorn in his eye. Lin Zhenqiu, holding the military power, was indeed worth being wary of. But the Lin family had been diligently guarding the northern border for 10 years without a break. Couldn't this prove their loyalty? Li Jingjin would rather believe the flattering words of many in the court than the practical deeds of these generals who defended their country. Father, but Li Qingyue still wanted to try. Before she could finish, she was coldly interrupted by Li Jingjin. No buts. Anning, today I'm telling you for the last time. I have no objection to you staying in the general's mansion, and I have no objection to your marriage with Lin Ji. But from now on, you are not allowed to plead for him in front of me. Lin Ji's appointment, I naturally have my own considerations. Li Qingyue opened her mouth. Ultimately, she swallowed the words that were about to come out. Your Majesty. If that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Father, I have already handed the hot pot recipe to the imperial kitchen. If you are interested tonight, you can try it. After saying this, she stood up and exited the Yangju palace. Suibo had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward. Princess, how did it go? Li Qingyue shook her head with a bitter smile. What else could it be? Father has never changed, at least towards me. It seems this palace is truly not a place I can stay. Let's just return to the general's mansion. Suebo nodded silently. Years of service had taught him that the palace was deep as the sea, not something that could be summed up in a few words. The two servants returned to the general's mansion in silence. Just as Linji arrived. What's wrong with Princess Anning? Did someone scold you? Li Qingyue, who was already taciturn, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Lin Ji's teasing. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ji blinked, a bit confused. He was just joking. Was it necessary to react like he had swallowed gunpowder? It really has nothing to do with me. You are a noble princess. Who would dare to scold you? It's probably someone who didn't meet your expectations and got a scolding. I've told you before, change your temper, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you. What's the point of pulling a long face when you get back? If you have the guts, go back and argue. Why take it out on me here? Linji was not one to back down. If someone greeted him with a smile, he would naturally respond in kind. If someone was being unreasonable, he wouldn't back down either, even if it was a princess. Even if Emperor Li Jingzhun himself came, Linji would still stand his ground. Why should I be the one to take the blame? Linji. Li Qingyue's silver teeth bit down hard. She had already suffered a lot of grievances in the palace because of him. Unexpectedly, when she returned to the general's mansion, she had to endure ridicule. For a moment, she felt extremely upset. You are a scoundrel. Truly a piece of mud that can't be smeared on the wall. After saying this, she stormed off angrily. Tisich, who are you throwing a tantrum for? Do you really think the general's mansion can't function without you? Linji was disdainful. In the past, he had no choice. He needed Li Qingyue's guards for protection. But times have changed. Linji had already trained himself in martial arts. Ordinary thugs were no match for him. Even without Li Qingyue, he could still move freely in the imperial city. Young general, are you going too far with your words? Suebo was equally displeased. What? Do you want to take it out on me for your master? What's the matter? Do you really think this place is your palace? Linji said expressionlessly. He hated those who used their power to bully others the most. He would not back down. Young general, know when to stop. Suebo's face was dark. It seemed like he was about to explode at any moment. She can scold me, but I can't say anything about her? Where in the world is there such an unreasonable rule? Linji's anger flared up. If the Princess Anning treated him like this, it was fine. But Suebo was just a personal guard. What right did he have to point fingers at him? As he spoke, he was about to go find Li Qingyue to settle the score. Unexpectedly, Suebo blocked his way. Young general, if you dare to bully the princess again, don't blame me for taking action. Who are you threatening? Linji said coldly. Get out of the way. This is my place. I can go wherever I want. As he spoke, he was about to leave. Seeing that he couldn't stop him, Suebo took action. Linji reacted incredibly fast. In an instant, he had dodged. At the same time, the two quickly exchanged 3 moves. All right, you really want to fight with me? Then let's see today whether your skills are superior or my methods are more powerful. Linji was already on edge. He was too lazy to waste words with Suebo. Suebo was extremely shocked. Just a few months ago, Linji was a pampered son with no martial arts skills, unable to even lift a chicken. But judging from the strength of their recent exchange, this man was now close to the level of a first-class martial artist in the martial arts world. How could he progress so fast? Suebo had never seen anyone with such high talent. In just a few months, his progress was comparable to 10 years of hard work. How much did this guy hide? In that case, I'm sorry, young general. Chapter 76, Gifted Talent, a Martial Arts Prodigy? In the blink of an eye, it happened. Suebo launched an attack on Lin Ji with the speed of a thunderbolt. Just a few months ago, he wouldn't have been afraid of this young general. But now, Lin Ji's strength had skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. As Suebo attacked, Lin Ji showed no fear. He met the challenge head-on. This was a rare opportunity for real combat. Lin Ji's situation in the imperial city was relatively peaceful, although many people disliked him. The fact that he was a prominent figure meant not everyone dared to challenge him openly. Now, Suebwa had taken the initiative to engage in combat. Linji, despite his anger, knew this was a valuable chance to gain practical experience. The two figures flashed and clashed, their movements dizzying to the eye. Occasionally, servants passing by the courtyard would catch sight of this and be stunned by what they saw. My goodness! When did the young general's skills reach such a level? It was almost terrifying. Meanwhile, the most shocked person was undoubtedly Suebwa, who was fighting Linji. Originally, he thought Linji had only picked up a few tricks in martial arts. He believed he could handle him easily. Suebwa didn't actually intend to harm Linji. He just felt it was unfair for the princess and wanted to vent his frustration. Then, he planned to let everything go as if nothing had happened. But now, Suebwa realized he had underestimated the situation. The famous young general of the northern fortress was far more concealed than he had imagined. The two exchanged dozens of moves, and the outcome remained uncertain. After a hard clash, both retreated a few steps. Linji inwardly sighed. He had originally thought Suebwa and Xiaolian were at the same level, but he found himself at a disadvantage. It was worth noting that Linji had only trained for a few months. Suebwa, a naturally gifted individual, had trained for decades to reach his current level. The gap between them was immense. Young general, I never expected you to be a once-in-a-million martial arts prodigy. Your strength is truly commendable. Suebwa couldn't help but exclaim. However, today's incident is the young general's fault. So, no matter what, you should apologize to the princess. Come on, you two really don't make any sense. What exactly happened just now? I was just passing by and made a joke? Linji looked bewildered. He found the whole situation strange and unbelievable. He had stepped forward and got scolded for no reason. Now even Suebwa was challenging him. Although Linji had adjusted his mindset, this whole affair was off. How could things have escalated to this point? Young general, you don't even know what the princess did today, yet you slander her like this. Isn't that inappropriate? Suebwa slowly said. He had initially wanted to give Linji a lesson, but now, it seemed he couldn't just dismiss it. Most importantly, Suebwa realized he might not be able to win. If he couldn't get justice for the princess and ended up getting beaten himself, that would be truly humiliating. It might become a joke for others to laugh at for a long time. You clearly saw what happened. I just made a joke, and she reacted as if she wanted to eat me alive. Was Li Qingyue feeling wronged? Did Linji deserve to suffer this unjust treatment? Suebwa frowned. Young general, don't you care at all about the princess's plight? What plight could she have? It's just that someone didn't get their way, so they're holding a grudge. Linji rolled his eyes, not taking it to heart. Wrong, young general. This time, the princess felt wronged and troubled because of you. Suebwa said earnestly. What? Because of me? How could that be? Linji's eyes were full of shock. He found it even more inconceivable and unbelievable. This was completely different from what he imagined about Li Qingyue. Most importantly, Linji didn't understand what connection he had with this situation. What exactly had happened? Today, the princess brought the white sugar you made back to the palace and tried to make the emperor pay more attention to you. Because of this, the emperor was furious. The princess not only failed but also got scolded. Anyone would feel wronged, and when the princess returned to the general's mansion, she was met with ridicule from the young general. How could she swallow this? It was fortunate that Li Qingyue had a good temper. If it were Suebwa, he would have rushed up and slapped Linji on the spot. Linji was slightly stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't anticipated such a situation. It seemed even more inconceivable. Are you telling the truth? I have no reason to lie to you, young general. The princess rarely cares about others' affairs. This time, she took a huge risk, knowing she would be scolded, but still wanted to help you. It's extremely commendable. But who would have thought that in the end, the princess was just being sentimental? Suebwa shook his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. Young general, I can't decide how to handle this, but one thing is certain. Since even the princess doesn't blame you, I have nothing more to say. But I'll be blunt. This time, I'm not holding it against you because of the princess. If there's a next time, I'll have to go all out and see whose skills are superior. Suebwa said and turned to leave. Only when he reached a secluded spot did he look around and then wince. He shook his hands continuously. My goodness! What kind of technique is this, young general? The final strike had left his hands numb. Even now, he still felt a blockage in his chi and blood. Suebwa's shock was beyond words. ####, Chapter 77. The Princess's Complaint. Meanwhile, in the back garden, Lin Ji stood still, his eyes filled with contemplation. Suebo's words had left him deeply impressed. Lin Ji had never imagined that Anning Princess's grievances were due to himself. Even more unexpected was that the girl had gone to the palace to plead for him with Li Jingjin. For these reasons, despite her reluctance to see Li Jingjin, Li Qingyue was willing to make the trip for Lin Ji's sake. Who would have thought that not only did Li Jingjin lash out at her, but upon returning to the general's residence, Lin Ji also failed to understand her, even calling her a foul-tempered person. Li Qingyue's anger grew with each passing thought, and she couldn't hold back her tears. At that moment, a handkerchief suddenly appeared before her. Li Qingyue was taken aback, but quickly reacted. Don't pity me. Aren't I full of faults? Don't make it hard for yourself. If you don't want to see me, I'll pack my bags and leave tomorrow. Why are you still sulking? Lin Ji appeared before Li Qingyue. To his surprise, Anning Princess turned her face away, seemingly unwilling to let him see her current state. Her voice was unusually cold. Go away. Princess, I had a problem with what I said earlier, and I apologize to you now, Lin Ji said earnestly. He truly hadn't known that Anning Princess had suffered so much for him. If he were Li Qingyue, he would have probably slapped the person twice. It could be described as utterly ungrateful. Li Qingyue didn't want to hear a single word from Lin Ji and showed no reaction. Princess, I heard the scenery outside the capital is nice. How about we find some time to go out and stroll around in a couple of days? Lin Ji tentatively asked. As a sales manager, he was very adept at maneuvering with people and quickly becoming friends. His conversations were always smooth. However, there was one thing. He wasn't very good at comforting women. He didn't even understand how to make them feel better. Even after apologizing, she remained the same. Seeing Anning Princess's indifference, Lin Ji inwardly sighed. Indeed, as the old saying goes, you can't afford to offend women. Once they get angry, there's no stopping them. Princess, didn't I say before? You're prone to premature aging. Look at you, always gloomy, not at all like a princess. Young general, if you can't speak, just shut up. I don't want to hear a single word from you. Li Qingyue retorted. She couldn't stand this guy. His apology was insincere, and now he was adding insult to injury. Was he here to apologize or to annoy her? So, you still want to talk to me? Lin Ji grinned. The only good thing about him was that he could admit his mistakes. If he was wrong, he wouldn't make others suffer for it. What? Do you think you're being funny now? Well, that's not how it is, princess. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Ji said with a smile. You've done so much for me, and I didn't realize it. That's my fault. But if you let it affect your own well-being, wouldn't that be a bigger loss? If you think about it this way, the princess would become a laughingstock to others. Anning Princess was actually amused by this. She really couldn't understand where this guy got the nerve to say such things. You really are. Your mouth is so annoying. Why didn't anyone shut it on the way to the capital? Now you just say cold things to irritate people. Look, you're smiling now. You look much prettier when you smile, much more beautiful than before. Lin Ji inwardly sighed in relief. At least it meant there was a chance. Then, he said very seriously, Princess, I heard from Suebo everything about your trip to the palace. I'm very grateful to the princess, but you really didn't have to put yourself through so much. 委屈？我这样做是为了谁？李清月忍不住开口，他已经很久没有像现在这样心里憋着一股气了。如果不是林直来找他，李清月是不可能原谅他的。I know, but princess, many things aren't as simple as you think. What do you mean? Li Qingyue's eyes showed surprise. Actually, I had already guessed that I would have to stay at the ferry port for a long time, no matter who pleaded for me, Lin Ji said meaningfully. During this time, although he was busy with business, he had never stopped thinking about his situation. From the time he left the northern border for the capital, he had encountered countless dangers. Fortunately, there was Xiao Lian by his side. Otherwise, Lin Ji wouldn't be able to live safely in the general's residence. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Ji found the situation too strange. After all, he was a young general. His status was there. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend him. Yet, there were so many people who dared to make a move. When he went to the palace, Li Jingzhen's attitude towards him was always unpredictable. Lin Ji even suspected that Li Jingzhen might have had a hand in it. Now that his father was missing, if he died, the entire northern army would truly fall. Chapter 78. Waiting for the right moment. Lin Ji looked at Princess Anning's innocent expression. Unable to resist, he casually teased, "Your Highness, it is you who are surrounded by the royal family and protected in various ways. Are you looking down on me?" Li Qingyue frowned, looking determined to argue her case. "Look, I just said a casual word, and you are already trying hard to prove your innocence. But many things in this world are not so clearly divided. Black and white are subjective. It doesn't mean everything should be like that." Li Qingyue tilted her head, looking quite surprised at Lin Ji. She hadn't expected such words to come out of a playboy's mouth. "Your Highness, does right and wrong really matter that much?" "Of course. Upholding the truth is our duty in life. If we bow our heads for other things, wouldn't that lose our fundamental humanity and bend our backbone?" Li Qingyue spoke eloquently. A well-read person like her strongly agreed that one should not bow and scrape for the powerful. "Is that so? Then, Your Highness, let me ask you a question. Suppose we go to war with a neighboring country." "What?" Princess Anning was dumbfounded. "Suppose, this is just a hypothetical scenario, not something that has actually happened. There's no need to panic." Lin Ji was a bit speechless. Reading many books naturally made Li Qingyue different from other women. At a young age, she had a rich vision and experience. But Lin Ji had truly experienced life and death and had lived through 2 lifetimes. This made him see things more clearly. If our great Xia goes to war with a neighboring country, I naturally believe that our great Gorge is not wrong, and my father certainly wouldn't do anything inhumane. So in your eyes, the neighboring country must be wrong, right? Of course. Li Qingyue nodded without hesitation. Then I ask you, if our soldiers win this battle, what are they to us? Of course, they are heroes. Brave men who protect our homeland. And to the neighboring country? Lin Ji blurted out. The neighboring country? What does that have to do with me? Li Qingyue blinked, her eyes full of confusion. Those men fighting on the battlefield are heroes to us, but to them, they are demons because they are killing people from the neighboring country. So, do you think that the so-called right and wrong in this world really matter that much? If we win, these people are undoubtedly heroes, but if we lose, they are demons and criminals. Lin Ji said slowly. Li Qingyue stood there, her eyes full of disbelief. Her heart had been greatly impacted. No matter what, she had never expected to hear such a speech. Even more unexpected was that it came from Lin Ji. "So, Your Highness, I can apologize for what I said today, but I also hope you won't meddle in these matters anymore. Because these matters are not within your control." Lin Ji's eyes carried a hint of gratitude. Smart as she was, how could she not know that Princess Anning did these things for him? Li Qingyue was silent for a moment, looking at Lin Ji with a complex gaze. Finally, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Young general, I really can't figure you out. I don't know what you're thinking. If you can't figure it out, then don't. At least I won't harm you." "All right, since you say so, I have nothing more to say." Li Qingyue shook her head helplessly. "What do you mean, nothing more to say? If you keep going to see your father like this, you'll only suffer more. After all, you're going to be my wife, and I certainly won't allow such things to happen." "Are you spouting nonsense again?" Li Qingyue frowned, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Her eyes also showed a hint of joy and happiness. "Perhaps. It was on Linji that Li Qingyue truly felt the respect she deserved as a princess and as a woman. The following days, Chongping City was the southern border. It was rare to get together, so Linji suggested going to the Zuasian Lu to drink and relax a bit. Yun Songfeng was naturally happy to accompany him. Soon, the two headed towards Zuasian Lu. The streets of Chongping City were now more lively than before. With the collapse of the four major merchants, countless small merchants and traders from all directions gathered here. They could now do some business and maintain their livelihoods. Young General, try my sugar-coated haws. Young General, come. I just made these big buns. Take a few and taste them. They're delicious. Young General, I got some new little trinkets. Take them to give to your favorite girl. Wherever they went, people greeted them enthusiastically and even offered various items. Unable to refuse the enthusiastic citizens, Lin Ji just took a few things along the way and chatted as they walked. Yun Songfeng was quite excited. Brother Ji, I've never had this kind of treatment in this city before. I never thought that following Brother Ji, I'd finally get to experience the life of a wealthy family. Chapter 79. The Miserable Yu Family. Although Yun Chongfeng's father is a vice minister of justice, he does not hold a significant position in the court, but to the common people, he is still a big official. Unfortunately, he was bullied by people like Cheng Lu in the past. He couldn't even enjoy life. If he encountered them on the street, he had to avoid them. But now, Yun Chongfeng no longer needs to worry. Everyone in the imperial city knows that he has a close relationship with the young general of the northern fortress. Especially after the incident where someone set a trap to frame Yun Chongfeng, but ended up getting the gambling house smashed by Lin Ji, the impact was extraordinary. Since then, Yun Chongfeng's situation has also completely changed for the better. At least in the imperial city, no one dares to bully him anymore. Brother Ji, thank you. Yun Chongfeng suddenly expressed his gratitude, which made Lin Ji pause and ask instinctively, why are you thanking me all of a sudden? If it weren't for you, I would probably still be stepped on by Cheng Lu and his gang, Yun Chongfeng said with gratitude in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. What's there to thank me for? Between brothers, there's no need to say such things. Brothers? Yes, brothers. Yun Chongfeng felt a stir in his heart, and his smile became even more joyful. As they were talking, a group of people approached from a distance, playing drums and trumpets, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone was dressed in bright red, exuding happiness. I didn't expect there to be a wedding in the city today. Lin Ji stretched his neck to look. Brother Ji, it seems you really are blessed by heaven. Even just going out occasionally can lead to such good fortune. We can also share in the joy. Yun Chongfeng said excitedly. Marriage is one of the 3 great joys of life. So no matter who encounters it on the road, they will be very happy, meaning they can also share in some of the joy. But unexpectedly, as the two were curiously looking on, they overheard people whispering nearby. Oh dear, this girl is really pitiful, forced to marry against her will and powerless to resist. Forced to marry? Lin Ji turned around. Sorry, young general, we didn't mean to disturb you. The 2 commoners quickly apologized. It's okay. What exactly is the matter with this girl? Lin Ji probed. If it's really forced, then this is not a joyous event. The bride in the bridal sedan chair is probably heartbroken and resigned to her fate. You don't know, young general, this bride is actually quite well known. She is from the Yu family. Yu family? Lin Ji was taken aback. Which Yu family? The Yu family of the Yu army, who guard the fortress. That shouldn't be, if she's a relative of General Yu, who in the imperial city would dare to act so recklessly? Lin Ji blinked. Forcing a relative of General Yu to marry is truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Aren't they afraid that General Yu will return to the imperial city and seek revenge? Oh, it's not that simple. I heard that the girl getting married today is General Yu's sister, named Yu Luoyu, very beautiful, even comparable to the princess. Really? Lin Ji was more and more surprised. Although he hadn't met General Yu's sister Yu Luoyu, he knew what Princess Li Qingyue looked like. If she's at that level, she's definitely a rare beauty. Of course, young general, we wouldn't dare to lie to you. But it's also troubling, because the one marrying Miss Yu is the son of the Minister of War. Lin Ji suddenly understood. No wonder he had the guts to take General Yu's sister. If it were anyone else, General Yu could easily deal with them. But the Minister of War oversees all military power in the dynasty. To put it bluntly, if the Minister of War is displeased, he can directly petition the Emperor to remove General Yu's military position. The Minister of War? Lin Ji said meaningfully. Young General, the Minister of War is extraordinary. Not only does he have great power, but he also has close relationships with many generals outside Chomping City. Lin Ji couldn't help but smile at this. I might be more aware of the situation in the court than you. Yes, we were showing off in front of the young general. The two commoners also laughed. They usually lower their heads in front of court dignitaries. Only the young general always maintains an approachable demeanor when chatting with them. Therefore, feeling respected, they genuinely respect him even more. Brother Ji, look at these people in the court. They really act with impunity. Yun Chongfeng couldn't help but sigh. It seemed this was not the first time such things had happened. While the generals were defending the country, these people in the court were undermining them. Not only not protecting them, but even taking advantage of their positions. The Minister of War's son was even forcing Yu Luoyu to marry him. Lin Ji's mind suddenly lit up. He had been looking for a way to approach General Yu. Wasn't this a golden opportunity? Fengzi, let's go and join the fun? Yun Chongfeng was taken aback. He then guessed what Lin Ji intended to do. His elder brother wasn't the type to enjoy such festivities. This time, it must be for another reason. Brother Ji, the other party is the Minister of War, the most powerful among the 6 ministries. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with us. There's no need to get involved. Yun Chongfeng cautiously reminded. Lin Ji laughed upon hearing this. When did you become so timid? Don't you remember what our father taught us in the northern border? A man should stand fearless between heaven and earth. Do you still want to be a coward? No. Yun Chongfeng blurted out. He no longer wanted to return to the days of being bullied by Chenglu. Every time he thought of the past, Yun Chongfeng felt it was a disgrace to the northern border. Chapter 80. Just a gatekeeper at a ferry. If that's the case, let's go then, Lin Ji said, fanning himself with his folding fan as he leisurely headed in the direction the bride had departed. Yun Songfeng hesitated slightly. However, after giving it some thought, he reasoned that with Lin Ji around, what did he have to fear? In this imperial city, who truly dared to lay a hand on Lin Ji? Even the emperor, Li Jingzhen, would have reservations. With that confidence, Yun Songfeng eagerly followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the residence of the Minister of War. The place was adorned with red lanterns, and guests were streaming in and out, making it truly a lively scene. This Zhu residence is quite splendidly decorated. If I didn't know better, I'd think I'd wandered into the home of some noble or prince, Lin Ji remarked meaningfully. Minister of War Zhu Biao was a very influential figure in the court. Having been entrenched in the court for many years, he enjoyed the trust of Emperor Li Jingzhen. Although he appeared to be just a minister, his status and power were almost on par with that of a prince. At least in the court, all 6 ministers of the various departments would look to him. Even the Grand Secretary and the Prime Minister occasionally dared not provoke him. As the Minister of War, his power was extraordinary, capable of mobilizing troops across the land. Lin Ji strode confidently up to the entrance. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the butler standing at the gate. 2 young masters. Today is my young master's wedding. Do you have an invitation? I didn't expect that even the son of the Minister of War would need an invitation to enter his own wedding, Lin Ji questioned with a hint of sarcasm. What do you mean by that, young master? The butler asked, somewhat taken aback. Given Minister Zhu's wealth and influence, wouldn't it be natural to invite everyone in the imperial city? Lin Ji continued to taunt, his words carrying an undercurrent of insult towards the Minister of War. Although the butler was less educated, being employed in the minister's residence, he was no fool. He immediately guessed that this person might be here to cause trouble. His face darkened. Young master, today is a joyous occasion. If you are here to offer congratulations, we would certainly welcome you. But if you have ulterior motives, then I'm sorry, we cannot allow you to enter. Is that so? What if I told you that as the young general of the north, would I be allowed in? The butler was stunned. He had never expected that the person before him was the notorious young general of the north, Lin Ji, who had been causing quite a stir in the imperial city recently. This was a man the butler dared not offend lightly. He was known to be a thorn in everyone's side, and even the minister of personnel, Zhang Tianhai, had not come out unscathed. The butler was at a loss for what to do. He could only instruct a servant to report the matter, and then politely said, "Young General Lin, we apologize for the oversight earlier, which is why we issued invitations. Please wait here for a moment while we inform the master." Linji fanned himself with his folding fan and said confidently, "Then make it quick. If you try to chase me away later, it would be quite embarrassing." "Understood, understood," the butler replied, quickly arranging for 2 chairs to be brought over. Meanwhile, inside the Zhu residence, Zhu Biao's son, Zhu Tianyu, was busy greeting guests. Zhu Biao himself wore a faint smile on his face. At that moment, a servant hurried over and whispered into Zhu Biao's ear, "Master, the young general of the north is at the gate, saying he has come to offer congratulations to the young master." "Linji? Why is he here?" Zhu Biao frowned. As the Minister of War, he was well aware of how formidable General Lin Jinqiu was. So when Lin Jinqiu disappeared, he had thought the military power in the north would return to his hands. To his surprise, Lin Jinqiu's son, Lin Ji, had come to the imperial city. Moreover, this supposedly profligate son had stirred up quite a storm in Chongping City, not only dealing with Minister of Personnel Zhang Tianhai but also dismantling and rebuilding the market there. Many in the court harbored grievances against Lin Ji, as they had previously profited greatly from the market. Now, with the collapse of the 4 major merchant houses, many had seen their financial avenues cut off. Yet, no one dared to speak out, as it could be construed as corruption. The wealth these merchant houses had amassed was immense, and many officials had been complaining to the emperor about their poverty. If anyone dared to admit they were supporters of these merchant houses, it would be akin to digging their own grave. Thus, many officials could only swallow their grievances, harboring resentment towards Lin Ji, waiting for the day he would fall so they could kick him while he was down. Minister Zhu Biao was one of them. He had not expected to get a chance to vent his frustrations so soon. Now, this trouble had come knocking on his door. "Master, the young general is waiting outside. Should we let him in?" the servant asked tentatively, not daring to make the decision himself. Zhu Biao pondered for a moment. Many high-ranking officials and prominent families in the city had come to offer their congratulations today. If he turned Lin Ji away, who knew what kind of trouble the man would stir up? But if he let him in and Lin Ji caused any trouble, it could turn this joyous occasion into a laughingstock of the entire imperial city. After much deliberation, Zhu Biao slammed his hand on the table. "Since it's the young general, let him in. Let's see if he dares to make any trouble here today."
Yes.
At that moment, outside the Zhu residence, Lin Ji and Yun Songfeng were growing impatient. Lin Ji directly confronted the butler. "How much longer must we wait? Is this how the Minister of War's household treats its guests?" "I see it's nothing special," Yun Songfeng echoed, egging him on. "Exactly. You people have no sense of scale. The young general is part of the court, yet you leave him standing here. It's utterly disgraceful. If you don't let us in, fine. But if anyone asks, we'll have to tell them the truth. This Minister of War's residence is nothing special." The guests who had come to offer their congratulations turned their heads to look at the commotion. Who is this person? How dare he cause trouble at the Minister of War's doorstep? He must be out of his mind. "Don't you recognize him? That's the notorious young general of the north." "Oh, I thought who it was. So it's him. Does he really think that after doing a few things in the imperial city, he can be so arrogant? In the end, he's just a gatekeeper at a ferry." The guests whispered among themselves, their words tinged with mockery. Chapter 81. The auspicious time has arrived. Many of these nobles and high-ranking officials did not have direct conflicts with Lin Ji. However, due to the last market rectification, they also suffered significant losses. Most importantly, this guy actually managed to get engaged to Princess Anning. Although the two have not yet married, they have already moved in together, essentially sealing the deal. And this matter is a thorn in the side for many in the imperial city, including Zhu Zhang, who feels the same way. As the son of the Minister of War, with a noble background and extraordinary abilities, he had every opportunity to marry Princess Anning. But after Lin Ji arrived in the imperial city, all hopes were dashed. Many people are still bitter about it. Today, seeing Lin Ji like a clown at the gate of the minister's residence, everyone is gloating. Do you think he can get in today? Does he really think his father being the northern garrison general gives him free rein? Compared to the Minister of War, it's like comparing heaven and earth. I bet he can't get in today. Haha, I think so too. Then the reputation of the northern garrison will plummet in the imperial city again. Everyone is mocking and watching the show. But just as they thought Lin Ji would be embarrassingly turned away, a servant hurried out. Steward, the master says they can come in. The steward was stunned. Since it was Zhu Biao's order, he, as a servant, had nothing to say. He then nodded. Young general, please come in. Wouldn't it have been better to do this from the start? You had to wait for me to get angry. So you really are just asking for it. I don't know who taught you that. Lin Ji strode into the Zhu residence with his head held high. The steward's face was as bitter as a gourd. Not only did this insult him, but it also insulted Zhu Biao. But today is a joyous occasion. The steward didn't dare to get angry, only able to endure it. Indeed, this young general is not someone to be trifled with. He's full of thorns. The onlookers were also dumbfounded, even more astonished. What's going on? The minister actually let him in. Oh, this guy is here to cause trouble. Exactly, let's go in and see what kind of trouble he's going to stir up. Everyone followed in. Entering the courtyard, Lin Ji looked around. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Indeed, in troubled times, the emphasis is on martial prowess, and in prosperous times, on literature. Look at this residence of the Minister of War. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. The scale is enormous. It's on par with a princely residence. The luxury far exceeds that of a general's mansion. In fact, despite being called the Minister of War, Zhu Biao has never been to the battlefield, and can even be said to be a scholar. And Zhu Biao's background is indeed such. That's why the generals and soldiers around the country have a poor relationship with the Minister of War in the court, a scholar managing the world's generals. It sounds like a joke, but those generals themselves have limited power. Even if they are dissatisfied, they can do nothing about it. Brother Ji, the Minister of War's wedding is quite a grand affair. Almost all the prominent figures in the imperial city are here. They were imperial guards. Leading them was a eunuch, with several large boxes behind him. Eunuch Wang. Minister Zhu Biao quickly went to greet him. I didn't know Eunuch Wang was coming. My apologies for not welcoming you sooner. Minister Zhu is too kind. Today is a joyous occasion at the minister's residence, and the emperor, hearing of it, has sent me with gifts, but His Majesty is busy with state affairs and couldn't be here in person. Please forgive me, Minister Zhu. Of course. Hearing this, Zhu Biao was overjoyed. That the emperor remembered his family's wedding is already very rare. Who else in the world could ask the emperor to personally attend a wedding? Minister Zhu has dedicated himself to the great Xia, working tirelessly, and now that there is a joyous event, of course, we should celebrate. The emperor has asked me to convey his wishes for a long and happy marriage, and has prepared a generous gift. Eunuch Wang waved his hand, and the attendants behind him opened the boxes. Gold, silver, pearls, and agate, dazzling and brilliant. The surrounding people gasped in awe. Wow! As expected of the emperor's generosity, so many treasures, worth a fortune. There's even an imperial jade ruby from the western regions. It seems the emperor truly wishes to congratulate the Minister of War wholeheartedly. Minister Zhu, you really have face. People around flattered him. Zhu Biao's heart was as happy as a flower. What could be more honorable than this? He immediately supported Eunuch Wang. Thank you, Eunuch Wang. Please stay today. Have a sip of wine. It's my way of expressing my gratitude. No, Minister Zhu. You should know I still have many things to do. The emperor is waiting for my report. Eunuch Wang declined. Of course. Eunuch Wang has worked hard today. Zhu Biao subtly slipped a bag of silver into Eunuch Wang's sleeve. Eunuch Wang understood. Then he said, since it's an order, I will stay and take a look at the bride, so I can report back to the emperor. Yes. As the auspicious time approached, the entire Zhu residence was bustling. Soon, under the call of the master of ceremonies, the bride was escorted in. Zhu Zheng's son, Zhu Zheng, when he saw the bride, his eyes lit up. Even though the bride was still covered by a veil, he seemed eager. One bow to heaven and earth. Just as the master of ceremonies was about to proceed with the ceremony, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble at such a time? Missing the auspicious time. Who will take responsibility? Chapter 82. The Minister of War only knows how to bully girls? A young nobleman approached the crowd, his folding fan and head swaying incessantly. Everyone says that a joyous event requires mutual consent. Now, without even asking the bride if she agrees, you want to perform the wedding ceremony? I've never seen such haste. The speaker was Lin Ji. Minister of War Zhu Biao's face immediately darkened. He had always feared that this fellow would come to the minister's mansion to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, his suspicions had been confirmed. Young general, what does this have to do with you? Zhu Biao asked through gritted teeth, secretly cursing. Indeed, these northerners are a bunch of uncivilized brutes. Whether the bride agrees or not is none of his business. Who would dare to refuse the son of the Minister of War? Today is my son's wedding day, and I do not wish to complicate matters. So, please, young general, behave yourself. Minister Zhu, that's not quite right, is it? How am I causing trouble? Lin Ji said with deep meaning. Since today is the joyous occasion of Master Zhu's wedding, of course, I am here to offer my congratulations. I just wanted to ask casually. Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. This time, Zhu Zheng was forcing the marriage with the sister of the famous general of the Yu family army, Yu Yan. For others, Lin Ji might have hesitated, but the Minister of War was a key figure in the court, not someone to be trifled with. This young general is really courting death, causing trouble at Minister Zhu's wedding? I don't think it's trouble. Maybe it's a northern custom? Nonsense. Everyone knows that the Yu girl was forced into marrying Master Zhu. Asking if she's willing is clearly stirring up trouble. Many showed disdain, while some came to watch the spectacle. If they could witness a commotion today, their visit wouldn't be in vain. Thank you for your concern, young general. I'm sure the bride is willing, Zhu Biao said indifferently, his eyes full of vigilance. He then urged the master of ceremonies to continue the wedding ceremony. Don't be in such a hurry, Minister Zhu. As the Minister of War, can't you stay calm? Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. I merely want to join the fun and see what kind of extraordinary beauty the bride is. With that, he took 3 large steps and crossed over to stand beside the bride and groom. Zhu Zheng was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, Lin Ji lifted the bride's veil. Everyone present was shocked. Lin Ji was audacious. Since ancient times, only the groom could lift the bride's veil. In other words, whoever lifted the bride's veil was the groom. Lin Ji, however, did not notice the strange looks from the crowd. He was captivated by the beauty before him. Her brows were like willow leaves, her eyes bright, her lips red, her teeth white. Her features were like exquisite gifts from heaven, stunning and unparalleled. Especially her eyes, filled with sorrow, made one's heart ache. In an instant, it felt like being in the southern rivers and lakes. Lin Ji hadn't expected General Yu's sister to be so charming. Her beauty not inferior to Li Qingyue, just a different style of beauty. Lin Ji. Zhu Biao was livid. What do you think you're doing? Zhu Zheng, after a brief shock, also looked with venomous eyes. You scoundrel, you've come to cause trouble on my wedding day. Before the words were finished, he swung a slap. But how could he match Lin Ji's skills? Lin Ji easily dodged. So, the son of the Minister of War is only capable of such moves, Lin Ji said disdainfully. He then turned to the bride. Miss you, today being your wedding day, I didn't intend to disturb. I just wanted to see if you were truly willing. Yu Luoyu bit her lip, tears streaming down without a word, showing her stance. Seeing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhang. So, the Minister of War only knows how to use his power to bully. But this lady is the sister of the famous General Yu. You even dare to offend General Yu? How dare you? Zhu Biao was now furious. Yu Yin was just a mere general. Yu Luoyu was high-ranking. If not for Princess Anning already having an engagement, why would his son have to settle for this? Ultimately, it was all because of Lin Ji. If he hadn't come to the capital, his son might have already married Princess Li Qingyue. Now, he had come to the minister's mansion to disrupt the wedding? Yu Luoyu was lost in sorrow. This forced marriage was beyond her escape from the Minister of War's clutches. Never had she expected a young general to intervene on her wedding day. Truly, man proposes, but God disposes. Guards, throw this man out. Zhu Biao roared. He had to end this farce. As for Lin Ji, he would settle accounts after the wedding. No need to rush, Minister Zhu. If the bride doesn't want to marry your son, how can you force it? Young general, that's too much. It's said that one shouldn't destroy a marriage even by breaking 10 temples. Today, you're not here to congratulate but to steal the bride. Exactly, you'll only bring retribution upon yourself. Young general, this is the capital, not the north. You can't run wild here. The crowd was indignant, deeply dissatisfied with Lin Ji's actions, but no one dared to step forward to stop him. Who would want to provoke this troublemaker? Everyone in Chongping knew he was a tough nut to crack, not only powerful himself but also backed by Princess Anning, meaning he had the royal family behind him. Though the crowd was wary, Minister Zhu Biao was not. Didn't he know better? Princess Anning had not received the Emperor Li Jingjin's favor. If there was ever a conflict between the court ministers and the princess, Li Jingjin was likely to side with the ministers. At this moment, Zhu Biao had only one thought: to teach this impudent fellow a lesson. Enough of your nonsense. Young general, I invited you here to attend my son's wedding, but you repay kindness with enmity. You don't deserve to be an official of the court. Guards, arrest him. With a roar, all the guards of the Minister of War's mansion swarmed in. Chapter 83. Here to kidnap the bride. These men were once soldiers in the military camp. Later, they were selected to become the household guards of the Minister of War. Their prowess was naturally extraordinary. Yet, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, they never expected the young general to be exceptionally agile. Amongst the crowd, he moved with the grace of a leaf on water, even appearing quite dashing. Moreover, Lin Ji always managed to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Soon, all the household guards were knocked to the ground. Lin Ji's clothes remained spotless. So this is the skill of the Minister of War's men? I wonder what gives you the audacity to act recklessly and even kidnap women by force. Lin Ji was disdainful. You dog! How dare you interfere with my affairs? I'll kill you. Zhu Zhang was now so enraged that he had lost his reason. He grabbed a weapon from the side and slashed wildly at Lin Ji. Zhu Zhang had been trained in martial arts since childhood, though not a true master. His strength was close to that of an ordinary general in the military camp, so his wielding of the weapon was quite proficient. Those around were so frightened that they retreated, not daring to come close. Yun Songfeng, however, was excited. Hit him, Brother Ji. Beat him up. Although Zhu Zhang had not bullied Yun Songfeng much, he always acted superior and self-important, even never deigning to look at Yun Songfeng. Now, facing such a situation, Yun Songfeng naturally hoped his elder brother could teach this guy a lesson. Don't always think you're so great. There are always people stronger, mountains higher. Sure enough, after a few moves, Zhu Zhang was kicked to the ground by Lin Ji. He even fell face first, extremely disheveled. The absurdity made the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. If you don't have the skill, don't take on porcelain work. Your mediocre skills are only good for showing off in front of this little thug. I wonder which nerve is misaligned. Linji said with a profound smile. This moment, although in the Minister of War's residence, with the enemy numerically superior, the Minister of War and his men did not dare to act rashly. Linji approached the bride, Yu Luoyu, as if unconcerned. Miss you, if you don't wish to marry, I can help you. I'll send you home, and no one will be able to stop us. Yu Luoyu was taken aback. Never had she expected such a dramatic turn of events. She almost blurted out, but then Yu Luoyu fell silent. As a general's daughter, if anyone tried to force her into marriage, she could refuse. But the other party was the Minister of War's son. If she left, the Minister of War Zhu Biao would report with a petition. Wouldn't it implicate her brother Yu Yan, who was defending a strategic pass? Yu Luoyu hesitated. Thank you, young general, but today I cannot leave. Linji's eyes were full of surprise, but he soon understood her concerns. Yet, marriage is a significant matter for a woman. One wrong step could affect a lifetime. Miss you, you needn't worry about your brother. I believe if he knew of this, even if it meant being reprimanded by the emperor, he wouldn't let you do something you don't want. Moreover, even if you sacrifice yourself, it may not ensure your brother's safety. Linji said softly. Think about it. If the Minister of War can threaten you with your brother now, who's to say he won't use you to threaten your brother later? Aren't you dragging your brother down? Yu Luoyu's eyes widened in shock.
Yes.
Why hadn't she thought of that? She only considered her brother, but hadn't realized she could be his weakness. Yu Luoyu's gaze became resolute. Thank you, young general. Please send me home. Her voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Minister Zhu Biao's face turned ashen. He couldn't help but roar. Yu Luoyu, think carefully. If you leave the Minister of War's residence today, you bear all consequences, including your brother. This was a blatant threat. Linji looked at him with disdain. So, the esteemed Minister of War, a key figure in the court, only knows how to coerce a young lady with such tactics? You're truly shameless. With that, he took Yu Luoyu's hand, nodded to Yun Tsongfeng, and the three slowly made their way towards the main gate of the Minister of War's residence. Zhu Biao's eyes were filled with fury. He never expected such a thing to happen today. His anger surged. If these three left today, from then on, the Minister of War's family would become a laughingstock in the entire capital, even making them unable to hold their heads high. Leave if you must, but leave the bride. Anyone who takes the bride, I will execute without mercy. Zhu Biao issued his final ultimatum. Linji paid no heed to his words. It seemed he didn't take them to heart at all. Minister Zhu, I know you're concerned about your reputation and want to restore your image in front of everyone, but today, no one can stop me. Execute without mercy, huh? Let's see who executes whom. Anyone who dares to stop me, I'll kill. Linji exuded an overwhelming aura. Yu Luoyu, beside him, was stunned. She never dreamed that just as she was about to fall into the abyss of despair, someone would descend from the heavens to save her. In her eyes, Linji was a divine hero, incredibly brave and handsome. Yu Luoyu herself didn't notice that her eyes had gained a few traces of admiration and worship. What are you waiting for?
Attack.
Zhu Biao ground his teeth. The household guards, who had just been beaten by Linji, were filled with fear. They knew they couldn't match the young general, and if the young general really had murderous intent, going forward would be suicide. Anyone who retreats, I won't spare. The consequences are the same. Zhu Biao commanded again. With this, the guards had no choice but to advance with their weapons. But before Linji, they were as powerless as 3-year-olds. This time, Linji didn't hold back. Anyone who dared to stop him was killed with a single move. In an instant, the Minister of War's residence was filled with corpses. All the guests were terrified, their faces pale, not daring to utter a word. My heavens, what kind of people are these? Daring to provoke the Minister of War is one thing. Even killing the Minister of War's men, even if you have a princess backing you, you can't be so reckless. Chapter 84. Strange events happen every year. After the three figures completely disappeared beyond the door, everyone present finally relaxed inwardly. Father, why didn't you kill him? Why didn't you mobilize the city's troops to besiege him? Zhu Zheng furiously cursed. Zhu Biao's face was even more ghastly pale. Mobilizing troops would change the nature of the matter. After all, this was a private affair of their own. But now, Zhu Biao absolutely would not forgive Lin Ji. Son, don't worry. The woman you want to marry, your old man will definitely help you get. And not only that, I will definitely make Lin Ji suffer a horrible death. Otherwise, it will be hard to quench the hatred in my heart. Zhu Biao's gaze was extremely venomous. The surrounding guests also looked at each other in dismay. Who would have thought that a wedding would end so abruptly? What's more, someone actually dared to steal the bride of the Minister of War. Truly impressive. This young general of the northern border indeed had no fear. No wonder he caused so much commotion in the entire capital. On the other side, in the streets of Chongping City, an extremely bizarre scene occurred. All the commoners turned their heads and whispered among themselves. What's going on? Strange events happen every year, but this year there are especially many. How come someone is leading a bride to stroll on the streets? Shouldn't they be paying homage to heaven and earth at this time? Who knows, but looking at the man's appearance, he seems to be the young general. Isn't the young general marrying Princess Anning? Could this be Princess Anning? Hey, I just heard a big news. It's said that the young general went to the Minister of War's residence to steal the bride. What? The commoners were greatly shocked. They could hardly believe the rumors they heard. Is it uncomfortable for you to walk around like this? If it's really not okay, I can hire a sedan chair to carry you back, Lin Ji casually said. No. Can you let go of my hand, young general? Yu Luoyu blushed shyly. In ancient times, women were very conservative. Some might only have physical contact with their husbands in their entire lives. So being led by Lin Ji all the way from the Minister of War's residence, Yu Luoyu's heart was racing, like a deer caught in the headlights. I'm sorry, I was just worried about your safety earlier. This was to make it easier to respond, and there was no intention of disrespect. Lin Ji quickly realized and let go, his face full of apologies. In any case, thank you for your assistance, young general. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have already fallen into an abyss, trapped in a cage. Miss you, I hope you don't mind my impertinence, but Zhu Zheng, the son of the Minister of War, looks quite talented, and although he is usually arrogant, marrying him should be quite good, right? Why were you so upset? Yun Songfeng curiously asked. Objectively speaking, Zhu Zheng was definitely considered a noble son. His father was the Minister of War, which means he has an unlimited future. Although the Yu family still holds some military power, it is far from what it used to be. Marrying the son of the Minister of War is not necessarily a bad thing. This one, Yu Luoyu tilted her head. He is the son of the Vice Minister of Justice, Yun Songfeng, not an outsider, just a bit straightforward. Lin Ji teased. Brother Ji, you should at least leave me some face. Yun Songfeng muttered. So it's Mr. Yun. I've been rude. Yu Luoyu hurriedly bowed. No, miss you, we're all more or less the same. As they chatted along the way and arrived at a quiet place, they felt more at ease without the strange gazes of outsiders. Yu Luoyu then slowly said, if it were for my brother, I would naturally be willing to marry into the Zhu family, but I heard that Zhu Zheng is a playboy, and so far, he has married 3 wives. They are named wives, but they are just concubines. Although I am not from a noble family, I am also from a military family. How can I tarnish the reputation of the Yu family? Oh, Lin Ji couldn't help but grin. It turns out that there are still people who exploit loopholes in the rules. The Great Xia has regulations. All sons of officials can only marry before the age of 30. If they do not have offspring before the age of 30, they can take concubines. But if they want to take concubines, they must report to the court. Such things are obviously disgraceful. Zhu Zheng, this guy, is definitely not yet 30. Marrying 3 wives, it's probably because he lusted after these women's beauty. After getting tired of them, he would abandon them. Indeed, these young men have a lot of thoughts. No wonder I saw him looking so weak when I was in the Zhu family's courtyard. It turns out it's because of this. Yu Luoyu couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. But soon, a shadow appeared in her bright eyes. But after this incident, my Yu family will probably be in great trouble. Upon hearing this, both Yun Songfeng and Lin Ji understood. Offending the Minister of War, of course, would not end here. Miss Yu, take advantage of the fact that the Zhu family won't make things difficult for you right now. You should flee as soon as possible. Once you reach your brother, General Yu, I don't think the Minister of War will dare to do anything, Yun Songfeng suggested. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji directly denied it. No, the distance from here to the fortress where General Yu is stationed is at least several hundred miles. Miss Yu traveling alone, there are countless dangers on the way, and the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, still holds military power, just one order and he can command the city's garrison to pursue. At that time, wouldn't it put Miss Yu in an even more dangerous situation? But if we don't do this, then what? Now, if Miss Yu goes home, she will only wait to be targeted by the Zhu family. Yun Songfeng was at a loss. He really couldn't find a way out. After all, the Minister of War's power was extraordinary. Ordinary people simply did not dare to provoke. It was only his brother, the young general of the northern border, Lin Ji, who dared to disrupt the wedding. Today, I am very grateful to the two of you for saving me from the fire. As for the rest, it is the fate of a small woman. If I really can't escape it, I will accept it. Yu Luoyu couldn't help but sigh. In fact, after leaving the Minister of War's residence, she had already guessed that the road ahead would be very difficult. In order not to drag her brother down, Yu Luoyu had made her final plan. That is to find a place where no one is and end her own life. Only in this way can the whole matter be concluded. Lin Ji could see that Yu Luoyu had thoughts of suicide. Then he slowly said, "How can I leave you alone? This way, in a short time, your brother Yu Yin will return to the imperial city for an audience. As long as he comes to pick you up, I reckon that even if Zhu Biao dares to make trouble, he won't dare to act recklessly. During this period, you can stay in my house. If the Minister of War has the guts to come and make trouble, then I'll still consider him a tough guy." Chapter 85. A jealous woman is truly terrifying. Yu Luoyu was astonished upon hearing this. She waved her hands repeatedly. It's already a great trouble that the young general rescued me from the Ministry of Work's residence. How could I possibly move into the general's residence now? Besides, the young general and I are not related by blood or kinship. If others were to find out, it might lead to gossip, which could further affect the relationship between the young general and the princess. "It's all right," Lin Ji said with a gentle smile. He and Li Qingyue were not as affectionate as the outside world imagined. In fact, they didn't even have a foundation of affection. Moreover, having such a beautiful lady move into the general's residence would be a pleasure to look at every day. "Miss you, to be honest, the reason I rescued you was not only out of chivalrous duty, but also because I hope to meet General Yu through your introduction. So this time, I will definitely ensure your safety." Yu Luoyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. After thinking about it, she found it understandable. After all, she and the young general had no relationship whatsoever. Why would he risk his life to save her? In this way, everything made sense. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Luoyu still didn't want to involve Lin Ji too much. She declined several times. Lin Ji was getting a bit annoyed. "Miss you, if you don't agree, I'll have to force you. You've seen my methods. It wouldn't be difficult to take you back by force." Yu Luoyu couldn't help but laugh at this. Who would actively seek trouble? Even if Lin Ji had ulterior motives, it was clear that he genuinely wanted to help her. Otherwise, if it was just about meeting Yu Yin, taking her out of the Ministry of Work's residence would have been enough. There was no need to go to such lengths. It would be impolite to refuse, so I shall trouble the young general. "No problem, no problem. We are all generals, naturally. We should help each other." Lin Ji laughed it off. Then he led Yun Songfeng and Yu Luoyu towards the general's residence. In the general's residence, Princess Anning, Li Qingyue, was sitting in the backyard, admiring flowers and reading. At that moment, a maidservant hurried over, her face full of panic. Princess, it's not good. What's the matter? The young general brought a girl back. Li Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. She felt a strange discomfort, but her tone remained calm. Let him bring whoever he wants. This is the general's residence, and he has the freedom to bring anyone back. No, princess, the young general. The maidservant's expression was very complicated. The young general brought back a bride. What? Li Qingyue couldn't help but react. After all, she and Linji had an engagement. Although they hadn't married yet, it was a done deal. That was an imperial decree from the emperor. No one could change it. But now, did Linji bring another girl to marry? Li Qingyue didn't want to interfere with Linji's personal matters. Even if he indulged in worldly pleasures outside, it didn't matter. But marriage was a big deal. Usually, the first wife was the principal wife. If Linji married someone else now, what position would that put her, Li Qingyue, in? Would she have to be a concubine? Li Qingyue became angrier the more she thought about it. Linji was being too much. She was beautiful. Indulging in worldly pleasures outside was one thing. But now he wanted to bring a bride home? Did he even have her, the Princess Anning, in his eyes? Suibo. Yes, your highness. Notify the guards. Follow me out to take a look. Li Qingyue rarely showed such a fierce demeanor. Even Suibo was surprised. Was this still the well-read, cold, and composed Princess Anning he knew? At this moment, Linji and the others were chatting and laughing as they entered the general's residence. Miss you, my place isn't particularly luxurious, but I think you can still get used to it. If you have any needs in the future, you can always ask the servants here. If it's inconvenient for you to find them, you can also go to the princess. Don't let her cold exterior fool you. She's actually kind-hearted, very warm. Linji enthusiastically introduced. But unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the front courtyard, suddenly, loud noises erupted around them. Then the guards surrounded them. Yu Luoyu was frightened and grabbed Linji's arm. This was the general's residence, right? Why were these people treating the young general's return as if they were facing a great enemy? Young general, is something wrong? Linji was also confused. He asked the guard captain, "What are you doing? Don't you recognize me? Do you need such a big commotion just because I'm back?" "I'm sorry, young general. This is the princess's order, and we can only obey." The guard captain obviously felt helpless. After several months of interaction, he knew that the young general was a very good person. But there was no way. Military orders are like mountains. Linji was utterly bewildered. What's gotten into her this time? A path was cleared through the crowd. Li Qingyue walked over with a cold expression. When she saw Yu Luoyu's striking bridal dress, she was so angry that she almost fainted. This was no longer a slap in the face, but blatant disregard. "Young general, you are going too far." "Princess, what did I do?" Linji blinked innocently. If it was indeed his fault, he would definitely apologize without hesitation. But everything was fine before he left. So why did it feel like he committed a heinous crime after just a short outing? He didn't want to die in confusion. "Linji, you're deliberately pretending not to understand. What are you talking about?" Linji was getting more and more confused. Yu Luoyu, hiding behind, was panicking. "Young general, maybe I should leave first?" As an outsider, it was really inconvenient for her to be involved in such a situation right after arriving at the general's residence. "It's okay. Wait here for a moment," Linji comforted. Then he walked forward. But his gentlemanly action directly crossed Li Qingyue's line. "Princess, come in with me." Li Qingyue's lips turned pale. Her fists clenched tightly. Before leaving, she glared fiercely at Yu Luoyu. "Wait here. No one is allowed to leave." As soon as the two entered the room, Linji couldn't help but complain. "What are you doing? Why does a princess need to argue with an ordinary girl, scaring her like that?" "Ordinary girl?" Li Qingyue was trembling with anger. She was almost grinding her teeth. "You only see ordinary girls, huh? Can't you tell I'm angry? Aren't I more important than her? Do you care about her?" "Of course." Linji blurted out. She's very important to me. What? Li Qingyue was struck like lightning. She stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, she said bitterly, "So, that's who you are?" Chapter 86. It's still the young general who has the upper hand. I guess I really misjudged you. Fine, I'll let you two go. You can leave and never come back. What nonsense is this? Linji was completely confused. Raising his head, he noticed that Li Qingyue had shed 2 lines of tears without him realizing it. Her eyes were filled with despair and resentment. Linji was startled. He didn't dare to drink the newly poured tea and quickly walked over to touch her forehead. What's wrong with you? Could she be feverish? Don't touch me. You have a family. Nothing happened between us, and we won't interfere with each other in the future. Family? Linji was taken aback. Even if I have a wife, isn't it you? Me? Yes, even though we haven't gotten married yet. If we were to count, who else could it be? Can't I even touch my own wife? Young general, how dare you speak so lightly? What about that woman outside? Haven't you already taken her as your wife? Li Qingyue's voice trembled with tears. Since entering the general's residence, she had never felt so wronged. If not for her status as a princess, Li Qingyue might have already burst into tears and wailed to relieve her grievances. When did I marry her? She was the bride-to-be of Zhu Zheng, the son of the minister of war Zhu Biao. What? You're a bride snatcher? You're heartless. Li Qingyue's good feelings towards Linji had completely vanished. This guy was too excessive. He completely disregarded others. What are you talking about? I saved her. She's the sister of General Yu Yin of the Yuejia army. Li Qingyue looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. Linji then explained the whole story. I was worried that the Minister of War would harm her, so I thought it best to settle her in the general's residence. With you here, even if Zhu Biao were to act recklessly, he wouldn't dare to do anything foolish. Li Qingyue suddenly understood. No wonder Yu Luoyu was wearing a bridal gown. She had fled from her wedding. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you too. Before she could finish, Li Qingyue felt awkward and couldn't continue. Seeing this, Linji approached her with a playful smile. Thought we got married? No wonder you were so angry earlier. You were jealous. I wasn't. Li Qingyue stubbornly turned her head, unable to look directly at him. Her ears turned crimson, and her whole face felt hot. It was adorably cute. Linji was seeing Anning Princess's proud and shy side for the first time. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. She truly was a soft-hearted person with a sharp tongue. He intentionally pinched Li Qingyue's face, which was smooth and delicate. My princess, we have a betrothal. Even if I were to marry someone else, I'd have to marry you first. Smooth talker. Li Qingyue huffed, but she felt inexplicably happy. The previous gloom dissipated. Then she realized something was off. You want to marry someone else?